Okay, everybody. If I could, I'd set this in full screen. Is there a way to put this in full screen? I guess. Here we go. Okay, I guess this is full screen forever. But yeah, this is the only part I'm doing until the book comes out in May. So, just so you guys are aware. Prologue. Toward the end of autumn, the merchants visiting Dunkelfelder for trade started returning to their own duchies, while the nobles of the castle began preparing for the weeks to come. Knights went on expeditions to the northern barrier, where they hunted fey beasts, intent on sneaking into the duchy for the winter, and scholars informed the dormitory supervisor of new students, collected information from sovereign nobles visiting home, and scheduled meetings with the Abb and Gibbs over winter. Attendants, meanwhile, prepared to welcome nobles for winter socializing, brought cleaning magic tools to the Royal Academy's dormitory, and checked the furniture there for any issues. And of course, this wants to pop up. Go away. Cordula, head attendant to the Archduke candidate Hannelore, was making her way down a busy hallway inside the castle. She had received a summons from Sieglinde, the Archduke's first wife, requesting that she head to the noblewoman's chambers. That's not good. Lady Sieglinde would normally be in her office around now. What must have happened for her to summon me to her chambers instead? It must have been important, but Cordula kept her uncertainty from seeping through as she passed into the castle's restricted area, where the archducal living quarters were situated. Lady Sieglinde, it is I, Cordula, she announced upon her arrival. It was not particularly rare for a mother to summon her daughter's head attendant for a report. On top of that, Cordula had previously served as Sieglinde's attendant, and she had spent plenty of time educating Hannelore, so she knew the chambers reasonably well. Yes, come in, Sieglinde answered. Please take a seat. This might take a while. Cordula did as instructed, albeit with some hesitation. Being summoned was not particularly rare, but being told to sit was. She took a few deep breaths to steady her nerves while waiting for Sieglinde to speak. We have decided to select marriage candidates for Hannelore, Sieglinde announced at last. Cordula inhaled sharply. In her third year at the Royal Academy, in the heat of a ditter match, Hannelore had taken Lord Wilfried of Ehrenfest by the hand and abandoned her team's base despite being its treasurer. She had at that moment resolved to marry into Ehrenfest. Yeah, and I think that they had decided that she wasn't going to if she chose not to, or something. I can't remember exactly. Okay, here we go. However, during the introductory tournament that followed, Ehrenfest stated that they wanted only an end to the ditter challenge being thrust upon them. They had no interest in taking a bride from Dunkelfelder, as they lacked the means to accommodate a Greater Duchy's archducal candidate, and thereby rejected Hannelore's proposal. The two parties' negotiations had been anything but normal, but nothing changed the fact that Ehrenfest had won the ditter match. Dunkelfelder had needed to accept the refusal, and Hannelore had proposed that they could start by taking a step back and working out what would be actual value to Ehrenfest. Did we not tactily accept that Milady would focus on looking into what Ehrenfest truly wants? Cordula asked. There were many reasons Hannelore's parents had elected to leave her to her own devices despite Ehrenfest's rejection. First, society looked harshly upon archduke candidates who brought defeat upon their home duchy. Second, it had been Lestalot, not Wilfried or Rosamond, who initiated the ditter match at the heart of the matter. Third, they wished to acknowledge Hannelore's decision to work on fixing their relationship with Ehrenfest. And fourth, they believed that Dunkelfelder had much to gain from being on good terms with Ehrenfest, especially considering Rosamond's increasing closeness with the royal family. Indeed, that was the case, Sieglinde sighed, but not anymore. Plenty had occurred over the past year. Most notably, Hannelore had led knights into the war between old Arensbach and Ehrenfest, securing the latter's victory. I thought the plan was to wait and see the general opinion now that Hannelore has made up for her shame, Cordula said, her brow furrowed. Has the situation changed yet again? Sieglinde pressed a hand to her forehead. The problem is that Hannelore absolutely refuses to bend, Cordula. Has she said much about Ehrenfest of late? Have there been any exchanges of letters or gifts? No, my lady, nothing of note has transpired. Anything sent to Hannelore would have gone through all sorts of checks before reaching her, and if she had met with someone from Ehrenfest, Cordula would have reported it at once. Sieglinde let out another heavier sigh. I see. What in the world is that girl thinking? Dunkelfelder had no way of probing into the status of Hannelore's potential engagement, not when Ehrenfest had ordered them to be silent as losers should be. But yeah, I think this takes place, it said 6 months after the end of the last book. So I am curious to see how Ferdinand's handling Rosamund at this point. The most they could do was demonstrate Hannelore's value. If that turned out not to be enough for Lord Wilfried to accept her, then there was nothing else to be done. Ehrenfest did not speak about Hannelore during the Archduke conference, nor did they have any of their merchants bring her letters or presents, Cordula stressed. And now that the merchants have returned home, we have no reason to expect any contact. Cordula nodded. The only conclusion they could draw was that Ehrenfest had no intention of ever welcoming Hannelore. At least not at this point, because like we said, this is 6 months after the 6 months after the last book. So it hasn't been that long. And besides, Hannelore is still in the Royal Academy, is she not? Surely she has a chance to spend time with Wilfried and maybe, I don't know, win him over, essentially. So she still has some time. How unfortunate, Sieglinde mused. I was hoping we could speak about our worth to Ehrenfest and what it might mean for us, but that no longer seems to be in the cards. Hannelore continually defended Ehrenfest, insisting she did not want to bother them further and that Lord Wilfried was a kind soul, but she refused to think about her own future or answer any questions about it. Your intentions completely escape her, Lady Sieglinde. Milady is so afraid of being scolded that she tends to close her ears and stubbornly refuse to take notice. Ehrenfest did not share their opponent's reverence of bride-stealing ditter, so they had simply overturned whatever customs would inconvenience them. Many in Dunkelfelder had seen that as deceitful, asserting that the rules were in place for a reason, and that their actions constituted trickery. Really? You do realize that bride-stealing ditter is normally frowned upon, right? No, wait, not bride-stealing ditter. It was either bride-stealing ditter or bride-taking ditter. Wait, was it? I think bride-taking ditter was the one that was frowned upon. I think. Because isn't bride-stealing ditter the one where the two want to be together but the parents are refusing, so they have to do this in order to do it? I think that's what it was. As a result, Hannelore had begun repeating her defense of Ehrenfest almost on instinct whenever the subject came up, making it almost impossible to communicate with her. Given the circumstances, I would say that I have been more than patient enough, Sieglinde proclaimed. Hannelore has spoken with Ehrenfest and Lady Rosamund personally, has she not? I don't know if she's done it lately, but she's probably done it during the last book. Hannelore had answered Rosamund's call to battle, played a key role in securing her victory, and then accepted an invitation to Ehrenfest's celebration. She had exchanged promises with Rosamund and received a special invite to both the transference ceremony and her inauguration during the Archduke conference. I wanted to see that! Come on, me! What was it? Maya, I think that's what the name of the author was. Come on, give us that at least. At least let us see the Starbind ceremony between Rosamund and Ferdinand once she becomes old enough. Good God, I want to see that at least. And yet Hannelore said nothing of the good she can do for Ehrenfest. Strange, is it not? I am starting to question why I was even told of her invitation and why I approved it. Hannelore was valuable to Ehrenfest. They had made that much clear when they invited her to their celebration. Rosamund's obtaining the Grugestrite meant that Ehrenfest nobles had expected her to go to the sovereignty, so her engagement to Lord Wilfried had secretly been cancelled. There would have been no better opportunity for Hannelore to bring up marrying into the duchy. If she had the time to petition Ehrenfest's archducal couple to be Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand, to let Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand marry, then she had time to at least broach the subject of her own engagement, Sieglinde opined, whatever. Why did she not ask Lady Rosamund to support her marrying Lord Wilfried? Instead, she merely accepted the offer of a hairpin. What a wasted opportunity. Cordula understood Sieglinde's frustration all too well. Her head had started to spin when she first received Hannelore's report. Hannelore had nobody to advise her on what to say to Ehrenfest's archducal couple, Cordula said. We neglected to send any attendants or scholars with her, for Lady Rosamund had said their true ditter would be concluded in a matter of 2 bells. Hannelore had gone into battle in a position that would have allowed Dunkelfelder to sever ties with her if necessary. It would have been ideal to at least assign other retainers to her for the celebration, but Ehrenfest was much further away than the castle of Old Ahrensbach. They had not stood a chance of keeping up with Hannelore's group using the teleportation circles they had access to. If only we could have reunited her with her retainers when we learned of her trip to Ehrenfest, where the knights were going to finish venting their enthusiasm. Because that news had coincided with reports of their knights draining the region's food and alcohol stocks, they had hesitated to add more non-combatants to the mix. More than that, though, they had not wanted to send more personnel while Rosamund was unconscious following her theft of Old Ahrensbach's foundation. We could not have predicted that Hannelore would be invited to a celebration immediately after the fighting, Cordula said. Furthermore, we did not expect the knights we sent with her to provide no assistance whatsoever. The knights who had joined Hannelore for the celebration had gone straight to the castle's training grounds, and those who had stayed in Bindelwald had waited in the Giebs estate. Both groups had been so excited about their joint training with another duchy that they had mentioned nothing else in their reports. It really had been headache-inducing. Yeah, I can understand that. Sieglinde and Cordula sighed at the same time. Outside of combat, Dunkelfelder knights were so very unreliable. I should wish to learn from Lady Adolphine's example, Sieglinde mused. She exposed Lord Sigiswald's misdeeds before the Avatar and New Zent, then secured her divorce without showing even a shred of weakness. Nice. She got out of that marriage. I doubt Hannelore could manage such an approach. It would suit her better to pin Lord Wilfried down and demand conditions for their engagement. I don't think Hannelore would do that. She doesn't seem like the type who would actually do that. She seems more timid. She's not like Clarissa, that's for sure. Considering how long Hannelore had spent agonizing over what to do, mimicking Adolphine would clearly be too much for her. She was not the type to follow Clarissa's example and earn her engagement by force, for while she lacked social dexterity, she had all the mana and combat potential expected of an Archduke candidate. I would accept any course of action from her, but alas, I cannot wait any longer, not now that our duchy ranks higher than any other in Jurgensmith. Indeed, in honor of their contributions to the invasion of the Royal Academy and the war against Lanzenhof, Dunkelfelder had been granted the highest rank during the most recent Archduke Conference. Nice! So, Dunkelfelder's now number 1 instead of Klassenberg. Klassenberg had not been able to protest, and neither had any of the other duchies, for none of them had involved themselves in the battles that saved the country. As for the 2nd and 3rd ranks, those had been given to the new duchies of Blumenfield and Karinstam, which were being run by former royals Trarqual and Sigiswald respectively. Klassenberg occupied the 4th space, and Drwankel the 5th, which constituted a rather severe drop for them both. In truth, Sieglinde said, Lord Sigiswald probed Hannelore for an engagement during the conference. What? Dude! Leave the poor girl alone! You've already got a freaking wife with a baby! And I think you had... No, Adolphine was going to be your 2nd wife, and Rosamund was going to be your 3rd. Ah, so you only got 1 now. Focus on that. Yeah, that is news to me. Huh, it must have been good for his image, since it came hot on the heels of his separation from Lady Adolphine. Or it cannot have been good for his image. Ha ha ha! He must really wish to keep Drwankel from glowering while he developed his new duchy. A mischievous smirk spread across the noblewoman's face. He used such vague language that we are merely feigning ignorance of the proposal. Cordula gave a half smile. The first wife had retained the strong spirit of her youth. Perhaps he should have spoken more clearly then. I assume he will try again, though not until the next interduchy tournament at the earliest. As more time passed, Sigiswald would no longer need to mention his divorce. And as his new duchy, Karinstam, had such a small archducal family, he would need a 2nd or 3rd wife post-haste. It was only natural that he would seek assistance from the highest-ranking duchy he could. Yeah, because he's not going to be able to go after Adolphine, because she got the divorce, and she ain't going back to him. That'd be stupid of her. And Hannelore is definitely not going to. As it stands, his duchy ranks below ours, Cordula said, but the former royals still enjoy a great deal of power, so we might be hard-pressed to refuse any future advances. Quite. Next year, alongside the other duchies, Blumenfeld and Karinstam will receive rankings based on their harvest and authority. I doubt they will remain where they are now, but who can say how long the prestige of being former royalty will matter to noble society at large? Had a Zent arisen from a family entirely unrelated to the royals in power, then the previous royal family would have lost all status in the blink of an eye. Only because the Divine Avatar had seen fit to grant the Grigishite to Eglantine were they clinging to even a fraction of their former authority. Eglantine had taken Anastasius as her groom and cordially expected their immediate family to hold inflated ranks for quite some time. Milady's position certainly has changed. Only a year ago, the stain on Hannelore's honor had made her feel out of place even at home. Now, however, she had cleared her name by taking part in true ditter, made friends with the Divine Avatar, and proven her worth as an Archduke candidate of the country's top-ranking duchy. She has done so well that even Drwonkel inquired about taking her hand in marriage, Sieglinde. We refused them on the spot, of course. Oh my, is that so? Because of her duties as Hannelore's head attendant, Cordula had not gone to the Archduke conference and was somewhat out of the loop as a result. On the one hand, she wished to have faster access to news related to her lady's future, but on the other, she understood that refused proposals were anything but urgent. So I wonder who was the one who was wanting to have her hand in marriage. Was it Adolphine's brother? Dang it, what was his name? I don't remember. It was Wilfried's friend. I don't know if he's still friends with him or not. We cannot yet say how Lord Sigiswald and Lady Adolphine's separation will impact Drwonkel and its relationship with the new duchies, and their drop in rank makes their interest in such an engagement perfectly understandable. Sieglinde explained. However, their interest in Hannelore came while they were chastising Lord Sigiswald for attempting to remarry so soon. I could not help but feel they were committing the same shameless act. Sieglinde sighed, shook her head in exasperation, and continued. I asked Lord Anastasius about the matter. As it turns out, when the divorce was settled, Drwonkel asked for a royal decree that would secure them a marriage with Alexandria. What? Then, when they were refused, they asked for a marriage with the Zent. Excuse me, what? So, essentially, they were trying to get their foothold in Alexandria, and then they tried with the Zent, which means they would have to get one of their sons to marry Eglantine. Would that actually go well, considering how in love Anastasius and Eglantine are? Now, if it had been a political marriage with those two, then it wouldn't have been that big of a stretch. And when they were refused a second time, they sought to marry Hannelore, cordially mused. Even for a political engagement, that sounds far too self-serving. It was not unusual to start with one's best option with approaching less ideal alternatives, but Cordula could not stand the thought of her lady being looked down upon. Sieglinde went on. Zent Eglantine has made it clear that she intends to prioritize Dunkelfelder and Alexandria over Klassenburg. Nice! In that regard, we should expect more greater duchies to seek an engagement with ours. We must be even more on guard during this year's Interduchy tournament and the next Archduke Conference. Even at the Royal Academy, we will need to keep our distance from other duchies. By choosing Hannelore's potential suitors now, we shall give ourselves the means to deflect with bride-taking ditter if another duchy should propose. Yeah, nip that in the butt now. That way, when they try in the Interduchy at the Archduke Conference or the Interduchy tournament, you can say, yeah, that's not happening. We've already got our candidate, so yeah, back off. Cordula nodded. Sorting out a potential partner for Hannelore would make her next academic term all the more manageable, and she could also get to know whoever she's marrying anyway during that time if they go to the Royal Academy with her. So that helps. I see now why this has to be done, but why take this approach over arranging a natural engagement? Hannelore's father could always decide not to wait for his daughter to work things out with Ehrenfest and choose her future husband for her, which usually is the case. But I guess they're giving her the choice. Sieglinde responded with a wry smile. To light a fire under her, first of all. She has become far too complacent as of late. But I also wish to give my daughter some choice in whom she marries, especially with all the Lestalot has put her through. A proper engagement would deter other duchies far better than mere suitors. but Sieglinde wished to compensate Hannelore for all she had done. Yeah, Lestalot put her through the ringer with that bride-taking ditter thing. But, I am curious as to what Lestalot thinks about this whole, Rosemine being Ob of Alexandria now. She's still butthurt that he couldn't have her. Even if we took the other approach, and Wordcraft chose Hannelore's partner for her, this is what his name is, the engagement would not be set in stone until the Zent approved it during the next Archduke conference, Sieglinde continued. Choosing only suitors should at least give Hannelore a chance to make her own selection. Sieglinde intended to be fully considerate of her daughter's wishes. Hannelore could choose one of the Dunkelfelgerian suitors her parents picked out for her, or, if she was proactive enough, move things along with Ehrenfest. An onlooker might see this as merely an act of compassion between a mother and daughter, but Lady Sieglinde also means to repay Lady Hannelore for the damage her brother caused. Hannelore had wiped away the shame of her past defeat and strengthened her personal value through her friendship with the Divine Avatar. She could stay in Dunkelfelger if she so wished, or marry into any other duchy of her choice. If she was proactive and chose Wilfried, she'd be a lot closer to being able to spend more time with Rosemine than she did if she stayed in Dunkelfelger. Because Ehrenfest and Alexandria are right next to each other, essentially. So if they wanted to, they could arrange to spend time together. A lot easier than in Dunkelfelger, at least. The problem is, Sieglinde ruminated, no names come to mind. Can you think of anyone, Cordula? I think choosing archnobles would be ideal to help quiet those who would argue that Hannelore should be the next Ob now that she has taken part in True Ditter. It is law that female Obs must be married to Archduke candidates, so pairing her with an Archduke or an Archnoble seems an excellent solution. Okay, so I thought Lestalot was going to be the next Ob, because he was supposed to stick around and stay with the Foundation when Hannelore went with Rosemine and them. I don't know. Those men would marry into her house, not the other way around, correct? Correct. It would be too great a loss for our duchy to reduce her to the rank of Archnoble. Other duchies might even consider it a weakness to exploit. Cordula nodded, tapped a finger against her cheek, and cast her eyes down in thought. Dunkelfelger had its share of unattached men who could match Hannelore's mana. Someone from an archducal branch family would be ideal for marrying into her house, and supporting Lestalot with his duties as the next That's what I thought. You have some understanding of what is going on beneath the surface, do you not? Sieglinde asked. Although I see all of the engagement requests sent to the Ob, I cannot fully grasp the circumstances behind them. In her capacity as Hannelore's head attendant, Cordula is better able to acquire such knowledge. Oh, even my knowledge network has its gaps. Gathering intel about Lady Rageline's faction has been troublesome for a start. The second wife remains as vigilant as ever. We need not consider such people. In the interest of keeping things simple, let us only choose suitors from among our own faction. I do not want Hannelore being swayed this way or that by our rivals. Yeah, best to keep it in your own faction. Perhaps due to her kind and rather timid nature, Hannelore had trouble ignoring others' opinion and tended to bury her own thoughts rather than express them freely. On countless occasions, people had mistaken her silence for tacit agreement, and she had ended up on the verge of tears as she attempted to correct them. It took her a long time to make decisions, but she refused to change them once her mind is made up. Marrying someone from another faction would place too great a burden on Milady's heart. Best if we restrict ourselves to her faction. That leaves us only her and Lord Lestalot's retainers. Indeed, they will merely be potential grooms, so I will not require them to cancel any pre-existing arrangements they might have. In the event that Hannelore succeeds in her negotiations with Ehrenfest, they will return to their previous engagements. Dunkelfelger would acknowledge those deemed worthy to marry Hannelore, but none of them would actually be engaged to her. They would be free to prioritize anyone else they had already made plans with. Among my daughter's retainers, who would make ideal candidates, Sieglinde asked. I am told that Luitpold is rather deep into arranging his own engagement, which puts him out of the question. We need someone else who can reinforce Lord Lestalot's power base, do we not? In that case, I would expect his own retainers to be ideal. Neither Kenntrips nor Rasantark should be taken at the moment. Kenntrips and Rasantark were Hannelore's cousins. Both were sons of Ob Dunkelfelger's elder brother, though they did not share a mother. Even before their baptisms, they had frequently been brought into the castle to help teach Lestalot and Hannelore to socialize with the other children their age. In that regard, one would say they were longtime friends as well as family. From what I have seen, both are rather fond of Lady Hannelore. Oh my, is that so? Sieglinde asked, eyes widening with surprise. Kenntrips consoled and protected Milady whenever Lord Lestat lashed over at her. As for Rasantark, I could see the admiration in his eyes as he watched her tearfully push through her intense training. You speak of when they were children, do you not? Does their fondness for Hannelore remain even to this day? It was my understanding that a wedge has since been driven between her and Lestat's retainers. Lestat had wagered his sister's engagement without her permission, and she had thrown the game for love. The outcome had done much to change Dunkelfelger's relationship with Hannelore, but also severely damaged Hannelore's relationship with her older brother. In the event of such controversies, retainers had a tendency to side with their lord or lady. For Milady's sake, Kenntrips and Rasantark strived to keep the dormitory in order during Lord Lestat's absence, cordially explained. Although, as you know, she is stubborn to a fault, and their concern ended up being for nothing. The two brothers had taken issue with Ehrenfest's refusal to marry Hannelore despite winning their ditter match. They felt that someone precious to them was being looked down upon, as did Cordula and all of Hannelore's other retainers. The ditter match started it all, which meant the blame rests primarily with Lord Lestat, Cordula said. Still, Ehrenfest played their part by refusing Milady's hand. Had their opponents accepted the proposal, so as per the rules of their game, then Hannelore would never have been thought of as the Archduke candidate who brought about her duchy's defeat. Instead, she would have been the expert tactician who exploited even her older brother for the sake of love. Milady's failure to grasp this, coupled with how desperately she defends Ehrenfest, has produced this unfortunate situation where others' concerns do not properly reach her. Still, their feelings for her remain the same. Kenntrips, Rasantark, and Hannelore's retainers all still cherished her dearly. Sieglinde's lips curled into a relieved smile. I see. I shall consider Kenntrips and Rasantark then. Entering the dormitory. Lady Hannelore, the preparations are complete, Cordula said. Let us depart. It was the day of my return to the Royal Academy. I rose to my feet and my head attendant's call, trying to seem calm and composed, but my spirits were painfully low. As nice as it was to socialize with other duchies, free from parental supervision, it was exhausting constantly having to worry about besmirching my name as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder. The past year, in particular, had seen so many changes that going to the academy now felt more depressing than ever. This will be farewell for quite some time, Lady Hannelore, my adult retainer said, cheering me on. We look forward to reports of your success at the Royal Academy. Once we had said our goodbyes, I exited my room with Cordula and my apprentice guard knight, Elise. Our shoes clacked against the white stone underfoot as we made our way to the teleportation hall. The floors of Ehrenfest Castle had been adorned with thick carpets when we attended the victory celebration in spring. Here the floors were completely bare. Dunkelfelder was one of the hotter duchies in Jurgenschmidt, so our carpets were embroidered with cooling magic, and we only brought them out to battle the summer heat. Gathering will start as soon as we reach the dormitory, Elise announced. I nodded. We had to prepare materials for our classes, but there was also the matter of confirming whether our gathering spot had any to begin with. We can only pray that we will not need to perform the healing ritual, I said. I wonder how the gathering spot will fare this year. Last I heard, Rasantark had resolved to impress you. I would rather not think about it. It was customary in Dunkelfelder for second years to enter the dormitory before anyone else. The third years would arrive next, then the fourth, and so on, with the first years being the last to arrive. It was an unusual order of doing things by Jurgenschmidt standards, but it was the only way for the younger students to stand a chance of gathering what they needed for their classes. In other duchies, the eldest students would apparently arrive first. They hunt the more dangerous Fabies to make the gathering spot safe for their first years. Dunkelfelder, however, was a duchy of warriors, which made that consideration unnecessary. It was more important to keep the 6 years from clearing out the entire gathering spot, leaving nothing for everyone else. Not to mention, Dunkelfelder needs more rejuvenation potions than the other duchies, owing to all the ditter we play. By teaching everyone the prayer to rejuvenate gathering spots, Lady Rosamunda eased the battle for ingredients to a noticeable degree. Even then, the amount of mana it required meant it could not be performed lightly. Everyone was praying to obtain divine protections, but with the amount of mana that classes required, things were far from simple. Mother, Father, Lestat, and their retainers came to bid me farewell. I could see Kenntrips, my brother's apprentice scholar, and one of the boys chosen to potentially become my fiancé, waiting among them. Our eyes met, and he smiled at me. I smiled back without even thinking. I could only pray that was not awkward of me. It had not been too long ago that Father had informed me of the potential suitors he had chosen for me. As well as being my brother's retainers, Kenntrips and Rasantark were my childhood friends and family. I knew them well, but the sudden announcement had rendered me uncertain of how to interact with them. I placed a hand on my cheek, hoping that my smile had not been unnatural in some way. The gesture prompted Mother to step forward. Hannelore, for as long as you are on the Academy grounds, take great care to act in a manner befitting an Archduke candidate of the country's top-ranking duchy. Yes, Mother. The rise of Ascendance with the Duchy had resulted in the reformation of several previously deposed duchies and enormous changes to the duchy rankings during the last Archduke conference. We are bound to feel the impact of the Royal Academy as well. Blumenfield and Corinthsdam are expected to hold their current ranks for only a single year before the former royal status loses relevance. But some students will get carried away nonetheless, Father began. Only the Zent couple and Dunkelfelger, the first, will possess the authority to chastise those who let their newfound power get to their heads. For that reason, you must never forget your pride as the Zent sword and... Mustn't I? Because I really rather would. A quiet sigh escaped me as I stopped paying attention to whatever lecture Father was giving me. Being an Archduke candidate at Dunkelfelder, was already an enormous and exceptionally unpleasant burden, and something told me it was about to get 100 times worse. The formation of new duchies, the changes to the Royal Academy's curriculum, the reveal of shocking truths about the Temple and their Bibles during the Archduke Conference, and more would make gathering intel from other duchies an unbearable mess. For once, I actually bemoaned the fact that my brother had graduated. It astounds me that such sweeping revolutions would come about when I, not my brother, must serve as Dunkelfelder's representative, I said. Is it not cruel that my timing is this unfathomably poor? I won't deny that your timing is tragic, but what right do you have to complain? Lancelot shot back with a grin. There was an unmistakable glint in his red eyes. You made your burden all the worse by showing up to the Archduke Conference's inauguration ceremony. Mother warned you not to go, remember? I cast my eyes down. He was right. It had never even crossed my mind that simply attending an inauguration ceremony would attract so much attention. Mother had not wanted me to go. She had said the Archduke Conference was no place for a minor, invitation or no, but I refused to budge. Nothing would stop me from seeing Lady Rosemine's inauguration with my own eyes. Well, Lady Rosemine kept her promise and invited me, I muttered. Refusing her was out of the question. Lady Rosemine had looked stunning during the ceremony. The face stone necklace given to her by her... They're actually engaged! Yes! But her fiancé, Lord Ferdinand, had sparkled wonderfully against her chest. Both had worn colors that accentuated their hair, making it clear at a glance how close they were. I was glad from the bottom of my heart to have seen the smiles of unwavering trust they gave one another. Was it actually the smile that he actually would... is that an actual smile for him? Or was it his dazzling smile that shows he's not happy? That's what I'd like to know, because Rosemine knows him better than anybody. Hannelore does not. My nostalgic daydreaming must have spread to Lancelot as well. That certainly was a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony, he mused aloud. Lady Rosemine's hair was down, as she had yet to come of age, and the skirt she wore went only to her shins. Minors aren't usually allowed at the Archduke Conference, but there we saw the birth of an underage Ob. A voice had cried out during the ceremony that there was no precedent of anyone underage becoming an Ob, in which Lady Rosemine had declared that she was the precedent. Zent Eggleston then spoke in her favor, insisting that she had only been able to become an Ob at all because noble society had pushed for the age of stab acquisition to be reduced. Nobody had protested after that. Brother, the splendorous blessing that Lady Rosemine gave us all once she had been recognized as an Ob overwhelmed you so severely that you were unable to stay calm for the entirety of the Starbind ceremony. I shot Lancelot a glare. You have even more artwork of Lady Rosemine and the Eglinton in your chambers, no? As I understand it, Ainleib is none too pleased. Ainleib and my brother had married on the same day as Lady Rosemine's inauguration. Oh, so, Lancelot got married at his Starbind ceremony that year. Okay. Yeah, I wish they didn't do a time skip. I would love to see what goes on with Lady Rosemine and Ferdinand now. Even more now. Zent Eglinton had performed the ceremony as a sovereign high bishop. She really had looked beautiful, but I could understand why Ainleib took issue with her new husband, ceaselessly drawing other women. Yeah! Dude, stop that. Lancelot grimaced and told me to keep my nose where it belonged, but his business was very much mine. This was a matter of grave importance. You should worry about your own situation, not Einlieb, whatever, he added. Attending the ceremony has cost you greatly. Curiosity alone was a poor reason to go. That, I admit, is one of my regrets. Although I had only attended the inauguration and the Starbind ceremonies held in the morning, being the only minor invited to observe the Archduke Conference had caused the entire noble populace to mark me as an especially close friend of Lady Rosamine. They were entirely correct, of course. We had spent years together as members of the Academy's library committee, researched religious ceremonies together, invaded Ahrensbach and fought Lanzenhof together, celebrated together, arranged to have matching hairpins together. I am overjoyed that Lady Rosamine considers me her friend, but I ended my sentence there. I thought the rest went without saying, but Lancelot elected to chime in anyway. There is much to gain from being Lady Rosamine's friend, but trouble follows her wherever she goes. Indeed, the problems that went hand in hand with Lady Rosamine's friendship had been looming over me since the conference, especially now that she has more sway over the Zent than anybody else, Lancelot continued. Father nodded gravely. Indeed, on many occasions throughout the conference, Zent Eglantine openly consulted Lady Rosamine rather than her home duchy of Klassenburg. It's only natural that all the other Obs were desperate for some form of connection to Ob Alexandria. Father was right, but actually obtaining those connections was a monumental task. An underage girl would naturally attract men seeking to marry her, but Lady Rosamine already had a partner in Lord Ferdinand. Ha ha! Yeah, suck it! Y'all can't get anywhere near her with Ferdinand around. Ha ha ha! And I don't even know if she would actually take a second husband. Would she? I don't think so. He had obtained the Zent's approval, exchanged face stones, and arranged an engagement ceremony in the brief period between the Lanzenhof War and the Archduke Conference. Nobody could hope to best him. Oh, I agree on that one. As someone who had seen the fighting up close, I knew that it was nothing but reckless to oppose Lord Ferdinand. He could formulate and execute several plans at once, meaning the only way to defeat him was to lay several traps and pray that he might wander into them, which he won't. Otherwise, he was practically unbeatable now that he was properly engaged to Lady Rosamine. Lord Ferdinand will not take any other wives now that he has married a female Ob, Mother said. Lancelot crossed his arms and nodded. Some Obs proposed that he take mistresses alongside the Ob, but he shot them down every time. He said that Ob Alexandria is every one of his goddesses! What the fuck? Dude! Ferdinand! Good lord, dude! So she is his Gadul now. Okay, I get it. Okay. What, does that make him Abeglabe in this situation? Oh, dear. Oh, I can see something happening where if Abeglabe was somehow able to get out of his seal, because the whole country is a seal to keep Abeglabe at bay. If he was able to get out, I could see something happening where he possesses Ferdinand. I could see that happening. And if that happens, oh, we are in trouble. That's for sure. Oh my, I exclaimed. I was not aware of that. You simply must tell me more. I want to know more. We all want to know more. During my time in Ehrenfest, Lady Rosamine had spoken dryly about her marriage to Lord Ferdinand, explaining it away as a political union devoid of romance. He must have won her over with his words and actions in the meantime. Her heart had surely been moved by his passion. In public, no. In private, maybe. Because they don't act like... They keep up a proper facade, I guess a proper mask, I guess you could say, out in public. Because you're not supposed to show your emotions in public. But I'm guessing in private, that's a different story. I gazed up at Lancelot, my own heart brimming with hope, but he just grimaced. I don't have anything more to tell you. He said it with a suspicious grin, so I don't know how serious he was. I'm curious enough about this. I'm assuming that was possibly just something he said to keep up the act. Or maybe that is actually how he feels. I don't know. I was desperate for the details, but my brother cut the conversation short. It was a shame, really. The little he had told me sounded so sweet, it could have come straight from the pages of a love story. I resolved to ask Lady Rosamine for the rest. On second thought, Perhaps not. Her response will surely be as draining as when she opined about creating a library city. If an exciting tale of romance was what one desired, then Lady Rosamund was the last person to ask. I knew that well from my experience in Ehrenfest. Yeah, she's not good. She's dense when it comes to romance in her own life. As it stands, Mother said, Alexandria's archducal family comprises only Lord Ferdinand, Lady Rosamund, and Lady Letizia. Although most still view the latter as an archduke candidate of old Arensbach, she is currently engaged to Lord Hildebrand. I gave a careful nod. We will need to use this academic year to determine Lady Letizia's relationship with Lady Rosamund, Father said. And more, of course, I wish to know how the lesser and middle duchies, not to mention Klassenberg and Jawalko, are approaching the situation and what they think about the new obs. Find out as much as you can, Hannelore, and you too, Kenntrips. Kenntrips nodded and said, understood. He was a 6-year apprentice arch-scholar, which meant we were pinning our hopes on him more than anyone. We need as much information about the other duchies as we can get our hands on, Father continued, a bitter look on his face. Many will recognize the difficulties of establishing a direct connection with Alexandria and will attempt to reach them through you or Ehrenfest Archduke candidates instead. They hope to secure Lady Rosamund's attention and her assistance in reforming their temples. Indeed, Mother added, our joint research with Ehrenfest has led to plenty of our knights seeking Leidenschaft's spear from our temple. Many of our other nobles go there too, hoping to obtain more divine protections, but I doubt other duchies would share their enthusiasm. You have a heavy burden to bear, Hannelore. My mother was correct. In the event that I married into another duchy, I would surely be lumbered with the expectations of reforming my new home's temple as successfully as we had reformed our own. I doubted that I would even be able to. A lot of our progress came down to the fact that so many of our knights sought to acquire Leidenschaft's spear. Father had almost certainly chosen my 2 potential fiancés from within our network to preserve Dunkelfelder's bond with Alexandria and to protect me from being wed into another duchy. My intention had originally been to marry elsewhere, so I was not particularly attached to Ditter, but all of my life's plans had since been turned on their head. On the bright side, being at the top of the rankings means that no other duchy can force its demands on you, Father said. Had we not been so fortunate, we wouldn't have been able to refuse that proposal from Prince Sigiswald. If you wish to avoid being married into Karinsdom in the future, then you will need to choose either Rasantark or Kenntrips as your fiancé and receive approval for your marriage during the next Archduke Conference. Or she would have to find her own fiancé, or find her own guy to engage with, or to be with, essentially, before the next Archduke Conference. So it's either she has to pick those two, one of those two, find someone else, or someone else will throw their hat in the ring. I don't know. I took an instinctive step back in the face of my father's intensity. Kenntrips and Rasantark must have been the only women in our duchy who suited my mana, faction, and age. They were my uncle's sons and my brother's retainers. I was expected to take one of them as a groom and support Lestalot in the future. Though honestly speaking, I would rather not marry either of them. I didn't have anything against them personally, I just was not ready for an engagement that would decide the course of my future. It surely had not helped that when Father announced them as my marriage prospects, my thoughts had turned straight to Lord Wilfried and the hand he had reached out to me. Kenntrips and Rasantark always speak so ill of Lord Wilfried in Ehrenfest. I glanced at the green-haired Kenntrips who stood next to my brother as his apprentice attendant. Although he was exceptionally smart, he was unmistakably a scholar of the sword. He created all manner of violent magic tools meant to secure victory during our dinner matches at the Royal Academy. In fact, it had seemed to me that people expected more of him than they expected of the knights. You are the pride of Dunkelfelder, Lady Hannelore, he said, his smile reaching his gray eyes. I am proud to have been chosen as a candidate for your hand in marriage. Kenntrips had always been so kind. These days, however, it was common to see him with a rather grim look on his face. Rasantark, my other potential suitor, had already teleported to the academy. He was an apprentice arch-knight in the same grade as me who greatly resembled Heishitz and seemed to think of nothing but Ditter. Oh, God. Choosing him or Kenntrips as my fiancé would almost certainly doom me to a life saturated with Ditter matches. Oh, God, girl. If you want to get out of the Ditter matches, I would suggest Wilfried, because he's not really a fan of Ditter either. Although that would still be better than marrying Lord Sigiswald, who attempted to court Lady Rosamund and ended up separated from Lady Adolphine. Lebeskelf must not have had eyes for me. Lady Rosamund proclaimed that her love for Lord Ferdinand was purely familial, but that did not change the fact that she was now engaged to someone who truly cared about her. I could only hope to find someone who cherished me the same way. I am more in need of Lebeskev's divine protection than Dragoner's Lebeskev goddess of binding if I shan't be so indulgent as to request a romance so dramatic as those in my favorite stories. I simply wish to have other options. As I squeezed the Lebeskev charm Cordula had made for me, Father gestured me onto the teleportation circle. My head attendant nodded, then helped me into my winter overclothes. It was so hot in Dunkelfrugge that I always waited until right before teleporting to put them on. I stepped onto the circle with Halley's. Hannelore, Mother called as if only then remembering something. Yes, I asked, turning around. This is Raufereg's first year at the Royal Academy. He is rather anxious about it, as you can imagine. Guide him well as an elder student and a fellow Archduke candidate. I fought against the urge to avert my eyes. Had they not thrust too much upon me already? Raufereg was the son of Father's second wife. Because his baptism had come after the decision was made for Lestalot to become the next Ob, he was far more a knight than an Archduke candidate. My retainers reported that he thought of nothing but ditter. Truth be told, I knew very little about Raufereg. He spent his days training alongside the knights, whereas I focused on what was required of me as a member of the archducal family. We were neither the same sex, nor the same school year, so we had never trained together, but he must have been quite rowdy. Although his younger sister Lungtes had been permitted to attend the Griechischite transference ceremony, he himself had needed to stay away. Had he been born 2 years later, I might not have had to struggle like this. And how nice it would have been for Lungtes to be his elder. Such meaningless thoughts wandered through my mind as I stepped onto the teleporter. The time has come for me to depart, I announced. Indeed, keep a close eye on all that you can. I would need to maneuver the changes to the Duchy's rankings, new curricula, my reputation as the Divine Avatar's friend, 2 potential fiancés, and a half-sibling in need of guidance. It might have been the first time in my life that I was dreading the freedom of the Royal Academy. A sigh escaped me just as the teleportation circle at my feet lit up. Black and gold swirled around me, distorting my vision. We gathered your share of ingredients, Lady Hannelore. Consider your class as prepared for, Rasantark declared. He had rushed over to me the moment I arrived at the academy, his chestnut eyes sparkling and orange hair bouncing with each step. Now we can play dinner! We ask you to permit us to use the training grounds. He sounds the same as ever, despite the fact that we could one day end up husband and wife. Am I the strange one for thinking so carefully about how I should speak with him? Kenntrips and I were still trying to navigate the change, but Rasantark seemed to think nothing of the situation at all. Rows of apprentice knights stood behind him, champing at the bit. No pillars of light had appeared back home. No matter how hard we prayed, they must have been eager to test out the results of their training in the temple. Cordula, I said, I shall prepare your rooms. Please unlock the grounds at the meantime. There was no real difference between gathering ingredients and going to the training grounds. I had no reason to refuse, but seeing Rasantark rejoice over dinner made disappointment swell in my chest. He's not a bad person, far from it, but as a potential groom? Conceding to the request, I went to the training grounds with Hyles. Thus began my 5th year at the Royal Academy, and I'm assuming this is where it's going to end. Yep. Okay, I will see you guys in the next video, but it's going to be the short story collection next, possibly. Anyway, I'll see you on the next one. Oh boy, this has been a long time coming. We get to finally properly start, I guess. A properly chance to start and finish Hannelore's 5th year at the Royal Academy. I had to search for where I ended because I couldn't remember if I had already edited the first part for this video, or for this book. And so I had to go off of memory and check the J-novel thing and try and figure it out, and I finally found it. Okay, welcoming dinner. We students of Dunkelfelder awoke at first bell, changed into more appropriate attire, and then launched into our training. Everyone took part, even attendants and scholars. I mean, you got freaking the attendants and scholars of the sword, so I mean, of course. So I started with a series of light exercises. Only when the apprentice attendants left to prepare our breakfast and changes of clothes did our training become more intense, but compared to what appropriate apprentice knights went through, it was still barely anything at all. Because it was my first morning back at the academy, I concluded my training at the same time as the attendants and went to inspect the gathering spot of my knights. Rasantark had collected so many ingredients the day before, and I feared for how he had left things, and most likely he would have to rejuvenate the gathering spot. How right I was to be concerned. At least I noticed the state of the gathering spot before the 6 years' arrival. With my inspections were complete, I returned to my room to bathe. Then I ate breakfast with the other students in the dining hall. This was normally when Archduke candidates and the dormitory supervisor would make their announcements, so I took the opportunity to explain that our gathering spot needed to be healed. We might have Lady Rosemine's healing spell, but that does not mean we can act without restraint, I said. You took things a little too far this time. I expect everyone here to assist in restoring the gathering spot after breakfast. As a general rule, students could spend the time between lessons started however they... Sorry, I'm tired. However they pleased. It was rare to be told to do anything other than prepare for one's classes. That, coupled with how much mana the healing spell would require, drew upset exclamations from my peers. Wait, Lady Hannelore. Now the training grounds are open and we plan to spend the morning... You guys have got to fix that gathering spot first. You were the ones who ravaged the gathering spot, showing that a trace of consideration for the 6 years, I said. We are going out to breakfast, and that is final. Thank you for being firm. I understood the others' concerns. These few days between our arrival at the dormitory and the start of classes were usually reserved for ditter. I mean, normally, yes, but you essentially destroyed the gathering spot, so yeah, it's up to y'all to fix it because y'all did it. Still, they had no choice in the matter. Restoring the gathering spot would become so much harder when classes started and we had less mana to spare. Not to mention, it is my duty as an Archduke candidate to oversee the gathering spot. My fists clenched, I surveyed the dining hall. I needed to stay strong. I shall reseal the training grounds until the gathering spot is restored. These are matters more important than ditter to attend. There are matters more important than ditter to attend to. At once, the apprentice knights began to whine. This can't be, one shouted. You would prioritize something over ditter even after playing a true game? You do realize that if you don't have the gathering spot, you can't gather, others can't gather ingredients for brews, charms, and all sorts of other stuff, and you would really prioritize ditter over that? Are you stupid? No, wait, you have it all wrong, cried another. It's because Lady Hannelore played a true game that she can make such a declaration. Not to mention she was chosen to participate despite her young age. We should expect nothing less. Her wisdom befits her status as Divine Avatar's closest ally. Oh, God. Hurrah! Praise Lady Hannelore, the pride of Dunkelfelger! Why did they bellow like drunkards? Was our breakfast laced with some foul intoxicant? No, I just think it's because your classmates are just crazy. I gazed across the unreasonably excited crowd and my eyes came to rest on Professor Raufereg. He wore an amused grin as he ate his own breakfast. Professor Raufereg, what are your thoughts on the matter? I asked. I think you are correct, he said. Ditter can wait until the healing ritual is complete. Thank you. Finally an adult with reason. At least in Dunkelfelger, anyway. Oh, good lord. Actually, no, never mind. He's done that before, but he's prioritized ditter over everything as well. Even assumed Rosemine was going to go into the Knight's course when she wasn't. Professor Raufereg looked over the students, an intense fire blazing in his blue eyes. Experience had told me he was an expert at keeping the Knights under control. Especially when he wore that expression, so I elected to leave the rest to him. Students, he roared, I understand your passion for ditter better than anyone, but we cannot play by ourselves. We should all enjoy it together. Isn't that right? No, not at all. Shall we not wait for the 1st and 6th years to arrive so we can all play together, our hearts unburdened? Professor Raufereg continued, race to the gathering spot after breakfast. Restore it so that you can start brewing rejuvenation potions while the 6 years are gathering. And of course, spare no effort to prepare the welcoming ditter to be played when the new students arrive. Oh, God. First years, I feel bad for y'all. I feel bad for all of y'all. Hear, hear, faster than Cyprus. That phrase of father's certainly has caught on. Welcoming ditter was meant to light a fire under the new students, both through the excitement of the game and by making them so envious of their seniors, high-beasts, that they would strive to make their own to participate. Any active student could take part, even apprentice scholars in attendance. So, I mean, there is, like I said, the Scholars of the Sword and Attendants of the Sword. So, yeah. The tradition resulted in such a severe drain of our stock of rejuvenation potions before classes had even begun, no less. I mean, that's your own fault. that I honestly thought we would be better off without it. Yeah, I agree. Of course, as strongly as I felt, sorry, I could never actually put a stop to welcoming ditter. It was a rare comfort for the scholars in attendance not chosen to be knights, and according to Professor Raufereg, made students a lot more invested in their practical lessons. Our duchy does tend to excel at practicals more than written lessons. I watched the apprentice knights as they spent the rest of breakfast locked in serious debate, trying to decide their teams. Professor Raufereg had joined in and was advising them on how to better balance the strength of each group. Our dormitory's obsession with ditter was inevitable when our supervisor was the most excited of us all. Yep. Though I do not mind as long as the gathering spot is healed. After breakfast, I restored the gathering spot with my fellow students. They were free to do as they wished afterward. You might have to do that again because I can see them doing it again to get as much ingredients for rejuvenation potions as possible so they could do as much ditter as they want. So, yeah, you might have to do that again. Most gravitated to the brewing room to prepare for classes and welcoming ditter. As there was only so much space, many sat in the common room while they awaited their turn. I too headed to the common room. I wanted to ask those waiting there about Ehrenfest books. Socializing required me to find out how the new publications were being received in Dunkelfelder and what others thought about them. I mean, a ditter story is a freaking hit there. And the funny thing is, they wouldn't have had authors at all had Rosamund not come into the picture and done all she had done. So, I mean, yeah, y'all gotten some amazing stories. Isn't it wonderful how many Dunkelfelder men had taken up reading? It would never have been possible without the publication of a ditter story in our duchy's histories. Yeah, I agree on that one. Lord Raufereg takes no pleasure in studying, but even he seems to enjoy them. I overheard his retainers muttering that they wished for a version of a ditter story written in old vernacular. In the old language? Huh, that'd be interesting. I cannot wait to see what Lady Rosamund lends us this year. Her love stories are sublime. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I know one thing. I've heard that there's supposed to be a part 6 coming out at some point. Part 6, part 2, two books for it, essentially. And I cannot wait. So, I think her name was Maya. Maya, if you're actually listening to this, which I am very, very shocked if you were, please continue Ascendance of a Bookworm. I'd love to be able to see Rosamund and Ferdinand's journey, after all this. I think a lot of us would love to see that. Just the thought of them, being married and having kids, I would love to see that. Just see what kind of kids they would have. Oh, God. Lady Rosamund is an ob now, is she not? Will your trade be with Alexandria or Ehrenfest? Good question. I paused and thought. In my mind, there were Ehrenfest books, but Lady Rosamund had moved to Alexandria. Perhaps I could trade with both? Maybe both? Cordial, I said, deferring to my head attendant. Alexandria might not have its own books, but that should pose no issue. The ob lent us several to be traded with other duchies. A quiet sigh escaped me. I could not have been more thankful for the... God damn! I can't stop yawning. It's early in the morning. Thoroughness of Cordial's preparations. I thought to take a moment to savor the good news, but Rasantark and several apprentice knights burst out of the brewing room before I could. They met my eye and rushed straight toward me. Uh-oh. Lady Hannelore, Rasantark exclaimed. Is it true what Professor Raufereg said? Will you not be playing in the welcoming ditter? Manners, Cordial warned. Rasantark knelt before me, and the knights with him followed suit. He apologized for his rudeness and asked again, more politely this time. Does that really surprise you? I responded. I have never once participated in welcoming ditter. I shall spend the time brewing for my upcoming classes, as I always do. I mean, they probably expected you to, considering you had played an actual round of true ditter. So they were wanting to see what you had learned. And be able to say they participated with you. So, I mean, yeah. Those who intended to take part were given priority access to the brewing room. Come on, wake up. Wake up. Those who did not carried out their brewing during the match. My decision not to play was perfectly normal to me, but Rasantark was stunned. I could see the shock in his chestnut eyes. But we were beyond excited to play with you, with someone who had experienced true ditter. I knew that was coming. Perhaps my retainers have already made their plans around my lack of participation. As an archduke candidate, changing my mind on a whim would cause chaos for those who had planned around my current schedule. Rasantark was my brother's retainer, so I thought he would understand. I was entirely unmoved when he instead slumped over. Whatever shall I do? Just as I moved to consult Cordula, Rasantark looked up again. So intense was the desperation in his eyes that I was struck with the urge to avert my own. He was always so troublesome when he got in one of his moods. I still remember the time he had me blast him with mana so he could test his response to an attack from an archduke candidate. Are you serious? Oh, God. Lancelot could have run the test for him, but Rasantark's pleas to have me do it had culminated in a dinner match between my brothers and my retainers. The memory alone put me on guard as Rasantark continued to stare at me. You need not participate, Lady Hannelore, but come watch the game at least. I shall demonstrate my might so that you acknowledge me as worthy of your hand in marriage. Oh, God. This is going to be brought up the whole thing. Now I wonder what the next book is going to be like. If this is her 5th year, is that going to comprise this entire book, or is that going to go over several books? That makes me wonder. I'm curious. Oh boy. At once the room buzzed with excited chatter. Someone even whispered, "This is like something out of a love story." Oh, God. Indeed, it might appear that way. Resisting the urge to sigh, I allowed Rasantark to continue. Just as Lord Ferdinand and Lord Heifetz forged an unbreakable friendship through Ditter, you forged a friendship with Lady Rosemine. I wish to grow our love in the same manner. Then we shall marry and I shall play Ditter against Alexandria. Oh, God. If that ends up happening, Ferdinand better be there with her, fighting alongside her. Kicking ass. Oh, God. Oh, now I really want to see the next book so badly. Just to see what would happen. And I want it to be from Rosemine's point of view. Come on, give me it. And I'm sorry if I'm being loud. I just get overexcited with this series. And I'm sure many of you would agree that this is an amazing series and is well deserved of any praise that anybody gives it. So proud and excited was Rasantark that his cheeks had gone red. He was far from the only one. Many of our spectators watched with rapt interest, taken with the glory of the idea. Sorry, though, I was to rain on their parade. I considered the whole spectacle a tremendous disappointment. Perhaps to Rasantark this was the mightiest proposal he could muster, but the future he presented was far from what I desired. His only wish is to play dinner with Alexandria. Enjoying dinner within Dunkelvogel was one thing, but playing with Alexandria, after my coming of age, was completely out of the question. Whether he married me or not, Rasantark's wish will never come true. Most likely not. Because, he'd have to go through Ferdinand to do that, and I highly doubt he would want to put Rosemine in any kind of danger, considering how the last matches had gone with Ditter with her. Considering the last one, I think, was with the bride taking Ditter. So, yeah. Lord Rasantark intends to prove his worth, and so soon after being chosen as one of Lady Hannelore's prospective spouses, one noble girl cooed. How wonderfully forward of him. If only he had paired those words with the magic tools of courtship, Lady Hannelore would have been moved to tears. Nah, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Another added, perhaps he was too busy preparing his face stone? Y'all just assuming too much, and assuming too much makes an ass out of you and me. I must lend him one of my romance novels. Which one was Lady Hannelore's favorite again? I think The Tale of Fernestine, I think is what the one was her favorite. I could be wrong. Could be something else. Lady Hannelore, after such a passionate entreaty, how can you not come watch the dinner match? My mood grew worse with each bright and cheery squeal. I wanted nothing more than to bolt from the common room at once. I normally leaped at any chance to rave about romance novels, but the thought of having questioned about Rasantark or pressured into being with him made my skin crawl. Well, I guess Rasantark is off the list. Unless he does something insane to help you figure this out, like Wilfried did. I mean, in your head, Wilfried's one of your options too. I turned to Cordula and stood attempting to mask my true emotions with a smile. Whether I visit the training grounds will depend on how Dragana the goddess of times weaves her threads. Do pray to her as well, Rasantark. My response meant only that I would try to attend, assuming I had time to spare after brewing, but Rasantark beamed nonetheless. He might have taken that the wrong way. Guilt ate away at me as I exited the common room. So intense was my desire to avoid the ditter match that even his brightest grin made me feel despondent. My apologies, Rasantark. A marriage founded on ditter does not appeal to me in the slightest. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one. Once we were back in my chambers, Cordial gave me a wry smile. You might not appreciate having suitors thrust upon you, but you cannot simply continue to avoid them. Unless you are honest with them and yourself, you will never come to a decision you can make peace with. I pursed my lips. No matter how I thought about it, I would never be glad to receive an offer to watch a game of ditter. Rasantark would need to find some other way to impress me. Yeah, he would. He'd have to do something really crazy. I spent the start of welcoming dinner in the brewing room, which was almost completely empty. Most students attended the game whether they were taking part or not, and those who refrained tended to be the sort who would rather hole up in their rooms. That should do it, I said. Indeed, milady. So let us go watch the game. The subordinates of light do not look kindly upon those who break their promises. Yeah, you might want to just go and watch. Because almost everyone was attending the dinner match, I had been able to complete my brewing even faster than anticipated. As much as it pained me, I no longer had an excuse not to join them. I prayed so much, to no avail. Could it be that Dragana despises me already? No, I think she wants to do something for you. I think it's just going in a roundabout way of doing it. Left with no other choice, I trudged back to my room, my feet as heavy as my mood. Then I started toward the training grounds, moving as slowly as I could get away with. I was still en route when I crossed paths with Kenntrips. Only once he had secured my retainer's permission did he approach me. Kenntrips wishes to watch the game with you, Cordial informed me. I do not mind, but, Kenntrips, would you rather not participate? Kenntrips was so muscular that it never surprised me when other duchies mistook him for a knight. In truth, he was an apprentice scholar of the sword, and today was one of the few chances he would get to take a part in a dinner match. This year in particular would demand a lot from him, as information was even more valuable than usual, so I wondered why he had abstained. Many thought the same of you, Lady Hannelore, given your experience with true ditter. Rasantark despaired when he heard it was not so. Kenntrips and Rasantark were only half-brothers, but one would never guess it from how close they were. They both had mothers from other duchies, so they had striven to adjust to Duckefeller's ways together. Enough about me, I said. Scholars have very few chances to take part in ditter, do they not? I remember how much you used to long for opportunities to play. Kenntrips seemed taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. He took my hand and we continued toward the training grounds. People change with time, he explained. Playing ditter with my dorm mates no longer entices me. Instead, I find my entertainment in gathering information. I do enjoy observing the tendencies of each knight and formulating new means of deploying magic tools, but I know no other game will match the thrill of our bride stealing dinner with Ehrenfest. I think it was which one was it? I can't remember. I know they said it was one, but it was actually the other. I can't remember which one was which. I think bride taking dinner was what it actually was. Compared to all the chatter of the past few days, Kenntrips' words were a breath of fresh air. It was strange, though. He sounded entirely like one of Father's scholars. He's probably been working with them, so of course he'd pick it up. I am not the only one who has changed, he said at length. You have as well. I gazed down at myself. Have I? He was far from the first person to say it, though I was not sure I agreed. You have grown into a fine Archduke candidate. Upon arriving at the dormitory, I intended to check whether the gathering spot needed to be healed, and request your aid if so. Professor Raufereg informed me you were one step ahead. I expressed my sincere gratitude as representative of the 6 years. In the past, I always entrusted such administration to Lestalot. Before my brother's graduation, I would never have guessed just how much he had to oversee. Last year had given me a taste, as all the work he set aside in preparation for his ceremony had gone to me. As much as everyone had advised me not to encroach on my brother's duties, since he was slated to become the next Ob, I should have observed him more closely or gotten him to help teach me. And that is not all, Kenntrips continued. We have known each other for years, but even I was shocked to hear how Lady Crybaby had made up for her past shame. Is that what they used to call you? Wow. People can be mean. Nostalgia brought a slight crease to his gray eyes. I would never have expected you to play true ditter, not even to save a friend. I simply thought it was for the best, I said. Hearing that nickname from around the time of my baptism made me embarrassed, to say the least. Okay, so it was her. As much as everyone praises me for my involvement, getting to play ditter was the last thing on my mind. In the heat of the commotion, there had not been time to validate the information Lady Rosamund was bringing us. We had doubted that she would try to deceive us, but we had also wondered if she was giving us the whole picture. She hinted at having the Gruterscheid, but mere words exchanged for the Ob's water mirrors are far from concrete proof. We had found ourselves in a tricky situation. If, as we had suspected, Lady Rosamund was to become the next Zent, then we were duty-bound to assist her. Any reinforcements we sent would need a member of the Archducal family to lead them, but Ob Dunkelfelger, the Zent sword, had a greater obligation to the sovereignty. If the situation there had gone south, then he might have been taken to task for taking Knights into Ehrensbach. In the end, the decision had been to have me lead the reinforcements. I already had good motivation to clear my name and assist my dear friend. Not to mention, I was the safest option in case something went wrong. Because of my shameful misstep at the academy, I was well suited to being cut off to spare the rest of our duchy from punishment. Yeah, if things went bad, but yeah, they didn't. Ideal choice or not, Lady Crybaby would never have led the charge into true ditter, Kenntrips explained. As you were, I also found it hard to imagine you marrying into another duchy, especially under such complex and confusing circumstances. So, I mean, I'm guessing that the whole Wilfried thing is what he's talking about. The retainer at the head of our group reached out a hand and pulled open the door to the training grounds. At once, enthused shouts, passionate cries, and all the other sounds of a fervorous dinner match shook the air. So awful was the clamor that I wished to cover my ears, but at that same moment, Kenntrips bent down to whisper to me. Given how much you have changed, would you perhaps consider marrying into another duchy? If the idea appeals to you, then I shall do everything I can to help, no matter the cost. Really? I could have sworn that Kenntrips was one of her potential spouses. So he's willing to put that aside and help her marry into Ehrenfest if she so desires it. Okay, so I think Kenntrips is good on this. He's a good guy. If I'm wrong, it reveal later, I'm sorry. But yeah, Kenntrips is actually putting her feelings first in this. Kenntrips? The very thought stopped me in my tracks. Father's choices for my future husband were as good as a declaration that he wanted me to marry within our duchy. As I stared at Kenntrips, unsure how else to respond, he moved to escort me to my seat. Kenntrips had protected me since I was a little girl, intervening whenever my brother had grown too spiteful. As I gazed upon him now, however, I saw barely a trace of emotion on his face. I narrowed my eyes, watching him carefully. Maybe he was testing me? I waited for Kenntrips to take the seat beside me, then gave him a sound blocker. Are you suggesting that I marry into... Wait, what? Corinthstam? What the fuck is that? Is that another duchy? That is beyond cruel. As my brother's retainer, he should have known that Lord Sigiswald was a man of ill... Oh, no. Ned! Hannelore, don't you dare. Don't you dare. He better not be suggesting that. He should have known that Lord Sigiswald was a man of ill repute. The main reason my father wanted me to marry a Dunkelfelder man was to refuse the former prince's proposal. Not at all, Lady Hannelore. I meant a duchy of your choosing. That's what I thought. Were it that easy, Father would have arranged it long ago. Kenntrips crossed his arms in thought and turned his attention to the training grounds, still clutching his magic tool. I watched as well, my eyes drawn to the whirlwind of high beasts soaring through the air. As well as full armor, participants wore colored cloth over their capes to make it clear which team they were playing for. I could recognize some of them from the shape or color of their mounts, but they were hard to tell apart otherwise. That must be Rasantark. He rode atop a blue-winged horse, a fitting choice for Dunkelfelder, I thought. I watched him for a short while before Kenntrips spoke again. As much as Lord Lestalot and the Ob might want to keep you in Dunkelfelder, sparks would fly if they tried. His lips barely moved, and he kept his eyes firmly on the game ahead of us. What do you mean? Kenntrips' mouth twisted in a thin smile. Perhaps I have said too much. I would not wish to trouble you with information that has yet to be substantiated. I mean, letting you know at least whatever he's about to say would be good, so at least you could try and verify it yourself. He tried to change the subject by remarking on Rasantark's location and performance in the game, but his blatant attempt to deflect only further piqued my curiosity. I cared not about the veracity. As it stands, I shall not spare a single thought for something as irrelevant as Rasantark's performance. After some hesitation, Kenntrips faced me again. Perhaps if you could tell me something I wish to know in return. Such as? Well, I am curious what those taking the Archduke candidate course think of Jürgen Smith's new obs. Even as an apprentice arch scholar, such information is out of my reach. If you assist me, then I might be convinced to reconsider. Hearing the slight frustration in Kenntrip's voice took me back. It was with exactly that tone he had bemoaned being forced not to take the night selection exam for becoming an apprentice scholar, but he could no longer play ditter as freely. Now he felt the same frustration over not being able to gather information from the Archduke candidate course. I could not help but giggle at the comparison. What? Kenntrips asked, his brow furrowed. Nothing. I simply find it endearing to see a part of you that has not changed. There is much about me that cannot change. Although that goes for Rasantark far more than it does me. Kenntrips pointed, steering my attention to Rasantark's high beast. Rasantark must have spotted us, for he was waving aggressively in our direction. Of course he is. It brought to mind a declaration he had once made while gesticulating. What the fuck is that word? In the same manner, I guess gesturing? I shall serve Lord Lestalot and play ditter. Indeed, Rasantark has not changed in the slightest. Very well, I said, I shall find out what you wish to know, as long as you uphold your end of the bargain. Professor Raufereg, I can't wait to finish my practical so I can play ditter too. As we all sat in the dining hall, today's game of welcoming dinner behind us, an excited first year cried out. It was Raufereg, brimming with the enthusiasm one would expect of a 10-year-old. One by one, the other first years shouted their agreement. Raufereg might not have had the same hair or eye color as my brother. He was the son of father's second wife, after all. But the way he acted reminded me exactly of a young Lestalot. He gave me the impression that he was a bit of a troublemaker. My brother must have been the same way when he was the first year. Excellent, Professor Raufereg said. Pleased to have motivated the new students. Make the most of dinner while you can, everyone. You won't have as many opportunities to enjoy it when you get married and move to other duchies. Elsewhere, not even the knights play anywhere near as much as we do. What? That can't be, one of the first years cried. How else are knights meant to spend their time, another added. Doing other stuff? Yeah, not everybody is obsessed with dinner like Dunkelfelder. As cruel as Professor Raufereg's announcement must have seemed to those passionate about dinner, it was important to keep the apprentice knights grounded in reality. Otherwise, they would go on to cause all sorts of trouble for their partners. Yep, better to get this set now. I think Dunkelfelder was the only one who's obsessed with dinner. So, yeah. In most cases, they would react by refusing to leave the duchy at all, but I pushed that from my mind and smiled at the completion of yet another yearly tradition. Lady Hannelore, Raufereg called. Yes, I replied, setting down my cutlery. Raufereg started to approach me, a rookie mistake as it prompted Hyles and my other guard knights to take up defensive positions between us. What might have been related, but our mothers were of separate factions, and seldom interacted, which meant we had spoken on a scarce few occasions. My entire body tensed up. Our fellow students, still infused with the fervor of welcoming dinner, watched with interest as Raufereg knelt in front of me. From where I was seated, I could only see only his blue cape and blonde hair. Unease spread through my chest as I fumbled to grasp his intentions. Raufereg, what do you... It was through the guidance of the married supreme gods that I met you, he began. Lady Hannelore, I wish for you to become my cousin. Oh my god! I know it's okay, it's socially acceptable in this world because they only have different mothers. But it's so weird! Well, then again, freaking Wilfried and Rosemine, then again, Rosemine and Wilfried are not biologically related. So it stands to reason that it would be even better if they had, in a biology standpoint, I mean. Not, obviously, because they don't like each other, but like each other in that way. The world around me started to spin, and the stir that ran through the crowd only confirmed my suspicions. Raufereg had just proposed to me. Was he even old enough to understand what he was saying? I would assume so. Because in our world, obviously he's too young to know that sort of thing, but in their world, they've been raised to know that they will eventually get married at, 16 at earliest? No, 15 at earliest, because 15 is when they come of age. Yeah, 15. My sincerest apologies, I said, my eyes widening as I gingerly cocked my head at him. I must not have heard you properly. Could you say that again? Raufereg must have sensed the impending rejection because he continued, I realize I am far too young, but I am told you seek a husband who can keep you in our duchy. Who said that? It wasn't him. It wasn't her. I wish for nothing more than to participate in true ditter, so I ask that you consider me among your suitors. I trust you will understand my passion as someone who has already experienced the wonders of true ditter. A boy at his age loving ditter was no surprise to me. A boy his age proposing, on the other hand, was it not obvious that I would never agree to marry him? Not only was he my half-brother, but he was also 4 years my junior. The Ob chose my marriage candidates for me, I said. Your name was not among them. Even so, if you marry into another duchy, you will cease being able to play ditter. I don't think she would be too torn up about that, to be honest. Here we go again. Do my own suitors value ditter above me? Apparently. And they probably think you do too. Not even my mention of the Archduke had convinced Raufereg to budge. I could feel the other students watching me closely, waiting to see how I would respond. I sensed they would judge me harshly if I turned to consult Cordula. I never expected this to happen. How on earth am I supposed to react? A single mistake in my treatment of the situation will result in persistent demands for proposal challenges. Oh, God. I swallowed, just as Rasantark and Kenntrips called out Raufereg's name and carefully began to approach him. Although it is perfectly normal for first years to be swept up in the intensity of welcoming ditter, you seem to lack the blessing of, for Faramir, the goddess of seas, Rasantark said from my right, insisting that Raufereg calm down. You might be an Archduke candidate, but you have no authority to interfere with the Ob's decision, Kenntrips continued from my left, a cold smile spread across his face. If you wish to be considered, then you must speak with him first. And then mention it, but yeah, you should have done that first, yeah. I see Lord Lestalot took arrogant retainers, Raufereg spat. How can mere archnobles interfere with a conversation between Archduke candidates? Stand down. They've got a point, though. If you want to be considered one of her suitors, you need to talk to her father first. Get him his approval, and then you can talk. Poor Hannelore. I feel so bad for her. In terms of status, it was both rude and irregular for archnobles to inject themselves in a conversation between Archduke candidates. Still, Kenntrips and Rasantark were unfazed. Their eyes wandered away from Raufereg and instead focused on his retainers. As long as the topic pertains to Lady Hannelore's hand in marriage, we have the right to participate as her prospective grooms by the Ob's decree, Kenntrips said. You might not know this, since you have just begun attending the Royal Academy, but there is an order to things before one can propose. I would advise you to consult your retainers on this matter. Seeing them in action, I realized that Kenntrips and Rasantark had probably been chosen as my prospective partners because they had the capacity to stand up to any Archduke candidate seeking my hand in marriage. They were, in that regard, in an excellent position to protect me. I mean, good choices in a way, but they still are obsessed with ditter. Though I doubt Father expected an Archduke candidate of our own duchy to propose to me before lessons even started. Yeah, I highly doubt he got that. I sighed, able to feel my brother's and father's considerations for me. It would surely be best to reject Raufereg here and now. My apologies, I said. I cannot accept a proposal from a child who does not even know the proper way of doing things. I thought my refusal was clear. I was turning Raufereg down because he was simply too young for me. But when our meal came to an end and I could speak openly with Cordula, she explained just how sorely I was mistaken. The Ob decides your partner, milady, so we taught you how to refuse men of other duchies rather than those of our own. Perhaps this was yet another example of your poor timing, but any man of Dunkelfelder will interpret your rejection as an assurance that they need only learn the proper process for you to accept them. Does that not mean I failed to reject Raufereg? Yes, it sadly does. Oh, God. Okay, how far have I gotten? 36 minutes. I'll do one more, and then I gotta go get the chicken going in the crock pot. The advancement ceremony and fellowship gathering. The academic year began with the advancement ceremony. We feared what Raufereg might do. We had a good authority from one of his retainers that he was desperate for a dinner match. So we would depart for the auditorium as early as we reasonably could. By arriving there first and taking our place at the front as our rank required, we hoped to minimize his contact with other duchies. Attach his magic tool to Raufereg so that he does not besmirch our duchy's good name. I told the overeager first year's retainer. Ob Dunkelfelger and Lady Reichlin have both given their approval. The magic tool in question would steal the voice of whoever was wearing it, preventing even the most zealous ditter fan from challenging anyone and everyone around them. Such devices had saved our students' hides more times than we could count. Dunkelfelger could not function without them. Raufereg and I are expected to act in accordance with our status as Archduke Kenntrips of the country's top-ranking duchy. I continued, driving the point home for his retainers. He might be a new student, but if he says or does anything untoward, the Ob will punish him and you as severely as he deems necessary. The retainers all nodded, their faces taut with worry. Now let us go, I announced, looking over the blue-caped students gathered in the common room. They numbered almost 200 in all, an impressive sight to be sure. Before we could depart, Kenntrips and Rasantark stepped out from the crowd and extended their hands to me. It is our duty as your betrothed to escort you. My betrothed? I repeated. You seem to be getting ahead of yourselves. Yeah, she hasn't picked anybody yet. But I mean, I guess... Yeah, they're getting ahead of themselves. They had put me on the spot, almost pressing me to choose between them. I was unsettled, to say the least, but I put on my best smile and resisted the urge to back away. Oh, Kenntrips raised a teasing eyebrow at me. Lord Raufereg could attempt any manner of unscrupulous behavior. Would you not appreciate the company of those who can restrain him? I would, I said on instinct. Kenntrips took my left arm without missing a beat. Rasantark took my right. Then the pair led me out of the dormitory. Wait, won't we stand out a little? Girl, you already probably would stand out anyway. Perhaps I was being dramatic, I thought. My anxiety was always at its worst before a social gathering. But also, at last, despite my best efforts to ease my nerves, they drew even more attention than I had anticipated. And it's all your fault, Rasantark! Your safety is my main focus, Lady Hannelore. Have you not always yearned for a knight to protect you from Lord Lestalai? Back then, maybe. Maybe not anymore. He asked, a sentimental spark in his eyes. He was speaking loud enough for our retainers and all the other students to hear him. Nobody said anything, but I could sense them all staring at me. Is this really the time or place to dredge up such ancient history? I asked, urging him to stop. He seemed not to notice. Amusement seeped through everyone's expressions, making me wish the ground would open up and swallow me whole. I know that feeling. Oh, God. Everything went according to plan up until my becoming an apprentice knight, but I never thought you of all people would give in to ditter and partake in a true game. Here, having no other choice, I altered my objective so we could enjoy it together. Please no more. It was wrong of me to play real ditter. I understand that well enough. Leave it there, Rasantark, Kenntrips interjected. You might bring Lady Hannelore to tears. Tears of elation? Of embarrassment. Thank you, Kenntrips. Kenntrips is the one who's actually on her side in this one. If anything, girl, Kenntrips would be better for you if you had to choose somebody in your own duchy. If I had to say that. But if you wanted to choose outside your duchy, Wilfried would probably be the one you would go for. All I gotta say is good luck to him. Do not just state the obvious, Kenntrips. Now we have even more eyes on us. I wanted nothing more than to retreat to my hidden room, but we stuck to our plan and proceeded to the auditorium. We were the first to arrive as expected. Though we kept our eyes forward, we soon heard the students of other duchies enter behind us. The downside of arriving so early is that I cannot greet my friends before the ceremony, I said. Perhaps not, but you have the fellowship gathering, your lessons, and social events for that. Would it not be better to speak with your friends away from the troublesome first years who are still so ignorant of the cultures of other duchies? Certainly, their presence is anything but calming. I was conversing with my retainers when a buzz suddenly spread through the room. The students of the new duchies must have arrived. Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed the gray capes of Blumenfield start lining up beside us. Okay, so that was Charqual, yeah. Blumenfield, the duchy ruled by Lord Charqual, had Lord Hildebrand as its first-year Archduke candidate. Oh, he's finally a first-year! Really? He's old enough? What year did he start? being at the academy. I think it was Rosebud's second year. He has gotten baptized. Let's see. Now he would have been 7. Yeah, that's correct. It's correct. Okay. So he is a first year. There was no chance of us seeing each other. I was surrounded by students to shield me from Raufereg, and Lord Hildebrand was surrounded by his own retainers. But we would exchange greetings when we were united for the fellowship gathering. Isn't Hannelore, wait. No, that's Letizia. I'm sorry. Letizia and Hildebrand are engaged. Okay, never mind. I forgot for a second. Blumenfield is split into 2 large groups, Kenntrips whispered, eyeing the students carefully. The atmosphere around them is anything but good. They must have separated into those from the Sovereignty and those from Old Ahrensbach, noted Ludepold, one of my apprentice scholars. The group from Old Ahrensbach includes nobles of older work stock, so they must be fairly resistant to their new ob's rule. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Rasantark turned around with a start. Lady Hannelore, Krentstam has arrived. Rest assured, I shall watch them closely for any suspicious movements. I do have guard knights, you know. Of course, I elected not to voice that thought. It seemed cruel to put out his enthusiasm. I exchanged a glance with Hyles, who had the beginnings of a smirk on her face, before leaving Rasantark to look out duty. Oh, God. Well, Sigiswald is already, obviously, of age, so he's not going to be there. So I wonder who the Archduke will be for that. If there's any. I doubt it. Students of Krentstam organized themselves behind us, wearing capes of a gentle brownish-red hue. The remarks they made were completely inappropriate for a third-rank duchy, so much so that our apprentice knights straightened up and sharpened their attention. I suspected that Krentstam's lack of an Archduke candidate was to blame. Yep, because Sigiswald doesn't even have any kids old enough to even be baptized, let alone attend the Royal Academy. Lord Lestalot and the Ob were right to caution us, Rasantark said. Already Krentstam believes their rank makes them invincible. It falls to us to protect the lower-ranking duchies, Hyles added. I nodded in response. Though I knew not what Lord Sigiswald had said to his nobles as Ob Krentstam, I understood the risk that they would make unreasonable demands of the duchies beneath them. Oh god, yeah, you're going to protect them big time. Though it seems a bit pathetic that we of Dunkelfelder must prioritize keeping Raufereg under control over watching Blumenfield and Krentstam. I'm assuming Blumenfield will probably be a little less, harder to deal with when it comes to, ego. But, yeah, Blumenfield's got their own problems with the whole old Ahrensbach and old Workstock, plus people from the Sovereignty, that's going to be enough as itself. Chatter by the auditorium's door reached its loudest point yet. The students' whispers and murmurs were quiet in isolation, but formed quite the din when they all spoke together. I see the capes of a new duchy, but is that truly Lady Rosemine? The Ob warned us to prepare ourselves, but to think her transformation was this drastic. Transformation? I don't think they're talking about how she had gotten so tall and everything. I'm assuming it's just... We'll see. The students cannot be blamed for their surprise. Lady Rosemine had taken ill and vanished from the Royal Academy roughly 10 days into the last academic term. She had been present for Lady Eglantine's transference ceremony the following spring, but only a few Archduke candidates had been allowed to attend. Oh yeah, they haven't all seen the transformation yet. Okay. Lady Hannelore, introduce me to Lady Rosemine, Raufereg said. This is no place to cause a scene, I shot back with a warning tone. Be still until the fellowship gathering. Just think of Alexandria and Dunkelfelder playing No! Raufereg choked and a quiet sigh escaped me. The magic tool was operating as intended. Thank you. But then again, he's not the only one who wants to play dinner with Alexandria. Oh, God. He could rest assured that, at least for now, our greatest troublemaker would not cause us any further problems. The advancement ceremony began with the professor's greeting. We were told that the rise of Ascent with the Griechischai had eased Jürgen Schmidt's mana shortage, and that there was a chance students would return to obtaining their staffs when they came of age. But relying on magic tools for Raufereg clutched at his throat. His complaint had been cut short, but I understood what he wanted to say. Magic tool weapons were harder to use than staffs, which would put students at a disadvantage during training in ditter. Perhaps, Kenntrips said, having also understood Raufereg's complaint, but students will obtain more powerful staffs as a result. A slight inconvenience during one's school year seems a small price to pay. I agree. Indeed, I agreed. He is entirely correct, though their true objective is likely to prevent the rise of another underage job such as Lady Rosamund. One cannot overstate the danger of someone being able to obtain a duchy without the means to rule it. In that regard, it made perfect sense for the Zend to raise the age at which students could obtain their staffs. On top of the aforementioned change, the Royal Academy's curriculum will return to its previous state. Nobles appeared strongly in favor of a slower, steady process, but there was a genuine concern that as time went on, fewer and fewer professors would remember the old courses and methods. The advancement ceremony concluded, and many of the new students grumbled about the prospect of a longer wait before they could obtain their staffs. I paid them no mind as I departed for the small hall with my apprentice attendant Andrea, my apprentice scholar Ludopold, and my apprentice knights Hyles, Olsdorf, and Nademarie. Raufereg followed with his own retainers, frustration clear on his face as he prodded at his magic tool. Yeah, he can't take that off, I'm assuming. On our way out of the auditorium, we passed the students of Alexandria. They stood in neat rows alongside their ob, wearing their new capes of pride. It eased my worries to see just how clearly Lady Rosamund had won their hearts. Nice! Then again, Hartman and Clarissa probably had something to do with that. Lady Hannelore and Lord Raufereg of Dunkelfelder I have arrived, announced the white-caped sovereign scholar by the door. White-caped? I'm guessing they changed it to white instead of black? Or am I... No, because... They still wear their black capes, correct? We entered the small hall to find the seats that had once been reserved for the royal family still at the far end of the room. Zent Eglantine and Lord Anastasius occupied two of them, with Lady Rosamund sitting beside them in a third. Really? I guess because she's the divine avatar and she's also name-sworn, or Lady Eglantine is name-sworn to her. Alexandria VI had its own seats elsewhere, so her placement must have meant to signify her special position. Having her sit with the Zent couple made perfect sense. As a divine avatar, she had brought Zent Eglantine the Grutushite, and became the country's first underage job. To be frank, had she been sitting at her duchy's table, I would have felt especially uncomfortable when it came time to speak with her. As a duchy at the very top of the rankings, we were expected to initiate the fellowship gathering. We would kneel to those who ranked above us, then return to our seats and wait as others greeted us in turn. Under normal circumstances, it was a rather methodical process, but Lady Rosamund had returned to the Royal Academy and Archduchess. Obs always stood above Archducherates, no matter their duchy's placements. We ranked above every other duchy in Jurgensmith, but even we would have needed to rise from our seats and kneel if she had come to greet us. Had she come here alone, that might have been marginally acceptable. However, Alexandria had a second Archducherate, Lady Letizia. So how old is Letizia at this point? If she around the same age as Hildebrand, if so, that would make sense her being here. Had the pair come to greet us, we would have needed to kneel for Lady Rosamund, then rise so that Lady Letizia could kneel for us. One main purpose of the fellowship gathering was to teach the most dominant students of each duchy how to properly approach those above them in status and the duchy rankings. In that regard, it certainly was better to have Lady Rosamund sit with the Zent couple than confuse the new students by seating her with Lady Letizia. So I'm guessing Letizia is sitting in Alexandria's spot, essentially. It was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that although she was still a student, Lady Rosamund's status as an ob set her apart from everyone else. Those who thought they could simply approach her or who assumed they could follow her example and become underage obs themselves would quickly realize they were sorely mistaken. Was it Lord Ferdinand who decided on this seating arrangement? Perhaps. No. I should not like to think he has that much influence over the Zent. Archnobles and archducherates of the lower-ranking duchies began filtering into the hall. I waited until everyone was seated, then took Raufereg and our retainers to the table at the front of the room. Zent Eglantine seemed a tad weathered from the burdens of her station, I assumed. Yep. Most likely she's wore out. But it did nothing to tarnish her beauty. In fact, she looked as resplendent as ever. Lord Anastasius had also changed, appearing more drained than before. Supporting the Zent could not be easy. I imagine not.
So it's a good thing that neither Rosamund nor Ferdinand took that position. They would be wore out. My attention turned to Lady Rosamund, who sat beside them. Her dark blue cape resembled the black of night and went perfectly with her equally dark tresses. I knew she had moved to a new duchy upon becoming its archduchess, but it was strange to see her not wearing Ehrenfest colors. Still, seeing her up close, my eyes are drawn elsewhere. Resting upon Lady Rosamund's chest was the necklace that showed she was now formally engaged. Elaborate metalwork held a most exquisite face stone, the work of Lord Ferdinand to be sure. Yep. But that's not all. Slender chains spread across the back of her hands, adorned with a series of tiny rainbow face stones. They did not shine at the moment, but they were the same ornaments she had worn during the transference ceremony. Could those two be tools that Lord Ferdinand made with his mana? I'm assuming so. I'm assuming those are charms. Which, I mean, to be fair, considering she's now an ob, and who knows what other kind of dangers could be here at the Royal Academy now that the new duchies have been brought about, and, well, I'm assuming that some of them are kind of, pricks. I'm looking at Charistar on that one. Yeah, it's good that he knows to protect her. The chains reached as far as her upper arms, as though her fiancé wished to stake his claim for all to see. I consider that scary in its own right. But more frightening still was the thought that Lady Rosamund could need such protections in the first place. I know. If someone as knowledgeable as Lord Ferdinand expected trouble, then trouble there would surely be. Yeah, I'm assuming he's just being cautious considering how paranoid he is when it came to, his own safety back when he was younger. Yeah, the guy definitely has reason to be on the air of caution, essentially. And yet, Lady Rosamund appeared completely unperturbed. Her features bloomed in a pleasant smile. I knelt before her and the Zent couple and crossed my arms over my chest. My retainers did the same behind me. I am overjoyed that once again Dragana, the goddess of time, has woven our threads together and blessed us with the beating. This is Raufereg, the son of Ob Dunkelfugger's second wife. My introduction complete, I signaled my half-brother with my eyes, urging him to perform his first-time greeting. Zent Eglantine, Lord Anastasius, Lady Rosamund, he intoned. May I pray for a blessing in appreciation of this serendipitous meeting, ordained by the harsh judgment of Iwigalib, the god of life. And I know I've said this wrong so many damn times! How has nobody corrected me on how to pronounce Iwigalib? Oh my god. I guess then again, we have probably never... I think they've only mentioned it in the anime maybe once or twice, so I guess I wouldn't have forgotten, but still. You may. It is an honor to meet you, he continued, reciting what he had been taught. I am Raufereg of Dunkelfugger, here to learn to become a proper noble fit to serve Jurgensmith. May the future be bright. Raufereg, Eglantine said, her eyes tinged with nostalgia. You truly do resemble a young Lestalot. Her omission of his title served to remind us that she really was the country's highest authority. Lady Hannelore, Lady Rosamund addressed me, the corners of her mouth still upturned. She had waited patiently for Eglantine to finish. It would seem that another arch-librarian has been sent to the academy. Let us meet them for a tea party when Professor Solange is free. Each year I look forward to our meetings. And you might be pleased to hear that Alexandria has a new book. Just the one, but I cannot wait to share it with you. Even now that she had matured, Lady Rosamund spoke of the same innocent topics as last year. It was really quite alluring. Oh my, I said, Alexandria has started making books? I am most eager to see the results. This is like half a year, I think this was like half a year after volume 33, essentially. So this is like I'm assuming 6 months? Give or take? Something like that? Or did it say, it's either half a year or half a season. I cannot remember for the life of me. I think it's half a year. You two. Lord Anastasius interjected, his face twisted in a grimace. The sovereignty is far from accustomed to all the recent changes. Try not to make a mess of things, won't you? Is that clear truly necessary? I'm anything but a troublemaker. Lord Anastasius' rebuke sent an unpleasant jolt to my stomach, but Lady Rosamund appeared unfazed. She placed an elegant hand on her cheek and turned to look at him. Ferdinand warned me as well. And of course I mean to be careful, but matters tend to escalate in the strangest of ways. It is quite unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes things happen we don't anticipate. Seeing her in profile, I noticed that her usual hair ornament was nowhere to be seen. Just as many rainbow face stones dangled from its replacement, but the metal around them bore a more intricate design, and several new face stones dotted the stick. I'm assuming that he kept the face stones from the previous one and just made a new hair stick. It was clearly more extravagant than his predecessor, a gift from Lord Wilfried, and there was only one man who could have prepared it for her. He loves her dearly. That much is clear to see.
She probably doesn't realize, Rosamund doesn't realize it, but Ferdinand does love her. Like, he felt hard for her. It does make me wonder, did that start when she saved him in the Men of Replenishment Hall? Or was that somehow before, he just never realized it until then? Let me know, please. I'd love to hear y'all's comments. I love reading some of the long ones, essentially, because I love getting more opinions on the books than I do on my own. As I understood it, ornaments with mana chains were harder to wear than those without. As the presence of the creator's mana was all the more intense. If, as I suspected, Lady Rosamund's accessories were all made by her fiancé, which, I mean, who else would make them? Besides her, but still. Then their quantity and extravagance seemed to declare that she was fully comfortable with his mana. Surely she sees the truth of her situation, enveloped in his mana as she is. Or will she continue to assert that she loves him only as family? She probably will assert it, but I mean, I don't think that... I assume that love will come over time, essentially. Because, I mean, whenever you start a relationship in our world, love isn't always there, or is rarely there at the start. You have to, like, get to know the person, spend time with them, and learn to fall in love with them over time. And such, this could happen too with this. I returned to my seat, somewhat certain that she would. Yeah, she would. It was not long before Lord Hildebrand came over to greet us, now an Archduke candidate for Blumenfield II. He had new retainers from what I could see. Perhaps the old ones had been punished for his errors, probably. Or only a select few had been able to move from the sovereignty. That's also a possibility. As the former prince knelt before us and crossed his arms over his chest, I was struck with an odd sense of anxiety. Then I spied the stab-sealing bracelets on his wrists. Anyone unaware of the circumstances would assume nothing of them, viewing them merely as accessories. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he still can't use his staff. Lady Hannelore, he said, once again, Dragona, the goddess of time, has woven our threads together and blessed us with a meeting. It is good to see you again, I responded. I am glad to see you well. Lady Magdalena had asked me to look out for Lord Hildebrand, as he and I were both members of the Royal Academy's Library Committee. Now that Professor Solange had another librarian to assist her, however, I doubted that our work together would continue much longer. Owing to his sex, that would afford me even fewer opportunities to socialize with him. If we could meet as members of the Library Committee at least, then I could ask him about Blumenfield and the other members of the former royal family. As an ob, Lady Rosamund would also jump at the chance to gather such valuable information. More importantly, though, the existence of the library's Archduke Candidate exclusive archive has been made public during the last Archduke conference, and the presence of high-status committee members will be crucial to keeping the other students under control. Lord Hildebrand departed, and the Archnobles of Karinstam III arrived to replace him. I expected an unsavory remark or two. Their fellow students had spouted them freely in the auditorium, but they said the usual first-year time greetings and nothing more. The Duchy's archnobles at least seemed to understand the importance of discretion. Thank goodness. The land now known as Karinstam had previously belonged to the sovereignty, so its nobles were less burdened by the mana shortage. They looked much healthier than those of Blumenfield, I thought. Then came Klassenberg IV, Lady Gentian with her retainers. Last year she had ranked above us. Seeing her kneel before me now was a potent reminder of how much things had changed. I pray that we get along, she said, then departed with a smile. Raufereg stared at her intently as she went. Is he starting to form a crush on her? Is something the matter, I asked. No, he responded. It's just that Lady Rosamund and Lady Gentian carried themselves differently from any other girls I've met. Was this how Lestalot first became enraptured by Lady Eglantine? That's a possibility. The women of Klassenberg acted nothing like those of Dunkelfelder. Perhaps that was why the men of our duchy were so drawn to them. May this fascination with other girls push every romantic thought of me from Raufereg's mind. Yes. Hopefully he starts to get enraptured by her and not Hannelore. Next to arrive at our table was Jowanko the Fifth. Lord Orwin approached us with a group of Archduke candidates in tow. So large was their duchy's archducal family that each time a candidate graduated,
Another seemed to enroll in their place. Lord Orwin explained that many of them had been adopted into the family for their talents and abundance of mana, and they could expect to be made Geebs after graduating. Completing the Archduke Canada course would enable them to better understand and make use of the charms within their Geebs estates. Lord Orwin took his leave, and Lady Letizia of Alexandria the Sixth took his place. Because Detland, Alstead, and so many other members of old Ehrenfest's archducal family had been imprisoned for heinous crimes, her words and deeds were under immense scrutiny of all times. From what I had seen in the auditorium, Lady Rosemond was doting on Lady Letizia to some degree. As if to confirm my suspicion, the latter shot a worried glance at the front table and received a warm, reassuring smile from her in response. I do not envy Lady Letizia's position, but I am glad to know that Lady Rosemond will protect her. Lady Letizia and I had exchanged first-time greetings at Ehrenfest's castle during the Lonzenov War, and there was no need to repeat them. She knelt, focusing her attention on Raufereg. Lord Raufereg, may I pray for a blessing in appreciation of this serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Ewigalib, I almost said it wrong, the god of life. You may. I am Letizia, an Archduke Candidate of Alexandria. May our relationship be long and prosperous. She turned to me, her expression uneasy. Lady Hannelore, I am told that Lady Rosemond intends to welcome me into the library committee. I pray that we get along. I gave her the kindest smile I could and replied, Indeed, I am sure we will. Hoschlitz VII came to greet us in turn. A third-year male Archduke candidate escorted two girls to our table, which reminded me that Raufereg had failed to escort me. I must have forgotten to mention it. Next came Ehrenfest VIII. Lord Wilfried and Lady Charlotte were its only representatives. Lord Belcourt had attended the transference ceremony as Ehrenfest's High Bishop, but was not yet old enough to be at the Royal Academy. Although we had met only briefly during our celebration at Ehrenfest, he had struck me as a responsible young man with a firm grasp of his duties. I compared him to Raufereg and sighed at how our duchy was failing its young ones. This obsession with ditter needs to stop, or at least be held back some. Once again, Dragana, the goddess of time, has woven our threads together and blessed us with the meeting, Lord Wilfried said. Lady Rosemond, being made an op, has thrown your duchy into chaos as much as it has ours, I suspect. But I pray we remain on good terms. Lady Rosemond's new status required even her own siblings to use her title in public. I understand their confusion. Trouble of this nature was common when someone got married, but it was unheard of during one's stay at the Royal Academy. I pray that Lord Wilfried is okay. He had, in essence, lost his fiancée to Lord Ferdinand. Oh God, yes he had! Most men would reel at the very thought, but Lord Wilfried appeared entirely unfazed. We have brought you a book from Ehrenfest, he told me. Elvira insists that you have it. Sister, Lady Rosemond was looking forward to its release, Lady Charlotte added. It would be delightful if we could all have a tea party together. Upon her breast I spotted a necklace with the same crest. I recall seeing inside Ehrenfest's books. The lack of a face-stone meant it could not have represented an engagement. It was made entirely of metal. Lady Charlotte, is your necklace related to books in some way? I asked. She gave a beaming smile and stroked the accessory in question. Indeed, it is emblazoned with the same mark as the books printed in the Rosemond workshop. It is Lady Rosemond's personal crest, and I wear it to demonstrate that we remain connected even now that she has moved away. I asked the smith to give mine a cooler design, Lord Wilfried chimed in, presenting his own necklace. It bore zero resemblance to Lady Charlotte's, but knowing that each had one warmed my heart nonetheless. I pray that we have another positive year together, I said. Then watched them leave as they went to greet Lord Hildebrand. So that's Ehrenfest's cowardly, irresponsible... Raufereg, shut up. Enough, Raufereg. This is neither the time nor place, I warned, a sudden intensity in my smile. Dunkelfugger is not like other duchies. Remember that lest you make blunders of your own. He remained silent for a moment, then said my sincerest apologies. Ehrenfest and Dunkelfugger are not the same. I repeated those words in my head as I continued to receive greetings, a stabbing ache in my chest all the while. Okay, I think I'm going to end this one off. I got to go get the food in the crock pot, and I will see you guys in the next video. Okay. I've already got part 2 uploaded. I'm more than likely going to do one more of these for this book, then do a part for So I'm a Spider, So What? And then maybe if I've got time, I'll do another one of these for this book. And then the rest I'll have to finish tomorrow. Okay. Excuse me. Sharing intel and starting classes. Once the fellowship gatherings were over, we made our way to the dormitory's meeting room. It was time for the 6 years, Archduke candidates and Archducal retainers to come together and exchange information. Because the gatherings were held according to status, there were bound to be differences in what we had learned. Consolidating our findings would be crucial for future socializing. Lady Hannelore, how were the Archduke candidates? Hang on. Sorry. I'm trying to move. There we go. The representatives of the former royals' duchies were more grounded and approachable than their behavior during the advancement ceremony led us to assume. Yeah, because the others were being stupid. I'm guessing those were like the arch nobles, med nobles, and lay nobles. Moreover, the lower ranked duchies such as Berchmann and Lindenthal seemed displeased that sovereign land was meted out to Drwonkel and Blumenfield. Beyond that, things are largely as our reports from the Archduke Conference claimed. The lower-ranked nobles had voiced only their shock that the borders had been redrawn without their say or knowledge, but their frustration had been perfectly clear. Luitpold nodded in agreement before weighing in. Or Luitpold. However you pronounce it. I'm gonna butcher so many damn names. I am sorry. In terms of trade, Berchmann and Lindenthal enjoyed a considerable advantage from being so close to the sovereignty. It is no wonder that they are upset. They did not express it, but middle duchies such as Lambruck and Newhausen must also feel dejected. Over the next few years, we will need to pay close attention to the impact of the sovereignty being reduced to the Royal Academy's grounds. Lady Hannelore, do tell us about Alexandria, Kenntrips said, focusing his grey eyes on me. We must pay closer attention to her than to anyone else this year. Lady Rosamine had stolen a foundation through true ditter, protected the sovereignty from foreign invaders, and then bestowed the Grüterscheid upon Zent Eglantine. We had fought together in the Lanzenov War, but even I found it hard to believe how much she had achieved. The other duchies must have been at a complete loss. Sharing intelligence was the best way for us to determine how we should interact with Lady Rosamine going forward. I spoke of how she had sat beside the Zent couple, the shocking number of protective charms she had worn, and the way other duchies had probed about her. Furthermore, I continued, Lady Rosamine seems to be doting on Lady Letizia. She means to add her to the library committee for one thing, and she has taken nobles of old Ahrensbach as her retainers. She must be keeping an eye out to ensure they are not being mistreated. How is her relationship with Ehrenfest? Kenntrips asked. Largely unchanged from what I could tell, she promised to hold a tea party with Lady Charlotte to properly introduce Lady Letizia. I noticed grim looks on his and the other archnobles' faces. Is there a particular reason you wish to know? Much has changed in Ehrenfest since the Archduke Conference. Lord Wilfried seems to have lost much of his status within the duchy, and... I suppose they would not speak of such things in his presence. The archnobles exchanged glances and shared what people were saying about Lord Wilfried and the situation in Ehrenfest. Rumors abounded that his goddess of light had abandoned him, that Lord Ferdinand had stolen his fiancée. That was already ended before that happened, so... Wait, his goddess of light had abandoned him. Are they talking about Rosamine? Because if that's the case, that kind of is the same thing of what he just said, that Ferdinand had stolen his fiancée. That his future as the Archduke had been taken from him by his younger brother. If we're talking about either Melkor or Florencia's new baby, Melkor is the High Bishop, but it doesn't mean he's not going to be the Archduke in the future. I think Charlotte is more than likely going to pick up the role as Archduchess. Most likely. Unless they decide to give it to Melkor or his brother at some point. And that the new favorite to become Ob had attended the transference ceremony in High Bishop robes. What, they're talking about Melkor? As far as we don't even know if he wants the position. We haven't interacted with Melkor enough to know if he even wants the position. He might not want it. All suitable punishments for an irresponsible coward. Bride stealing Nope. Shut up. Someone smack him. Speaking of suitable punishments, I said as Raufereg's magic tool once again served its purpose. Back in Dunkelfelder, bride-stealing ditter was a way for men to forcefully obtain a woman's hand in marriage when either or both of their families refused to permit their engagement. My brother had issued his challenge out of a desire to take Lady Rosamund as his first wife. Ehrenfest had agreed, albeit only for the chance to make me Lord Wilfried's second wife, and then seize victory in short order. But I mean, at this point, if you were to marry Wilfried, you would be his first wife. However, when it came time for Ehrenfest to claim their prize, they had refused my hand in marriage. Had they not wanted it from the start, then they should have never requested it. But we could not blame them for their mistake. Our duchies had misunderstood each other from the outset and only realized when it was too late. It was an accident that had come about because of choices made by children. Well, duh. Ehrenfest had its own politics to deal with, and while the contract between our duchies had been nullified, the damage had already been done. To the people of Dunkelfelder, besmirching the result of a ditter match was as serious as breaking a vow made to the gods. As far as our duchy was concerned, Lord Wilfried was a coward. He had proposed to me, won the right to my hand in marriage. He did not! Oh my god, that was Rosamund's idea. And wasn't the ditter match already decided before they even offered her hand? No, wait. I don't know. Won the right to my hand in marriage, and then refused to accept what was rightfully his. He had won me over with sweet words, not might, and then spinelessly cast me aside. Meanwhile, I was the shameless fool who had been seduced into betraying her allies, then ended up with nothing to show for it. I erased my shame through true ditter, I said. Should the same redemption not apply to Lord Wilfried, who also took part and protected his duchy's foundation? Our knights might not have been there to witness it, but to my knowledge he had fought to keep Ehrenfest's foundation safe alongside the rest of the Archducal family. Even the rumors about Lord Wilfried are mistaken, I continued. I went to Ehrenfest for their victory celebration, and there I discovered that his engagement to Lady Rosamund was dissolved much earlier than we thought, owing to the situation with Lord Sigiswald. Anyone who claims his fiancée was stolen or ran away from him is just plain wrong. Okay, so they are talking about Rosamund being his goddess of light. Okay. Lord Wilfried encouraged her to rescue Lord Ferdinand. I thought back to my short stay in Ehrenfest. The atmosphere had been electric as everyone rejoiced over Lady Rosamund's union with the then Prince Sigiswald. Had they really not understood that her breaking the chain of his proposal magic tool meant their mana did not match? Here's the thing, though. We don't know if he was the one who made that magic tool necklace in the first place. If he had been the one to make it, then yes, that statement is correct. But if it was just one of his servants that had made it, of course it was going to break. It frustrated me to no end as head of Ehrenfest for approving their engagement before any color mixing was performed. It was because Lady Rosamund was due to move to the sovereignty that Lord Melkor was assigned to be High Bishop, I explained. Even now, I suspect Lord Wilfried is set to become the next Ob Ehrenfest. I have heard nothing that would suggest otherwise. Please try to calm down, Cordialisset. I understand how you feel, but your knowledge extends only as far as the celebration. Perhaps things changed during the Archduke Conference. Rasantark raised a hand, then spoke of a trip that Father and Lestelaw had taken to the temple upon their return from the conference. Not even the knights who escorted them were allowed to attend their Not even the knights who escorted them were allowed to attend the meeting. Thus, there can be no mistake that something of grave importance was announced during the conference. Let us prioritize learning the truth of the matter. Well said, Rasantark, I agreed. Perhaps the situation really had changed since our celebration at Ehrenfest. I wonder what Lady Rosamund thinks of everything being said about Lord Wilfried, a young man so considerate that he granted me a choice in our bride-stealing dinner match, and offered her the encouragement she needed to rescue Lord Ferdinand. The next day marked the start of classes. Students of higher grades had very few lessons in common. Even shared written lessons were divided into courses. So there was very little chance of us all coming together again. I instructed the new students to do their best with their written classes, then departed our dormitory. On our way to the Archduke candidate course, Kenntrips gave me a subtle reminder to keep my ear to the ground. Do not simply waste your time, uncertain when or how to speak to anyone, he said. Kenntrips, this is my 5th year. Was repeating the same warning that you gave me in my first really necessary? It seems a tad rude, if you ask me. As a new student, I might have wasted a day or two, too anxious to approach anyone, but it would not happen again. fuck am I hearing? Kenntrips and Rasantark both laughed. Truth be told, I was thinking the same thing as Kenntrips, Rasantark noted. But can you blame us? Your first year was the only time you and Lord Lestalot left the dormitory together. Indeed, because they had previously served my brother, this was their first time accompanying me to my lessons. Still, I said, there is no need to treat me like a new student. I too have grown. Then I am eager to see how your talents have matured, Kenntrips replied, amusement dancing in his gray eyes. I trust you will secure us plenty of new intelligence to report to Lord Lestalot. I took a step back, stunned. If my attempt to gather information ended in failure, Lestalot would never let me hear the end of it. In the event that I do blunder, I would appreciate you both keeping it a secret, I said at last. Yes, it was a crude request, but at least nobody else was around to witness it. Ah, Lady Hannelore, good day. Lady Rosemine! Oh, what must she think of me now? I gasped and turned around to see her almost prancing toward me, a sparkle in her golden eyes that told me she was on the verge of releasing a blessing. Uh-oh! Rosemine, keep her cool. Her spirits were as high as when I had ordered a hairpin in Ehrenfest, or when she had passionately described her plans for a library city. She must be thinking about books. Probably. Good day, Lady Rosemine, I replied as she joined me. She was the Abb of a greater duchy, and I an Archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder I, so our combined retinue was uncomfortably large. Only when we reached our destination would they disperse. I hastened to the door Luitpold had opened for me, then waved my hand to dismiss my retainers. Kenntrips and Rasantark shot me a quick look of concern before going to their respective buildings. Lady Rosemine entered the classroom behind me and similarly instructed her retainers to leave. You may all go to your lessons, she said. Strive to succeed. We walked across the classroom completely alone. I considered asking Lady Rosemine what she thought of the rumors about Lord Wilfried, but quickly decided against it. There was a risk he could arrive at any moment. You seem to be in a good mood, I said. Yes, indeed. I simply cannot wait for our practical lessons. I was under the impression you had passed them all. I have. Which is why I now have permission to go to the library instead. With that, Lady Rosemine's high spirits made perfect sense. Yeah, she gets to go to the library. Of course. While the rest of us were focusing on our practicals, she would be in the library discussing the future with the librarians. As you surely know, it was announced during the last Archduke conference that the archive, accessible only to certain Archduke candidates, contains old, valuable documents, she continued. We expect more Archduke candidates and their archnoble retainers to visit the library to view them. The librarians mean to decide their best path going forward. Indeed, as only those registered to supply the Foundation can enter, a disturbance of some kind seems inevitable. No more than 7 suppliers can be registered to a particular Foundation. In the past, duchies with larger archducal families have prioritized registering adults over minors, whom they advised to focus on compression and growing their mana organs, but times were changing. Ever since Lady Rosemine's announcement that supplying mana while praying allowed one to obtain more divine protections, I suspected more duchies were urging their students to contribute. Of course, these same duchies had probably removed their students from the registration before their return to the academy. At least for the winter, it made more sense to replace them with an adult who could actively contribute to the Foundation and ease the burden on everyone else. As well as that, Lady Rosemine continued overjoyed. We plan to sort the books received from the Palace Library, organize any duplicates, and start distributing sovereign documents. Most appropriate work for a committee member, is it not? Pleased though I was to see my dear friend so excited, my concern got the better of me. But what of your retainers? You will not be there alone, will you? Lady Rosemine might have padded out her retinue with nobles of old Ehrensbach, but that did not change the fact they were students. They could escort her to the library before lessons, but would not be able to stay with her. Your retainers have their own classes, do they not? I pressed. Have they also passed them all? Oh no, I would not thrust that upon them. Lady Rosemine stuck out her chest, brimming with pride as she declared, rather, I shall rely on the mighty retainers that Ferdinand made for me. Huh? Retainers he made for her? Now I'm confused. What? As I cocked my head in confusion, Lady Rosemine suddenly clapped her hands together. Ah, that reminds me, she exclaimed. Lady Hannelore, how shall we give you your hairpin order? I could have an attendant deliver it to your dormitory, or we could wait until a tea party. At once my mood brightened. The hairpin I had ordered in Ehrenfest was designed to match Lady Rosemine's, and its colors would complement my hair. I had wanted one ever since seeing the hairpin my brother had given to Annaleeb. If you would not mind, then having it sent to my dormitory would be wonderful, I said. I cannot wait to see it, and the longer we can match, the better. Winter was an important season for obs to gather intelligence. For that reason, I suspected that by the time I was done with my classes and could start holding tea parties, Lady Rosamond would already be on her way home. In that case, I shall send it as soon as today's classes are done, she declared. We can match from tomorrow onward. Archduke candidates would complete their shared written lessons within 2 mornings. They would not obtain the same grades, but they would all pass at the very least. It was crucial to focus on one's time at the academy on practicals, as they could not be completed elsewhere. Therefore, one normally finished studying for the written lessons at home in one's duchy. Still, Lady Rosamond stands in a league of her own. To think she would pass the rest of the practicals she needs to graduate without even being able to practice them. She has. She's done real, actual practicals for her stuff. I think one of them was probably destroying the metals, doing the Entwickeln, probably some other stuff. She had also obtained perfect scores in her written lessons, but that was to be expected. Our fellow students were more taken aback by the maturity of her appearance and the number of ornaments she wore. I assumed the latter were proposal and courtship magic tools meant to show her partner's obsession, but Lady Rosamond had insisted they were all protective charms. She claims that Lord Ferdinand made them as a precaution, as not even an ob can bring adult guard knights to the academy, but he went too far. He used chains made of mana because they were easiest to manipulate, merely an excuse to be sure. I elected not to voice my suspicions. It would only be rude when Lady Rosamond thought otherwise, but I could not blame the other students for looking uncomfortable as a result. Lady Rosamond, we had just finished our morning lesson when Lord Wilfried called out. Lady Rosamond turned to look at him. It feels so strange for you to call me that, she said. Is there something that you need? No sooner had the pair started speaking than they seized the attention of every other student in the room. Some took their time putting away their mana pans, while others feigned checking for any belongings they might have missed. I too listened in on their conversation. Do you intend to gather more stories this year? Lord Wilfried asked. Feline and the other apprentice scholars are concerned about where the compensation will come from. Feline might be my retainer, but she is still a member of Ehrenfest, Lady Rosemary replied. This is a problem best resolved quickly. Shall we settle it at lunch or dinner time the day after tomorrow? I will invite you, Lady Charlotte, and my retainers. That will do. I shall inform them. Contrary to the rumors, they seem to get along as well as ever. How glad I was to have been proven right. From the start, I had expressed my doubts that Lady Rosamond would abandon him. That afternoon, we started our practical lessons. Lord Anastasius was our teacher, while Zent Eglantine was in charge of the Archduke candidate course for 6 years. Never had I expected the ruler of our country to remain a professor. As it turns out, the Archduke candidate course was first conceived as a way for the Zent to educate their successors, Professor Anastasius said, explaining why he and his wife were teaching. He then gave us our first task. In only 4 days, we had to recreate the end stage of our garden boxes from last year. So, we need to create a city with Entwickeln, correct? Should we expect to register Faystone citizens again? The other students spoke among themselves. For the past few years, I had stood beside Lady Rosamond. Now that she was done with her practicals, however, I would need to perform the lesson without any company at all. How it pains me to be so alone, and with nobody to speak with. How am I to gather information? I can already see my brother laughing at me. Kenntrips and Rasantark might have been my engagement candidates, but they were my brother's retainers first and foremost. They would report each day's events to him, so my current situation was unfortunate indeed. As she used a rejuvenation potion, someone behind me declared. One by one, the Archduke candidates of other lesser duchies were stepping back to rest. I could not turn around to look at them as I needed to focus on my own garden, but I could hear them chatter as they enjoyed their break. O Drogon, the goddess of time, hear my prayer. Please give me a chance to participate. Last, I did not yet need to rest. I kept shelling mana into my box as Lord Wilfried and Lord Orwin stepped aside as well. It took a short while longer, but I eventually used up enough mana to do the same. I too should use a rejuvenation potion, I told Professor Anastasius, then went to the seats at the side of the room with my small vial in hand. Lord Wilfried, Lord Orwin, allow me to join you. Certainly, Lord Orwin stood up at once and escorted me to the short distance to a seat. Practicals were performed while standing, so I welcomed the opportunity to rest my legs. As I downed the last of my rejuvenation potion, I noticed that Lord Orwin was eyeing me. Is something the matter? I asked him. I have heard rumors that following the change of curriculum, duchies such as Lynbrook and Ehrenfest will choose their next obs from those who have acquired these new, more powerful stabs. Instinctively, I turned to Lord Wilfried. He shot Lord Orwin a glare and smacked him on the arm. "Come on, Orwin," he said. "You were just saying there were loud voices in Jawanko pushing for the same thing. In the future, those of us who obtain our stabs in our first year will have the weakest stabs in the country." He looked at me. "How are things in Dunkelfelder?" I could only blink in response. Never had I expected the change in curriculum to have such a profound impact. Thoughts ran through my mind of the other duchies that had considered changing their obs. "My elder brother is still slated to become our next Archduke," I said. "Nothing has changed there." Lord Orwin's black brown eyes widened in moderate surprise. "Is that so? I thought Lord Raufereg from the Fellowship Gathering would be considered to replace him. It is rumored that he has taken a shine to you, and I assumed your duchy will be just as eager as Jawanko to take advantage of the new generation of obs." I mean, that's still a ways away, and he kind of has not really proven that he can handle being a potential ob. Not yet, anyway, because he's still too young. "Raufereg will never be the next ob, and I will never marry him," I said, rejecting the idea with a shake of my head. "The age gap is much too great. He also had a temperament far better suited for a knight than an Archduke candidate. There was no place in the realm of diplomacy for someone who thought only of ditter. Most of all, Father entrusted my brother with the foundation during our game of True Ditter. I was unsure of what the process had involved, but Lestalot had stayed in the Foundation's hall while Father fought in the sovereignty. It went without saying that he would become the next ob. "He might be younger than you, but he seemed the logical choice," Lord Orwin said, utterly confused. "Your marriage would keep you in Dunkelfelder preserving its connection to the Divine Avatar, while simultaneously securing it an ob with a new stab." A small wave of annoyance washed over me. I would never have expected someone to seriously entertain the idea of me marrying a boy 4 years my junior. "Much is changing about the Royal Academy's curriculum, no?" I responded. "Father believes that those raised in a decade or so, in an era of peace when the curriculum has stabilized, will be the most ideal candidates to become ob. My brother has come of age and been starbound, so his children should enter the academy during that period." "I see," Lord Orwin said. "That is one way of thinking about it." I nodded. There was appeal in having an ob with more powerful stab, but when it came to ruling a duchy, it seemed wiser to focus on temperament and administrative capacity. As far as I was concerned, there was zero chance of Raufereg being raised into a suitable Archduke. "My father will remain in power for some time, and it is not as if my brother lacks the necessary talents to rule," I said. Lord Orwin lowered his eyes in thought and muttered, "Perhaps I could convince them with that same rhetoric." Maybe he strove to become his own duchy's next ob? Although he did not seem too invested in the position last year, I tilted my head thinking back to Lord Orwin's past actions. I was still deep in contemplation when he suddenly stood, straightened his back, and called my name. "Yes," I replied. "If you have no intention of marrying Lord Raufereg, and Lord Lestalot is still expected to become the next ob, might you come to Jawanko?" I stared at him, struck speechless. "What? He's interested? Oh my god! How many more people are going to show interest in her? Jesus Christ!" "Wilfried, you better step up, quick!" He had spoken so casually that for a moment his intention had completely escaped my notice. The top of his reddish-purple head sank beneath my line of sight, and 2 light brown eyes gazed up at me. It took me even longer to realize he was kneeling. "By your grace, Lady Hannelore, may I strive to become your god of darkness." Again! Oh my god! How many more is she gonna get? She's got Kenntrips, she's got Rasantark, she now has Raufereg, and now even Lord Orwin. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! How many more is she gonna get? And then Wilfried's shocked! Just the look on his face! Like, what the fuck? Seriously! I mean, Orwin could be a good guy. I mean, he wouldn't be a bad choice. If I'm being completely honest here. Yeah, he kind of messed with Wilfried, but that was just, that was just politics. Shocked. Lord Orwin had no proposal face stone, and while his phrasing allowed me to voice my thoughts on the matter in response, I had never expected anyone to say such a thing to me in class! Oh my god! Like, Rosemine's not in there, so she isn't seeing this. Oh, it's gonna be good! Lord Wilfried was shocked as well. He looked between us as if disturbed. You never said anything about having feelings for Lady Hannelore, he said. I don't think it's about feelings, it's just like a political thing at this point. And look how surprised she is. You could have at least started this conversation in private. Excuse me. Lord Orwin stood and shook his head with a slight grin. Were we anywhere else, her retainers would have prevented my approach. And if someone spied us alone, it would damage Lady Hannelore's reputation. That is not my intention. I did not mean to force an answer out of her. Good points, Lord Wilfried said, then gave me a bright smile. Fear not, Lady Hannelore. I shall make it clear that nothing is going on between the two of you. You did it in class, so I mean, everybody probably noticed this. How else could I respond but with an awkward thank you? I took the sound blocker that Lord Orwin held out to me and awaited whatever he had to say. My apologies for accelerating this process. It was not my wish to surprise you. He squeezed his sound blocker and sat back down. However, this is my only opportunity to speak truly and hear your honest thoughts. So he did not expect an immediate answer from me. That was somewhat nice to hear, I supposed. To my knowledge, he continued, you have received a proposal from Karinstam? Have I? Wasn't that mentioned in the last book where she was getting it, where Sigiswald was kind of going after Hannelore too at some point? Maybe that's what that reference is? I know Father is on guard against such a proposition, but I am not aware of one having already been made. Still, I gave a rather non-committal nod. I had not been told of everything that had occurred during the Archduke conference. That must have happened then. Something must have happened to put Father on his guard and give Jaronkel this impression. Lord Sigiswald must be eager to expand his archducal family, which currently comprises only his wife and himself. Oh yeah, because isn't his wife pregnant? Or has she had the baby at this point? I cannot remember. Because I know she was at least pregnant because Adolphine couldn't do anything with him after their starbinding ceremony because of this. So I'm assuming that the baby's either not there yet or has just been born. Lord Orwin said, but he lacks any measure of sincerity or consideration. Jaronkel knows that well. I mean, considering the whole Adolphine thing, I can understand that. I do not know much about how Lady Adolphine had been treated during her marriage. The matter was kept between Jaronkel and the royal family, but the outright hostile expression that had come over Lord Orwin's face was enough. My desire to marry anyone but Lord Sigiswald was stronger than ever. Yes. He must only have his eye on me because no greater duchy has a female Archduke candidate in her final year, and I am the closest to coming of age. Despite being a middle duchy with the former royal as its ob, Karinstam was doomed to fail and fall in the rankings. Oh, more than likely, and then he'll get a freaking reality check on that one. And I'd laugh. Laugh. Ha 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 ha! That's what you get! For that reason, a union with Lord Sigiswald would do nothing to further Dunkelfelder's interests. Still, the former royal's authority was strong for the moment, and they had to be treated with the appropriate respect. At least until next year. Rejecting them before then would prove a tad draining. It is thanks to the problems my elder sister faced that Jaronkel is so well positioned to counter pressure from Karinstam. He concluded, I thank you ever so much for your concern, but I can evade their pressure simply by remaining within Dunkelfelder, I said, trying to steer our conversation away from its current path. Though I must admit, Lord Orwin, I never realized that you aim to become an Archduke. Much of my own situation has changed as well. In Jaronkel, one does not need to be closely related to the ob to be chosen as his or her successor. That is to say, now that she has returned to the duchy, my elder sister could at any moment be thrust into an unfavorable situation. Although she had been given land to rule as reparations for her divorce, Lady Adolphine was not guaranteed good treatment from any future obs. I could practically feel Lord Orwin's determination to protect his family. So he's doing this so he can keep his sister safe. My sister's desire to establish a research city within Jaronkel appeals to me immensely. I mean, it would be to him, considering they're both research nuts. He said, I also wish to trade actively with Alexandria's laboratory. And of course, yep. Everybody wants to trade with Alexandria at this point. And you believe that my friendship with Lady Rosamund would make such negotiations progress more smoothly. Lord Orwin blinked, then chuckled and shook his head. As nice as that would be, I do not expect much from you in that regard. I doubt Lord Ferdinand or Lady Rosamund would give much quarter to anyone. Rather, that is work for the scholars. As strange as it might have sounded, it gladdened me to hear that he was not underestimating Lord Ferdinand or Lady Rosamund. Also pleased to know he did not expect as much from me as I had anticipated. Your acuity is impressive, Lord Orwin. You must be aware then that my father has already chosen my suitors. But I mean, that's not really a big thing, because he could always add to it. All they have to do is appeal to him and give a good enough dang reason that he would agree to it. You know? A woman's father had the last say in whom she wed. Lord Orwin must have known that it was pointless to propose to someone whose potential grooms had already been chosen, so what had driven him to approach me? Like I said, he could just approach her father and give a good darn enough reason for him to agree to add him among the suitors. My knowledge is less extensive than you expect, and plagued with conjecture, I fear. Still, there are some things I do know. Lord Orwin began to count on his fingers. Your father would have given you multiple options. You seem not to have chosen from among them. Your half-brother, Lord Raufereg, proposed to you despite being 4 years your junior, and your eyes waver whenever the word ditter is spoken. Yeah, he noticed she's not a fan of ditter. For someone who claims not to know much, he is scarily on the mark. I pressed a hand to my cheek. I had intended to come across as a proper Archduke candidate a Dunkelfelder should, but my true emotions had seeped through nonetheless. From those facts, he continued, I determined that there must be some circumstance or unhappiness on your part that caused you not to choose a partner before others could start proposing to you. Furthermore, if your decision has been delayed, I expect there might be room for you to accept said proposals. If you wish it, then you might even be allowed to leave Dunkelfelder. Am I correct? Like I said, if it has to be a good enough reason to allow it, and he might even take her feelings into account, because like I said, the whole Wilfried thing. But like I said, it had to be a good enough reason. Jarwalko's capacity for gathering intelligence and deducing truths left me pursing my lips, unable to say a word. I could not risk carelessly confirming or denying any of his beliefs. My apologies, Lord Orwin said. I did not intend to trouble you here, and as your true feelings are clear, I did not wish to propose to you at all. What? Then why did you do it? Come again, I asked, blinking at him in confusion. Lord Orwin shot a subtle look at Lord Wilfried, which told me everything I needed to know. He did it to try and gauge and see what Wilfried would do. I swallowed hard, and a chill ran down my spine. It is common knowledge that Dunkelfelder lost its bride-stealing dinner match because of you. I would never have expected you to want to marry Wilfried, owing to his duchy's rank, and the fact that his engagement to Lady Rosamund challenges... What? Received the king's approval. Truth be told, the news shook me to my core. I squeezed my sound blocker tighter and shot a furtive glance at Lord Wilfried. He seemed a little uncomfortable, but also terribly curious about our conversation. Although he did not seem to know what we were saying, I doubted my heart could take much more. That is enough, Lord Orwin. Ehrenfest was a lower-ranking duchy to begin with. It should not be compared to the higher-ranking duchies used to Dunkelfelder's proposals and bride-stealing dinner challenges. Lord Wilfried is completely unaware of my feelings. So I would imagine. Otherwise, he would not be watching us with that strange expression. If you had only confessed to him, he would have proposed to you out of guilt and obligation, if nothing else. Had your decision to hold your tongue not caused you an immense amount of anguish back home? Yeah, most likely. And yeah, it's best that she hadn't said anything till now, because, yeah, he would have done it out of guilt. I averted my eyes, staring down at my feet. He was correct, but what else could I have done? Ehrenfest had told us personally during the inter-duchy tournament that an engagement with Dunkelfelder would only trouble his duchy. I cannot bear the thought of putting a kind soul such as Lord Wilfried through so much misery. You speak of the past, I said. I do not seek such a proposal. It is not too late if you do. As slim as the chance might be, Wilfried could use Dunkelfelder's support to regain his position as the next Ob. My heart stirred. Perhaps I really could be of use to Lord Wilfried and Ehrenfest. A rare sense of hope had sparked into existence within me. Lord Orwin gave a chuckle. If you do not intend to emulate Lady Magdalena when it comes to securing what you desire, then perhaps you might choose me instead. I can eliminate Corinne pressure and swear to cherish you as my first wife. No. You two, return to your gardens. Professor Anastasius said, causing me to jump. The lesson is not over. So, I mean, he's giving her the choice. Either go and tell Wilfried how you feel, or you could choose to marry me. I mean, Orwin, like I said, is a solid choice. And she wouldn't have to worry about stupid ditter if she was to marry him. But, yeah, this could be interesting. Lord Orwin gave me a reassuring smile. Fear not, Lady Hannelore, we will not be chastised. He then let go of his sound blocker and turned to Professor Anastasius. It is our right as top-ranking archduchess to emulate royalty. Indeed, which is why I chose not to interrupt you sooner, our teacher shot back, then gestured to our desks with an intense grimace. Your mana should have regenerated by now. Go back to your places. From their interaction, I assumed then that Prince Anastasius had proposed to Lady Eglantine during one of their classes together. Lady Eglantine must have found that most troublesome. Many noble women dreamed of such a proposal. It was straight out of the stories we so eagerly consumed. I too had treasured the thoughts, but receiving even a taste of what Lady Eglantine must have gone through had made me realize how uncomfortable it was to be in such a situation without retainers to rely on for help. I thank you for looking the other way, Lord Orwin said, and thank you as well, Wilfried. It was because of you that I got this chance to speak with Lady Hannelore. Did it go well, Lord Wilfried damn it. Asked, who knows? I took her by surprise when her father has already chosen her suitors. Not to mention, I do not intend to press her for an answer. What happens next is entirely up to her. Alright, as long as you aren't being a pest, he said, concerned for my sake. Lord Orwin clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder and gave him a light push back to his desk. Then he reached out to me silently, requesting my sound blocker. I watched Lord Wilfried go as I relinquished the tool. No sooner had the weight of the sound blocker left my fingers than Lord Orwin took me by the hand and pulled me toward him. What the fuck? I could only stare at him, taken aback by his sudden move. His light brown eyes carried the intensity of someone driven into a corner, and seeing them so much closer than expected prompted me to gasp. For now, my feelings might not be returned, but I had the patience and determination to wait for that to change. Come again? I think he lied. I think he lied about that he hadn't intended on proposing. That he was actually interested in her. He just never said anything until now. So surprising was his declaration that I could not respond. I stared at him, attempting to discern his intentions, at which point he started and placed a hand over his mouth. Allow me to escort you to your seat, he said, adopting a more neutral expression as he led me by the hand. His eyes wandered about as if searching for a way to ease the tension. Lord Orwin, I muttered. My apologies, I should not have said that. Not at this juncture. I would rather you focus on the advantages we could provide for both our duchies, he said. Speaking much faster than usual, he kept his head down such that his reddish-purple bangs fell over his eyes, evidently regretting his mistake. So strong was his discomfort that it spread to me as well. Could it be that he proposed for more than just his duchy's sake? Yeah, I'm willing to bet that he's got feelings for you, and he just never said anything until this point where he saw he had an opportunity. My heart was racing, perhaps out of surprise. I spent the rest of my lesson with my head in the clouds. Cordially, I said, matters have become even more complicated. I see you have regained the power of speech, milady. You had not said a word since your return, my head attendant replied, her voice tinged with exasperation as she set about preparing tea. Kenntrips was convinced that something drastic must have happened to render use of such a state. Yes, it did! Might I ask you to elaborate? You did not accidentally upturn your garden, did you? I would never make such a blunder. Lord Orwin of Jawanko proposed to me during class. Excuse me? He proposed? Cordially replied, speaking sharply. Not formally with a face stone, but he put the idea forward, I said at once. He is not rushing me to answer. He says simply that he wishes to know how I feel. How I feel? From the start, Lord Orwin had asked only about my emotions, but he had paid no mind to how our marriage would potentially benefit our respective duchies. Slowly but surely, the pieces were falling into place. Cordially, might I be as blind to the feelings of men as Lady Rosamond? Yes, you are. A little bit. As nobles, we were trained to mask our emotions. I should have seen the truth of the situation as soon as he brought up bride-stealing ditter. Or no, perhaps when he said my eyes move every time the word ditter is spoken. You seem emotionally moved, milady. Might you be tempted to accept? Cordially asked, crossing her arms with a contemplative frown. No, not in the least. or slightest, and in any case, the matter of my fiancé is far too complex to be decided purely based on my own wishes. It is just that this is the first time a man has harbored feelings for me. I was taken aback is all. The first time? Cordula's eyebrows almost touched above her nose. Goodness, what a clumsy child you are. Cordula, it was rare for her to speak so harshly. It matters not, forget I said anything. Still, you did not refuse him on the spot, did you? Though he insisted that you were in no rush to answer, there is a chance that he mistook your hesitation for interest. Your father might have chosen your candidates, but an Archduke candidate of Jawanko will be more than... I responded exactly as you taught me to, I said, wary of the lecture to come. But because of Raufereg's proposal, he seemed to assume that anyone could throw their hat in the ring. He spoke much about how Jawanko was immune to Karinstam's pressure. Cordula pinched her brow and shook her head, her displeasure on full display. You are the friend of the divine Avatar and the daughter of the top-ranking Duchy's first wife. We feared that many would attempt to propose to you here, to think that not even the odd selection of suitors would stop them. First Lord Raufereg, now Lord Orwin. Men truly are unpredictable. Though, like she said, this is the first time that someone has actually harbored feelings. This isn't just political for Orwin. This is actually the beginnings of, romantic feelings that we've seen. Unless, like I said, something crazy has happened. Let me know if you guys have seen things in the books that I have not noticed. Because there isn't much we know of when it comes to Hannelore, because she was a side character, so we don't even know more of all. This is the first time I've seen Orwin this way. Because, like I said, he's also a side character that we've seen even less than Lady Hannelore. And the only times we've seen him have been around Wilfried. So, yeah, this could be interesting. It seemed a stretch to lump Lord Orwin and Lord Raufereg. The latter had proposed to me purely because he wanted to stay in Dunkelfelder and play ditter to his heart's desire. But I agreed with the overall sentiment. The events of my recent practical had come as such a surprise that my heart still pounded in my chest. For those men who had proposed out of the blue, Libeskelf, the goddess of binding, must be intent on playing tricks around you. Libeskelf. In an instant, I recalled my appeals to her, and the blood drained quickly from my face. Cordula? Something has occurred to me. Milady? Not that you mention it. I prayed to Libeskelf before coming to the academy. I, did not request a romance as dramatic as those in the storybooks, but I did ask for more choices. So, it makes me wonder, is she actually getting what she asked for? Not really knowing that she had actually asked for it, or that she was actually going to get it? My head attendant said nothing. And in the time since, I have received an increasing number of propositions despite Father's plans. Perhaps this truly is the work of a goddess. Given all we had witnessed, no one could claim that the gods were mere fantasies. Praying at the Royal Academy was known to cause great beams of light to shoot up into the air, and if not even that sounded convincing enough, Lady Rosamund had obtained the Grudgeshite and undergone a stunning transformation through the power of onwalks. I never thought this would happen, I said, my eyes brimming with tears. Whatever shall I do, Cordula? I do not wish for any more choices. My hands were full enough without Libeskelf's trickery bringing me yet more propositions. Hopefully this will be the last one. Cordula looked thoroughly troubled as she considered my predicament. This might not be much of a solution, and for that I apologize, but perhaps you could pray in gratitude to Libeskelf and state that your desires have been met in excess? If that does not change things, then you could pray to Verhermer, the goddess of seas. Or here. I don't even know how to say some of these words! Jesus! Right, I replied with a nod. I shall pray to them both, if necessary. O Libeskelf, goddess of binding, I thank you ever so much for the blessings you bestowed upon me. You have done enough. Because of you, I now have more options than I ever thought possible. I do not require any more. Praise be to the gods, I exclaimed, just as an ordnance shot into the room. The white bird settled in front of me. Lady Hannelore, this is Rosamund. Have you returned to your dormitory? I intend to have my head attendant, Laisletta, stop by with your hairpin order. I watched the ordinance repeat its message twice more, then looked to my head attendant. Because of Lord Orwin's proposal, I had forgotten about Lady Rosamund's promise entirely. We attendants shall go to the tea party room and make welcoming arrangements, Cordula said. You may inform Lady Rosamund that the room is open, then join us there at once. On that note, she departed, taking several of my attendants with her. I tapped the face-stone with my staff and replied to Lady Rosamund before going to the tea party room with the rest of my retainers. Poor Hannelore. I wasn't expecting that either. That came completely out of the blue. That shows how little we've seen of Hannelore and Orwin around each other. Okay. 45 minutes, good lord. Hairpin shockwaves. This is from Lady Rosemine. Lady said as she handed a box to my head attendant. She wishes to express her deepest gratitude for your assistance in rescuing Lord Ferdinand. Cordial and the others started checking the contents when my eyes were drawn to Laisletta's chest. Upon her breast was a necklace, damn it, signifying that she was engaged. To who? Who? I think Laisletta was the one that originally had one, but then she found that the person was trying to use her to get connections to Lady Rosemine, and then she ended it off. So who? It must have been recent from what I can remember. It had not been there before. Laisletta had served Lady Rosemine in Ehrenfest. Would all of Lady Rosemine's retainers move to join her in Alexandria? What did moving to another duchy truly entail? Question after question drifted through my mind. Here you are, Lady Hannelore. My retainers must have concluded their inspection. Snapped out of my trance, I peered into the box they held out to me. Inside rested 2 hairpins covered with small zinnias in bloom, far more stunning than the mock-up shown to me by Lady Rosemine's personnel. They must have tweaked the design with my hairstyle in mind. Normal rye zinnies were light purple and white, but these started red and turned to white gradually, both to complement my hair and to match the divine color of winter. They could not have been more adorable. Please allow me to demonstrate how they are worn, Laisletta announced, and carefully slid the 2 ornaments in my hair. My attendants let out odd gasps and sighs. I had seen others wear hairpins such as these, but this was my first time wearing my own. A smile came unbidden to my face. How do they look, Cordial? I asked. They suit you extremely well, milady. I thought the same thing when I saw Lady Enelebe with hers, but these can be no mistaking the talents of Lady Rosemine's personnel. One would think the Rylanies were real, if not for their color, and they make your hair look all the more beautiful. My other attendants followed suit, lavishing me with praise. While they listened to Laisletta instruct them on how to style my hair with the new accessories, I gazed into a small mirror that had been brought into the room. I could not see exceptionally well from my current angle, but the colors really did complement my hair. Was it truly okay for me to accept such a splendid gift? Laisletta, do give Lady Rosemine my thanks, I said. So I shall. She will be attending the scholar course tomorrow, and she looks forward to your hairpins matching. As do I. The flowers were so detailed and wonderful, and they suited my hair so unbelievably well. Lady Rosemine's hairpin craftswoman had seemed to have come of age just recently, but she already had more talent than most build up over their entire career. I wonder, will Lord Wilfried and Lord Orwin also praise my new accessories? Oh boy, this could be interesting. How wonderful. It would move me to receive a hairpin such as yours from my escort partner. I turned to see Hylese gazing enviously upon my new accessories. Dunkelfelger had trade rights with Ehrenfest, so pre-made hairpins were available back home, but they simply could not compare to those made to order. Concerns about color and size were especially common. We archnobles have no means by which to order our own, so even the pre-made variety are a delight to have, she said, but even so... Hylese sighed. My brother and those formerly of the royal family had enjoyed a rather unique privilege in being able to order hairpins through Lady Rosemine. I should like to order my own if possible, but there is no one in Dunkelfelger who can make them, Hylese continued. How long will it take our craftspeople to learn? I cannot envision them being ready in time for our graduation ceremony. We would graduate together, and indeed there was no good reason to assume that our duchy would have trained hairpin makers before then. The 2 of us were still speaking about the matter when my apprentice attendant, Andrea, returned. Lady Hannelore, my apologies for the wait, she said. Let us move to the dining hall. By the time my retainers had arrived, several students had already eaten their food and departed the hall, leaving us with plenty of space. I spied Kenntrips and Rasantark both with nearly clear plates in front of them, but Raufereg was nowhere to be seen. Wonder where he is. Lady Hannelore, you certainly took your time today. As soon as the students in the dining hall noticed me, they looked to Kenntrips and Rasantark, uncomfortable expressions on their faces. I'm assuming they heard about Orwin! Oh no! What are they gonna say? Oh no! Oh, this is gonna be good. My 2 suitors started when they saw me. I cocked my head in confusion, causing the Razinnies ordered my hair to sway back and forth, or to sway and further emphasizing my new accessories. Lady Hannelore, may we have a moment of your time once you've eaten? Kenntrips asked. The sudden tension was bad enough, but he looked genuinely unwell. Uh-oh. I swallowed in surprise, unsure what grave occurrence had inspired this response. Like I said, it had to be Orwin. Then I turned to Cordula. I might not have had everything scheduled after dinner, but Kenntrips' request was abrupt to say the least. A change of plans would require my retainers to adapt, so I was unsure whether it was okay for me to agree. Cordula thought for a moment, then smiled. I believe that will be fine. They wish to speak with you as soon as they can, and you have something to tell them in turn. Oh, boy. I do? To what is she referring? The whole Orwin situation! Oh my god. Before I could ask, Kenntrips put down his cutlery and stood, his face no less grim than before. We shall prepare a meeting room. Enjoy dinner at your leisure, Lady Hannelore. He signaled to his adult attendant, then strode out of the room. Rasantark finished eating and departed just as quickly. I was lost for how to respond. Now then, milady, let us entrust these preparations to the two lords. Focus on your meal for now. I took my seat. The other students seemed equally disturbed. They shot me less than furtive glances as they ate, then also took their leave. Something is clearly amiss, I said, my head swimming even as I ate. Hylas and Andrea merely exchanged glances. If there was something they wished to tell me, then they must not have been able to broach it here. I made a mental note to ask them later. Speaking of which, Cordula, I continued, what did you mean when you said I have something to tell them? The matter with your uncle, of course, my head attendant responded, exasperated. As your engagement candidates, they need to be informed. You failed to completely refuse the proposition, did you not? I averted my eyes and popped a small piece of herb roasted hotto in my mouth. Indeed, it had slipped my mind that I would need to update them. Kenntrips promised to assist me if I wished to leave for another duchy. Is he a man of his word, I wonder? We'll find out. I shook my head. To even have such a thought made it seem like I was prepared to accept Lord Orwin's proposition when that was anything but the case. Is something the matter, milady? Cordula asked, bringing me back to my senses. I must have been poking out my hotto in a trance, because when I peered down at my plate, I saw that it was something of a mess. I forced an innocent look and elegantly cut into my food, hoping to salvage the situation. I do not see Raufereg anywhere. I suppose we are safe to keep him in the dark? Cordula's eyes wandered to the doors. Indeed, Lord Raufereg was not formally chosen by the Ob, not to mention he is to blame for Lord Orwin's actions in the first place. You are afraid to ignore him. That is one terrifying look. After finishing my meal, I went to the meeting room where Kenntrips and Rasantark awaited me. Rasantark was only half-seated, as though primarily primed to bolt toward me at any moment, while Kenntrips' incessant finger-tapping belied his calm exterior. Cordula, Hylas, stay with me if you would. The rest of you please leave the room. The meeting room was small, so I sent most of my retainers away. We were about to have a rather private conversation, in any case, and they had their own matters to attend to. I took the seat that was offered to me, and Rasantark finally settled into his chair. Kenntrips squeezed his grey eyes shut before sighing. Lady Hannelore, this might be blunt to the point of being rude, but I must ask nonetheless. Were those hairpins a gift from Ehrenfest? Indeed, I said, from Lady Rosamine to be precise. She declared them proof of our friendship and an expression of gratitude for my assistance in her true dinner match. Do you remember the hairpin my brother gave to Einali? Well, mine was made by the same craftswoman. I reached up and touched the accessories in question. Wonderful, are they not? The pair exchanged puzzled expressions. Oh, they thought it was for Wilfried! Oh, no! No! I'm sorry if I'm being loud. I'm sorry. From Lady Rosamine, you say? Not Lord Wilfried? Why would they be from... Ah! I looked up at the start. If they were meant as a gift from all of Ehrenfest, not just from Lady Rosamine, then indeed I will need to thank Lord Wilfried and Lady Charlotte, too. I had been invited to Lady Rosamine's personal library rather than to the castle to place my orders, so I had assumed the hairpins were solely from her. More likely than not, they were actually a gift from the Duchy as a whole. So you could say... That is not what we meant, Kenntrips said, massaging the bridge of his nose as if to soothe a headache. We are asking whether they came from your escort partner for the graduation ceremony. My escort partner? I don't even think she's picked that yet. Because she would have had to pick... Because usually the escort partner is usually who you're engaged to, if not a family member. Of course not, I said, rejecting the notion without hesitation. How could they have when I don't even have an escort partner yet? Not just Lady Rosamine, but the female students of Ehrenfest and Alexandria wear such hairpins, whether they have a partner or not. Can I not do the same? Cordula sighed. I see the source of your confusion, as Lady Rosamine wears her own hairpins and promised to give you some of your own so the two of you could match, but still, to the people of Dunkelfelder, hairpins from Ehrenfest are understood as gifts from escort partners given to women about to come of age. In my excitement to have received new hairpins, I had paid no mind to how they might be perceived. I clapped my hands in a moment of clarity and exclaimed, "So everyone thought I had chosen a partner from outside my engagement candidates. No wonder those in the dining hall had treated me so strangely." Hailey slumped her shoulders. "I attempted to warn you before, but I see I was not clear enough." When she remarked on my hairpins back in my room, she had apparently been trying to inform me of what they signified. My apologies. You're just as dense as Rosamund right now. "I understand your reasoning, but all duchies other than Ehrenfest will come to the same mistaken conclusion we did," Kenntrips said with a troubled smile. "Truly, I had allowed my happiness to blind me. It was never my intention to put my engagement candidates through such anguish. Honest." Rasantark's expression was gloomy to a ghastly degree, and his usually spirited chestnut eyes glared at my hairpins with vexation. It starkly contrasted the relief that Kenntrips now exuded. "Rasantark," I said, "could it be that these hairpins do not suit me?" "No, they suit you exceptionally well, to the point that I now understand how one can fall victim to the goddess of chaos." The goddess of chaos tended to represent complex feelings of envy and resentment, so his words hardly felt like a compliment. What had inspired such strong emotions in him? Because he's jealous. Surely he does not wish for a hairpin of his own, as Hailey's does. Just my wretched luck he cursed. To think my greatest rival in love would end up being Lady Rosemine. Oh my god, now I'm actually wondering something. As far as we know, in this entire series, there have not been any mentions of any characters being gay, lesbian, anything of the sort. It's all been straight characters. So it makes me wonder, are there any and we just haven't seen them? Or had any reason to be told about them? Lady Rosemont asked, "Do you mean to say you have feelings for Lord Ferdinand?" Where did that come from? Don't you mean Lady Rosemont? No! She's talking about... No, she said that because she thinks that since that her competition is Lady Rosemont, that it's... No. As in, Lady Rosemont competition to get Hannelore's attention. Is that some kind of cruel joke? I find it anything but amusing. I am a candidate for your hand. Damn it. For your hand, Lady Hannelore. Seeing the tears in his eyes, I apologized without a second thought, but how else was I meant to interpret his apparent rivalry with Lady Rosemont? You expressed your envy of Lady Annelieb's hairpin before, so I planned to have one delivered through Lord Lestalot once our engagement was settled, Rasantark explained. His voice almost a shout, and yet Lady Rosemont's personal hairpin craftswoman has made you a maximal quality hairpin to your exact specifications. How can I ever hope to compete? You can compete by making one that you think she would like, that you personally ordered. That would be something enough to make her happy, you know? The expression, "my mind went blank," was surely invented to describe situations such as this. Rasantark's words inspired a strange sensation within me, as though all the blood in my body had reversed its direction. It rushed to my face, and a loud thumping rang in my ears. If you would allow me to ask, is that to say I am the one? Yes. I am the one you have feelings for, Rasantark. Oh, great, this guy does have feelings. So, yeah. Girl, you are just as clueless about love as Lady Rosemont is. But then again, we haven't gotten to see Hannelore very often in this detail, so of course we wouldn't have known about it either. He stared at me wide-eyed. Kenntrips looked just as taken aback. Is that really a surprise? Rasantark exclaimed at last. As a candidate for your hand, and one in the process of courting you, I thought it went without saying that you are the sole object of my affection. Not really, considering you seem to love ditter more than anything else. I have made it very clear that I wish to protect you, fight alongside you, and so on. I paused, trying to think of any times he had conveyed his feelings for me. None came to mind. I recall you declaring that you wished to marry me so you could play ditter with Alexandria, I said, rendered uncomfortable by my suitor's pointed stares. That is to say, I thought you cared more about ditter than for me. That's what I'm saying. If ditter was a person, all the people in Duchy would be after them. That's how crazy it is. Rasantark clapped a hand to his head, stunned silent by the fact that his meaning had been lost on me. Lady Rosamund invested 18 large golds without batting an eye when the matter of translating Dunkelfeger's history arose, Cordula weighed in. Few men will have the budget to compete with such lavish hairpins. Still, as they are from Alexandria and you have promised to match, I would advise that you continue wearing them. Rasantark clutched at his chest and grunted. As always, when the rest of us were dancing around in uncomfortable truth, Cordula showed no mercy in taking us to task. Cordula, I said, this is not my intention. Face the facts, milady. This is the consequence of your thoughtless acceptance of a new hairpin when the knights were entranced with true ditter. It seemed that I was being scolded as well as Rasantark, but I had no engagement candidates at the time. And would it not have been improper to refuse a gift? I never thought things would escalate as they have. I had wanted a new hairpin, and the celebration at Ehrenfest had seemed a wondrous time to speak with Lady Rosamund and decide which colors and flowers would suit me best. Never had my intention been to woo the hearts of the men chosen to court me. Rasantark was the picture of melancholy. I no longer knew what to say to him. Not only did you fail to consider matters thoroughly, but your timing was also rather poor. I mean, like she said, at the time when she ordered the hairpin, she didn't have any marriage candidates. So if she had at the time, she could have essentially, tried to time it better and, maybe tell them that whoever you end up picking to marry, have it, them be able to pick it up and deliver it to you, But like I said, she didn't even know at the time if she was going to have any marriage candidates, though she should have, figured that it was coming at some point because she's in her, 5th year at this point? So, yeah, after this she's only got 1 year left. Or perhaps it was excellent. There could be nothing better than your hairpins for rejecting proposals from other duchies. That is true. Proposals from other duchies? Kenntrips echoed, turning so suddenly that his hair swayed. Even though she has candidates chosen by the Ob? Indeed, earlier today, Lord Orwin of Jawanko proposed to Milady during class. She was stunned to learn that a man was taken with her. Had the two of you made your own feelings more apparent, this would not have happened. How ungraceful. What? Jawanko proposed during class? Kenntrips exclaimed, repeating the words in shock. Does he mean to challenge us to bride-stealing dinner? Rasantark bellowed, his chestnut eyes gleaming. I accept! No! That's not what he's talking about. Be calm, Rasantark, Cordula said. It was not a formal proposal, and Milady turned him down. I see. Well, Lady Hannelore, Lord Orwin is bound to yield when he sees your hairpins and comes to the natural conclusion, Rasantark mused with a reassured sigh. In contrast, I found my own mood growing exceptionally dark. As my head attendant had said, I had informed Lord Orwin of my engagement candidates and dodged his proposal. Perhaps my hairpins really would stop him from pursuing me, but it seemed cruel to deceive him when he had ultimately worn his heart on his sleeve. Especially considering that you're not even supposed to be doing that as a noble. You're supposed to be keeping, your emotions and everything, all that stuff in check. I suspect it will pain Lord Orwin to see me wearing these hairpins the day after he proposed to me. He would not let it show, but still. Thinking back to the look he had given me upon noticing his mistake, I can only imagine how much it would eat away at him. Oh, I would hate to hurt him too! I do not wish to hurt him. Explaining that Lady Rosamund gave me the hairpins should prevent any further misconceptions. Although, I am surprised that I feel so compelled to act in the first place. Kenntrips brought his eyebrows together in a frown. Lady Rose Hannelore, what did Lord Wilfried say of this proposal? Lord Wilfried? Did he not attempt to stop it, or present himself as a suitor, or did he just sit there and do nothing? My heart ached and my throat became so parched that I found it hard to answer. Lord Wilfried had done nothing to interfere. At most, I could say that he, ever the gentleman, had ensured that Lord Orwin's behavior would not harm my reputation. Did I truly need to report that he did not even consider me someone he might wish to propose to? He might not have thought about it at the time because he hasn't been thinking about that sort of thing, I'm assuming. He did nothing of note, I said at length. Lord Orwin used a sound blocker and we were in the middle of class. I see. Our bride-stealing dinner match with Ehrenfest was a thing of the past. I wished my peers would understand that and stop bringing up Lord Wilfried at every opportunity. The next day, I donned my new hairpins and went to class, my heart pounding for more than one reason. Lord Wilfried was there when I arrived, but I saw no sign of Lord Orwin. Are those the new hairpins you ordered to match Lady Rosemine? Oh, good, he knows! He knows! Lord Wilfried asked, having noticed them right away. Indeed they are. It was not rare in Ehrenfest for women to wear hairpins of this nature. For that reason, Lord Wilfried said nothing of escort partners. Of course, so he doesn't know, he doesn't think about that sort of thing. He might not even know. Instead, he informed me that Lady Charlotte had also received a new hairpin and that Ehrenfest was training new craftspeople to make them. We went on to discuss how I had placed my order. Oh, he said, I didn't know you spoke to the craftswoman directly. Well, her eyes see well and true. Red Rosinis certainly do suit you, Lady Hannelore. You are too kind. As glad as I was to receive his praise, I could not help feel a little embarrassed. Oh boy, here we go. Lady Hannelore, are those Ehrenfest hairpins? Lord Orwin asked when he eventually arrived, eyeing them with the same concern that Kenntrips and Rasantark had shown before. Lord Orwin, these hairpins, they sure are, Lord Wilfried interjected, sticking his chest out with pride. Who else but Lady Rosemine's personnel would conceive of an idea as ingenious as using red Rosilians? Lord Orwin looked between his friend and me before putting on a weak smile. Indeed, they suit you well, he said, his voice just as strained as I expected. Oh, I feel so bad for him! Lord Orwin, the truth is, they truly do suit you well. I celebrate the ripening of your raffle? What? What the fuck? My raffle? Lord Orwin must have thought I had chosen my escort partner, and that I had picked not one of my marriage candidates, but Lord Wilfried. You are mistaken, I said, frantically shaking my head. This is you three again? Professor Anastasius grabbed as he entered the room, waving us away with a grimace. Hurry to your places already. You are not patient, sir. Could you not let them finish what they were talking about? Lord Orwin slid past me on his way to his desk, moving as though to avoid me. I headed to my own, having lost my chance to clear up the misunderstanding. Just do that after class. Professor Anastasius, you normally arrive much later. This poor timing is unbelievable. I thought to take my breaks when Lord Orwin took his and speak with him then, but I never managed to catch him. He also returned to his dormitory for lunch immediately at fourth bell. By the time I had turned around, he was gone. He's avoiding me. Without a doubt, I was no more fortunate that afternoon I returned to the Dunkelfelder dormitory, having not a single chance to clear the air. Little did I know, things had taken an inconceivable turn in my absence. Oh my god. Lady Hannelore, is it true that you accepted a proposal from Lord Wilfried? What the fuck is people going on about assuming things? Always check with your lady before believing the rumors. Always, whenever you hear rumors, assume they're not true until you talk to the lady in question. My retainers asked as soon as I entered the dorm, looking anxious one and all. Come again, I asked, cocking my head at them. Wherever did you hear that? Lost Rendra and Lindit told us during our afternoon classes. Both lesser duchies have archduke candidates, so I understand the source of the rumor, but I cannot even begin to imagine how that misconception came about. Lord Orwin would never say something so careless, I thought, but perhaps he had spread word that Lord Wilfried was escorting me? Did we not predict exactly this, Milady cordially asked, a beacon of calm amid the chaos. Only a select few men could provide handmade hairpins of such high quality. And as yours are in the Ehrenfest style, of course people will have assumed they came from Lord Wilfried. The blood drained from my face. Would such rumors not cause him all kinds of trouble? Whatever shall I do? I asked my head attendant. This is far from ideal. We all know how poorly he has treated you. Let him be a shield to block further proposals, Kenntrips said. He had come to despise Lord Wilfried more than anyone since our game of bride-stealing ditter, and the anger in his voice brooked no protest. It is unfortunate that the hairpins came from Lady Rosemine. Had they been from Ehrenfest as a whole, we could have pressured Lord Wilfried to take responsibility. Enough of that, Kenntrips. You wish to marry into Ehrenfest, do you not? If that is your desire, then I intend to do all that I can to aid you. I do not wish to succeed through such methods, I said with a glare. Putting an even greater burden on Lord Wilfried and Ehrenfest was not my intention in the slightest. She didn't deny that she wanted to, though. She didn't deny and say, I don't want to marry into Ehrenfest. She just said that she doesn't want to do it that way. So she does. Kenntrips sighed and gave a shrug. In that case, perhaps you could consult Lady Rosemine. Professor Raufereg informed us she will be present for music lessons and dedication world practice. You could ask her for a way to clear up this misconception, be it by wearing the hairpins only when you have lessons together or by having her announce if she gave them to you. Indeed, that is what I shall do. I trust you. She will aid me, considering that Lord Wilfried is involved. I thank you ever so much. But despite my agreement, the green-haired apprentice scholar wore an exceedingly complex expression. Uh-oh, he's planning something! One of dazed sorrow and inner turmoil. Huh? Kenntrips? Being kind to Lord Wilfried is all well and good. But do try to be more faithful to your own desires. If not, we will each be bound to a star we did not wish for. On that note, he moved to pass me. The smile he wore was steeped in sadness, so I couldn't help but grab his sleeve. Lady Hannelore, he asked, looking down at me curiously. Perhaps I had just imagined the sorrow in his expression, but I could not bear to say I had grabbed a man's sleeve without purpose. You spoke only of what I want. I want to know your desires as well. You should already know them, Kenntrips said with a laugh. Then he pulled his sleeve free and went on his way. I should already know. But I can't even begin to fathom what they might be. Oh my god, girl. Yes, he loves to gather information, and that is what he intends to do for the rest of his life. But I assume what he wants is to see you happy. Oh my god! Oh my god, you guys. Seriously. Anyway, I'll get to work on this, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, let us continue with part 4, I think. Music and questions. Our first music lesson was finally upon us. Despite my best efforts, I had failed to understand Kenntrips' wish, the rumors about Lord Wilfried and me continued to spread, and Lord Orwin remained ignorant of the truth about my hairpins. I shall consult Lady Rosamine. Speaking with her would solve everything except the matter with Kenntrips, I thought. You should know how not good with social stuff Rosamine is at this point, though maybe... oh boy. How that's gonna go. I thought as I made my way to the music classroom. Archnoble and Archduke candidates took the lesson together, so the room felt much busier than usual. There she is, Hailey said, indicating a young woman in a dark blue cape. She had found her target so quickly because the latter's hairpin matched my own. Lady Rosamine's hairpin uses a red to white gradient of zinnies, as yours do, yet the colors still appear unique. The woman who made them took great care to choose shades of red that best suited the wearer. Mine is bright pink, whereas Lady Rosamine's is more of a deep crimson. Indeed, although our hairpins use the same design, their colors set them apart and ensured that they suited us both. Good day, Lady Rosamine, I said as I approached her, the flowing flowers in my hair swaying with each step. Good day to you too, she replied. Lord Wilfried informed me through a very angry ordinance, oh god, that the hairpins I gave you caused a great amount of trouble for you both. I apologize for not anticipating this. Oh god. Wonder what the ordinance said. I want to know. I was just as careless. While I rejoiced over my new hairpins, my engagement candidates complained that they could not hope to top them. I conveyed my exchange with Rasantark, trying to add humor where I could. Lady Rosamine laughed, then clapped her hands together. In that case, once you have chosen your escort partner, perhaps I could arrange for another special order to be made. I might have beat them to it, but I assume you would still want a hairpin from your partner, no? One can never have too many. That is true, you can never have too many hairpins like that, so, I mean, yeah. Oh, I love Rosamine! Oh, now I see the ones that are to keep the gods at bay. I see the ones in her hands. Lady Rosamine beamed, proud of her idea. She sported a new hair ornament each year and had worn hairpins bearing the season's flowers and divine color when I visited Ehrenfest. They always paired wonderfully with her rainbow face stone hair stick. I see you are wearing both your hairpin and your hair stick today, I said. Do you plan to wear more hair ornaments for our graduation ceremony? No more than this, but I do plan to have a new hairpin made to suit my coming-of-age dress. I also intend to use materials found in Alexandria to release a new line of specialty products. A mischievous grin spread across Lady Rosa. I can't wait to see Ferdinand's input on all this. Oh, I want more Rosamine and Ferdinand. I want more. I'm sorry, but I do. They had to do that right at the very end of the dang series. Why? You make us want more. Because we didn't get to see very much when it came to their dynamic in a somewhat romantic way until volume 31, I think? No, 30, volume 30, I think, is when she went to say Ferdinand. And that's when it changed, I think. But that is the most I can say for now. Do look forward to them. As I understood it, Lady Rosamund was the innovator behind so many of Ehrenfest's recent trends. The very notion had once seemed absurd to me, but at this point I thought she was capable of pretty much anything. With you at the helm, Lady Rosamund, I expect Alexandria to produce new specialty exports by the day. Your smile is so bright and joyful that I feel your happiness as though it were my own. I have established the library city of my dreams, obtained access to all manner of seafood, and restored connections that I nearly lost for good. I could not be more content. I wished I could obtain such happiness, then remembered those extreme lengths that Lady Rosamund had gone to for what she wanted. My expression turned neutral as I fell into thought. No, I do not think I could mimic her. No, you could not. You could not. I placed a hand on my cheek and sighed. Lady Rosamund peered at me in response, amusement gleaming in her golden eyes. Her sudden growth spurt meant she now stood a little taller than me. It saddened me to have lost my one advantage over her. Well, Lady Hannelore, what do you think? Lady Rosamund paused. Would you like the partner you choose to order you a new hairpin? Well, of course, I would assume she would. If you would not mind, then yes. I'm assuming that when Rosamund graduates, the hairpin she wears for that is going to be a combination of Thule making it for her, well, her parents probably helping with that too, and Ferdinand ordering it. That's what's going to happen. I think I said this. If you would not mind, then yes. Lady Rosamund's kind gesture would ease Rasantark's misery, and although it would not heal the wounded hearts of the men who saw Lady Rosamund's and my hatching hairpins, it would at least make the pain less severe. Would you welcome an order from me as someone I recognize? Oh, no! Oh, no! Is Rosamund going to deduce what's going on? Oh, no. Oh, God. Why? Orwin saw them talking and went to hear and heard everything possibly. Oh, this is going to make things so awkward. And from what I saw, a comment I got on the video asking how many more people are going to propose, they put an emoji, and I'm worried that there's going to be more people. Oh God, who's going to be doing it next? Lord Orwin? Lady Rosamund's eyes settled on me. I merely stared at our new arrival, unsure what to say. He must have overcome his previous misconception. Then I saw Lord Wilfried behind him, fists clenched in support, and my relief gave way to dark, heavy misery. Oh no. I feel so bad for Hannelore. All this crazy stuff happening. As long as Lady Hannelore has chosen them, I do not mind who the order is from, Lady Rosamund answered. Oh? I must inform the Ob. At once came the voice of a... No! Oh no! All the Archnoble and Archduke candidates are there. That means that Thule's gonna get a lot of orders. Oh no. Oh dear. Came the voice of a Karinstam Archnoble. We all turned to look. It was anything but rare to gather information by eavesdropping. But to openly announce what one had just heard, Rosamund and I exchanged glances. Was that not exceptionally rude? I furrowed my brow, unable to hide my displeasure, at which point Rasantark marched over from where he must have been watching nearby. Should you not learn a tad more before relaying anything to Ob Karinstam? The smile plastered across his face did not reach his eyes, which instead gleamed with the light of a predator eyeing its prey. Reporting only what you just heard might lead him to mistakenly assume that his proposal to Lady Hannelore has been accepted. Her father chose 2 candidates for her hand, and no nobles of other duchies stand among them. If anyone else hopes to marry her, they will need to prove their worth through a game of bride stealing ditter. No! Not this again! Rasantark, stop! If they really want to propose to her, they need to bring it up to her father first, and give him a good enough reason for him to accept. That is how it should go. Enough, I said, not wanting to cause more of a fuss during class. We must remember that Lord Sigiswald of Karinstam is a former royal. He should need no reminders for how those not chosen by Ob Dunkelfelger must petition for my hand in marriage. The Archnoble grimaced and slunk away without another word. If, after this, Lord Sigiswald doubled down on his proposal to me, I suspected my father might lead Dunkelfelger's ditter-starved knights straight into Karinstam. Oh no! I can only pray that they know better than to make fools of themselves. I hope so. That will do. Please allow me to spend class with my friends, I said, instructing Rasantark to step aside, but for some reason he moved to stand beside Hyles. Rasantark? Do let me stay. There might be others who mean to trouble you, he insisted, his smile genuine this time. Archnobles will not stand down unless they come face to face with one of your chosen candidates. If I abandon you now, Cordula and Kenntrips will decry me as a failure. Rasantark was now focused on Lords Wilfried and Orwin. He seemed liable to goad Drwonkel into bride-stealing ditter, but as I racked my brain for a way to keep him in check, Lady Rosemine burst into laughter. Your candidates really must cherish you, if not even Karinstam or Lord Orwin gives them pause, she said. I must admit I was a little worried about the character of the potential partners chosen for you, but I see now that I need not have been concerned. I turned back to Rasantark with a start. Not long ago I had been convinced that he had proposed to me purely for the sake of ditter, but now I saw the truth. He even kept a respectful distance while I greeted and spoke with other Archduke candidates. Had the Karinstam Archnoble and Lord Orwin not spoken of my hairpins, he would never have stepped forward so defensively. In some regards, he is not what I am looking for, but he is still going out of his way to be considerate. Until this point, I had put very little thought into Rasantark's and Kenntrips' hopes and emotions, yet here was Rasantark doing his best to protect me as one of my engagement candidates. Perhaps now was the time to take them both seriously. Indeed, I said at last, they do cherish me from what I can tell. In hindsight, I was not showing them as much consideration as they were showing me. I would need to thank them for knowing how much to advertise themselves as my chosen suitors when interacting with other duchies. I did not think you would say as much, Lady Hannelore. Rasantark mused. Does this mean I can start ordering a hairpin through Lady Rosemine? Please do not interrupt us, I said. In an instant, my newfound appreciation faded away. I glared up at Rasantark with a menacing smile, and he reflexively stepped back, insisting that he had only been talking to himself. I see there is a variety of instruments being brought to class this year, Lady Rosemine said. Rather than everyone having a Hörspiel, roughly half the room held flutes or percussion instruments. Indeed, as we have entered our 5th year, we must start preparing for the songs offered to the gods during the graduation ceremony. Students not chosen for the sword dance or the dedication whirl are made to either perform or sing. Those skilled in instruments other than the Hörspiel are attempting to catch the professor's eye. I suppose we really are close to graduating. I spent the bulk of my 4th year in the Garden of Beginnings, so I scarcely feel like a 5th year. I am surprised she feels like a student at all, considering her recent inauguration as an ob, not to mention her tendency to return home halfway through the academic term. Although I chose not to say it, I suspected that leading Dunkelfelger into war and becoming the ruler of an entire duchy were largely to blame for Lady Rosemine not feeling the appropriate age. As it stands, I am glad to have grown, but my initial response was nothing but resentment for the gods, Lady Rosemine muttered with a sigh, turning her gaze upward. It felt as though she were looking at the gods themselves, so I straightened my back on instinct. Speaking of the graduation ceremony, which goddess will you be whirling as? I asked, hoping to bring her eyes back down. Lords Wilfried and Orwin must have overheard as they approached without a moment's hesitation. I too am curious, said the former. Based on the duchy rankings, I would think you should be the goddess of light, Lady Hannelore, the latter added. But with Lady Rosemine being an ob... Good question. Just as the performers of the sword dance were chosen from the night course, dancers for the dedication whirl were chosen from among the Archduke candidates. Each year, Archduke candidates would speculate on who would whirl as which god. Unfazed by all the eyes on her, Lady Rosemine placed a hand on her cheek and gave a troubled smile. I shall not be participating in the graduation ceremony's dedication whirl. Instead, I will join those playing music. Come again? Her answer caused not just me, but every archnoble in earshot to stare at her in shock. It was the last thing any of us had expected. She had whirled so enchantingly since her very first year at the Royal Academy, so not one of us had thought she would not be on stage for the ceremony. Is there a reason for that? I pressed. When I whirled for the Zent's transference ceremony, I completed my offering to the gods. There is also a good chance that my whirling would open the path to the Garden of the Beginning, so to ensure everyone's safety, it seems best for me to abstain. Yeah, I have to agree. We don't want a repeat of what happened before. Involving the gods would create quite a mess for Ferdinand and the Zent to clean up. Yep. Yeah, I mean, she did it before, so I mean, of course she's going to be worried about that. Her primary concern is summoning the gods themselves? Lady Rosemine smiled and tried to make light of the situation, but her reasoning for abstaining was so far removed from my every expectation that I knew not how to respond. My own concern over which goddess I would perform as felt childish in comparison. Lord Orwin and I were rendered utterly dazed, forced to devote all of our focus merely to masking our surprise. Lord Wilfried, on the other hand, was used to Lady Rosemine's antics. He frowned and stared at her quizzically. Are you sure playing music is safe when your songs when your songs produce many blessings as well? A good question. More than his impolite speech, it was the object of his concern that stunned us all. Certainly when Lady Rosemine played in class, the wondrous light of a blessing suffused the room alongside her music. Both whirling and playing an instrument counted as offerings to the gods, would the result not be the same in both cases. We should not need to worry as long as I am not atop the whirling stage or the ritual carpet, so I plan to play my instrument in the corner, far away from them both. Yeah, good idea. I might still produce a blessing, but it should create a pillar of light at most. As trivial as you make it sound, creating such a spectacle would normally require the mana of an entire group of nobles. She's got the mana to do it, so yeah. In the Duchy dormitory, pillars of light formed only from the rituals before and after dinner, and only when there were more than 10 players involved. Lady Rosemine can make them on her own, and she considered them tame compared to what she was truly capable of. No wonder she was known as the divine avatar and had received the Grecian from the gods themselves. Lady Rosemine, Lord Orwin said, would it not seem out of place for Alexandria to perform in the corner? It's for the safety of everybody, so I'd say it's fine. It would cause a commotion among the other students, especially when she had sat beside the Zent during our fellowship gathering. I understand your concern, but Ferdinand would never permit me to perform somewhere as dangerous as the center, she explained. Not to mention, sitting in some gaudy chair far from the stage would only exacerbate the idea that I receive special treatment. Lady Rosemine was determined not to take the stage. I don't blame her. I wondered if she would manage to persuade others to her way of thinking. Few would consider playing an instrument as dangerous as she did. In any case, she continued, I intend to remain very much in the background. A few blessings and pillars of light should blend right in during the ceremony. Oh my god. Oh, Lady Rosemine, there must be a limit to how abnormal one can be. So grand were her dramatics that my head started to spin. A student permeating the auditorium with blessings and music could never blend in with her peers. She would create more of a scene than Lady Detlinde had with her own performance. The more Lady Rosemine strove to blend in, the more she would inevitably stand out. Well, all that aside, I doubt we will have much reason to worry, Lord Wilfried said. Uncle will make sure everything works out. Indeed, he will communicate with the Zent to ensure as much, Lady Rosemine insisted. Not to mention we will have an entire year before my graduation ceremony. Yeah, that's crazy that they're almost done. Somehow the pair before me seemed completely on the same page. Many had taken to bad-mouthing Lord Wilfried since the cancellation of his engagement, but the concern he showed for Lady Rosemine proved just how kind he truly was. I mean, heck, they ended things on good terms, so I mean, it's fine. Now then, everyone, Professor Pauline began, your tasks this year are to play the song to be performed during the graduation ceremony, and a song that you composed with your music tutor. I am always delighted to hear so many new pieces. What have you all prepared, I wonder? Especially brief songs will be rejected, but otherwise we were free to devote our music to gods of our choosing. Is this to say that each year there are so many new songs produced as there are students, Lady Rosemine asked me. Not quite. This is a requirement only for archnobles and archduke candidates. Many lay nobles and men nobles lacked a dedicated music tutor to consult. Even if they had one, as they were studying so intensely for their graduation, they would not even have time to compose their own songs. Because so many students had such limited exposure to music, the professors had a hard time determining where everyone's talent lay. They had to decide who should spend what little time they had on the harpsichord and who should focus on other instruments instead. Professor Raufereg said as much each year when he had to announce how the instruments were being distributed. Is that so? Lady Rosemine asked, cocking her head at my explanation. Professor Herscher rarely ever visits the Ehrenfest dormitory, so I know painfully little about our teacher's hardships. In truth, it feels strange having a supervisor who actually spends time in the dormitory she oversees. A female supervisor had been sent from Alexandria to replace Professor Fraularm, but as I had not taken the scholar course, I had yet to actually see her. Kenntrips had informed me she had lost her husband during the Lanzanov War. I cannot even imagine a dormitory without a supervisor, I said. I doubt most would need to. Without a dormitory supervisor at hand, what did the students of Ehrenfest do when they had inquiries about classes, wanted to retake exams, or received challenges to dinner matches? Did they have to contact Professor Herscher by ordonnance? I was still deep in thought when Lady Rosemine raised a hand. Professor Pauline, I have a question, she said. For the latter task, would it be acceptable to use a song I have already composed? Our teacher paused. Under normal circumstances, the answer would naturally be yes. My brother had told me what to expect long ago, back when he was in his 3rd year, so I had finished my compositions well in advance. It was a fairly common practice, but Lady Rosamond had gone above and beyond, and her previous songs were already rather popular. Professor Pauline must have been eager to hear something brand new. I shall accept any song that you have not already debuted, she said at last. I wonder which one I should choose, Lady Rosamond mused aloud. Oh, I know! Pick the one that Ferdinand sang at the Hartspiel concert. Oh, that would be fun to hear and sing! Especially see Ferdinand sing it. Oh, God. At once I was overcome with the urge to look away. Had she truly composed so many songs that she knew not which one to play? Having to devote attention to my other classes meant I had only recently finished my own composition. I intended to hone it with my tutor, but it would be beyond me to make another entirely from scratch. Rosamond, Lord Wilfried whispered, not caring to address her formally. Yes, Wilfried, she asked in just as low a voice. Professor Pauline means a song made with your instructor, not with Uncle. Do you have any? Of course. Rosina always yearns for new songs, so we have made plenty without his involvement. I see music as more than just a means to bargain with him, you know. Oh, I still think she should have picked that one. The one that Ferdinand sang for the Hartspiel concert. That's what he should do. That's what she should pick. That is what she should pick. Although she does know what it really means. I think it was with an anime song or something. I exchanged a look with Lord Orwin. Evidently, we both had the same question in mind. Have you made plenty with his involvement, Lady Rosamond? Lord Orwin asked hesitantly. Ever since the time you were in Ehrenfest, I mean. Lady Rosamond nodded as if it were a matter of course. I would hum melodies of my own creation. Ferdinand would arrange them to be played on the harpspiel and give them lyrics, she explained with a smile. He did the majority of the work, so the accolades are squarely his. In other words, she must have worked with him on the love song she had already debuted. What are the songs you composed with Lord Wilfried? There are none. Lady Rosamond blinked at me in confusion. There are none. Not once has he asked me to have a new song composed for him. Isn't that right, Wilfried? Yeah, he attested. This is my first time actually needing one. It feels a bit late to sneak you one of mine, so please work closely with your tutor to create your own. I'd wish to point out how strange it was to compose love songs with a man to whom one was not engaged. But Lady Rosamond must not have understood me. Of course she hadn't. She's freaking socially inept when it comes to this sort of stuff. Had she really not made a single song with Lord Wilfried when they were together? Nope. Nope. She composed with her music tutor while Lord Ferdinand was absent, but not with Lord Wilfried? Could it be that when they were engaged, Lady Rosamond scorned and belittled him without meaning to? No. Wilfried's just not the type to do that sort of thing, it seems. Whereas Ferdinand loves music, essentially. My heart lurched. Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamond's engagement, born of mutual love, was something to celebrate, but I feared that almost no consideration was being shown to the latter's previous partner. The professor appears to be free, Lady Rosamond said. I shall go take my exam. She then departed with her harpspiel in hand, ready to pass yet another subject on the very first day of class. Professor Pauline insisted that she begin with her song to the gods. Oh, God. Here we go. As soon as Lady Rosamond readied her instrument, the other students stopped practicing to focus on her. It was normal for her to playing to receive special attention, but this year she commanded a greater presence than ever before. In her more mature, more stunning form, she could enrapture an audience before she played a single note. I am one who offers prayer and gratitude to the gods who have created the world. No sooner had Lady Rosamond started to play than the blue ring on her slender white finger shone with the light of a blessing. Uh-oh. Hearing her extol the virtues of the gods made it all too clear how much her voice had changed. Her clear yet immature way of speaking had given way to the gentle, high-pitched tones of a woman. Many could only sigh in awe of what they were witnessing. I was told you had a hard time adjusting to adult harpspiels after your transformation, but that was superb, Professor Pauline opined when Lady Rosamond reached the end of her first song. I shall now hear your original composition. At once, Lady Rosamond said, I devote this next song to the supreme gods. She longed to her next piece, a vow to spend eternity with one's bound partner. Oh, no! God, we're going to assume so fucking much. The story behind her engagement to Lord Ferdinand had been announced during the Archduke Conference, so every Duchy knew it well. Her performance felt like a celebration of their storybook romance. Oh, what the fuck? What the actual fuck did they think happened between those two? Huh? That's what I want to know. How do they think that it all happened? That's what I want to know. and the joy it had brought them both. After receiving the protection of the goddess of water and the guidance of the god of fire, Lady Rosamund must have eagerly awaited the ripening of her... What the fuck? One female student said, "At one point I feared it had fallen into the hands of Borserte, the goddess of harvest," and added another. "I hope to one day read about those events in one of Lady Elantura's books." Elantura? Who's Lady Elantura? That's what I want to know. "Absolutely, I cannot wait for this year's volume." The girls were clasping hands over their mouths, whispering among themselves with sparkles in their eyes. I, on the other hand, was struck with a slight sense of unease. This was one of the songs Lady Rosamund composed without Lord Ferdinand, was it not? I mean, we don't know. She didn't say it was. Does that mean it was created when she planned to spend eternity with Lord Wilfried? Or would she have sung it to... No! Hell no on that one! Would she have sung it to Lord Sigiswald when her engagement changed? No, I doubt it. Yeah, I agree. She abandoned everything to rescue Lord Ferdinand. The divine colors of the supreme gods danced through the air, made it clear that Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand would have a long and prosperous future together. Her dazzling light only emphasized the cruel darkness into which Lord Wilfried had been thrust. I mean... I glanced at him, but his eyes were cast down, making it hard for me to gauge his emotional response to the song. What does Lady Rosamund think of his current situation? Is there anything I could do to help him and spare him the anguish of any further hardships? I mean, like I said, they split amicably because he was hating having to be engaged to her. And I don't think he regrets it. I don't think he regrets breaking up with her, essentially. So, I wonder what's going on with his head. My fists clenched, I gazed up at the light and darkness swirling about her performance. I was overcome with a vague, lasting frustration toward one of my dear friends, and thinking on my own would do nothing to resolve it or the matter at hand. Rather than act on mere assumptions, it would surely be best to ask Lady Rosamund what she and Ehrenfest intended to do. "Lady Rosamund," I said upon her return, my resolve steeled. "There is something I wish to discuss with you at length. Although this is rather sudden, may I ask for your time this coming Earth Day? I shall prepare the tea and such. The day after tomorrow?" Lady Rosamund asked with the giggle. "Ferdinand will need to approve, but I see no reason for him to oppose us associating. Given the chance, I would also like to introduce you to my new retainers. They really are adorable." Okay, let me check. Consultation. "I thank you ever so much for your invitation, Lady Hannelore. Thank you ever so much for coming, and for granting me this time in your day of rest. Worry not, as it so happens, this is the only day when my retainers can move freely at this hour." I turned my attention to those who had accompanied my friend into the room, and my eyes widened an instant. All around her, there were magic tools that resembled Schwartz and Weiss. What? Those are her retainers? They made shoe guards? Goodness, adorable was an understatement. "Meet my retainers, made recently by Ferdinand," Lady Rosamund crowed. "The light green one is Adret. His main job is to search for documents in the library of Alexandria. The brown one is Risa, and the red one, Nellie. They were designed to protect the library from attackers without damaging any of the books within. They would normally be stationed back home, but they serve as my knights here at the Royal Academy." Wow! The teachers and everything actually approve this? Okay. Each time Lady Rosamund introduced one of her shoe mills, she gave its face an appreciative stroke. She reached toward the last of the group. "This light blue one is Dynan. He is their captain of sorts, capable of both library work and guard duty. He can even speak to an extent. Dino, this is Lady Hannelore, a friend of mine." Dynan turned his sharp little eyes on me. "Hannelore, friend of master. Memorized," he said. Dino must have been something of a nickname. "Oh my, how adorable," I exclaimed. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dynan." I asked to have guards shaped like Leslie, but the idea was refused, of course. Of course! Because everybody thinks that Leslie is a grun. Or resembles a grun. So, yeah, and guards shaped like that would not be a good idea. "As such creatures would unsettle my fellow students," Lady Rosamund explained. She spoke as though hoping I would side with her, but I had to agree with Lord Ferdinand. Having tiny versions of the grun she uses her high beast, wandering about the academy would cause problems without a doubt. Yeah, it caused them to be attacked on sight. As we continued our conversation, Cordula and the others checked over the sweets Lady Rosamund had brought from Alexandria and placed them neatly on the table. Only when my head attendant gave me the signal did I insist that Lady Rosamund sit down. We brought some sweets from you to try, our own twist on a recipe we purchased from Ehrenfest, I announced. You once used Dunkelfelder rollers to make pound cake, did you not? Well, these are Raufereg cookies. Our court chef had gone to extensive trial and error to make the best use of the recipe we had purchased during the Spring Archduke Conference. Their excitement resulted in a vast array of cookies for me to try, much to my own excitement, of course. It was thanks to the chef's research that we knew how to chop the dried Rauferegs up rather than put them in whole. They had taken the recipe one step further, sandwiching cream and Rauferegs between two thin cookies, but we had elected not to go that far today. As wonderful as the treat was, it was hard to eat elegantly. More experimentation was in order before we could start serving it at tea parties. Still contemplating the kitchen's reports, I took a demonstrative bite of one of our cookies. Lady Rosamund picked one up in turn, tried it, and then spent a good moment chewing with a contemplative look on her face. I see you have done wonders with the recipe, she said at last, beaming from ear to ear. You even reduced the sugar content to account for the sweetness of the Rauferegs. I am so pleased to know you have such experimental chefs. She could tell that much from a single bite? From Alexandria, we have brought ricotta tarts, Lady Rosamund continued. We too have used one of our Duchy's specialty ingredients to help make Ehrenfest's recipe our own. In turn, I wish to incorporate old Ehrensbach's more popular recipes, but I doubt we will achieve much on that front. Sugar is too hard to obtain now that the country gate to Lanzenov has been closed. My dear friend seemed troubled, and for good reason. Old Ehrensbach's trade with Lanzenov had allowed it to dominate the sugar trade. Now that its gate was shut, its saccharine treats were far too costly to make. Old Ehrensbach relied too heavily on sugar, intent on flaunting their status as the only duchy with an open country gate, Lady Rosamund said. Based on just how much they imported, we suspect the archducal family and nobles saw goods made with local products as fit only for commoners. She wished to pivot to recipes that used the duchy's specialties, but most of all the Ehrensbach's nobles preferred the flavors they were used to. Of course, old Ehrensbach's nobles are accustomed to Lanzenov's spices and sugar, so I cannot simply tell them to stop wishing for more, Lady Rosamund explained. Though I must admit it is thanks to their passion that we are making such fast progress on developing our own spices. Alexandria nobles were immersed in research, eager to continue eating the recipes they had grown up with. Lady Rosamund's description of their laboratories warmed my heart. We have made the most progress with sugar, so we should start exporting some next year, she informed me. Dunkelfelder has the perfect climate for its production, so perhaps we can negotiate during the next Archduke Conference. Does she want me to pass this information on to Father before then? Because of everything that happened, the honey found in the north of Klassenberg and Glissenmeyer has been in especially high demand this year, Lady Rosamund said. I expect even greater changes to come next year when the Zent starts reopening the country gates. I imagine the one near Ehrenfest and the one near Lanzenov is not going to be open, though. This year, the Zent had put her on to redrawing the country's borders and preparing the new duchies. She had announced during the Archduke Conference that next year, when things are more stable, she will restore our contact with the world outside of Jürgenschmidt. Is Dunkelfelder ready? Lady Rosamund asked. Our people have eagerly awaited the reopening of our country gate ever since your visit. However, as we acquired more land when the borders were redrawn, we are focusing our efforts there for the time being. It will probably be a while before we ask the Zent to open our gate. It was more important that we integrate the old Workstock nobles and prepare our newly attained territory. There were no changes to Hochschlitz and Glissenmeyer's borders, so I suspect they will ask for their gates to be opened first, Lady Rosamund mused. I think it's Gillessenmeyer. Gillessenmeyer in particular will want to regain their honor post-haste. I nodded in agreement, then asked my retainers to pour me some more tea. They acted at once, also putting new sweets on the table to replace the ones we had eaten. It must have been clear that the nature of our conversation was about to change, because Lady Rosamund's attendants refreshed her drink before taking a noticeable step back. Determined, I gave Lady Rosamund a sound blocker. Oh, is she good with holding faith stones now? Hopefully. So, what did you wish to discuss? She asked. I think you could stand to be more considerate of Lord Wilfried. More considerate of him? Lady Rosamund echoed, her head tilted to one side. I could not tell whether she was scrutinizing me or truly did not understand my meaning. It comes across as rather rude to have made love songs exclusively with Lord Ferdinand when you were engaged to another, I said, referring back to our conversation in music class. Lady Rosamund gave a troubled smile. I started making songs with Ferdinand before my baptism, and we kept making them until circumstances saw him sent to Ehrensbach. Perhaps my appearance at the time made it seem harmless enough, but nobody warned me that what we were doing might be problematic. I mean, heck, nobody did. If they had seen it as a problem, they would have told him, or would have told y'all to stop. But nobody did. The Harpspiel concert we held was well received, and many asked for more songs. I had pictured Lady Rosamund as a mature young woman before me now, but she had been but a child when she and Lord Ferdinand started composing music together. Still, she must have cared for him even at that age, so my concern for Lord Wilfried remained. We created music of other genres, but love songs just so happened to sell the best, Lady Rosamund insisted. I could not make them with my musician, as she was raised in the temple and had too limited an understanding of romance. Could you not have made them with Lord Wilfried, though? I was somewhat taken aback by the idea of marketing sheet music, but the matter at hand was far too important to be put aside. I cannot help but feel you prioritize Lord Ferdinand at the expense of your own fiancé. My apologies, Lord Wilfried took no pleasure in practicing the Harpspiel, and I thought it improper to summon him all the way to the temple to compose. And I highly doubt he would have wanted to anyway. I too found practicing the Harpspiel a chore, and the thought of being summoned to help compose music was anything but pleasant. Perhaps at the time Lord Wilfried simply had not cared that Lady Rosamund was making songs with Lord Ferdinand. Then I must apologize, I said. If the idea did not appeal to him, then forcing Lord Wilfried to participate would not have been wise. Might I assume Lord Ferdinand takes an interest in composing? He does, to the point that I could trade songs for favors and rewards. Money and passion are seldom enough to sway him, as the people of Dunkelfelger surely know from how often they tried to entice him into playing ditter. During our music lesson, I had imagined Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand singing for one another. They were not interested in each other when she was a lot younger. That I can probably guarantee. Well, Lord Wilfried was none the wiser. Her mention of favors and rewards dispelled any such romantic imagery in a heartbeat. Yes, I remember now. This is Lady Rosamund's true nature. What led me to conjure up thoughts of romance? I thought back to a past attempt to speak with her about love stories, and to my surprise, when she had launched into a passionate rant about the library city she wished to create, her accessories from Lord Ferdinand, all made with his mana, had felt like proof of their love, but I must have been mistaken. Or perhaps Lord Wilfried had erred in saying that Lady Rosamund had been in love with Lord Ferdinand from a young age? When did he say that? No, that was not the case. She probably thought of him as, family, like how we think of family, like siblings, uncles, whatever. That's probably how she felt at first. And that was probably apparent to everybody, in the area that knew them. Except for Wilfried, of course. Lady Hannelore, if Wilfried had been interested in new music and recipes, I would have bartered with him as well, or at least sold them to him for the same price I charged my adopted father. My songs would never have been too valuable to him anyway, as any new ones I produced inevitably reached him through Ehrenfest. I assumed she was trying to save face, but all this talk of bartering made my head spin. It had never even crossed my mind that she was charging even Ehrenfest for her products. She was. She definitely was. You sell music and recipes to members of your family, I asked? Of course. Is it not important to demonstrate the value of one's knowledge? She needs to demonstrate her value to her own family? Lady Rosamund was so exceptionally close with Lord Wilfried and Lady Charlotte that it had completely slipped my mind, but she had entered Ehrenfest's archducal family through adoption. Unlike the Ob's children, she must have constantly needed to prove her worth as an archduke candidate. I was terribly embarrassed to have learned the truth of the matter, that my issue with Lady Rosamund had stemmed from my own unfortunate assumption. But at the same time, I could now say with complete certainty that she was largely ignorant to how she was perceived. I understand now that your songs were created not out of romance, but as the products of a stark business relationship. Yes! However, I maintain that choosing to perform a love song that you made with Lord Ferdinand was unwise. Each time there is a incident of this nature, Lord Wilfried is belittled over having his engagement cancelled. If she had gone with a regular song instead, we would not have needed to have this conversation in the first place. Lady Rosamund furrowed her brow. You speak of the song I chose for class, correct? It was a vow to keep a promise when made with someone precious to you. What about that was romantic? For a moment we merely stared at one another. We had yet another grave misunderstanding on our hands. The focus of your song, a promise between a new family exchanged in the Supreme God's presence, were you not referring to your Starbind ceremony, I asked? Not at all. It was about when I was adopted. and our wish to always have our hearts as one, no matter the time or place, was my desire to stay connected to my old family, even as my status changed. Lady Rosamund whispered, shrinking with each answer. Oh gosh, she's probably embarrassed thinking that she thought it was romantic. Oh my god. At last, we had reached the truth. Lady Rosamund had wanted to express not a thriving romance, but her enduring love for her old family. I suppose that was clear now that she had told me, but adoptions were not common enough for most people to make the distinction. I would never expect such a grave disparity between the lyricist's intentions. Saw it as a love song? Lady Rosamund asked. Before, I saw it as a strong expressing elation at being engaged to one's beloved and impatience for their star binding. I sincerely apologize, but I imagine most others thought the same. Lady Rosamund froze, covering her hand with her mouth with her hand. She might not have meant it as a love song, but I could tell the lyrics had come from her heart. Well, I mean, considering what she just told you it meant, of course it came from the heart. Unsure how else to contribute, I released my sound blocker and said, shall we ease our minds with a spot of tea? I waved over our attendants who had been watching us patiently despite the anxious looks on their faces. Later, it seems my song of choice was interpreted as a love song, Lady Rosamund muttered. Indeed, reports from the archnobles reached the same conclusion. Oh no! Lord Ferdinand has already been informed? Why? Fuck. Oh no. Come again? He stated that although he doubted you chose a love song on purpose, there is little wrong with your classmates thinking otherwise. Oh god. I'm scared of what I was going to say. As disparaging as they were, the rumors about Lord Wilfried were of no consequence to Lord Ferdinand or Lady Rosamund, nor would they impact the pair's royally decreed engagement. Thinking back to the London of War, Lord Ferdinand would not care at all as long as no harm came to his fiancée. No doubt Lord Ferdinand actively wishes to cause confusion, as he made perfectly clear before. Lady Rosamund sipped her tea, enjoyed a few more snacks, and then picked up her sound blocker. This resumed our private conversation. I understand now that she had no bad intentions. As long as I explained the situation to her, she would surely be more considerate of what Lord Wilfried was having to endure. It would seem there have been misconceptions on many levels, I said. Lady Rosamund, are you not aware of Lord Wilfried's position or the rumors currently surrounding him? I am, but... Lady Rosamund placed a contemplative hand on her cheek. I was made to change fiancés far sooner than many think. The consequences of an unexpected development, so this is anything but a new situation for him. You know this, do you not? You were there for our celebration at Ehrenfest. I thought back to the Ehrenfest nobles speaking merrily about Lady Rosamund's engagement into the royal family. Lord Wilfried had seemed strong and unfazed, stating simply that there was no helping a royal decree. The royal decree is to blame for this incident and for the rumors it produced, Lady Rosamund said. I am expected only to treat Lord Wilfried as I always have. Unless he outright asks for my assistance, I do not intend to provide it. Was it just my imagination, or was Lady Rosamund perfectly content with casting Lord Wilfried aside? No! She can't come to his rescue all the time unless he actively asks for it. I thought her apparent lack of concern came from ignorance of what he was going through, but even now she exuded none of the worry or passion she had shown when rescuing Lord Wilfried. Lord Ferdinand, sorry. Because she wasn't in... She claims she's not in love with Lord Ferdinand, but I'm assuming at some level she is, but doesn't realize it's love. I shall elaborate, but only to prevent any further misconceptions, Lady Rosamund continued. The current situation is exactly what Lord Wilfried desired, so I doubt he would want my help to begin with. Whatever do you mean, I asked. The very notion that Lord Wilfried wanted everyone to know of his shame seemed absurd to me. I clenched my fist under the table in fear of what my friend might say next. Lord Wilfried never wished to marry me. He opened negotiations with the Archduke asking to be removed from his position as the next Ob, long before the royal decree brought our engagement to an end. It felt as though someone had struck me on the head. Lord Wilfried wanted to be removed from his position as the next Ob Ehrenfest? But why, I asked. You will need to ask him. It was quite some time ago, and many things have changed, so I know not what he thinks now. Even if I did, as the Ob of Alexandria, I would not be in a position to tell you. That much is true, I said, but it did nothing to quell my curiosity. This news is such a shock to me. I thought you two were exceptionally close. They're family. I mean, of course they're going to be And then again, what am I saying? They're not full. If they were full siblings, then yes, them being seen as close wouldn't have been that far off. But it was with envy that I gazed upon your hair ornament and its wonderful rainbow face stones. She had since replaced it with an accessory from Ferdinand, but I could still picture its splendor. That too was from Ferdinand, she confessed. We only said it was from Lord Wilfried to avoid offending Lady Sieglinde. Truth be told, Lord Wilfried has never once gifted me anything. Yeah, she's not wrong. Ferdinand was the one who gifted her the rainbow face stone hair ornament. Is that so? And now that she mentioned it, I could not recall having seen Lady Rosamund wear an engagement face stone from Lord Wilfried. Yeah, they hadn't gotten to that point yet. It was not rare for those engaged at a young age to be unable to prepare one right away, and to wait until they develop mana sensing. I thought the hairpin was a compromise for her to wear in the meantime, but apparently not. The engagement was necessary for Lord Wilfried to become the next Ob, Lady Rosamund said. It was a political decision made without considering our mana. We never did anything that even resembled courtship. I gathered then that their mana qualities had not matched. They could remain brother and sister, even if only through adoption, but staying engaged would ultimately have resulted in torment. She's not wrong, but not in the way she probably thinks. They wouldn't have been compatible even if they had stayed together, because Rosamund had way too much mana for them to even have kids to begin with. Even if Wilfried compressed his mana like crazy, he probably wouldn't have been able to match her. So, yeah. I can only imagine the vast rift that must have formed between them when they developed mana sensing. We don't even know when she developed mana sensing. We know when he did, because it was mentioned. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became with Ehrenfest for enforcing such an engagement in the first place. I mean, he only did it to not only secure Wilfried's position as Ob, but also to keep Rosamund at Ehrenfest. Lord Wilfried would never have been satisfied, unable to become the Archduke without marrying a woman whose mana dwarfed his own, and Lady Rosamund would have been doomed to a marriage that could never produce children. For the Duchy's sake or not, I cannot imagine a crueler pairing, I muttered. At the time, we were both still developing our mana, so it was ideal for unifying the nobles of the Duchy. Is that not the purpose of noble engagements? Perhaps, but you are my friends. I suppose it is good to know that you both supported the cancellation of your engagement. I am glad you understand, Lady Rosamund said, a relieved smile on her face. I was glad as well. If not for our conversation, I might have acted on an unfortunate misunderstanding. To summarize, I do not think Lord Wilfried is so bothered by the rumors and his current status that you need not worry about him, my friend assured me. Let us set him aside and focus on something more enjoyable, especially as these sound blockers present such an excellent opportunity. I agreed and elected to put Lord Wilfried out of my mind. It was not right for a guest to feel the need to comfort her host. Speaking of engagements, Lady Rosamund continued, her golden eyes gleaming as she leaned toward me. You recently had your suitors chosen for you, did you not? I know Lords Kenntrips and Rasantark by name, but that is all. What kind of men are they? Lord Rasantark really seems to cherish you. Whom do you fancy most? Whom do I fancy? Well, it is still too soon to say. Is there a reason for your excitement, Lady Rosamund? Oh? She tittered, doubtless amused by my response. Were you not just as eager to ask me about my fiancés? Although I expect to be asked the same questions during every tea party I attend this year, I did not invite you here so urgently to speak about Kenntrips and Rasantark. Perhaps not, but you would do well to prioritize them over Lord Wilfried. No matter what crisis a man might face, showing concern for anyone but your fiancé will only result in you being scolded. Yep, she knows that for a fact. Concerning how often she was worried about Ferdinand and what he was doing and how he wasn't eating and all that stuff, and she wasn't showing that concern to Wilfried, yep. Even though it is none of their business, and you cannot help how you feel about him. I was so overcome with embarrassment and shame that I wanted to weep. I had asked to speak with Lady Rosamund out of concern for how she belittled her former fiancé, only to belittle my current engagement candidates in the process. Still, my mind was elsewhere. I could not stop thinking about what Lord Wilfried must be feeling, why he would give up on being an Ob, and how I could be of use to him. Girl, you are a freak. That should be your answer right there on who you want to be with. If you can't focus on anyone else but that person, definitely them. I had no right to be annoyed with Lady Rosamund. Despite the growing bitterness in my chest, I continued to smile and speak as though everything were fine. I did my best to smoothly turn the conversation away from my engagement candidates and toward what she was doing while the rest of us were in class, whether she would return home early as she normally did, and other such things about her life at the Royal Academy. So, will you still be returning to Alexandria for the dedication ritual, I asked? Indeed, it is important for the Duchy, and as I am leaving all the winter socializing to Lord Ferdinand, there are many nobles I will need to meet upon my return. It must have been problematic for her to be at the Royal Academy during such a rare opportunity to meet Giebs of distant provinces, but as an ob, it was also important for her to unify the Alexandria Dormitory and ensure that those orphaned from the lands of war, Lady Letizia included, were not being mistreated. The Royal Academy has its library, and I do enjoy spending time with you, Lady Rosamond said. Even so, I cannot help but miss home. Is that so? Do you not miss your family when spending time here at the Academy? Seeing my dear friend cock her head at me, I cocked my own in return. Back home, when everyone had their own duties to attend to, I was used to seeing my family only when we gathered for dinner. My brother had come of age and left the northern building, so most of my time there was spent with Raufereg and Lungtays. Life at the Royal Academy was far more energetic, and mealtimes in the dining hall were always entertaining. Yes, if it had its troubles, such as having to anticipate what Raufereg might do next, or how those obsessed with dinner would act outside of their parents' supervision, but I was never lonely here. Why would Lady Rosamond feel differently? 'Cause she's different. As I understood it, Lord Ferdinand continued to live in Alexandria's guest chambers while Lady Letizia was in the temple. I doubted that her life back home was any more exciting than it was here. In truth, I said, I am relieved to be free of my mother's grumbling. You live alone in your castle's archducal living area, do you not? Is it not merely living here at the Royal Academy, more lively here at the Royal Academy? Lady Rosamond looked dumbstruck. Was I to blame? I think you kind of misunderstand things. Under normal circumstances, I continued, one might feel a tad lonely away from one's usual assortment of retainers. But I would imagine most students enjoy being here at the Academy away from their family, or rather from their parents. Do you not wish to spend time with your parents, Lady Hannelore? Lady Rosamond asked. She spoke cautiously, if attempting to gauge my reaction. My answer was so obviously no that the very question took me by surprise. This is like I said, Rosamond is different. She grew up being close with her family, whether it been her biological family, her adoptive family, or adoptive families. So being away from them hurts and is lonely for her. Whereas for Hannelore, this isn't normal. Or that's not normal, I should say. I suppose I did not feel this way last year, but... yes, this is your first year away from your family at Ehrenfest. Perhaps being apart from them, you miss Lord Wilfried and Lady Charlotte? And it felt somewhat isolating being here without my elder brother, especially when he had dealt with any incidents that arose in the dormitory. Lady Rosamond must have felt lonely due to not having anyone to consult. Indeed, that might be the case. In that sense, I suppose I have not truly been separated from my family. A normal archduke candidate only ever leaves their duchy for marriage, after all. Perhaps I would feel the same if ever I am wed elsewhere. I wonder what that would be like. On many occasions, I had spoken to women who had married into Dunkelfelder, but they mostly complained about how hard it was to adjust to our culture. I myself vaguely wished to leave my home, though. I had never seriously considered what moving to another duchy would entail. My education had covered how to act in formal situations as an archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder, but I was unsure what my life would be like elsewhere, or how I would truly feel about leaving. Lady Rosamond's lonesomeness made me apprehensive about leaping into an entirely new environment through marriage. How is Clarissa? Does she miss her family as well? I asked. We both knew her, and I suspected she was going through more or less the same thing. Lady Rosamond thought for a moment, then gave a troubled smile. She was starbound in the summer, but I have not seen her yearn for her family in Ehrenfest or Alexandria. Perhaps she reserves those emotions for Hartmut, but the Clarissa I know is always in good spirits. That is to be expected, I suppose. This is the same woman who wished to marry one of your retainers purely so she could join your service. Yep. And she went and freaking forced her way into Ehrenfest to marry Hartmut anyway. I was eager to know the emotional state of women who had married into other duchies, but Clarissa was far from a useful point of reference. My mind wandered searching for anyone else I could ask about, at which point the teleportation door connected to the dormitory swung open. A student hurried inside, whispered something in Cordiala's ear, and then departed just as quickly. The slight furrow that appeared in my head attendant's brow meant it had to be bad news. Uh-oh. Despite my curiosity, I could not interrupt a tea party I was hosting for the sake of a personal matter. I tried to suppress my anxiety as I gestured to my drink, asking to have it refreshed. Cordiala brought over the teapot and spoke to me in a low voice as she poured. Rasantark and Kenntrips seem to be dueling in the training grounds. The student wished to know whether they have permission. Professor Raufereg has been contacted, but... Excuse me? What are those two doing? Oh no. Although fighting in the dormitory was forbidden, ditter played with the dormitory supervisor's approval was perfectly acceptable. Thus, onlookers were unable to tell whether the duel in question was sanctioned, a continuation of training, or a personal clash. Professor Raufereg would normally have resolved the matter, but he must have been absent. I saw no other reason for a student to interrupt an Archduke candidate's tea party. Whatever shall I do? Lady Hannelore, have Dragoner's threads been tangled? Lady Rosemine asked, having no doubt sensed that something was amiss. But I must take my leave. I have had my fill of tea and snacks. Please wait, Lady Rosemine said as she got ready to depart. Pay me no mind. Knotted threads are best undone quickly. Another tea party shall be held at the library soon enough. We may speak there again. Alexandria prepared for our departure. Before I could insist otherwise, Lady Rosemine bade me farewell. Cordula whispered in my ear to let her go, her features set in a bitter smile. My sincerest apologies, Lady Rosemine, I said. Think nothing of it. Had you invited more guests, there might have been a problem, but this was a private tea party between the two of us. There's no need to fret about me when a catastrophe might be brewing. A mischievous smile spread across Lady Rosemine's face. Furthermore, this is nothing compared to all the times I ended tea parties abruptly by losing consciousness. True. On that note, my dear friend departed with her retainers and shoe mills. I was both moved by her adaptability and ashamed to have needed to rely on the compassion of my own guest. Lady Hannelore, there is no time to wallow in self-pity. We must head to the training grounds at once, Cordula warned me. Those two were acting without permission, I would assume. Indeed, I did not authorize a duel, and as Kenntrips is an apprentice scholar, I see no reason to believe they are training as knights. Come, Cordula, we must stop them at once. I shall entrust cleaning up the tea party to Andrea and the others. Highly, send away anyone watching the fight or training nearby. I will close the grounds for the time being. Leupold, prepare a meeting room so that I may interrogate the culprits. Understood. My orders given, I promptly departed with Cordula and my knights. Okay, I'm going to have to end this off here. I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, everybody. Let us continue. A push from behind. Upon arriving at the training grounds, I found eager students watching from the audience stands. My suspicion was correct. Professor Raufereg truly was absent. Kenntrips, one of the spectators, yelled, "Stop running and get some hits in." "You're getting too heated," Rasantark roared another. "It's leaving you wide open." Beyond the jeering crowd, I glimpsed flashes of blue capes. What were Kenntrips and Rasantark thinking? Even as apprentices, a scholar would not stand a chance against a knight. Even in Dunkelfelder, that's the case. Though far less so than in any other duchy, because if it was any other duchy, yeah, the knight would win hands down. Because scholars normally aren't trained in this sort of thing, but I'm assuming he's a scholar of the sword, which means he's trained just as much as probably to be as a knight would, as Rasantark has, so, yeah. "The grounds are closed," Hylese called. "Leave at once." Those two did not acquire the proper permission, Cordula added. Spectators might be charged with failing to stop errant fighting. They started shooing away the students, who scattered at once for fear of being punished by association. Their departure gave me a clear view of the battle. Rasantark was launching attacks, while Kenntrips focused on defense. "That is enough, both of you," I shouted, but neither of them stopped. Kenntrips merely glanced in my direction, and Rasantark was either pointedly ignoring me or too absorbed in his assault to notice. I turned to my head attendant and said, "Cordula, step back." I formed my stab, then channeled so much mana into it that Rasantark would have to acknowledge me. It crackled in my hand as a bluish-white light glowed at its tip. Only then did the apprentice knight pause, but it was too late. I swung my stab down and shouted at the top of my lungs, "That is enough!" Yeah, y'all might want to dodge. A bolt of blue-white mana shot straight toward Rasantark. He dodged at once, his shield arm raised, while Cordula and my knights cried, "Getelt!" A massive explosion resounded moments later, creating shockwaves that spread all the way back to me. "Lady Hannelore, that was far too dangerous," Rasantark yelped. "Yet it paled in comparison to the danger you are causing. Attacking an apprentice scholar without restraint, what in the world were you thinking? You were not given approval for this, were you?" Rasantark faltered in the face of my sharp eyes. "But, Lady Hannelore, there are times when men have no choice but to fight." "Yes, but you could also have gotten the professor's permission first, before doing this." "Duels are strictly forbidden. If you wish to battle, then seek permission and do it properly in a fair, honest dinner match. A knight of Dunkelfelder succumbing to emotion and bringing his might to bear against an unprepared scholar is simply unforgivable. Expect my brother to hear about this. It was then that Professor Raufereg burst out into the scene. Forgive me, Lady Hannelore, he boomed. You were forced to carry out my work in my absence. Kenntrips, Rasantark, you weren't authorized to duel. Are you prepared to face the consequences? I apologize, Kenntrips said without any further prompting, but his words only angered Rasantark, who leaped on him in a rage. Are you serious? The apprentice knight yelled. Tell them the truth. Tell them you never fought back. Rasantark, I shrieked, but Professor Raufereg leaped down from the audience stand, seized the knight by the wrist, and threw him aside. He then bound the troublemaker with light, forcing him to calm down. Was it true that Kenntrips had never fought back? I mean, he was on defense when you guys showed up, so I'm assuming that he was, considering what the spectators were saying. Even when Rasantark had sprung at him and grabbed him by the chest, the apprentice scholar had made no attempt to strike back. Now he simply rubbed the crazes out of his clothes. Kenntrips' composure only served to anger his opponent further, as Rasantark continued to roar from where he was restrained on the ground. We have before us fortune beyond our wildest dreams, he exclaimed, his chestnut eyes swimming with a multitude... he's getting really emotional where his man is going out of control. A multitude of colors, as his fury swelled. I was so grateful that I wanted to thank the gods with a ditter match. You must have felt the same. Why then are you letting our fortune go? Answer me, Kenntrips. I'm confused. Kenntrips appeared calm as he gazed down at Rasantark, but colors swirled in... Oh, they're both getting mad. Swirled in his eyes, too. There was nothing for me to let go of. Fortune was never within my reach to begin with. It might not be in my hands right now, but I will obtain it. I'll spare no effort. If you won't even strive for it, then at least have the decency to stay out of my way. I can make no promises. Whether you obstruct me or not, I shall continue to act in accordance with my wishes. We are both merely following our desires. What is wrong with that? I could not deduce what they were fighting over. I'm assuming it has something to do with you. But I could tell that Rasantark's assault was unilateral. Kenntrips remained the model of cold rejection. The two half-brothers had seemed so close before that I had no idea how to mediate a fight between them. Lady Hannelore, Professor Raufereg boomed, tearing me from my thoughts so suddenly that I twitched. It would be best to separate these two until things between them have calmed down. Kenntrips appears in control of his emotions. Could you interrogate him for details? If he's going to interrogate anyone, it should be I'll deal with you, hothead, our supervisor said, cutting Rasantark short. He grabbed the unruly apprentice and hoisted him up with ease. Kenntrips, go to Lady Hannelore. So he intended to separate the pair by force. Kenntrips rode his high beast to the audience stands, while Rasantark watched me over Professor Raufereg's shoulder, a look of extreme displeasure on his face. Lady Hannelore, he called as they went. I apologize, but I must ask that you heal Kenntrips, cure the stupidity that will ruin his future as a scholar. Huh? I merely blinked at him. Rasantark had never spoken in such a manner before. Kenntrips, he roared. I am not giving up. There was more he wanted to shout, I was sure, but that was the most he managed to get out before he was finally taken away. I am very confused as to what's going on. What in the world was all that at? I asked, looking up at Kenntrips. Despite being focused purely on defense, he was still covered in wounds from the attacks he had not been able to dodge. Do you mean to interrogate me here, he asked. We will need sound blockers at the very least. You might as well ask to be embarrassed otherwise. In other words, I must have been the cause of their dispute. Yep, that's what I thought. What else would they have thought about? I was immediately compelled to cover my ears, but this was not something I could simply run away from. Luitpold has prepared a room, I said. Let us go there. Do you need me to heal you first? I refer to your wounds, of course, not the apparent stupidity that Rasantark thought it necessary to mention. Kenntrips answered my question by indicating and then promptly downing the rejuvenation potion he had on hand. We moved to the meeting room where we were sat facing each other. Under normal circumstances, the scholar would have recorded our conversation and submitted their work to the professor to be graded, but Cordula understood the gravity of our situation. She placed sound blockers on the table while shaking her head. It is enough for us to know that Elberg and Branwermy have crossed spheres, she said. I'm so confused. Elberg and Branwermy, the god of mountains and the god of passion, respectfully, had fought over I cannot talk. Verfurimir, the goddess of seas. I glared at Cordula for comparing my suitors to them, then handed one of the sound blockers to Kenntrips. I shall hear the circumstances of your battle, I stammered, resisting the urge to sprint out of the room in tears, post-haste. To think I must interrogate a man over a duel held in my name. How was your tea party with Lady Rosemine? Kenntrips asked, answering one question with another. This is your interrogation? Our battle arose from a clash of opinions about your star binding. More importantly, did the tea party conclude as you hoped? As I hoped. I repeated, blinking at him. I was unsure why Kenntrips took such a keen interest in the matter. How has Lady Rosemine said that she can assist you, and what plans did the two of you devise? As you must be aware, I cannot provide my help without knowing. Oh, and if you had any doubts, Rasantark has no desire to aid you, so you should take great care to keep this information from him. I get what he's talking about. Because Kenntrips was talking before about helping her if she wanted to marry out of the Duchy. And he probably assumed that they were talking about how they would allow her to be able to try and marry Wilfried. That's what he's insinuating. And that is not what she talked about, so he's going to be in for a rude awakening, and so is she. I continued to stare at the apprentice scholar. Not a word that came out of his mouth made sense to me. I had not devised any plans with Lady Rosemine, nor had that been my reason for inviting her to a tea party. To what plans do you refer? I finally asked. If you asked her to help unite you with Lord Wilfried, then surely one or two ideas. I did no such thing, I declared emphatically. Shaking my head, was my reputation truly sinister enough to warrant such an assumption? Excuse me? And why not? Kenntrips asked, eyeing me as though I had said something truly absurd. Did you not urgently invite her to a tea party to request her assistance with Lord Wilfried before she returns home for the dedication ritual? No, I thought to ask for her help in repairing his damaged reputation. You held a tea party over something so pointless. It is not pointless, I retorted with a glare. Yeah, it kinda is. Kenntrips grimaced as if the very act of speaking to me made his head ache. Probably does. She's so dang dense. Then again, Rosemine was too, but at least for a different reason. Sort of. Lord Wilfried needs only to find a new fiancé. Then his reputation will recover well enough on its own. How can you act so leisurely when you are running out of time? Do you truly wish to marry Rasantark or me? Does the love that inspired you to betray our duchy mean so little to you? I could only swallow in response. Each question drove me deeper and deeper into a corner. The duty to carry out the oaths made through bride-stealing ditter falls not just to Lord Wilfried, but to Lady Rosemine as well. If you would only explain that to her, she would not refuse to aid you, and with her support, marrying into Ehrenfest would be trivial. Kenntrips spoke as though I wished to marry into Ehrenfest. I mean, considering the fact that you took Wilfried's hand during the bride-stealing ditter match, when you didn't have to, it kind of speaks volumes. As a matter of course, when the truth of the matter was far less simple. Because his engagement to Lady Rosemine was cancelled, Lord Wilfried seems to have lost his position as Ehrenfest's next Ab, I explained. Therefore, if the loss of one engagement is why he's no longer has that security, then he can regain it with another. I mean, to be fair, yes, but we found out that he does not want the seat of the Ab. So I'm assuming that most likely Charlotte will take the seat of Archduchess, and Wilfried might become the next Knight Commander or something. I don't know. Coupled with the pressure our duchy could put on Ehrenfest, it would not be at all challenging. As correct as Kenntrips was, I doubted the future he spoke of was one Lord Wilfried would desire. I mean, you don't know this, you have to ask him. You can't just assume he's not going to want it when he might, but he might not be saying anything. I had just been told that he had wanted the engagement to fall through, as he hoped to be freed from his position as the next Ob. I mean, I don't think that was the whole reason why he wanted the engagement to go away. I think it was also because he wasn't happy about being engaged to Rosemine, because, you know, those two didn't kind of mesh. And yeah, I think it was just partially getting to him that he was having to essentially compete with Ferdinand even then for her attention. Because even though she might not have seen it at the time, you know, she was still worried about Ferdinand, you know, sending him food and everything, and Ahrensbach, you know, worried about him being okay and back there and everything. And she wasn't even giving Wilfried any attention anyway,
to the point where Wilfried said he hated being engaged to her. So I don't think it was necessarily the only reason why he didn't want to be engaged to her was because of his position as the Ob. Or the next Ob, I mean. Why are you being so insistent, I asked. If you are so strongly against being my suitor, then tell me. I can say as much to father. I am not against it, I assure you. I yearned for this opportunity even when we were young. Kenntrips made his declaration so casually that for a moment I couldn't even process it. A reserved, was the best I was able to manage. Long have I considered it my duty to protect you, even when you were known as Lady Crybaby, which hopefully that didn't last too long. I wished to do everything I could to ensure your safety, whether my attempts to become a knight were successful or not. But in the end, I was not enough. In your game of bride-stealing ditter, you chose not my magic tool, but the hand of another. I recalled the weapon I had clung to throughout the match. My brother had given it to me, insisting that it would burn everything around me to a crisp on activation, and I should use it as a last resort. As I understand it, the tool you prepared was especially dangerous, I said. It ran the risk of harming my own knights as much as the enemy's. True. For indeed, while our knights fought back the sovereign intruders, you were on your own. And rather than taking up arms or using my magic tool, you chose to put your trust in Lord Wilfried. As a scholar, I cannot protect you if you do not use the tools I make. It was then that I understood you have no need of my admiration for you. That sounds harsh. It had moved me greatly to see Lord Wilfried race to my side in his concern, and when he had offered me his hand, my heart had raced in a way I could not even hope to describe. Never had it even crossed my mind that I was trampling on Kenntrips' feelings for me. Yeah, I don't even think any of us understood that too at the time, because we didn't know that information at the time of that book. But now that we know this, then again, she still wouldn't have known anyway. Kenntrips, marrying either Rasantark or me would make the most sense to ensure stability back home and secure Lord Lestalot's position as the next Archduke. As we are both your brother's retainers, it would not require the creation of a separate faction, and taking an arch-noble husband would make you unable to become the Ob. That is why neither one of your engagement candidates was chosen from your own retainers. I nodded. It seemed that father would never permit me to take an Archduke candidate as a groom. If you do not join us in supporting Lord Lestalot, Kenntrips explained, then you risk sowing the seeds of chaos back home. Rasantark stated that if you married one of us, we would not have cause to worry. He also demanded to know why I encouraged you to pursue Lord Wilfried, whom he insists is an irresponsible coward of a man. He told me to put my mind to better use, namely to ensure that you stay in Dunkelfelger. He is very straightforward whenever you are concerned. I regret that I am not. A self-deprecating smile played on his features as he continued. Rasantark is a bona fide knight of Dunkelfelger. He has the utmost faith in you and extols you for the parts you played in True Ditter. I, however, as much as I care about you, I cannot put my trust in someone who would betray her duchy at such a crucial moment and continue to waver despite having suitors chosen by her father. Kenntrips' admission cut me deep. Although I had since made up for my shameful actions, it did not change the fact that I had turned my back on both my duchy and his feelings. Perhaps I had no right to feel wounded. But that did nothing to ease the pain of such a biting remark from someone I had known since I was a child. Follow your own path, Kenntrips said, clutching his sound blocker so tightly that his hand trembled. I cannot speak for anyone else, but if your feelings are strong enough for you to cross your own duchy, then I would rather you act in a manner befitting a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate, and embrace them rather than keep them hidden. And what do you mean by that? Like I said, the fact that you took his hand and said you felt your heart beat in a way that you hadn't felt before, isn't that kind of indicating that you might have a crush on Wilfried? Seriously, I think even Rosemind would have realized this information. And that's saying something considering how socially inept she is when it comes to romance. Remember, if you would, how Lady Magdalena propositioned Lord Trarqual, or how Clarissa secured an engagement with Lord Hartmut to join Lady Rosamind's retinue. Ehrenfest might not understand bride-stealing ditter, but they should have no misconceptions about how the women of our duchy propose. Oh, he's telling her to go and, jump him, essentially.
For the second time that day, Kenntrips' normally grey eyes swirled with colors, betraying the intensity of his emotions. So passionate was his gaze that I could practically feel it boring into me. In short, he said, if you cannot obtain Lady Rosemine's aid, then propose to Lord Wilfried and secure conditions for your engagement. I understood what Kenntrips was saying. For as long as there was a chance I might betray my brother again, it was safer for me to marry into another duchy. Yeah, if you're not going to marry either of those two, yeah, it's best that you do that. Still, I could not agree with his suggestion. It's not easy to propose in such a manner. One needs great resolve and a certain strength of emotion. Furthermore, it's not something to be done at the prompting of another. You might be one of my suitors, but that does not mean you can intrude upon matters of my heart. Someone needs to smack some sense into her. Help her see what she's feeling, How is that going to happen? Kenntrips' eyes widened in response to my somewhat harsh rebuke. He put a hand to his forehead and the tension between us evaporated in an instant. My longtime friend had finally returned to me. At the risk of sounding rude, I see you are as laid back as ever. Our desperation does not get through to you at all. Do elaborate, I said, my brow furrowed. As far as I was concerned, I understood his worries as my brother's retainer more than well enough. You have entered a most important year of your education. Most students will use this time to choose their escort partner and start thinking about marriage. Some will even arrange formal engagements. You know that, do you not? The blood drained from my face as Kenntrips addressed me as one would a child yet to be baptized. If he thought it necessary to explain something so obvious, then I must have been overlooking a most important detail. Dude, the fact that your father set up engagement partners for you at this point in your education means essentially that, yeah, you need to get on that quick. Because normally they have those picked out by the time they graduate, so... Your father, the Ob, instructed you to choose your fiancé and put Rasantark and me forward as candidates. You have until the Archduke Conference to decide. But if you intend to choose between the two of us, then you have only until the date of my graduation. Indeed, to present Kenntrips to the Zent as my future husband without raising any eyebrows, I would need to escort him at the end of winter. Not making up my mind before his graduation would result in Rasantark becoming my fiancé by default. Unless you pick somebody else, like Orwin or Wilfried. Or, good God, anybody else. Because apparently I'm assuming we're going to get more. Yes, I understand that much as I prompted Kenntrips to continue. However, rather than choosing one of us, you are seeking ways to marry into another duchy. You wish to wed into Ehrenfest if possible, do you not? I could not deny the truth. I really was looking for a way out of Dunkelfugger. That was why I had been so pleased by Lord Orwin's words and so disappointed when Lord Wilfried had barely even reacted to them. Maybe he doesn't realize that he could possibly have any kind of feelings for you, which I don't know if he does. If I'm being very honest, because I'd have to go back and read the book. But I don't remember if Rosemine was the one who mentioned going to get Hannelore out of the area when the fighting was going on, or if Wilfried took that upon himself to do that. If he took it upon himself to do that, then there's a possibility that he could have some feelings. He just doesn't realize it, because he's probably just as dense as everybody else, apparently, when it comes to feelings. But if Rosemine was the one who did it, then, well, this could just be political and everything for him. Who knows? Even if you were to accept Lord Orwin's feelings, you would need to decide upon a stance over the socializing season and work out how best to refuse Karinstam's proposal. You would need to lay the groundwork to persuade both of your parents before the Interduchy tournament and convince your father that it is a good idea to let you marry into Jerwonkel. Father had chosen Kenntrips and Rasantark as my suitors. I had assumed I could postpone my decision until the time of Lord Orwin's and my graduation. But no. Unless I make the proper arrangements to change my father's mind, Rasantark would remain my only other choice when the next Archduke Conference came around. Oh my, I have less time than I thought. If you decide to pursue Lord Wilfried, then you have even less time, Kenntrips stressed. You would do well to know that Ehrenfest's Archduke candidates are being bombarded with proposals owing to their connection to Lady Rosemine. I imagine so. I wonder which ones he's gotten. That's what I'd like to know. Is anybody we know? Ehrenfest ranked 8th in this year's Duchy rankings, but before Lady Rosemine had entered the Royal Academy, it had set about 7 places lower, so about rank 15. And in the years before the Civil War, it had remained near the very bottom. Thus, all duchies, no matter their rank, were in a position to send proposals to its Archduke candidates. Someone set to become an archduke or archduchess has the luxury of choosing their ideal partner due to the long-term considerations they need to make. But other archduke candidates tend to have their partners selected for them, and their marriages serve to improve interduchy relations. I would imagine that by now, Ehrenfest has given Lord Wilfried several candidates to choose from. I want to know who they are. That's what I want to know. It was not rare to be given a list of suitors. If the rumors that Lord Wilfried did not wish to become an archduke were true, then Kenntrips was almost certainly correct. This socializing season, everyone will strive to choose their partners, he said. Dunkelfelder did not petition Ehrenfest during the previous Archduke conference, and the fact that Lord Wilfried did not respond to Lord Orwin's proposition means we can assume you are not among his candidates. Yeah, because I'm sure he would have mentioned it. I already know that much. Kenntrips was merely stating the truth, but his words cut me deeper than the sharpest spear. I wanted to cover my ears and abandon the interrogation entirely. Neither time nor society will wait for you, he said. As things stand, Lord Wilfried will already have chosen his partner by the time you resolve to confess to him. What would you do then? Most likely, if that was to happen, she would have to go with Orwin. Because if she's that desperate to get out of the duchy, Orwin or Wilfried would be her best choice. If I'm being completely honest, because I'm not even giving Sigiswald the kind of approval on that one. Heck no. I cast my eyes down, perhaps because he had spent so long engaged to Lady Rosamund, it had never crossed my mind that he might get engaged to another. I mean, eventually he will. And if he does, conveying my feelings to him when he already had a partner would come across as me bludgeoning him with my duchy's rank and spark all manner of rumors. That means you need to tell him quickly, because who knows if he might end up picking a partner, or he might not have picked one yet. So you better do it now. Under no circumstances could I allow the authority I wielded as a member of the top-ranked duchy to disturb anyone's peace. An engagement Lord Wilfried had decided on would by nature have his approval. I simply cannot imagine confessing to him, I said. As I expected, Kenntrips replied with a nod. I do not mean to be blunt, but your usual poor timing is not to blame here. You have simply been slow to steel your resolve and speak from the heart. Of course, I expect you to blame your poor timing nonetheless. You will probably bemoan the outcome, agonizing over the mistakes you made and what you could have done to bond with Lord Wilfried. By the time you recover, socializing season will already be drawing to a close, and you will have run out of time to speak with Lord Orwin. Out of alternatives, Kenntrips went on, you will need to select one of your chosen suitors. You will pick Rasantark, of course, as doing so gives you more time to prepare emotionally. Do not speak as though this is fated to happen, I exclaimed, my eyes brimming with tears. It was the most I could do to resist. Things were bound to play out exactly as he had expected. Kenntrips gazed down at me with all the resignation of a parent scolding their misbehaving child. You must put your concerns about Lord Wilfried and Ehrenfest aside. If you wish to move there, then you should focus first and foremost on confessing to Lord Wilfried before socializing season begins. Unless you take matters into your own hands, he will not even consider you an option. Hearing such a frank declaration struck me speechless. It hurt to have the emotions I had purposely kept hidden so callously stepped on, but I could tell that Kenntrips was speaking out of genuine concern for me. Would you really be able to accept such a future, knowing that you made no attempt to prevent it, he asked. You are slow to make choices no matter the situation, and you might appear easily swayed, but you stubbornly dig in your heels when it comes to your final decision. Am I wrong? You understand me too well, I grumbled through pursed lips. Kenntrips gave a wry smile. I have seen you in many situations across the years, Lady Hannelore. That is also how I am aware of the resentment you feel towards Rasantark and me, for you no longer know how to interact with us. He seemed amused to have read me so well, but that meant my emotions must have shown on my face. Yeah, I didn't really do well at keeping those emotions in check. Resentment? My feelings are not that strong. Not right now, in any case. Oh, is that so? Kenntrips asked, cocking an eyebrow in amusement. I seem to recall a rather powerful grimace when Father introduced us as your suitors. I was merely surprised by the implication that I would be staying in Dunkelfelder despite my intentions to marry elsewhere. In any case, my reaction could not have been that obvious. Neither my mother nor Cordula saw reason to chastise me. To others, it might have come across as genuine general concern, but it was the same expression you made whenever Lord Lestelot did something to spite you. He knows you that well, girl. Without thinking, I rested my hands on my cheeks. I really had been disappointed and upset, but I had not expected anyone to notice. I gazed up at Kenntrips, uncomfortable, and watched as a long sigh escaped him. So I was fully correct, then, he asked. And now he is sure of his assumption. This was not my intention. Kenntrips gave a resigned smile, as if attempting to ease the panic swelling in my chest. Do calm down, he said. I was already well aware. That is why I continue to remind you, unless you take action soon, you will end up starbound to Rasantark or me. That is not what you desire, is it? He took my hand and returned the sound blocker to me. I clung to him in turn, not ready for our conversation to end, and met his look of confusion with a stern glare. My reaction did not come from any negative emotion about you or Rasantark. I considered it miserable to remain in a duchy so obsessed with ditter. And the realization that I was soon to be starbound made me uncomfortable, to say the least. Kenntrips inhaled at a loss for words. Finally feeling some small sense of victory, I took the sound blocker from him and turned to leave. Cordial that my interrogation is over, I announced. Let us go. Wavering and resolve. Oh no.
Come on, girl. You gotta do something. Either steal your resolve and talk to Wilfried about all this, or take up Orwin's proposal. That's the only way that I know of that, as far as the suitor she's got to pick from at this point, that she's going to get out of Dunkelfelder.
Milady, what in the world did you and Kenntrips discuss? My head attendant asked me once we had returned to my room. As victorious as you looked on the way out, things seemed rather tumultuous for the most part. I turned my attention to Cordial, having received my reports from the retainers who had cleaned up the tea party room. We discussed my situation and the situation at large. He told me I was being naive about a great many things and advised that I open my eyes to the truth. I made sure to choose my words carefully. I could not outright admit that he had told me to hurry up and convey my feelings to Lord Wilfried so that I could marry into Ehrenfest. Cordial gave an exasperated sigh. We went out of our way to give you two a chance to speak privately, and you wasted it with something so obvious. Kenntrips should have spent that time trying to win you over. Why on earth would he squander it? Cordial, is it not cruel to speak as though all that were obvious? It was far from an appropriate way to converse with one's lady. Oh, my sincerest apologies, Cordial said, her tone so insincere that I could not help but sigh as well. I must say, though, milady, I have long agonized over how blind you are to your surroundings. Have you at the very least decided whom you will choose? I shook my head and answered, not yet. Even with Kenntrips' encouragement, I had yet to resolve to confess to Lord Wilfried. It is not so easy for me. Kenntrips said it must be part of who I am. He told me I will probably fail to make up my mind in time and end up with Rasantark by default. Then he advised you on how to avoid that fate, I assume? My head attendant asked quietly as she poured me some tea. I too wish for you to consider your future carefully and make an independent choice. So essentially, don't worry about what everybody else says. Do what you want to do, essentially. Cordially adjusted the fireplace, then retired to the waiting room with my other retainers, saved the night outside my door to give me time to think. An imposing quiet fell over me. I sensed the temperature start to drop and moved closer to the fire where I watched the flames dance as I sipped my tea. The warm liquid passed down my throat and a pleasant warmth spread through me. Knowing that I need to act does not make it any easier. Archduke candidates married to bring wealth into their duchies, so their obs commonly arranged their partners for them. It was normal in Dunkelfelder to request proposal challenges from whomever one wished to be with, but completing them served only to secure the approval of the man or woman proposed to. For the engagement to actually take place, they would still need the head of their household, the ob, or a higher authority to give their permission. Kenntrips had brought up Lady Magdalena's proposal as an example, but her situation was so far removed from my own. Although she had acted against the ob's will, the outcome had proven far better than if she had simply taken a groom from a lower-ranking duchy. I mean, she could have gone with Ferdinand, but who was probably the best candidate, in my opinion. Besides, the royal family, but still. Through her defiance, she had brought the long-enduring civil war to a close and earned Dunkelfelder the royal family's favor as the duchy that had secured their victory. Then there was the power dynamic. As a prince at the time, Lord Troracle could have easily have turned down the proposition thrust upon him. Ehrenfest lacked that authority. Were I to propose to Lord Wilfried in the same way that Magdalena proposed to her desired partner, I would surely cause more problems than not. No matter how I look at it, Dunkelfelder has too little to gain from such a union. Not really, considering that would give you closer ties to Rosamine, essentially, because, Wilfried's her brother. If my father had wanted to forge a deeper bond with Ehrenfest, then he would surely have hinted at it when going over recent events with its ob. In such a world, my father might have embraced the idea of me marrying Lord Wilfried, as doing so would improve relations with both Ehrenfest and Alexandria at once. That's what I'm saying! Why didn't they go that route? Instead, however, father had determined that it was best to keep me in Dunkelfelder. The suitors he had chosen for me made that all too apparent. Even though he valued getting closer to Alexandria, I doubted he cared much about Ehrenfest at all. As things were, even if I did somehow manage to convey my feelings to Lord Wilfried, I could not imagine getting the permission that I would need for the engagement to be made official. In other words, I was doomed from the start. Well, I mean, it's best to try, and if you fail, then you fail, and you could always go with Orwin. But you don't do anything, you're going to regret not doing anything. Because you're going to think of, what if I had actually managed to make it work, you know? The moment that thought struck me, my shoulders slumped and all the strength seemed to leave my body. Perhaps I could propose to Lord Wilfried, but what good would that do when there was no way my father would ever approve? But try and fail instead of just not trying at all? In the first place, do I even want to marry Lord Wilfried? I think well of him, very much so, but Kenntrips had urged me to take action for a lack of time, insisting that I must want to be with Lord Wilfried because I took his hand during our game of bride-stealing ditter. I was partially inclined to agree with him, but the truth of the matter was that neither Lord Wilfried nor Ehrenfest wanted me. I mean, at the time, yeah, things were complicated. The more I thought about it, the more my heart wavered. Were my feelings for Lord Wilfried strong enough to warrant proposing to him? Was my resolve strong enough to make securing the adult's permission worthwhile, knowing full well that the man I desired did not wish to become an ob, and that Ehrenfest had already suffered immensely at the hands of a bride from a greater duchy? Well, I mean, that was completely different, considering, well, for one, the bride from the other duchy was not very nice, from what I've heard, and you are probably one of the nicest ones around, so, I mean, they wouldn't have to worry about that. I did not have the intensity of Lady Rosamund, who had spurred Dunkelbugger to action and stolen Alex Ahrensbach's foundation to save the life of a single man, or of Lord Ferdinand, who had crushed a foreign invasion and manipulated the entire sovereignty and royal family in return. If nothing else, I could say that my emotions are not as strong or as passionate as is in the stories I enjoy. Whatever I feel right now, it cannot be true love. I mean, it doesn't have to be true love. That could come over time, like what for Rosamund and Ferdinand. That can bloom over time. Because, I mean, marriages are normally political in this world, so love can, happen over time if you get lucky. I set my teacup down, rose to my feet, and gazed out the window. Snow had started to fall. I could not even begin to imagine how Iwigili must have felt, so consumed with Gadul that he would cover the world with ice to hide her. The emotions I associated with Lord Wilfried were more vague. Happiness when he looked my way, relief when we spoke, sorrow when we did not. I took a volume of Ehrenfest's love stories from my shelves, then returned to my seat by the fireplace and cracked it open. Let's see. O Gaduld, mother of life and bringer of bountiful harvests. O beauteous youngest, clad in green from Flutrain's love, enriched with the passion and strength of Leidenschaft, who watches from the blue sky above, and protected altogether by Schutzaria's mighty shield. O beloved bride, enveloped in the light that guides and the darkness that consumes, amid the promised eternal recurrence as Schutzaria's shield wears down. Iwigili grows frantic in his impatience for the coming of winter. Those who wait for the night of Schutzaria seek the compassionate goddess dressed in white, who welcomes all in her embrace. May she forgive the raging tempest that covers with ice and snow the beauty of this world made by the gods. So sweet were the words written before me that my heart pounded in my chest. I yearned to read them again and again. Were my own feelings so intense that I would scorn my chosen suitors and throw both Ehrenfest and my own duchy into chaos? I saw little reason to say so, and if my emotions are not strong enough, then I should save everyone the trouble and give up on them here and now. No, at least try. And then if you fail, then you fail. At least you would have tried, and you can't say that you didn't try to at least win them over. It made no sense to propose when my desires and the value I could provide my duchy were so unclear. For that reason, I decided to lock away the passions that were causing me so much anguish. My time alone concluded with a simple acknowledgement that the world would not bend to my frivolous whims. I was trapped in a daze, strange emotions swirling in my chest. Perhaps because of the decision I had come to, or maybe because I found it so hard to keep my feelings under control. I went to the dining hall for dinner, not that I had much of an appetite. Rasantark briskly approached me as soon as I arrived. Lady Hannelore, the apprentice knight, said, "You gave Kenntrips a chance to speak with you alone. I beg of you to grant me the same." He was red with excitement, but I was hardly in the mood. Probably not a good idea. I shook my head while taking the seat Cordula had pulled out for me. My mind is occupied with more serious matters. Please ask me again once a few days have passed. Well, I wish to weigh in on them, Rasantark declared, reluctant to back down even in the face of my refusal. Others in the dining hall turned their attention to us, and it was just as their stares started to overwhelm me that Kenntrips came over to join us. Rasantark, cease troubling Lady Hannelore, he said, clearly exasperated. I refuse to hear it from a slouch who keeps squandering his luck. Rasantark shot back, ready to fight. Even more eyes were now locked on us. I rose to arbitrate, but Cordula placed a firm hand on my shoulder, urging back into my seat, and moved between the pair in my stead. Earlier today, Milady had a tea party with Lady Rosemine. The two of you fought over that fact, forcing her to intervene, and now you wonder why she's too weary to speak with you? You're permitted to no free time until the end of your repentance. Save the discussion for another day. Rasantark opened his mouth to protest, then closed it and stood down. He looked displeased with how things had turned out, but there was nothing he could do. Relieved to have avoided yet another tiring conversation, I pressed my hands to my cheeks and tried to adopt a more neutral expression. Cordula had remarked on my exhaustion, so it must have been clear on my face. I mean, yeah. Dinner was served and everyone started eating. I scanned the hall while picking at my Zeline salad and confirmed that I was no longer the center of attention. The respite that followed started to restore my appetite. I scooped up a spoonful of steaming Bonemnis soup, one of my favorites, and slowly brought it to my mouth. The thick, sweet broth eased my weary body as though I had just been blessed with healing magic. Lady Hannelore, may I ask you a question? Andrea said, eyeing me nervously. I nodded and encouraged her to continue. The unease faded quickly from her expression. Do you know Lady Rosemine's thoughts on Clarissa? Is she standing out? Has she failed enough to earn her ire? Her long speeches led to her ostracization? Huh? Does she assume that Clarissa's messing up in Ehrenfest? Andrew's questions confused me. I did not think she and Clarissa were close enough to warrant them, but I answered nonetheless. Lady Rosemine stated that Clarissa's always in good spirits. I see. I was a little concerned, given how Clarissa can act. I would not want Lady Rosemine to develop an aversion to our duchy. Oh, are you seeking the hand of an Alexandrian? I was actually asking for my men-noble friend, Herluga. She hopes to be bound either to Lord Roderick, an apprentice scholar, or to Lord Raymond, a retainer of Lord Ferdinand. Okay, that's interesting. Those two could potentially get partners. Then again, I think both of them, I don't know what years, are they all in the same year? I think they are. Or at least Roderick and Rosemine are. Oh, no, never mind. Of course, Lord Raymond has entered his final year, so he might have found a partner already. Maybe. Who knows? Probably not. I nodded along as I recalled Herluga's elder sister was close friends with Clarissa. Herluga would no doubt use the fact to seek Clarissa's aid. That said, Andrea continued, I too would very much appreciate the chance to forge bonds with those serving Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosemine. You wish to marry into Alexandria? I asked. She had never said as much before. Sorry. Yes, at the Ob's recommendation, he hopes to have more people who can contribute to your friendship with Lady Rosemine. I appreciate the choice, but her most trusted retainers tend to be men nobles or lay nobles, leaving few good partners for an archnoble such as I. Clarissa is willing to help me, having secured a place in Alexandria before any other, but that might not be enough in my case. Yeah, I'm assuming that all the archnobles she's got are already chosen for, like Cornelius, Hartmut, who else? Daniel, Roderick, Matthias or Lorenz. Are they men nobles or are they archnobles? I can't remember. Father was advising my retainers on the assumption that I would stay in Dunkelfogger. I suppose that was only natural, considering he had chosen my suitors for me, but the very thought of the walls closing in around me made it hard to breathe. Still, I knew better than to say anything. Andrea was so clearly overjoyed to be able to choose any husband she wanted within my father's boundaries. I hope you find a good partner, I said. Indeed, it might not happen yet, but Lady Rosemine should take more retainers from among the nobles of Old Arensbach. A smile graced Andrea's features. I shall pray to have a chance with one of their archnobles. Leopold leaned forward slightly. Lady Hannelore, I imagine you have scheduled a tea party with Ehrenfest to exchange books, as you normally do. Might I ask you to put in a good word for Edward? He seeks a binding with Ehrenfest. Really? Who would be left, though? Only ones I could think of would be Lady Charlotte, because, Charlotte, Judith, who else? Laisletta, Lenore, Angelica are already in service in Alexandria. I don't know. If I can't remember anybody, let me know. My throat went dry. He was in essence asking me to inquire with Lord Wilfried or Lady Charlotte about an engagement between our duchies. For you to have made such a request now, can I assume that Father also requested engagements with the Ehrenfest? The very idea seemed absurd to me. My father had nothing to gain from Ehrenfest at the moment. Like I said, try, because this might actually work out in your favor. You might be surprised. Because the fact that you were okay with the fact that they said originally that they didn't want to have to worry about forcing you into marrying into Ehrenfest probably makes him think that you are not really interested as you thought into marrying into Ehrenfest. Maybe that's what's going on. And yet Luitpold nodded. Indeed he did. He is contemplating whether he can pair Lady Lungtaze with the Ehrenfest Archduke candidate who attended the transference ceremony in High Bishop robes. What? Lady Lungtaze. Why does that name sound familiar? Let me know, please, because I do not know. But Melkor's still young. To better our chances, he wants as many Dunkelfelgerians to marry into Ehrenfest as possible. Huh? Why did she told about this? Why was she given the option? The blood drained from my face. If what my apprentice scholar said was true, then my assumption that Father did not value Ehrenfest was sorely mistaken. I would have given up on Lord Wilfried, and marrying into the duchy was undesirable, but I saw now that I was not completely without hope. If the aim is simply for a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate to marry into Ehrenfest, could it not be me instead of Lungtaze? Oh, Lungtaze is her sibling. My heart, dejected from my lack of options, regained its enthusiasm with a mighty thump. Is there a way I could turn the situation around? I placed a hand on my cheek and fell into thought. Despite being my retainer, Luitpold had waited until now to share this information with me. He was watching me closely as if to gauge my reaction. Kenntrips probably told him to give this information to you because now you have actual options, possibly. Maybe you can send a message to your father and ask him if you could potentially change to moving to Ehrenfest. But I would at least ask Wilfried first before even giving that option. Even if I tell my retainers that I wish to bind my star to Lord Wilfried's, I doubt they will provide their aid. Instead, I resolved to prioritize gathering as much information as I could. Ehrenfest had been reluctant to accept a bribe from a greater duchy. I had heard about how such an arrangement with Ahrensbach had thrown his domain into chaos, as had my retainers. If the consensus in Ehrenfest has since changed, I was not informed, but perhaps my retainers knew something I do not. Ehrenfest policy was of critical importance to my next actions. I would not mind consulting Ehrenfest, but they are reluctant to form engagements with greater duchies, I said. You are aware of that, no? If there has been some kind of change to that sentiment, fair enough. But I will not assist Father in bothering its Archduke candidates. Has my mother given her permission, do you know? In response to my sharp look, Luitpold performatively scanned the hall and then nodded. The order came after the Archduke conference, so I would imagine that Lady Sieglinde is aware. I suppose that Lady Rosamund becoming of Alexandria means Ehrenfest is already bound to a greater duchy. They must have seen no need to keep their policy as it was. As I considered this new information, I turned to Luitpold with a look of relief. Good then. But I should warn you that my recommendation alone might not be enough for Edward. Of course, the sooner he knows where he stands, the sooner he can decide on his plans and inform the Ob. That could mean Ehrenfest has not yet approved an engagement with Lungtaze. It would never have been set in stone. It was a union between two children who had yet to even enroll at the academy. But I took comfort in knowing that the plan had scarcely advanced at all. At the same time, I felt a surge of anxiety that Ehrenfest might not accept a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate in the first place. I must convey my feelings and obtain proposal challenges before socializing season begins and everyone else scrambles to secure their partners. Now that I wanted to take action, Kenntrip's urgency became my own. Time truly was of the essence. Yep, girl, you better hurry. Having eaten my food, I sipped my tea and racked my brain for ideas. Before anything else, I must pin Lord Overlord down and obtain my challenges. Oh god, this is going to be so awkward. My next step was clear, but how was I to manage it? My target was a boy. Even if his future of becoming an Archduke had changed, he had still surely received the appropriate education and training. My chances of defeating him in combat felt slim to none. I don't think Wait a minute. Has Wilfried taken any extra courses other than the Archduke Canada course? Has he gone to the Knight course? If so, then yes, her worries are a bit founded, but if not, she might actually have a chance considering she's a Dunkelfelder woman, and I'm sure she's gone through combat a lot more than, you would expect. Not to mention, he protected his noble's quarter during True Ditter. Not completely by himself, though. He knows what he was doing during that. I can remember Lord Wilfried celebrating that fact during my visit to Ehrenfest. Coupled with the wartime victories Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund had secured, even in the face of their shortcomings, I can say without a doubt that Ehrenfest's Archduke candidates were abnormally strong. Oh god, I just facepalmed. Oh my god. Don't be assuming that Wilfried is as strong as Ferdinand. Excuse me. Or even as strong as, Angelica or Cornelius. Hello? Oh my god, this is gonna be so damn awkward. Her trying to pin him down and thinking he's gonna easily avoid it, and then she'll end up catching him off guard and easily pinning him down. That's what I imagine is gonna happen. I would need to go all out to even stand a chance at pinning Lord Wilfried down. Unless I could succeed against Ehrenfest Archduke candidates and their wiles, I would not even obtain the proposal challenges I so desired. Am I really capable of doing this? So daunting was the task ahead that I almost wanted to cry. I would need to pick the best time and place to make my move, and work out any other techniques that would maximize my chances of victory. I mean, you could ask Rosamund at your next gathering if he's done any combat training. Maybe she might know. Actually, no, she might not know. She was holed up either in the temple or the castle doing stuff she might not know. Retainers will prove my main obstacle without a doubt. It was hard to imagine securing conditions from an Archduke candidate constantly surrounded by his retinue. Were I to even attempt to grab Lord Wilfried, his retainers and mine would move to obstruct me. Overcoming them all was as good as impossible. How had those before me won against the odds? I mean, you could... The only Archduke candidate I could think of who managed it was Lady Magdalena, but how? She had been a member of Dunkelfelder at the time of her proposal, whereas Lord Troarquil had been a prince, and she had cornered him in the midst of the Civil War, where his knights would have been on high alert. The fact she had succeeded made my head spin. Yeah, find out how she did it! Heck, find out how... No, actually, I would say ask Clarissa how she did it with Harmut, but... probably not, considering he's just a scholar and not an Archduke candidate, thus he wouldn't have retainers like Wilfried does. If I can find out how she did it, I might have a chance as well. Lady Hannelore, it would appear your cup is empty. Shall we head back to your room? Indeed, I said at length. Returning to the world around me, I set my empty cup on the table and rose to my feet. Lady Hannelore, one of my retainers muttered, you look like you're ready to march to war. Okay, one thing I'm thinking of could be maybe setting up a meeting with Lord Wilfried, and then when you set up a sound blocker, ask to clear the room so you guys can talk privately about something, and then take your shot. But, you might want to let at least your head attendant know what's going on so she doesn't automatically try and scold you. So maybe she can explain to the others what's going on. That would probably be best. Is that so? I forced a look of complete detachment from the thoughts running rampant in my mind. It would not be wise to put my retainers on their guard. At the very least, I could not tell them of my intentions until I knew how Lord Wilfried felt about me. Oh, God. This would be so much easier if I could trust them to cooperate. My actions during bride-stealing dinner had thrust me into a deeply uncomfortable position. And of course my retainers had needed to carry that burden with me. Many of them were still furious with Lord Wilfried for the damage that had come to my reputation. I could hardly announce that I wanted to marry him, especially when Father wanted me to stay in Dunkelfelder, and Cordial was already cautious about Lord Orwin and Karinstam. They expected me to be a good Archduke candidate, one who obeyed the Ob and contributed to her duchy. To have any chance of success, I must do this alone. Lady Magdalena must have been in the same situation. In matters of marriage, society expected women to act on their father's wishes. If one tried to carve her own path, everyone around her would try to intervene, leaving her with nobody to rely on. If I wished to end up with Lord Wilfried, then I could not let anything stop me. Oh boy. Here. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to end this one off here so I can get this up in time, and I will see you all in the next video. Okay, we are getting into part 6. Proposal. Morning came, and still I was lacking for good ideas. I ate breakfast and went to the entrance hall. As I would on any other water day, and spied 2 friendly faces among the gathered students, one with light green hair and the other with bright orange. Kenntrips and Rasantark would be escorting me to class. You appear to have been deep in thought, Kenntrips said to me. I don't know about that, but you look tired, Rasantark added. Did you not eat enough this morning? They both extended their hands to me. I said nothing to Kenntrips, who was right on the mark, and glared at Rasantark, for that was not something to say to a lady. Perhaps it is you who has not eaten enough, I shot back. To be quiet. Yes, perhaps. It seems that nothing can satiate me as of late, which is strange, as we strain for less here than we do back home. Far less here than we do back home. The chefs complain that no matter how hard they work, it is never enough. Now, Lady Hannelore, the apprentice knight paused, then shook his head. Never mind. Let us go. My 2 suitors took my hands and we headed to class. I could tell that Rasantark still wanted to say something, and eventually he tried to speak his mind again. Lady Hannelore, might your schedule be open next Earth Day? My friends went to the gazebos the other day, and they spoke at length about how breathtaking the blooming schmalooms were against the snow. Ideally, I should like to see them with you. No! You are not going there with her. You are not going to try anything. Mm-mm. My eyes widened. The solution to my troubles had been right under my nose. Of course. There could be no better venue than where the goddess of time plays her tricks. The gazebos in question were located past the Scholar Building. There, the time spent between lovers passed so quickly that many thought Dragoner was to blame. The structures were rather small, too small to accommodate 2 people's retinues, so Archduke candidates used them for more intimate conversations. They were not totally private, of course, as the visitors' retainers would wait only a short distance away, but their value could not be ignored. A proposal was far more likely to succeed at a gazebo. Oh, I still say you should at least tell Cordula that your intentions, at least, so that way she can make sure to keep Wilfried's retinue kind of distracted, maybe. So when they see you jump him, they ain't gonna go and automatically attack. I now knew where I would make my move. The problem was figuring out how to invite him there in the first place. The gazebos were known as a romantic destination. Asking him outright would only arouse suspicion. How concerning. Perhaps because a true Zent has risen to power, the gardens are more abundant than before, and there are more useful gazebos, Rasantark explained, so how about it? I admire your enthusiasm, but maybe this isn't the best time to ask her, Kenntrips said. Lady Hannelore looks petrified. Not really. Hearing my name snapped me back to my senses. My retainers all wore troubled smiles. Rasantark, Cordula said, clearly vexed. Do you really think she could accept such an invitation with Kenntrips present? The apprentice knight almost reeled at the attack, but he already had his time alone with Lady Hannelore. Not really, considering her retainers were right there just with the sound blocker. You know? It's not like the two of them were alone. An interrogation in the dormitory is by no means the same as visiting a gazebo, my head attendant continued. That said, there is some truth to your complaint. Milady, if you have not settled on Kenntrips as your fiancé, then you should treat him and Rasantark equally. I paused and thought, I cannot help but feel that my chance meeting with Kenntrips is being exploited. Nonetheless, one still needs to schedule arrangements of this nature. Might we wait until after dinner 3 days from now? Absolutely, Rasantark said, positively beaming. Kenntrips sighed. He must have interpreted my response as more of my usual indecision. Our retainers would not be with us during lectures, leaving me no better chance to speak with Lord Wilfried. Lord Orwin had used that very same opening to propose to me. Oh, this is going to be interesting. How are you going to do this? Maybe you could get Rosemine's help, get her to distract everybody, so then you could go and talk to Wilfried somewhat in private, because everybody else is going to be watching what Rosemine's doing. You know? Maybe you could get her help with that. To at least ask him to go to the gazebo? If our conversation goes well, we might not even need to visit the gazebos. Securing time alone with him might be easier than I think. The ideas that had refused to come to me when I was agonizing alone in my room now came freely. My spirit started to rise. Perhaps at long last Dragana, the goddess of time, had given me her blessing. I shall make sure to thank her with a prayer. Don't get too hasty on that. Wait until this is actually played out and then thank her. Because if you thank her too early, you might end up going wrong. Before anything else, I needed to look into Ehrenfest's internals and ask Lord Wilfried whether I could speak with him after class. There is no sense in proposing if his duchy's stance on marriage has not changed. It had not been too long ago that Ob Ehrenfest had expressed a complete lack of interest in accepting wives from greater duchies. I went over to Lord Wilfried as soon as I entered the classroom. Lord Wilfried, might I have a moment of your time? I wish to ask about Ob Ehrenfest's policy on engagements. Of course, he said. What do you want to know? I'm surprised that nobody even followed her over there. I mean, then again, she just said her retainers can't follow her to some of her classes, so I mean, this is her best chance, yeah. Grateful that he had not cut our conversation short, deeming it an improper subject for class, I continued. There is someone in Dunkelberger who wishes to marry an Ehrenfest noble. I would like to know your duchy's thoughts on such an arrangement. She does have a point. She's not talking about herself, she's talking about Edward. Preferably before socializing season. In truth, I tried to ask yesterday during my tea party with Lady Rosamund, but she could not answer due to her status as Ob Alexandria. I suppose not, Lord Wilfried said, then smiled as if having remembered something. What is it, I asked. I was just thinking that when Uncle first went to Ahrensbuck, we had to scold Lady Rosamund for carelessly leaking Ehrenfest intel to him. It would seem she learned her lesson. Not really. He looked contemplative for a moment, then I spied a glimmer in his dark green eyes. This might become a rather involved conversation. Could we perhaps continue it after class? He had taken the words right out of my mouth. While devoting a silent prayer to Dragana, I said, certainly I would not mind that at all. Professor Anastasius would scold us if we were mid-conversation when he arrived. Yep, he would. He would. And he has. Multiple times. Oh, absolutely. We were laughing together when Lord Orwin entered the classroom. As he came toward us, Lord Wilfried waved a hand and concluded our conversation. Good morning, Wilfried, Lady Hannelore. Good morning, Lord Orwin, I said. I am told you had a tea party with Lady Rosamund yesterday. How fares Alexandria? Lady Rosamund is doing her utmost with support from Lord Ferdinand, but as I cannot elaborate here, I shall return to my desk. Flattered though I was by Lord Orwin's confession, Father had already selected my suitors for me. I mean, you're still going after Wilfried, so I mean, yeah. I thought it best to keep my distance, so I exchanged only the usual greetings before taking my leave. Orwin, lend me your ear, Lord Wilfried said as I departed, his excitement clear in his voice. I cannot help but envy how close they were. I mean, they're friends. I would assume they're friends. Or at least Wilfried probably would consider him a friend. Excuse me, you were going to the gazebos with 2 other Archduke candidates? Our retainers could not believe their ears when I informed them of our plans. To be honest, I was surprised too. I could not wrap my head around why Lord Orwin was coming with us. Oh, this is going to be awkward! Oh no! Oh no, how are you going to do this with him around? Oh, no. Someone's gonna have to keep him distracted. Someone is gonna have to keep him distracted. I don't know how the heck you're gonna do this. We need to work a few things out before socializing begins, Lord Wilfried explained. To prevent any unwelcome misconceptions that would come from Lady Hannelore and me going alone, Lord Orwin has agreed to tag along. I mean, that makes sense. It makes complete sense. If there was another girl going as well as Orwin. Because then they wouldn't have as big of a... They could just say that they're all meeting together as friends or classmates. Could this matter not be settled over a tea party, his retainers asked. Lord Wilfried shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid not. I hear the schmelooms. I don't know what the fuck are up with some of these names. What the fuck? Around the gazebo are in bloom, and I've yet to have an opportunity to see them. I mean... oh dear. Rasantark, you're not gonna like this. His tone brooked no protest, leaving his retainers to express their exhaustion through facial expressions alone. Do you agree to this, milady? Cordula asked me. I had no choice but to nod. On behalf of Luitpold, I wish to consult with Ehrenfest about their stances on marriages with greater duchies, I explained. Lord Wilfried proposed that we continue the conversation after our lesson. I assumed he meant in the classroom. Cordula swallowed down the urge to rebuke me. In the presence of so many nobles from other duchies, she could do nothing to stop what had already been set in motion. She doubtless wished to say that it did not matter whether such a meeting was held in the classroom or a gazebo, and she would when she would inevitably lecture me back at the dormitory. Please, that is terrifying. My head attendant was right in her evaluation. I wanted to speak with Lord Wilfried away from my retainers to better understand the situation in Ehrenfest and obtain the engagement task I so desired. So the classroom and the gazebo were both perfectly appropriate choices. The problem was that I had never expected Lord Orwin to join us. I mean, like I said, it makes sense because if you two go by yourselves, people are going to be assuming things. And you don't want that to get around, especially if Wilfried rejects your proposal. You really don't want that to come around. Lord Wilfried, Lord Orwin, Kenntrips said, as one of Lady Hannelore's chosen suitors, I must ask that you allow me to join you. If you cannot, then you will need to reschedule the meeting for another day. Kenntrips, I muttered. Kenntrips, we're trying to do something here. Why don't you at least tell Kenntrips what's going on? Because he was offering to help you get into another duchy if you didn't want to stay in Dunkelfelder. Why don't you get his help? Get him at least on your side in this. Get him on the same page as you. As both her potential fiancé and a student of Dunkelfelder, I cannot allow Lady Hannelore to go somewhere that might damage her reputation, not without an escort. Lord Wilfried exchanged a look with Lord Orwin, then nodded. I mean, yes, he should go with you, considering he can keep Lord Orwin busy. If you just let him in on the plan. You are welcome to accompany us. We have no desire to tarnish Lady Hannelore's honor. And so I started toward the gazebo with my two fellow Archduke candidates. 3 groups of retainers came with us. Lady Hannelore, thank you for setting aside this time to speak with me, Lord Wilfried said. No, thank you. It was I who inquired in the first place. I appreciate the invitation to join you, Lord Orwin added. Jawanko is very much interested in your duchy's current attitudes. I glanced at Kenntrips, who walked silently beside me. He slid something small and round into the palm of my hand. The sound blocker. Oh, he knows! He figured it out! Please focus your attention on Lord Wilfried, he murmured. I shall distract Lord Orwin. Yes! Kenntrips, you're a good wingman. You're a good wingman. Yes. Yes. I stole quick looks at the 2 boys in question. Based on their complete lack of a reaction, I assumed that what Kenntrips had given me was a sound blocker. Whatever do you mean? I asked, attempting to play dumb. Do you really expect that to work? This morning and during dinner last night, you had the countenance of a knight preparing for ditter. Are my intentions that obvious? If they were, then Cordula would already have dragged you back to the dormitory. Not that obvious, but obvious enough that he could have figured it out. It seemed that Kenntrips intended to aid me without informing the others, a most dangerous act considering my father's wish to keep me in the duchy. I cannot understand why he would take such a risk. It makes no sense, because he cares about you. He wants you to be happy in whatever you end up picking, and if you're happiest outside of the duchy and with somebody else, he wants to help you with that. That shows how much he really does care. Still, I chose not to ask any further questions. Rather than interrogate Kenntrips, I needed to capitalize on the singular chance to propose to Lord Wilfried. Oh, I'm so excited to see what will happen. I had thought I would need to face this battle alone, so having an ally to support me warmed my heart. I appreciate it, I said. Please do your best to keep Lord Orwin busy. Please. He will consider it to mean you have rejected him. Is that acceptable? He was very kind, and I do not wish to hurt him, but I cannot squander what might be my only chance to propose to Lord Wilfried. True. I mean, this is all really political. Most of it's political in anyway, because I'm assuming that's what Lord Orwin is doing anyway, is political. That he wants to be able to be Jawanko so he can not only keep his sister safe, but take control of his own, his own choices, because he's not really getting a choice. So he wants to be able to take this chance, and I guess he sees Lady Hannelore as the best option for him. Then I shall provide my full support, Kenntrips declared, and retrieved the sound blocker from me. We passed through the Scholar Building and emerged outside, in an area completely free of snow. Herb gardens spread out before us, and beyond them a vast field of vibrant flowers. The white stone underfoot guided us in the direction of several gazebos. I had seen this place from above while passing on my high beast, but this was my first time approaching on foot. So which is the gazebo by the Schmaloons? I have to pause just to make sure I don't say it wrong. Lord Wilfried asked, cocking his head. There were quite a few to choose from. Lady Rosamund had said the Royal Academy was once a holy land where the original Zents lived. These large gazebos must have been where they came to hold events and rest. I have never seen a Schmalung before, I said. How do they look? Yeah, you might even pass them, not even realizing that that's them. I assumed they would be hard to find, but Kenntrips and Lord Orwin both pointed to a singular gazebo. Oh? You know where the gazebo is, Kenntrips? I asked. I do. It's the same one Rasantark wished to show you this morning. We might not be alone, but I feel a tad awkward about being here instead, considering my role in thwarting his plans. Yep. He's not going to be happy about that. Oh my god. Oh boy, I don't know. He's not going to be happy about this, because you're essentially not picking either of them, and he's not getting picked essentially. So yeah, he's not going to be happy about this. But what should matter most is what you decide. It's your choice after all. Because her father could easily have, told her, hey, you're going to marry this person, you don't get a choice. But she's given a choice. I thought back to Rasantark's enthusiasm and sighed, he will surely be furious. Yep. Shall we leave then, Kenntrips asked, but that was out of the question. I gave him a stern prod on the arm and proceeded toward the indicated gazebo. Amid the grounds of the snow-coated academy, a single garden shone with the colors of spring. 4 of us entered the gazebo, from which one could see the Schmalums most clearly, while our retainers waited around it. Those are Schmalums, Lord Orwin told me, indicating a patch of red. Each flower seemed no larger than the palm of my hand, and the petals that adorned them were so small and plentiful. A group of 10 to 20 Schmalums sat together in bloom. You could not see them before last year. Its entire garden was blanketed in snow. They could be found in northwest Jawanko, and the lay knights commonly used them for pain relief. Oh, okay. Cool. As they bloom with the melting of the snow, some even say they are remnants of Gaduld after Flutrain's rescue. What a beautiful shade of red, I exclaimed, gazing upon the Schmalums. One can definitely see Gaduld within them. Kenntrips sighed and took my hand. If you wish to admire them, then please sit here, Lady Hannelore. Let us finish this discussion quickly, lest we further inconvenience everyone's retainers. Hey, just to the seat farthest from me. Lord Orwin, if you would. Lord Wilfried frowned. Why do you get to decide the seats? It doesn't really matter? Lord Orwin proposed to Lady Hannelore, despite knowing she has engagement candidates. Kenntrips retorted. For that reason, I cannot allow him to sit with her. Duh. So I'm assuming it's Wilfried, Hannelore, Kenntrips, and then Orwin. Unable to retort, Lord Wilfried took his seat next to me. There was a sour expression on his face. He must have been offended that a mere archnoble would speak out in such a manner. Kenntrips shot me a knowing look. The stage was set. He would contain Lord Orwin while I pinned down my door. This is going to be so awkward to read. It's not really bad, like lewd, but it's just so weird to read aloud. But sitting will make this awkward. Perhaps if I raise my hips and twist my waist around him. Oh my god. Just reading this aloud is so weird. I'm sorry, guys. It's just so kind of awkward. Like I said, it's not lewd in any way. It's just weird to read aloud. Knowing what it means, essentially. What she's trying to do. Lord Wilfried occupied the seat beside me, yet there was still some distance between us. I measured the gap and considered the best way to prevent his escape, at which point Lord Orwin held out sound blockers to Lord Wilfried and me. To preserve Lady Hannelore's honor, we have permitted you to attend, but this is a conversation among Archduke candidates, he said, his eyes trained on Kenntrips. Uh-oh. This is going to be interesting. I would appreciate your cooperation. Kenntrips nodded, and with that, our discussion could begin. A member of my duchy seeking an engagement has expressed an interest in Lady Charlotte's or your introduction, I said. But as I understand it, Ehrenfest does not wish to take brides or grooms from greater duchies. Is that so? Lord Orwin asked with interest. This matter was as relevant to his duchy as it was mine, because, he's probably trying to get people in there, too. As we speak, there are many in Jawanko who share that interest in Ehrenfest nobles. Okay, that's what I thought, too. Indeed, I said, as an Archduke candidate, I wish to know Ehrenfest's stance so I can best advise my duchy. For the sake of avoiding any unpleasantness, an explanation will be greatly appreciated. But of course, Lord Wilfried answered with a smile, adopting a more formal tone to match the topic at hand. Due to our relationship with Alexandria, it has been deemed urgent that Ehrenfest learn to carry itself as a top-ranking duchy. The Zent's decree prevents nobles from leaving, but Ehrenfest intends to welcome brides and grooms to top-ranking duchies, with Dunkelfelder being foremost among them. Ooh, girl, you got an opening. Come on, take it. It's gonna be so awkward to read, but As expected, the birth of Alexandria had forced Ehrenfest to change his stance. If he sought deeper relationships with greater duchies, and needed a connection to Dunkelfelder in particular, then an engagement between Lord Wilfried and me could prove beneficial after all. Oh dear! I see, in that case, oh dear, this is going to be awkward to read. Seizing my chance, I am actually gonna, like I said, I think essentially that he is not trained as a knight, and thus her trying to anticipate him being this way, and then easily taking him down, is, gonna be awkward. She'll be like, why was that so easy? Seizing my chance, I pounced on my target without the slightest hesitation. I pinned him to the ground using my full weight to prevent a counterattack. We were face to face, his wide dark green eyes right in front of my own. Damn it. This is so weird. I wish to become your goddess of light, I declare. Give me engagement tasks. He's very confused, probably. Because I don't even know if they know how Dunkelfelder women propose. I know Rosemine knows because, Clarissa did it, and I'm assuming that she told Rosemine or someone told her at some point. Whether everybody else knows, I'm assuming Sylvester knows and all that because, he was around Dunkelfelder and the Early Academy and everything. But who knows if Wilfried knows? Give me engagement tasks. Lord Wilfried merely blinked at me. God damn it. His trembling lips opened a crackety whisper. What? I saw his focus wander to Kenntrips and Lord Orwin, but I refused to surrender. Even as he writhed and squirmed beneath me, I kept him firmly in place. Lord Wilfried, give me tat. Oh, it's going to show a picture of this. Oh my god. Okay, there's Kenntrips right there, and there's Orwin just watching. He is very confused. Maybe he doesn't know about this? He doesn't know, of course. Tess, what do you mean? Lord Wilfried sputtered. He had not refused me, but neither had he acquiesced. He appeared simply confused. Explain. However was I to proceed? Lady Hannelore, Lord Wilfried must not know about Dunkelfelder proposals, Lord Orwin said. Oh, he's actually, seeing. He's not actually getting mad. I guess, like I said, this was political. He was a picture of calm, contrasting the knights outside the gazebo who began shouting our names barely a moment later. Lady Hannelore, Lord Wilfried, is something wrong? Uh-oh. The walls of the gazebo reached only as high as our shoulders when we were seated. From the perspective of those waiting outside, two of us had suddenly vanished. Their anxious voices grew louder. Everything is fine. Lady Hannelore merely stumbled, Kenntrips assured the knights, waving them away with one hand while urging me to stand with the other. Lady Hannelore, are you okay? My sincerest apologies, Lord Wilfried. Thank you for easing my fall, I said, dropping my sound blocker and scooting away. I had made my move assuming that he knew about Dunkelfelder proposals, but if that's not the case, then there was no point in continuing. Rising slowly to his feet, Lord Wilfried shot me a look of pure confusion. You might need to explain what's going on while you proceed. Lord Wilfried, are you okay? His guard knights exclaimed. Yes, thank you. Stand down. We have more to discuss. Understood. Having sent his knights, Lord Wilfried surveyed the gazebo, clearly disturbed by the fact that only he was taken aback. Lord Orwin gave an exaggerated shrug in response. The look in his eyes told me he was planning something. What are you planning, Orwin? No. Seems I'm the only one in the dark, Lord Wilfried said, his expression turning from confusion to determination as he handed out sound blockers. He gave one to Kenntrips as well. I suspect you too have something to say. Thank you, the apprentice scholar replied. Once we were all carrying sound blockers, Lord Wilfried allowed himself to sigh. Well, what in the world was that? Do you really not know? Lord Orwin asked. That's how the women of Dunkelfelder proposed to men their fathers would not want them to marry. How does he realize what she was planning? Sure, seriously. Does nobody tell him these things? And again, he probably doesn't need... They probably don't even think to tell him these things because it doesn't really apply to him or have any relevance to him in person. But I would have at least told him at this point, considering, the marriage prospects are getting Numerous, probably. So surely he would have at least one other Dunkelfelder woman wanting to court him, if not just Hannelore. So you would think that they would have warned him how they propose. At long last, Lord Wilfried grasped the truth. He turned to me, eyes even wider than before, then swooped back to Kenntrips and Lord Orwin, looking deeply uncomfortable. Lady Hannelore proposed to me? How are you all so calm? Kenntrips' composure made sense. We had planned this attack together, after all. Lord Orwin's, on the other hand, took me by surprise as well. An amused grin spread across his face. What can I say? It was impactful, to be sure. But I took her by surprise in much the same way. Interpreting her proposal today as an act of revenge helped to dampen the blow. You did? Lord Wilfried asked, cocking his head to one side. I glared at Lord Orwin. Revenge had not been my intention. It had merely been my only opportunity to act. Furthermore, he said, I now see potential for success in my future. Huh? What are you planning? What's he planning, guys? I wondered what he meant. The sudden glint in his light brown eyes was a little bit intimidating. I came here expressly to support Lady Hannelore, Kenntrips said. Really? Lord Wilfried asked, should you not have been stopping her? My reasons are my own. Rather, I am surprised you do not know about Dunkelfelder proposals. Lord Orwin raised an eyebrow at me. Were you not too quick to act? It stands to reason that if Wilfried was ignorant of bride-stealing ditter, he would also be unaware of your duchy's proposals. Perhaps, but I lacked the time to investigate, I said with a glance at Kenntrips, who had urged me to make my move sooner rather than later. The apprentice scholar crossed his arms and examined Lord Wilfried closely. Clarissa's union with Lady Rosemine's retainer was the product of engagement tasks. As you were engaged to Lady Rosemine at the time, I was certain you would have been informed. I know, that's what I'm saying. At least told her, hey, this is how Clarissa showed up, why Clarissa showed up, and what happened with that. A woman of Dunkelfelder employed such means to join Lady Rosemine's retinue, Lord Orwin mused aloud, nodding in response to the explanation. That assumption is entirely reasonable, then. Lord Wilfried said nothing. He looked as confused as ever. I mean, then again, Rosemine probably wouldn't have mentioned it because it might not, like I said, been relevant to her at the time to tell him that. You know, but still, someone should have told him. Again, Lord Orwin raised an eyebrow. Someone from another duchy entered your fiancé's retinue. That should have prompted you to investigate, especially when you most likely have shared retainers once you were wed. I didn't know, Lord Wilfried muttered, grimacing out of regret. Clarissa's actions were deemed so serious that when she went to greet Lady Rosemine during the inter-duchy tournament, Lady Rosemine's guardians and Ehrenfest began looking into her. Kenntrips explained, we saw no reason to believe you would not have been aware. Lord Wilfried frowned and said, Rosemine didn't tell me. I could hear the pain in his voice. How could he not have known? He was the next Ob and Lady Rosemine's fiancé. So you would think that someone would have told somebody, but then again, Lady Rosemine is not very, adept when it comes to social stuff and socializing, and maybe she didn't think that Wilfried needed to know? I don't know. The entire situation seemed so curious to me. In the Dunkelfelder dormitory, Clarissa had spoken openly and with pride about how Lady Rosemine had asked about the manner of her proposal. So Rosemine knew, but she didn't think to tell Wilfried. I mean, like I said, why would she have told him? Because it would, like I said, it wouldn't have been at least related. He wouldn't have needed to know, but because they were engaged, and he wouldn't have had to worry about proposals from Dunkelfelder women at the time. But still, that would have been interesting to find out. We had never considered that the fact she had obtained engagement tasks would be largely unknown in Ehrenfest. Well, if he didn't know, he didn't know, Lord Orwin said. The important part is what comes next. Wilfried, are you going to accept Lady Hannelore's proposal? I mean, he's probably got any time to think about this. This is broken out of the blue, I mean. Is what they said true, Lord Wilfried asked me, still clearly uncomfortable. Why would I have done that if I hadn't planned on it, you know? I was racked with embarrassment, having leaped on someone who had not even understood my reason for doing so. I would have liked to dismiss the whole thing as some kind of mistake, but I suspected this was the only opportunity I would ever have. Yes, it is, I said, I asked to be given engagement tasks. Wilfried's answer. Oh, an entire chapter dedicated to this. Oh, dear. In response to my request, Lord Wilfried placed a hand on his forehead and sighed, looking even more troubled than before. Lady Hannelore, what should one do when giving tasks is out of the question? Is it not possible for us to be wed? What? Why would you not be able to? Excuse me, I asked, so taken aback that my mind went blank. But you said moments ago that Ehrenfest seeks engagements with rare duchies. An amused grin pulled at the corners of Lord Orwin's mouth. What reason do you have to refuse her, Wilfried? If you marry Lady Hannelore, then becoming the next Ob Ehrenfest will prove trivial. You can regain all that you lost when your engagement was undone. No one wants me to become the next Ob, Lord Wilfried shot back. You are mistaken, I said, pushing through my heartache. I want you to. I wish you would desire it as well. I mean, it's what he wants. Just ask him, what does he want? Whether they want him to be the Ob or not is kind of trivial. It matters what he wants. Lord Wilfried's eyes widened in disbelief, then wandered the gazebo as he searched for his next words. I could barely contain my nerves. The thing is, he said at last, as surprising as it was, I am grateful you confessed. During my engagement with Rosamund, I wished time and time again to have a fiancé like you instead. Huh? Really? Okay, that's news to me. Lord Wilfried was the most I could manage in response. It astounded me to know he had thought about me that way during his engagement. As I gazed upon him, I felt Florlum, the goddess of flowers, began... Fuck, is that supposed to be a euphemism for butterflies? Butterflies in your stomach? I never even considered that someone might like me, I'm guessing in that way. But... Lord Wilfried paused, then cast his eyes down as if debating whether he should continue. As I am now, I do not have the right to desire you. Come again? Yeah, you might need explanation. In the blink of an eye, Shneas, the god of ice, had arrived and blown a Florlum away. So all the butterflies just went poof! Bye-bye. I was lost for words, and my body trembled as my heart was frozen solid. Because you are no longer the heir apparent, Lord Orwin asked. If so, marrying Lady Hannelore would... It's worse than that, Lord Wilfried interrupted. Back in Ehrenfest, Melkor and Charlotte are competing to be the next Ob. It's already been decided that I will oversee the province of Gerlach and its surrounding area as Geeb once I come of age. Really? Oh, he's taking over Gerlach. Okay. As Geeb once I come of age. My father has instructed me to marry the daughter of an archnoble Geeb. Be she from Ehrenfest or another duchy. I mean, you could ask Ob Ehrenfest if he could change his mind, at least on who he gets to marry, whether he still becomes a Geeb or not. But then again, her father's not going to be too thrilled about this. Oh boy, this is more complicated. This makes no sense, Lord Orwin muttered, his tone dubious. I know the cancellation of your engagement made things worse for you, but you were fully removed from consideration? I'm assuming because he asked to. I was wondering what would happen now that his engagement was cancelled. I was wondering what would happen with that. Lord Wilfried responded with a tepid nod. I could not help but clap a hand over my mouth. How agonizing it must have been to endure such treatment from his own father. That cannot be, Lord Orwin said. Such treatment is reserved for those who have committed a crime. He kinda did. Indeed, I made a grave mistake when I was young. It was only through Lady Rosamund's aid that I emerged as I am now. Then your engagement to her meant far more than we imagined. Lord Orwin was correct. Had the engagement been a way to make up for his sin, then it must have been more than just another political pairing. Yeah, it was partially that, and partially to keep him from getting sent to the ivory tower as well. It also explained Ob Ehrenfest's resistance when Dunkelfelger and the royal family insisted on the engagement being cancelled. Yeah, that makes sense now. Considering my duchy's factions, I am in the worst position of all, Lord Wilfried said. My engagement with Rosamund was meant to compensate for my shortcomings, but for several reasons, it had to be undone. In no uncertain terms, he explained how agonizing it had been to enter an engagement made purely to cover him for his faults. The pressure thrust upon him to become Ehrenfest's next Ob, and that he had ultimately lost sight of his own wishes and what it even meant to be engaged. What a wretched situation, and to think he endured it all that time. The engagement was miserable to me, so I welcomed its dissolution, Lord Wilfried explained. Lady Rosamund and I are better as siblings, and nothing more. It was when the Zent ordered our separation, intent on adopting her, father instructed me to think about the future I desired. I was permitted a year to make up my mind. Giving up on his engagement to Lady Rosamund would prevent Lord Wilfried from becoming the Archduke, but an order from the Zent could not be refused. It must have been a time of great strife for Ob Ehrenfest. I could see that more clearly than when I focused on Lady Rosamund's position. However, during the Archduke Conference, Lady Rosemine became Ab Alexandria instead of being adopted, Lord Wilfried continued. My father approached me afterward and asked what I wanted to do, but not even an entire year of contemplation had given me a clear answer. And so, Ab Ehrenfest had ordered that he become a Gebe. Gerlach, the same province into which Lady Hannelore took her knights, has long been at odds with its neighbor Liesgang. Selecting a Liesgang noble to take over would cause all sorts of trouble among the locals. Having an Archduke candidate become the Gebe instead was ideal, not just for repairing the estate, but also for creating a window to Alexandria and keeping an eye on the south of the duchy. Lord Orwin nodded, having listened closely. I understand that an Archduke candidate is the best choice, even with the details you've had to omit for the sake of duchy security. Still, will the province survive until your coming of age? Surely someone from the Archducal family should take over to heal the land ravaged by war. Ehrenfest has no adults to spare. Lower Bonifacius, maybe. But that hardly seems wise. He is retired and sees to the ops duties whenever father is absent from the castle. Not to mention his house, Lane's Liesgang. I was chosen to become the Gebe largely because, out of all the viable candidates, I am the best choice of the appropriate faction. So dire was the situation in Ehrenfest that Lord Wilfried was expected to become a Gebe that moment he became of age. Such an issue would never have arisen in Drwalco or Dunkelburger. Our archducal families were much too large. How strange, Lord Orwin mused aloud. Are you truly not of the same faction as your full siblings? Lord Wilfried shook his head. My grandmother took me into her care shortly after I was born. For that reason, I am of a different faction. That is... Lord Orwin fell silent too, stunned to hear utter another word. I was just as taken aback. Being raised apart from his brother and sister made them more akin to half-siblings than anything else. And if Lord Melkor and Lady Charlotte had been raised normally, then I doubted their mother had wanted to give up her firstborn son. Oh, what a cruel act. Though I dared not put my thoughts into words, anger coursed to me at the thought of what must have transpired. Melkor is considered most likely to become the next Ab, having inherited the position of High Bishop from Lady Rosemine, praying to the gods to secure him divine protections in abundance, and he won't obtain his staff until after coming of age. As our father is still young and unlikely to see the archducal seat anytime soon, no matter how hard Charlotte might work, Melkor's chances are far superior, Wilfried continued, and also the fact that he was a boy, too. Yeah, Lady Charlotte was a girl, and the staff she wielded was from her first year at the Royal Academy. Unless there was a sudden need for the current Ab Ehrenfest to step down, she was at a serious disadvantage against her younger brother. In any case, the next Ab will need an Archduke candidate to support them, Lord Wilfried explained. A full sibling is a more reliable choice than the child of a second wife, and Charlotte is better suited to staying in the nobles' quarter. As an older brother from another faction, my presence alone would risk creating a divide. To summarize, making Lord Wilfried the next Gebe Gerlach was the best course of action for Ehrenfest. Seeing his vacant smile, however, I could not tell whether he would truly be okay with such an outcome. Wilfried, these are no more than assumptions, Lord Orwin said. You're an honor student. There's no way to know whether Lord Melkor will obtain similarly high grades. My brother excels in all fields. Truly he does, Lord Wilfried countered, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He works as hard as he can, intent on becoming as capable as Lady Rosemine, and I do not share his dedication. As it stands, he will grow up to be an excellent archduke. Lord Wilfried sighed and turned to me. No longer shy or embarrassed, he now bore the countenance of someone who had given up and accepted the truth of his situation. Were you an archnoble, Lady Hannelore, or an archduke candidate of a lower-ranked duchy that would not threaten my siblings, I would gladly have taken your hand, he said. Or if I had known about your feelings a year ago, I might have worked with maddening devotion to become the Ab. That opportunity has passed, however, and Ab Ehrenfest has made his decree. You are an archduke candidate of Dunkelfelder, now the top-ranked duchy in all of Jurgenschmidt. Marrying a Gebe from Ehrenfest is beneath you. Yeah, not only will her father be not happy with this, but Sylvester might not be happy about it too. But we will have to see. I see. If not for Lonzenov's invasion, Dunkelfelder would never have risen in rank, and I would not be known as a friend of the Divine Avatar. Gerlach would never have been ravaged, and there would not have been such an urgent need to assign a new Gebe to the province. In a world where Lord Wilfried was a normal archduke candidate, not one embroiled in political chaos, he might actually have wished to become the Ab. Could my timing have been any worse? Not really. It's not really your timing, it's just what has happened. The next Ab taking an archduke candidate from Dunkelfelder as his bride would do wonders from Ehrenfest, Lord Wilfried explained, but as I am fated to become a Gebe, I am not worthy of your hand. You would destabilize the authority of Melkor's first wife and breed a new generation of conflict, and that's what happened with Gabriel. That is the last thing I desire. I gritted my teeth, firm in my belief that I had caused Ehrenfest enough problems already. Nobody there or at home would want me to become Lord Wilfried's first wife. Please accept my sincerest apologies, Lady Hannelore. As an Archduke candidate of Ehrenfest, I cannot risk sowing seeds of chaos or destruction in my duchy. If Lord Wilfried had wanted to become an Archduke, I would have done everything I could to make it happen. If he had wished to abandon Ehrenfest and marry into Dunkelfelder, which they wouldn't be able to do that anyway because they're not allowed to have anybody leave Ehrenfest, only come into Ehrenfest. I would have gone to any lengths to convince the relevant parties, but alas, he had resolved to obey his father's orders and become a Geeb. Ehrenfest had nothing to gain from allowing me to marry him. Oh, I feel bad for Hannelore and Wilfried at this point. They need to get what they want too. I see. My mind raced in a desperate rush for answers, asking again and again what I could have done to be bound to him. Perhaps because this was my second time being rejected since our game of bride-stealing ditter, or perhaps because I had thought of nothing but Lord Wilfried for the past few days. A gaping hole opened in my heart. Hermit mana surged without restraint. Uh-oh. Lady Hannelore, are you okay? Kenntrips asked. I nodded, striving to contain my mana. This was neither the time nor place to lose control. I tensed my muscles and squeezed the charm of my wrist. Let us end our meeting here. The attendants keep shooting us anxious glances, Lord Orwin said, then put his sound blocker down and rose to his feet. Lord Wilfried nodded and did the same, spurring Kenntrips and me to follow suit. Allow me to offer prayers and gratitude to Dragonor, the gods of time, for weaving our threads together this day, I said, speaking solemnly to match the tone of our conversation. Uh-oh. What's going on? What's going on? Before I could continue, the charm on my wrist began to shine for reasons I could not comprehend. Made for me by my head attendant Cordula, it was engraved with the sigil of Dragonor. Its yellow face stone shone, and a light of the same color shot toward the roof of the gazebo. What? What's going on? Are we getting into the time travel stuff? We all stared up in a daze as it started drawing a magic circle overhead. What on earth? What's happening? And I rushed into the gazebo just as the magic circle reached completion. There was a bright flash, and in the blink of an eye, I was transported to a vast white void. What's going on? Oh my god, I gotta stop. No way, I can't stop. Dragonor weaving threads. I was staring across the void, lost as to what had just happened, when a woman wearing a light yellow veil appeared in front of me. I could tell from the tall shape of her headdress that she was wearing her hair up. Only her mouth was visible, but I gathered she could see me. She was facing me head on. The pressure she exuded made me want to run, and it suddenly became hard to breathe. Hannelore, it was tremendously useful that you summoned me with your mana. What? Summoned? Wait, is this Dragonor the goddess of time? Oh my god, another freaking goddess! What the freak? Why are they suddenly wanting to show up? Thinking back, the magic circle that appeared the moment I spoke her name, I had meant to give a simple farewell, not summon her. But there was no mistaking the fact that she was standing before me. So intense was her divine power that I could almost feel it pushing me back, reinforcing the fact that she was indeed a goddess. To think the gazebos were connected to her by more than just rumors. Do lend me your vessel, Hannelore. I must summon the Zent candidate who obtained the Book of Mestanora. Rosemine? Really? You're calling her now? Great, what's going on now? Under normal circumstances, I could do so without you, but she is shielded by a powerful barrier that hushes my voice and prevents my touch from reaching her. How unfortunate. What's going on? What's going to happen? Dragonor must have met Lady Rosemine, who had started to wear protective charms after the last time a goddess took over her body. I mean, to be fair, yes. I could not speak conclusively as my knowledge of the country reached only so far. But I found it hard to believe that anyone else in Jurgenschmidt was shielded so thoroughly that not even the voice of a goddess could reach her. Oh, holy Dragonor, may I confirm that you were speaking of Lady Rosemine, not Zent Eglantine, I asked. Truth be told, I was unsure why she wished to summon a mere Zent candidate rather than the actual Zent. Yes, I suppose it is how you all address her. Indeed, she is who I seek, the goddess replied, a smile forming on her lips. Lady Rosemine had transferred the Grutushite to then Lady Eglantine, but it seemed the gods still saw her as a Zent candidate. I mean, considering she still has the Grutushite, of course. Perhaps they did not consider Zent Eglantine a true Zent to begin with? A complex wave of anxiety spread through my chest as I sensed myself being embroiled in a plot with the gods previously kept secret by Lady Rosemine and the royal family. If we do not summon her, the past 20-some years we have woven together will come loose and vanish. What? What? Dragoner continued, blowing away my petty concerns in an instant. More than 2 decades of history will just disappear, I asked. Only the Zent candidates can be involved with this incident. So, Rosemine and Ferdinand, eh? I was unsure what was happening, but losing some 20-some years would be like an incalculable tragedy. If only Lady Rosemine could resolve the matter, I would need to allow the goddess to summon her. Oh, holy Dragoner, if my vessel will suffice, then please use it as you must. Does that mean we're going to have Divine Mana too? Or what's going to happen with that? The goddess of time thanked me, then vanished, her veil swaying slightly as she went. I agree without much thought, but is giving my body to a guise really wise? Probably not. Considering what happened last time that did that. Not the same goddess, but you know. I doubt I am anywhere near as suitable as Lady Rosemine. Stuck inside the blank void, I could only wait, pondering my choice in something of a daze. Dragoner returned a short while later. She must have been successful as Lady Rosemine was with her. Lady Hannelore, are you okay? She appeared to be dressed in some new style of riding attire. Vials ran along her chest in a rather rare fashion, but even more surprising was the intense look on her face as she ran toward me. Her hair was tied behind her head, and although she wore her rainbow face-stone hair stick, her usual flower ornament was nowhere to be seen. Wearing all these magic tools and face-stones, she looks dressed for battle. I mean, considering what's about to happen, possibly, not surprising. But how did she bring her here? That's what I want to know. It seemed a tad excessive for a summons for the gods, but then it struck me. Lady Rosemine was being asked to prevent some disaster that threatened to undo more than 2 decades of Dragoner's woven threads. In the face of dangers unknown, it was only natural to prepare for the worst. Did the gods do anything to you? Are you in pain or losing any of your memories? Lady Rosemine exclaimed, frantic as she inspected me from head to toe. There's nothing to worry about, I assured her, free of aches or anything of the sort. I simply lent my body to Dragoner and waited for the two of you to arrive. The problems will come later then. The gods of time possessed you. Her divine power will surely remain and cause all manner of damage to your everyday life. Oh, God. Are you assuming that the same thing that happened to you will happen to her? I'm assuming that's probably what she's assuming, but is it going to, though? Come again? Damage? Lady Rosemine's concern quickly became my own. Dragoner's veil swayed again as she regarded my friend with a quizzical tilt of her head. Hannelore's body is not like yours. It resists my divine power and is especially hard to die. If any of my influence remains, it should vanish in mere moments. It was never my intention to have it linger before. Her face remained covered, so I know not what kind of expression she was wearing. Well, what are the odds that her memory or something of equal importance is damaged then? Lady Rosemine pressed. In this case, I am the one requesting aid. I will not play tricks as Messinora did. I need it only for Hannelore to summon you. Lady Rosemine let out a quiet sigh, and the tension seemed to leave her body. A peaceful moment passed, and she turned to me with a clouded expression. Because of my charms, I fear you have been drawn into matters most complex, she said. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Your memory should not be impacted, but you might face problems elsewhere. Vestiges of the goddess's power are bound to remain within you, and a nettlesome fuss will come from you being touted as the divine avatar of Dragoner. Probably not gonna happen, but we don't even know what the heck happened while Hannelore was waiting, so... Back in the gazebo, the gods of time had possessed my unconscious body in full view of not just my own duchy, but Ehrenfest and Drawankel as well. The accompanying light had shone so intensely that many within the nearby scholar building had also borne witness to the spectacle. Oh, what a tricky situation this is going to be. I actually fear returning to my body. Oh, Dragoner, would you be so kind as to elaborate on your reason for summoning me? Lady Rosemine asked, a sharp look in her eyes as she gazed upon the gods of time. You have said that 20-some years hang in the balance, and that Ferdinand is at risk, but not what any of that means. Lady Rosemine's recalcitrance in the face of a genuine goddess made me anxious, but Dragoner appeared unfazed. She elaborated without question, although her response did nothing to ease my confusion. Are you aware that I spin the threads of fate? So the tales told in Jürgenschmidt say. And do you know of Wintosh, the goddess of weaving? She who takes the threads I spin and transforms them into history with her divine instrument, the loom. I know as much as is described in the Book of Messinora, Lady Rosemine replied with a nod. In truth, I had not known about Wintosh creating history. She was best known as a weaver who appeared in tales about the former subordinates of Earth. Upon learning that they had been chased away, Geduld had wept and protested that she would refuse all clothes not made with cloth woven by Wintosh. Such a master of her craft was the goddess of weaving that cloth of the highest quality was praised as being excellent enough to have come from her hands. As a harmless jest or an act of malice, I do not know, but the thread of his fate was cut from the cloth of history that Wendtush wore. I'm assuming this happened when he had refused the blessings to try and get Rosamund back in the last book. I'm assuming. You speak of Ferdinand's thread, correct? Lady Rosamund asked. Perhaps I was mistaken, but her tone seemed a little confrontational. I mean, considering it's her fiancé, of course. The goddess of time nodded, a smile playing on her lips. Indeed, the thread of his fate was severed more than 20 years ago. Never mind. Never mind. That one. More than 20 years ago. How? Under normal circumstances, a thread cut prematurely would simply be bound to another or removed entirely. But Ferdinand has been deeply involved with Jürgenschmidt as of late, has he not? Wendtush was despondent, convinced that plucking his thread would change the entire course of history. One could not deny the enormity of the role Lord Ferdinand had played in shaping recent events. After being rescued in Ahrensbach, he fought against Lanzanov, won a key battle in Gerlach, and joined the fighting at the Royal Academy. He had also attended a meeting with the royal family to select the new Zend, during which, as my father maintained, he had come across as a truly dominant force. At present, he was supporting Alexandria as Lady Rosamund's fiancé. I suspect his influence reaches even further than I realize. Excuse me. It really was a shame, Dragana continued. She had seemed so overjoyed at how wonderfully her woven pattern had turned out, but I searched for a thread of Ferdinand's color to repair it. And that led me to you, Lady Rosamund. Oh, my, does that not mean they are fated partners recognized even by the goddess of time? Lady Rosamund had obstinately denied the visitation of Blonde for the goddess of sprouts, but she had merely lacked self-awareness. She and Lord Ferdinand were destined to be together, their fates intertwined by Libeskelf, the goddess of binding. I could feel my heart beat quicker, but all thoughts of romance were blown from my mind when the goddess made her next declaration. I should like to use Steret's power to fully bind your threads and unify their color. Then I shall use a portion of your thread to fix his. Do you accept? So what's going to happen with this? Steret was the god of stars who acknowledged newlyweds during their starbind ceremony. So is this supposed to be signifying that they get married, like, right now? Huh? Okay. Interesting, but how is this going to help, though? During their starbind ceremonies, the insinuation was that Lady Rosamund and Lord Ferdinand would marry, ensuring that her intact thread of fate could be used to restore his severed one. In short, Lady Rosamund is being asked to give up a portion of her life to save not just Lord Ferdinand, but the very history of Jürgenschmidt. So, how much life are we talking here? Stunned, I turned my attention to my dear friend. A grave request had just been made of her, yet she agreed without a trace of reservation, and Ferdinand's gonna probably scold her for it afterward. Scold her for agreeing without even consulting him or even thinking of a possible other solution. Please wait, Lady Rosamund, I said. Do you understand what it means for your thread to be used for such a purpose? Perhaps there is another solution. There might not have been much I could do, but Lady Rosamund must have had some way to bargain with the gods. I thank you ever so much for your concern, Lady Hannelore, but Dragana's choice of words makes it clear that the gods care not for Lord Ferdinand or the threat to our country's history. She acts only because Wendtuck is loath to compromise the beauty of her work. They might look like us, but we must understand that the gods operate on logic and principles far removed from our own. You would think that, all this happening, if they were not to fix it, that, Ewigalieb would break out of his seal that is Jürgenschmidt. They do realize that, at least. So they want to prevent anything like that from happening, which means keeping Ferdinand in the loop, you know? There is no place for bargaining or negotiating here. The gods existed in a world entirely different from our own. I had understood that much, but still, something had compelled me to think that the words of mere mortals could persuade them. Lady Rosamund assured me that I was mistaken. Furthermore, it is I who will suffer the most if Dragana changes her mind and advises Wendtuck to give up on the severed thread, she continued. I have resolved to protect Lord Ferdinand no matter the cost. Surrendering a few years of my life is the least I can do for him. Oh, Dragana, might I assume that time is of the essence? Far from hesitating, Lady Rosamund was urging the goddess to hurry. It spoke to the strength of her resolve, but seeing her complete lack of deference made my heart leap into my throat. Yeah, I can see Ferdinand scolding her for this, and yet feeling touched that she did this for him. Dragana responded with a nod, no more bothered than before. She raised a hand, causing her sleeve to sway, and a wondrously ornate door appeared within the void. It opened to a room where a calm-looking woman sat with thread in hand, her auburn hair bundled loosely behind her head. She resembled the statue of Gudula from the altar so closely that I could see how she might once have been a subordinate. Dragana, I am most grateful, said Wenta. Pray tell, where might Starrett and Libeskov be? In the other room. Starrett is keeping Libeskov from my loom. Once again, she cannot help but toy with the threads. So all those tales of the goddess of binding causing mischief were true. Great. That's not cool. Because you could be one step away from that goddess messing with your thread and essentially going bye-bye. Just because of that. I was in the presence of two genuine goddesses, yet the awe they inspired was half-hearted at best. Something about them was hard to comprehend. In a sense, I felt as though everything I was experiencing was only a dream. My, you truly brought her? Came an exasperated, chastising voice. I understand why Wentuck doesn't want her beautifully woven tapestry to unravel, but using another thread to mask an imperfection. Turning to the source of the noise, I saw another legend approaching us. Libeskov, the goddess of binding. There was a god accompanying her, clutching her wrist as if to prevent any sudden movements. Libeskov exuded the aura of an energetic prankster, exactly as the stories had claimed, but she gazed upon Lady Rosamund with clouded eyes. You needn't play along with Dragana and Wentuck, you know that, don't you? For the sake of 2 centuries, I can understand, but this is a mere 2 decades she's fussing about. Would the pattern not look so much nicer if she just started over? A mere 2 decades?! Clearly the god's perception of time was nothing like our own. Undoing 20-something years would return to Jurgenschmidt to before the days of the Civil War, when even the smallest change could prevent Lady Rosamund or me from ever being born. Please, oh goddess, do not propose something that could wipe out our lives and our history. I swallowed my scream and maintained a smile. Lady Rosamund really had meant it when she said the gods existed in a world entirely unlike our own. Perhaps the custom of training nobles to control their emotions had come from Zents not wanting to anger the gods during their exchanges. Yep, most likely. Oh, holy Libeskov, the beauty of a new tapestry is by no means guaranteed, Lady Rosamund stressed. I would rather repair the severed thread than allow everything we have been through to unravel. Libeskov responded with a curious look. Truly? You are both content with keeping things as they are. I would cherish this opportunity were I you. Rarely does one get a chance to try again. Did she say try again? Oh, we get to see the gods! Nice! Okay, so I am going to assume that, that's Starart, the god of stars. That's Libeskov, and that's Wentuck. Oh, God. I clutched my chest. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I was not content with how things had turned out. If going back a single year, not 20, were an option, I would surely make the most of the opportunity. Wentuck, in her wisdom, has grown attached to her current work, Lady Rosamund said. I, too, wish to preserve her creation. The goddess of weaving allowed a slight, satisfied smile to grace her features. Not only is it beautiful, but it also brought peace to that little box garden. It seems such a waste to let it all crumble to dust. Don't you agree, Starrett? Starrett, the god of stars, the man keeping Libeskov in check, glanced at the loom with an exceptionally bitter look on his face. His hair was black, save for a streak of gold through his bangs. Libeskov can bind threads on a whim, but I require the consent of both parties. Oh my, Wentuck muttered. You can determine the consent of a severed thread, then. That is wonderful news. She means to have the cut thread bound, Dragana added. I ask that you comply without delay. And with how thoroughly she has been dyed, only a fool would question his consent, Libeskov concluded. Were the man to refuse to be bound to her now, I would personally sever his thread again. Starrett had managed only a single complaint before the trio of goddesses intervened, smacking him down one by one. He rolled his eyes in response and played with his golden lock of hair. Their exchange seemed so human that it was hard to tell whether the gods really were beyond us. Fine, fine, the God of Stars said, forced into reluctant agreements. I recognize your points, each more correct than the last. It really is safe to assume that with how thoroughly this one has been dyed, they both desire to be wed. He snapped his fingers, and a black cloak trimmed with gold took shape around him, adorned with a brooch that shone as brightly as a star. He must have changed into his formal attire as a god. Oh ho ho, and in which case, allow me. Smirking, the goddess of binding snapped her fingers as well, changing into her own gold-trimmed clothes. Stara and she each wore the divine color of the god to whom they were subordinate. Lebeskov also appeared to be wearing more hair ornaments than she had previously. This way, Rosemine, Dragana urged. Lady Rosemine nodded, then knelt and bowed her head before the god of stars and goddess of binding. The former swung his arm, and the void around us transformed into a star-speckled sky. A yelp escaped, but I clapped a hand over my mouth to stop it. We showed no signs of plummeting even with the sudden absence of ground underfoot. I glanced around in a panic, whereas Lady Rosemary remained perfectly calm, having not even looked up to see what was going on. Lebeskov pulled two of the accessories from her hair, taking one in each hand, and threw them into the night sky. They reached their apex, then came back down to her, bringing two slender rainbow threads with them. She untangled the threads from the ornaments before passing them to the God of Stars. I'm guessing those are Ferdinand and Rosemine's threads. I see, time really is of the essence, he mused, his features twisted in the start of a grimace. He removed his brooch, which I took to be his divine instrument, and said, "May the blessing of the stars be granted." Starrett pinched the two threads and pulled them taut. They twisted together as if becoming one, then separated again, and golden dust, reminiscent of shimmering stars, rained down on Lady Rosemine. So majestic was the sight that it rendered me genuinely speechless, and tears came to my eyes unbidden. I had just witnessed a true starbind ceremony set in motion by the gods themselves. Oh, Ferdinand's really not going to be happy about this, because one, he wasn't there. Two, he's not going to be happy that the gods intervened again in their lives. So, I mean, I don't really want to see a side story with that interaction afterwards. The ceremony my brother had described to me and shown me paintings of seemed mundane in comparison. It is done. Dragana's voice snapped me to my senses, and it suddenly occurred to me that we were back in the Goddess of Weaving's room. The God of Stars and Goddess of Binding had returned to wearing their more casual attire. Now then, Rosemine, the Goddess of Weaving said, you must head to the moment the thread was severed, face the perilous danger that resides there, and reconnect the thread to my tapestry. Huh? So I really want to know what the heck happened. Wentuck's ring shone, and a light that reminded me of those given during first greetings floated leisurely toward Lady Rosemine. My dear friend was enveloped, then transformed into a strand of thread that emitted a veritable rainbow of colors. It swirled through the air, matching the movements of the goddess's finger before plunging into the cloth on the loom. To the thread you seek, Wentuck instructed, focusing intently on the loom without so much as a glance our way. Dragana placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and turned to me. You were of great assistance, Hannelore. The thread should now be restored. It has not escaped my notice that Rosemine came with me only for your sake. To show my thanks, I shall grant you a single wish of your choosing. Oh, I can never... My voice caught in my throat rather than politely declined. Would it not be best to seize this opportunity the goddess intended to give me? As impudent as this request might sound, might I enter the tapestry as well? I would appreciate the chance to go 1 year into the past. Perhaps I could allow it while Rosemine restores the severed thread, but would that not change the pattern, Dragana asked. Her attention focused on Wentuck, who continued to stare at the work in question. Not to mention, I purposely brought her physical form here to minimize the impact upon her. You are not, but your mind. Venturing back in time will make you more susceptible to our power. I cannot grant a separate body to use. Your consciousness will merely be sent to your past vessel. What's the problem, Dragana? You asked what she wanted, and she told you, Lebeskov exclaimed with an amused grin. And even if she does make a mistake of some kind, repairing a single year so is trivial. Set on changing my relationship with Lord Wilfried, I found the goddess's support extremely heartening. I even started to feel that there was nothing to fear about having my mind alone sent back to the past. My actions should not change history and to any considerable degree, I said. The change I yearn for is personal. I beg of you, afford me the chance to try again. That's more like it. You have my approval if no one else's. Sally forth! Lebeskov placed a hand on my back and thrust me forward. The other goddesses cried out in surprise and tried to stop her, but it was too late. I, too, was absorbed into the vast tapestry. Oh, good God almighty! Girl! Oh my God! You guys are going to be chomping at the bit for the next part, but that's going to probably be for tomorrow. And I'm going to have to wait. Oh, dear Lord, this is where all the freaking time travel stuff comes in. And all I gotta say is, Maya, you better have put what Rosemine did when she went back in time in the side story. Better have, or I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad because I really want to know. Bad. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, everybody, here we go. Part 7. I think we might finish this one today. It depends on how long they are. Because I think we got like 4 left. Let me actually... I'll figure that out later. Okay, yeah. Gigantic twist happened last part. So, yeah, let's see how this goes. Hopefully Hannelore does not screw it up. Come on, Hannelore, do something good. The Academy of a year ago. Listen well, Hannelore, Dragoner said as I was overcome with the sensation of a slight descent. Your mind can remain in the past only until Rosemine has finished repairing the thread. Furthermore, I forbid you from doing anything that might obstruct Wentuck's work. Like what? What does it mean by obstructing Wentuck's work? Like, what would she have to not do? You kind of being vague on this one. The goddess spoke quickly. Perhaps because Libeskelf had acted on a whim, she had a very little time to impart her most crucial warnings. You are also prohibited from sharing any knowledge about the future with the people you meet. Okay, so she is not allowed to tell them, hey, be careful about Ahrensbach because of this happening to Ferdinand, blah, 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 because that could change it. Dragoner continued, let me be clear, if anyone finds you suspicious, I shall consider it a danger and take action. I shall retrieve you at once and erase the memories of those you were involved with. The god's priority was repairing the tapestry that Wentuck had woven. It stood to reason that changing history was strictly forbidden. For you, because Rosemine has got to go back and fix it, thus potentially changing history, maybe depending on what she's got to do. Because we don't know. We don't know what the heck happened, because 20 some odd years ago was around the time Ferdinand was, 9, almost 10? Getting ready to enter the Royal Academy, maybe? So, what did she have to do what did she have to fix? That's what I want to know. Thankfully for us all, I took no interest in obstructing Lady Rosemine or the gods. I merely wanted another chance to confess to my heart's desire in the hope that we could finally be together. Understood, I said. To begin with, I do not intend to make any major revisions to history. I want only to convey my feelings to Lord Wilfried. Will? The goddess's voice faded, and with a low clack, I was slotted into a new place and time. I wonder what she was going to say. That's what I'd like to know. Was she surprised that you mentioned Wilfried? Or was she going to say that, no, it's probably not a good idea? Though, if she thought it wasn't a good idea, she probably would have yanked you out. I don't know. We'll find out. I woke in my room inside the dormitory. Perhaps it was wrong of me, but I could not help but doubt whether the gods had actually succeeded in their work. Their perception of time was a world apart from our own, so they could easily have made some kind of mistake. I sat up and checked my nightwear. These are the same clothes I wore last year. I suppose I really am in the right place at the right point in time. It was so much colder at the Royal Academy than at home that I ordered new nightwear each year. Seeing what I was wearing now, I could say without a shadow of a doubt that I was in the correct year. My next question was how far into the academic term we were. I needed to know whether Lady Rosemine had vanished yet. Eager to find out, I changed my clothes and went straight to the training ground. Oh, are you here to participate, Lady Hannelore? Came a sharp remark from one of the apprentice knights. As the air grew thick with tension, my retainers gathered defensively around me. The apprentices all shot me pointed stares, but why? I was only following my usual routine. My brow furrowed. I set about my training and realized what was going on. Ah, yes, last year I was still... My 4th year at the academy had been plagued with negativity. I had yet to clear my name, so the others of my duchy had ostracized me for bringing about our defeat, only to be turned away by the low-ranking Ehrenfest. Okay, so this was after the bride-stealing ditter match. So someone actually made a comment thinking that's where she was heading, but actually that's not the case. I do wonder what she's going to have. How long does she have? Is what I wonder. Does she have like an hour? Does she have days? Does she have weeks? What? That's what I want to know. We don't know how long she's got in there. She might only have minutes. So she needs to figure this out quick. At once I recalled just how poorly the knights and my brother's retainers had treated me and how much I had wanted to leave home as a result. Time and time again, my duchy had compared me to Lady Rosamund. I had failed to put up a meaningful defense during the Sovereign Knight's attack, allowing Lord Wilfried to tempt me into submission, whereas she put up a shield to ensure not just her own safety, but that of her peers as well. The more her reputation climbed among our students, the more I was deemed a mess of an Archduke candidate in contrast. My actions during our recent game of bride-stealing ditter had resulted in our defeat, but that alone was not the issue. In fact, if my betrayal had secured me an engagement with Lord Wilfried, I doubted a single person would have spoken out against me. Using my brother as a stepping stone to obtain my love would have made me a masterful tactician. You need to do that now. You need to say, I've thought about it. I've had time to think about it. And I do accept it. That's what you need to do, but I doubt that would be how it would go. Instead, I had taken a step back, reluctant to trouble Ehrenfest any more than we already had. Yeah, I mean, considering what they've already put you through, what you guys have already put them through, I can understand that. I had given up on what was rightfully mine, rendering our defeat pointless and inspiring my fellow students to deem me unfit to be an Archduke candidate. To make matters worse, my brother had graduated, leaving me to manage the dormitory on my own. Any trouble I had with the work he had previously overseen only reinforced the burgeoning consensus that I was a letdown. If not for the ditter incident, my brother's retainers would have helped me, but I could not ask them questions as things stood. In its current state, the Dunkelfelder dormitory was a most unpleasant place for me, somewhere I would rather not tarry. As I reached the end of my training, I scanned the grounds and steeled my resolve. This is a race against time. I would confess my feelings to Lord Wilfried and return to the present post-haste, I thought. But a moment later, I was struck with a startling realization. My time here depended on how long it took Lady Rosamund to repair the errant thread. Yeah, how are you supposed to know how long you might have? You didn't get an answer on that. Then again, you were thrust back there so quickly that they probably didn't have time to tell you. Dragon or the gods of time, I called, touching my charm, but I received no response. Even if I completed my mission at once, perhaps I would be stuck here with it until Lady Rosamund's work was done. Prayer can wait, Cordialist. I get changed and eat breakfast first, milady. Following the advice of my head attendant, I bathed, changed, and then headed to the dining hall with my retainers. There I eyed my would-be suitors who were sitting only a short distance away. Raufereg had yet to join the Royal Academy. He tended to make noise with his friends and retainers during meals, so the hall seemed rather serene in his absence. Rasantark had greeted me upon our arrival, but now he was focused on his food. Kenntrips had glanced up out of curiosity before immediately returning his attention to his plate. It would have been absurd to expect us to be as close as we were in the present, but even so, I found their detachment strange and uncomfortable. Because they haven't been named as your suitors yet. Because I'm assuming this is before... This is at the very earliest, before Rosamund gets sent to the Garden of Beginnings. Or worst, this is after she disappeared, or actually worst, after she came back. No, after she came back would have been after everybody else left, because it would have been, the Royal Academy would have been taken care of for the year. So this is either before she disappeared or after she disappeared. Not before she came back. Or not after she came back, I mean. Was there a reason Kenntrips kept meeting my eye? Is something the matter, Kenntrips, I asked? He blinked at me in surprise, then approached. It's about the Men Noble dedication ritual. In an instant, I understood what he wanted to say. The applicants must have been decided. Praying made it easier to obtain divine protections, which appealed to students of all statuses. But the process of giving up mana placed a heavy burden on lay nobles and low-grade men nobles. Forcing them to participate could negatively impact their progress in class, so they were allowed to choose whether they were up to the task. The archnobles and archduke candidates of our duchy were not allowed the same autonomy. For us, participation was mandatory. Could you show me the list then, I asked? Instead of sharing the names he had written down, Kenntrips gave me a dubious look. Has Lord Lustblot discussed this matter with you? You requested the document without consulting Luitpold. Being from the future, I was unaware that Kenntrips had made the list of applicants both this year and last. As a fourth year, however, I should not have known. I remembered asking Luitpold to fetch it for me, his confusion that he had yet to even prepare it, and Kenntrips admonishing both of us. Loophole for locking the drive of an archducal retainer, and me for not giving my apprentice scholar adequate instructions. How was I meant to keep track of that? Yes, indeed. I consulted my brother. I stammered. Thank you ever so much. I gave Kenntrips my best smile and accepted the list from him, worried that I was already drawing unwanted attention to myself. As expected, the names were exactly as I remembered them. Okay, so this is before... This has to be before the dedication ritual, because I can't remember who went first. I can't remember if it was the lay nobles that went first, or if it was Rosamund and them that went first in the dedication ritual. Because I know they had separate groups, because obviously the men nobles would get drained completely and possibly die. So they were going to be separate from everybody else, and same for the lay nobles and the everybody else, so... this could be interesting. I wonder how far apart... I can't remember how far apart they were in time. Like, when the first one was held, how much time passed between that and the next one? I can't remember. Loophole, transcribe this and give copies to both Klassenberg and Ehrenfest, I said. Understood. I glanced at Kenntrips, doing my best to keep my nerves from showing. He seemed a little perturbed, but quietly went on his way. Perhaps a sign that my attempt to hide the truth had been successful. Back in my room, I let out a sigh of relief. It had terrified me to think I might be caught so soon, but now I understood exactly how far back the gods had sent me. Just a few days prior, the archnobles and archducates had taken part in their dedication ritual. So this is when after Rosamund disappeared. Okay. Cordial, father instructed that I stay ahead of Klassenberg with those dedication rituals. Did he not? I asked. I wish to hold a tea party with Ehrenfest before they do. I would wait for Lady Rosamund to recover. As she is currently unwell, we have no need to approach Ehrenfest outside of the ritual themselves. She need not attend, I pressed on. My head attendant had shot me down, her eyes cold, but I would not give up without a fight. I need time to speak with Lord Wilfried. Father insisted that this is a matter of the utmost importance, so let us learn from the other Ehrenfest students instead. Lady Rosamund received an invitation to the Archduke Conference just as you did, confirming her significance in the eyes of the royal family. You will find her a most important ally, especially in these trying times. Cordial was greatly appreciative of Lady Rosamund. By putting my name forward, my dear friend had given me the opportunity to assist the royal family during the Archduke Conference. Their praise had done wonders for my image among Dunkelfelger's higher echelons, if not among my brother's retinue in the Apprentice Knights. Indeed, Lady Hannelore, you have much to gain from your relationship with Lady Rosamund, Andrea interjected. Lord Wilfried spurned you despite agreeing to the terms of bride-stealing ditter. He is to blame for the damage done to your reputation and the harsh treatment you are forced to endure. Hylas nodded in agreement as she and Andrea finished preparing for their classes. I cannot believe he speaks to you as if nothing happened. I suspect even Verbergen would show more discernment were Entrenduge to castigate him so. Verbergen, the god of concealment, had an unsavory habit of pursuing multiple women, each unaware of the others. Oh, he's a serial cheater! Ah! Okay, so the gods are have human characteristics, sort of. Or maybe we have that from them, I don't know. It had earned him a harsh rebuke from Entrenduge, but not even that had put a stop to his womanizing. The incident had come to be regarded as an allegory for shamelessness. To be perfectly clear, that boy does not deserve you, milady. I ask that you avoid him at all costs, lest any more unnecessary rumors start to spread. Cordial, I knew that participating in true ditter eased tensions between our duchies, but I had forgotten just how bad things were. Sorry. My retainer's fury toward Lord Wilfried was intense, to say the least. They were angry because they cared about me, but still. How am I to navigate this? Asking them to help me confess was out of the question. They would inquire as to why I gave up on the engagement during the Interduchy tournament. Had the gods sent me back further, I would have fought to keep that deal on the table, but only because of the changes that had come about in the seasons since. Had I not heard about the chance of my half-sister Lungtae's marrying into Ehrenfest, I might never have acknowledged my feelings for Lord Wilfried. On that note, something occurred to me. Would it not have made more sense to ask to be sent back 2 years to before the Interduchy tournament and our bride-stealing dinner match? I thought for a moment and shook my head. At the time, Lord Wilfried was still engaged to Lady Rosamund, and he demonstrated admirable strength of character by continuing to play that role until the royal family formally announced their separation. He would doubtless have rejected me, not that I was fool enough to propose to an engaged man. It is time for class, milady. Oh, what can I do to have a private conversation with Lord Wilfried? Good question. Upon descending the dormitory stairs and making my way to the exit, I saw the students gathered in preparation to leave. I scanned the crowd for someone to speak to and locked eyes with Kenntrips, but he looked away before I could even start to approach him. It made no sense to take it personally. He had yet to become my suitor, and treating him as one would have been entirely inappropriate. Yet I could not ignore the sudden ache in my chest. Perhaps I was relying on him even more than I realized. Kenntrips had been my one and only ally in my mission to confess to Lord Wilfried. Losing his support meant I would need to forge ahead alone. Yes, I was surrounded by retainers, but nothing about their intense atmosphere put me at ease. Only then did it occur to me how accustomed I had become to having Kenntrips and Rasantark escort me to class. Do I have what it takes to manage without Kenntrips' help? I would need to make contact with Lord Wilfried and convey my feelings on my own. Given that Cordial and the others were vehemently against me associating with anyone from Ehrenfest other than Lady Rosewine, I would surely need to mimic Lord Orwin and approach my target during class. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait till the Archduke, the class you go to for the Archduke candidates. Because then you might have a chance. Now, what was the excuse given for Lady Rosemine's absence? As I recall, she was unwell for so long that she had to return to her home duchy halfway through the academic term. In truth, she had been swept away by the gods themselves. Not that I would have ever have suspected as much. I recalled Cordial and the others permitting me to hold tea parties with Lady Charlotte after Ehrenfest made their announcement, but I could not risk waiting that long. I was still entirely unsure how long it would take Lady Rosemine to attend to the severed thread. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We don't know how long she has. She might have the rest of the day. She might have a day. She might have a week. She might have more than that. We don't know. It might be a bother to make my move during our lesson, so perhaps I should ask Lord Wilfried to stay behind for a moment when we finish. I mean, like you said, it's only for Archduke candidates, so it would just be you without your retainers, so this would be your best option. I wandered into my classroom, still deep in thought. Good morning, Lady Hannelore. Indeed, good morning. Good morning, Lord Orwin, Lord Wilfried. I had not expected anyone to speak to me, so I was caught unaware by the two boys' greetings. I returned the gesture, then looked at Lord Orwin. Despite his zealous confession in the present, nothing about his current demeanor gave me reason to believe he had an interest in me. Perhaps that spoke to his talent as an Archduke candidate? Maybe. I mean, like I said, we didn't even know he had any kind of interest in marrying Hannelore until this book. Then again, like I said, we hadn't had a whole lot of interactions between Hannelore or even Lord Orwin in the books. It's just been Rosemine and everybody else that we don't have a whole lot of, thoughts on it. I was just asking Wilfried about Lady Rosemine's health, he said. It seems she shows no signs of recovering. Unfortunately not, Lord Wilfried supplied, evidently troubled. She was already working hard to finish her classes, intent on returning home as soon as she could, when she had to take part in the dedication ritual on her only day of rest. Her attendants expected her to be bedridden for quite some time. Exhaustion must have gotten the better of her. A year ago, I had assumed that Lord Wilfried wavered out of concern for Lady Rosemine. Now that I know the truth, I can analyze his response more carefully. He is feigning concern. I know that just by looking at him. I was unsure how to explain it, but I could tell when he was truly anxious just by the nuances of his expression. He was uncomfortable at most, maybe because he was having to deceive us. Then I could identify these subtle hints that escaped even Lord Orwin spoke to just how closely I observed him. Lord Wilfried, I said. Yes, Lady Hannelore, he asked with a smile. As he gazed upon me, I saw not a trace of adoration in his dark green eyes. He must have considered the bride-stealing ditter incident well and truly over, as I saw no guilt or conflict in them either. It was very unlikely that Lord Wilfried knew how I was being treated in Duckelfelder. I had purposely not told Ehrenfest, reluctant to trouble them further, so I was almost proud to see the lack of shame in his expression. Part of me wished to preserve that innocence, but more than that, I wished to see his eyes widen with the same disbelief as when I had confessed to him before. There is something important we must discuss, I explained. May I have a moment of your time after class? After class? Indeed, only a moment, I assure you. Lord Wilfried nodded, evidently unaware of my attention. Of course he's unaware! He's not going to think this is what you're going to do. He's probably going to think you're something about classes or... I don't know. The first step of my mission complete. I felt the corners of my mouth rise as I moved to my desk. Everyone, let us begin class, Professor Eglinton called. Who would believe that a year from now, Lady Rosamund would hand her the Grutushite and facilitate her becoming the next Zent? I was delighted to be a student of someone who would go on to rule all of Jürgenschmidt. As per our teacher's instructions, we each prepared our respective box garden. Lady Rosamund had turned a face stone into gold dust and drawn a magic circle with remarkable speed in her first week class, but such raw talent was thoroughly abnormal. Nobody else in our class would even come close to matching her. The slower students had yet to even finish supplying their boxes with mana. I had channeled mana into a face stone with one hand, trying to reduce it to gold dust, while drawing a magic circle with the other. It was exhausting. I would need time to drink mana-focused rejuvenation potions and recover. As I waited for my mana to return to me, I gradually continued to add to the magic circle. It was creation magic, accessible only to Archduke candidates. Lady Rosamund had drawn the entire circle at once, but a normal Archduke candidate would not have the mana or focus to recreate such a complex pattern with so many sigils in one go. I might not be as fast as Lady Rosamund, but I am making quick progress by regular standards. I glanced at the empty spot beside mine and sighed. How was Lady Rosamund doing? Was she succeeding in her mission? She really must be special for the gods to have gone to her directly. Perhaps she will finish in the blink of an eye, as with her classes. The amount of time I could spend in the past depended on Lady Rosamund. I needed to confess to Lord Wilfried as quickly as I could, as soon as class is over. I squeezed my stat-made pen, marring one of my sigils with an imperfect line. My nerves were getting the better of me, it seemed. I could already imagine how my confession would go. Lord Wilfried would stare at me with wide eyes as he had done before, then look around in embarrassment. He would repeat that he appreciated my feelings and that he yearned for a fiancé such as I. But the parallels would end there. This time he would surely declare... Oh boy, I wonder if this is actually going to go how she wants it. We'll find out. Ehrenfest has granted me 1 year to decide my future. I shall devote my absolute all to becoming the next Archduke. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, girl. You want him to be the Archduke, but that might not be what he wants. He might not have wanted to be the Archduke, especially with all the pressure from the Lies gangs being boring down his neck. And yeah, this could be interesting. Again, my hand strayed, introducing an error to another of my sigils. I gazed down at the misshapen circle inside. I was not in the right frame of mind for such sensitive work. I shall put this aside and make gold dust for now. Resolved to focus my attention elsewhere, I submerged the page I was using into a solution designed to remove mana ink. The magic circle I had drawn melted away, leaving only a pure white sheet. Fourth bell rang and students started exiting the classroom. I was packing away my things, attempting to look busy as I waited for everyone to leave, when I noticed Lord Orwin turned toward me. Our eyes met, and then he departed as well. Lady Hannelore, Lord Wilfried, if you have gathered your belongings together, then kindly take your leave. Professor Eglantine, I muttered, there is something I must discuss with Lord Wilfried, if you would allow us just a moment. Professor Anastasius, even now the thought of a former prince becoming a teacher seemed strange to me, had overlooked my conversation with Lord Orwin and that had taken place during class. Professor Eglantine had no reason to refuse me, I thought, but that's not probably how she does things, though. But a troubled frown came over her face. Her bright orange eyes moved from me to Lord Wilfried and back again. Forgive me, Lady Hannelore, but I cannot grant you my sanction, she said quietly, one hand resting on her cheek. During our days at the Royal Academy, Prince Anastasius would approach me before, during, and after class. I was but an Archduke candidate at the time, whereas he was royalty, so there was nothing I could do to refuse him. Professor Anastasius had permitted Lord Orwin to speak with me during class because he too had used that time for courtship. Professor Eglantine had experienced the opposite end of those exchanges, so she refused to enable such antics in her classroom. If you must speak here, then I shall observe to ensure you do not use your authority as an Archduke candidate of a greater duchy to pressure Ehrenfest into submission. Professor Eglantine continued, if you take issue with that, then leave my classroom at once. You would do better to arrange a meeting through the proper channels. I don't have time! It must not help that Klassenberg strives to keep my duchy away from Ehrenfest. I was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Professor Eglantine had a good reason for her terms, but that did not make them any less troublesome. I would never have expected nor wanted to confess under such close supervision. Unaware of my mental anguish, Lord Wilfried accepted Professor Eglontine's proposal with a smile. You may watch us if you wish. I do not believe Lady Hannelore will make such demands of Ehrenfest.
I don't know. Is that what they would consider that? I don't know. Oh, good lord.
I appreciate it, she said, then stared at me intently. Are your thoughts the same, Lady Hannelore? For a moment, I wondered whether I should just give up on proposing, but leaving empty-handed was not an option. Turning down Professor Eglantine would give the impression that I had wanted to make an unreasonable demand, and there was zero chance of my neurotic retainers letting me speak with Lord Wilfried under any other circumstances. Before, I proposed with Kenntrips and Lord Orwin watching. This is nothing in comparison. You're still gonna do the same thing? Are you gonna do the same thing you did before, or are you just gonna ask him? Oh, boy. Indeed, confessing in front of Professor Eglantine would weigh on me far less than doing so in front of two people who had declared their feelings for me. I placed a hand on my chest, took several deep breaths, and measured the distance between Lord Wilfried and me. Is he too far away? No, not when his guard is entirely down. Professor Eglantine seems wary, but from where she is now, she stands no chance of stopping me.
We'll see about that. God.
I shall pin my target down faster than she can even attempt to interfere. I mean, all you have to do is walk over, acting like you're going to talk to him, and then try to pin him down. Don't just rush at him, because that'll get her on her guard. Very well, I said with a nod. Observe us if you wish. Professor Eglantine's features relaxed into a smile, and she turned her attention to Lord Wilfried. It was an invaluable opening I could not overlook. Okay, I closed in on my mark and swept his legs out from under. What? Lady Hannelore? Oh, right. Lord Wilfried does not know how we of Dunkelfelder propose. Oh, no, not this again. Tell him you want to be his goddess of light. That should get his attention. Because, I mean, everybody uses the goddess of light and god of darkness when it comes to proposing. Everybody. Last time Lord Orwin and Kenntrips had brought him up to speed, it fell to me to explain things in their absence. I seized my target by his shirt to stop his descent, lowered him slowly to the floor to prevent him from hitting his head, and then pinned him down in the least painful manner I could. His dark green eyes showed nothing but shock. Well, of course! Like you said, he doesn't know, and obviously he didn't know in the present, so he's not going to know now. This is how a woman of Dunkelfelder proposes when acting against her father's wishes, I said, keeping Lord Wilfried perfectly still. Give me tasks to complete so that we may be wed. He merely stared at me confused. Of course. Another quiet, what? Was the most he managed in response. Was my explanation not clear enough, I asked, trying to follow Kenntrips and Lord Orwin's example. Here we go. Professor Eglantine stared down at us, unease seeping through her outward calm. Lady Hannelore, few outside your duchy will respond to such terms, and even fewer will appreciate your manner of proposal. You would do well to keep in mind that Dunkelfelder's customs are not the norm. Well, no, duh! Of course it's not the norm. It's the norm in Dunkelfelder, but not probably everywhere else. Is that so? I muttered. How do the women of other duchies propose, then? Neither Kenntrips nor Lord Orwin had elaborated on the matter. If other women did not pin their men down, it was crucial that I find out what they did instead. They expressed their interest with gifts and pleasant remarks, then have their desired partner propose for them, Professor Eglantine said, a distant look in her eyes. Opposing is a man's job. Rarely do women take matters into their own hands. I don't have time! Well, then she can't say that, because then she'll ask, why do you not have time? And then you can't say why. I thought there might be other less forceful ways for women to make the first move, but no. Ours was the only duchy where women proposed at all. Goodness, I was none the wiser. What the fuck? Smack my forehead. Pinning a man down, requesting a chance to prove one's worth, and then completing whatever task he set to earn his hand in marriage seemed perfectly acceptable to me. It was a test of one's resolve and spirit, and a poignant one at that. Perhaps it would be wise to spread our custom to the women of other duchies as well. Release him if you would. Professor Eglantine said with a sigh. I rose to my feet, and the subject of my confession slowly did the same. He took a small step back as if to put some distance between us. Not to sound rude, but, do you really wish to propose to me? Lord Wilfried asked, now more suspicious than surprised. I thought last year's dinner match was behind us. Yes. I want to be with you, I declared. I want you to want it as well. I almost got myself tongue-tied there. But yeah, she wants him to actually want to marry her. I had thought Lord Wilfried would appreciate, but this is, like you said, this is a year in the past. Things had not happened in the past at this point. Now, if things had changed and, Rosemine had already gone and saved Ferdinand, and you had mentioned this later on, then maybe, just maybe, he might really appreciate it. I don't know. Instead, he looked openly annoyed by it. Only a day had passed since he had laid his heart bare to me, at least from my perspective. Yet his reaction to my emotions could not have been more different. How could this be? Lord Wilfried already has a fiancée, and one who is bedridden at that, Professor Eglantine noted. Is it not obvious why such a proposal would trouble him? I mean, they did mention that in the bride-stealing dinner that Lord Wilfried will become would have her as his second wife. So, it's not like this is the realm of possibility that they are monogamous, like Sylvester and Florencia were. But then again, that changed. But still, having more than one wife is normal, so they act like him just having one fiancé is normal. A calmness came over Lord Wilfried, who merely nodded in response. Because I was from the future, I knew that his engagement had secretly been cancelled. But how could fourth-year Hannelore have gathered that? I need some manner of excuse. It took me a moment of contemplation, but I remember my time spent with Lady Rosemine and those fated to be former royalty. Perhaps, but is his engagement to Lady Rosemine not soon to be terminated? I was with her and the royal family during the Archduke conference. Of course I noticed a change in their relationship. Lady Eglantine and Lord Wilfried were struck speechless. I had composed an excellent rebuttal without openly exposing my knowledge of the future. If our engagement must wait for that news to be revealed, then so be it, I said. Lord Wilfried, I will spare no effort in helping you become the next Ob. Lord Wilfried stared at me incredulous, his face as pale as it could get. There was no warmth in his eyes. Instead, he positively radiated outrage as he clenched a trembling fist in front of his chest. Uh-oh. Girl, I think you screwed up. Guys, I want insight into all this. What are your thoughts on all this? Hannelore, what did you do? Did Rosemine tell you to do this, he asked. No. Oh, wait, this is before the engagement. This is before he got pissed off and demanded his engagement be canceled because he couldn't stand being engaged to Rosemine. This is before that, so he's still pissed off at this whole thing involving Rosemine and him being engaged. Lady Rosemine played no role in this, I said at once, and my head cocked to one side. I could not even begin to imagine what I might have done to deserve such a hostile response. I spoke with her, and she said only that she could not divulge private duchy matters. Lord Wilfried took a deep breath as if attempting to regain some semblance of composure, then shook his head. Forget it. I apologize, Lady Hannelore, but the status of my engagement is irrelevant. Here we go. I refuse to accept your confession. Excuse me? A stinging chill overcame me as though I were encased in ice. I had not anticipated a rejection, let alone one so intense. My breathing hastened, a shrill ringing echoed in my ears, and an uncomfortable pressure gripped my chest. Even then, Lord Wilfried regarded me with nothing but anger. I could never accept becoming the Ob through your or Dunkelfelger's power, he said. For the sake of both our duchies, I shall pretend this conversation never happened. Girl, you thought wrong on this situation. I don't know what the heck you're going to be able to do, how this is going to even change anything. Because surely this is going to have some kind of, effect on the future. Oh, good lord, what did you do? How did you mess this up? The severity of his refusal was beyond my comprehension. Back in the present, had he not said he would have accepted my confession if I had approached him 1 year sooner? If that is all, then I must go, Lord Wilfried said, with a hard glare, then turned on his heel as if declaring that he cared not what else I might have to say. I could only watch the days as he marched out of the classroom, awkward cape swaying in his wake. Soon enough, I was alone with Professor Eglantine. Lady Hannelore, she called, her voice more tender and considerate than mere moments ago. Oh, boy. I turned to her with a vacant expression, and she heaved a sigh before giving me a kind, reassuring smile. If you predicted that Lord Wilfried and Lady Rosemine's engagement was going to be nullified, should you not have waited until it actually happened? She doesn't have time. She might not have the time to wait. Because she doesn't know when Rosemine's going to get back. She doesn't know what she's going to have to do in the past to fix whatever she's got to fix. And that might take hours. That might take days. We don't know. We didn't get a time frame, so she's acting as though time is of the essence. Given the circumstances, I doubt you could have picked a worse time to make your move. So my timing was the issue. It failed me once again. Questions ran through my mind. I might not have been able to answer them, but one thing was perfectly clear to me. As poor as my timing might have been, I had no choice. This was my only opportunity. I had believed what Lord Wilfried had said, that he would have fought for my love if only I had proposed sooner, and had traveled back in time with the aid of the gods themselves to be with him. My stay could last only as long as Lady Rosemary took to reconnect a single thread, and without my retainer's assistance, I was restricted to speaking with Lord Wilfried before and after class. Forgive me, Professor Eglantine. I caused you unnecessary trouble. I shall take my leave as well. I returned to the Duchy dormitory, ate lunch, and then retreated to my hidden room. How could I attend classes when my mind was still reeling from shock? There was far too much to reflect on. Where did I go wrong? Good question. Guys, in the comments, I want to hear what y'all have to say. But then again, like I said, the most likely reason that he didn't accept it, even though he said he would have in the past, is because certain events had not happened yet. Essentially. Lord Wilfried had assured me that he would have accepted my confession, but he had done nothing of the sort. Was he merely being considerate when he told me that? That could be a possibility. The first time I conveyed my feelings, Lord Wilfried smiled at me, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. I could not bear to think it had simply been an act. But what other conclusion could I draw when he had rejected me? He said that he would have put his all into becoming an archduke, but even at this juncture, he clearly has no desire to rise to power. Like I said, he's probably still pissed off at the whole Rosemine situation. Now, once that thing is cancelled, then maybe he might be feeling different about your proposal. On that note, I recall something that Lady Rosemine had said to me, that Lord Wilfried had been so desperate to avoid the archducal seat that he had actively sought to end their engagement. I should have remembered it sooner, but the promise of marriage had clouded my mind. Perhaps only the tumultuous years since and the many changes that had come with it had encouraged him to take a more favorable stance on becoming a nob. In which case, his response in the classroom makes perfect sense. As the final pieces fell into place, I could only not help but let out an exhausted sigh. My coming here had served no purpose. In fact, I might even have made things worse. What was I thinking? I rushed into action, taking no heed of the hints Lord Wilfried and Lady Rosemary gave me. I was stuck in an unwinnable situation. Here in the past, Lord Wilfried had yet to experience the year that would reshape his thoughts about becoming an archduke and make him more open to marrying me. But in the present, when he had undergone that growth, circumstances prevented us from being together. In other words, I never stood a chance of changing things for the better. I suppose it would be nice if in the future he looks positively on my decision to confess. Not that I think he will with how intensely he shot me down. Like I said, maybe once all that stuff happens, maybe he'll think back on your confession and realize that he did, want you to be with him. Maybe he'll take action then. Maybe that's how it will work. I doubt it, but Hannelore does deserve to have a happy ending. I sighed again. The most I could do now was keep a low profile and hopes that my confession at least remained in his memories. My thoughts organized, I went on to my afternoon classes with a slightly calmer head on my shoulders. Lord Wilfried is going to such great lengths to avoid me that even greeting him was out of the question. I gave up on approaching him and went straight to my desk. Lady Hannelore, is everything okay between you and Wilfried? Lord Orwin asked. He had been eyeing me since I arrived, having no doubt noticed the change in our demeanor compared to that morning. The fact that he was questioning me meant that Lord Wilfried truly had resolved not to mention my confession. I glanced over at Lord Wilfried. He was looking right at me, but averted his gaze the moment our eyes met. If you must pretend that nothing happened, at least do a better job of acting natural. Was everyone already suspicious of the truth? Or was the onus simply on me to come up with a reasonable excuse? As I contemplated what to do, I started to wonder whether Lord Wilfried and I had very different ideas of what it meant to pretend something had not happened. The already vast chasms between our duchies seemed to widen, and the thought of marrying into Ehrenfest started to worry me. Would my days be spent attempting to decipher foreign culture, all while trying not to anger Lord Wilfried further? What response would suit his wishes best? I sighed, aware that our classmates were especially curious to know what was going on, and returned my focus to Lord Orwin, who was awaiting my answer. Under no circumstances was I going to admit that I had proposed and then been rejected. This reminds me, Lord Orwin's situation changes quite a bit between now and the present, does it not? His older sister, Lady Adolphine, would end up divorcing Lord Sigiswald. Lord Orwin would then strive to become an aunt to best be able to protect her. I wish to ask a question of my own, I said. Lord Orwin, do you seek to become your duchy's next archduke? Well, securing the role proves what one is capable of, does it not? In that regard, I suppose I seek it as much as any archduke candidate would. Seeing the look on his face, I wondered whether he had understood my meaning. I saw none of the fervor from our future meeting in his light brown eyes, nor his intense desire to obtain status for Lady Adolphine's sake, because all this other stuff hasn't happened yet. Maybe if you had asked this question after all that had taken place, then maybe you might get a different answer. It's the fact that none of these events that changes everything has happened yet. You should have asked if you could go back in time. You should have gone back in time 2 years, yeah, because then you could have stopped the whole bride stealing dinner thing, or at least changed it a little bit to where you would have agreed to the marriage. It amazed me how much one can change over the span of a single year. Forgive me, Lady Hannelore, but I must ask again, what happened between you and Wilfried? He stubbornly refuses to tell me, and, well, of course, nothing that would be of any value to Dronkel. As our afternoon classes came to an end, I prayed that Lady Rosebud would conclude her business post-haste. The next time I saw Lord Wilfried, his behavior remained the same. His expression changed the moment our eyes met, and he went out of his way to avoid greeting me. He was being so painfully overt that we faced even more curious onlookers than the day before. Dude, if you're gonna act like nothing happened, don't avoid the person that you're trying to act like that with. Acting like nothing happened means acting like you normally do around the person, not actively avoiding them, because that gets more suspicious. I would need to chastise him for his impertinence. It was unacceptable to treat a top-ranking archduke candidate with such blatant disrespect. Overlooking his frosty demeanor would cause others to assume that my duchy had done something to gravely insult his. If the other archduke candidates of our class took word of the unusual atmosphere between Lord Wilfried and me back to their dormitories, their peers and supervisors would start looking into the cause. From there, it would only be a matter of time, no matter how much I tried to hide it. Those of the Dunkelfelder dormitory would inevitably find out that something had prompted Lord Wilfried to treat me with contempt. And when the news reaches Cordula, oh boy. Many from Dunkelfelder still took issue with my decision to defend Ehrenfest after our bride-stealing dinner match. They would gleefully transform what was currently a problem between two students into an interduchy incident, causing trouble for more than just Lord Wilfried. Ehrenfest as a whole would be drawn into the fray, and all my time spent declaring their innocence would ultimately have been for nothing. At the same time, criticizing Lord Wilfried for his attitude seemed rather shameless, considering I was to blame for proposing to him in the first place. I was unsure how I would even secure an opportunity to speak with him. He was going to such great lengths to avoid me that even greeting him was currently beyond me. What are my options? An ordinance was out of the question. It would announce my message to everyone in earshot, and any written correspondence would need to go through his scholars in attendance. So unfortunate was the situation that my best choice seemed to be to summon him with my authority as an archduke candidate of a greater duchy and force him to use a sound blocker so I could chastise him in private. But that's going to make it worse. The problem was that using my authority in such a manner would be ruinous to our relationship. Lord Wilfried would never forgive me for it, but I couldn't think of no way to point out the issue without respecting his desire to pretend I had never proposed in the first place. Lady Hannelore, Lord Wilfried, could you stay behind for a moment? Professor Eglantine asked as class came to an end. I must inquire about the dedication ritual this weekend. Huh? What's she doing? Surely that's not what it is. Surely that could be done in a different way. Could it? I gazed up at her in surprise, and our eyes met. She was watching me as one might a hapless infant. If asking about the dedication ritual were truly her intention, then she would not have found it necessary to ask me to stay behind. This was merely an excuse to give Lord Wilfried and me a chance to settle that which had come between us. Thank you! At least you got that to be able to, without having to use your authority. Thank God. I appreciated her concern, and there was nary a doubt in my mind about what I needed to say, but having to scold somebody I cared about put me in miserable spirits. He will surely think even less of me. Maybe you need to put it in a way that maybe would open his eyes a bit on this. I don't know. I wouldn't even know what the heck you would need to say. Did the other students believe Professor Eglantine's excuse? They kept glancing in our direction, but slowly took their leave nonetheless. What do you want to know? Lord Wilfried asked, openly frustrated that the three of us were alone again. Even now, he was staying a fair distance away from me, refusing to even look my way. Well, I mean, of course, he's afraid you're going to do it again. To emphasize how little he wished to speak of me, it was hurtful to say the least. Oh my, Professor Eglantine said, widening her eyes for emphasis. Do you really not understand why I asked you here? Lord Wilfried averted his gaze, his lips pursed. You wish to speak about yesterday's incident, not the dedication ritual. I understand that much. At least you understand it. I was worried you were going to be an idiot. This time, Professor Eglantine showed genuine surprise. Although yesterday's incident is relevant, it is your reckless behavior that requires me to speak with you. Do you truly not grasp what is happening? Lord Wilfried managed only a stunned, what? In response, he was entirely unaware of the danger his attitude presented. Professor Eglantine gave a troubled smile, then looked at me. Do you understand, Lady Hannelore? Yes, she knows what's going on. She was going to freaking chastise him over it. I nodded, sensing what must have been an intense glare from Lord Wilfried. Given the recency of the incident, I could not help but lower my voice as I anxiously ventured, you wish to give me the opportunity to admonish Lord Wilfried. Indeed, she said, then turned to face him. By all rights, this duty should fall to your retainers, not your professor. But the source of your strife occurred in this classroom. It must be kept here. As those at your service know too little of the situation to take you to task, Lord Wilfried, I find that my hands are tied. She took a moment to exhale, then gazed at him with kind eyes. Lady Hannelore's proposal yesterday was extremely short-sighted. It was a shocking display, seldom seen outside of Dunkelfelder. If you are uncertain how to interact with her, I completely understand. Lord Wilfried nodded, and the stern look on his face began to fade. He seemed relieved to have found a voice of sympathy, and somewhat bashful that it had come from someone he so deeply admired. However, Professor Eglantine continued, I cannot ignore you snubbing a top-ranking duchy in my classroom. Obeying the duchy rankings, separating one's public and private lives, and remaining in control of one's emotions are fundamental rules that any noble must follow. It should have been my duty to admonish Lord Wilfried, but Professor Eglantine was doing it for me. She probably figured that maybe if he heard it from her, he might actually listen. She must have been acting out of consideration for Ehrenfest and the guilt that had eaten away at me ever since my confession. Had the burden of chastising him rested with me, I would only have inspired even greater resistance, and even the tiniest error in my speech might have devolved into an interduchy concern. Yesterday's events were personal without a doubt, Professor Eglantine said. I was prepared to stop Lady Hannelore if she used the authority of a greater duchy to bludgeon you into submission. But her actions took me entirely by surprise. I certainly did not expect her to propose so abruptly, and in my classroom no less. But she gave you the freedom to refuse her, and when you resolved to pretend that she never confessed to you in the first place, she was fully sympathetic, was she not? As well as sympathizing with Lord Wilfried, Professor Eglantine was insisting that not all of my choices deserved to be criticized. My actions had backfired in so many ways that her mediation skills positively dazzled me. In short, it was your decision to act as though nothing happened, refusing to greet an archduke candidate from a top-ranking duchy without a clear cause, then treating her with open contempt risks creating discord between your duchies. Ehrenfest would be stunned speechless if he heard of your behavior here. It is wholly unbefitting of someone who has passed their first-year court etiquette classes. Ooh, get him, Eglantine! Lord Wilfried paled at the insinuation that he was inferior to a new student. Still, instead of rushing to apologize to me, he stayed rooted to the spot and started gnashing his teeth in frustration. Even now that he knew his behavior was inappropriate, he seemed completely uncertain of what to do next. Was he always this immature? Girl! If you had been paying attention to him, you probably would have noticed that sooner. I mean, to be fair, he's probably still acting like this like when he was a frickin' kid when he was baptized. Wasn't he acting like this too? Let me know. In my mind, Lord Wilfried had seemed a remarkable partner. He had passed his first year court etiquette class in a single day and consistently excelled as an honor student. Not to mention the kindness and consideration with which he treated his fiancée. The boy before me now could not have been further from that ideal. He comes across as someone else entirely. Was the person I fell in love with but an illusion born from my own misconceptions? More than likely, yes! Girl, you might want to take up Orwin's offer. That's all I gotta say. He'd probably be the better choice and he'd actually treat you better. That goes for you too as well, Lady Hannelore. Indeed, my sincerest apologies. I shot bolt upright as I returned to my senses. My mind wandered so frequently during Mother's lectures that it was almost second nature. Professor Eglintine's orange eyes were trained on me. I can understand not wanting to admonish Lord Wilfried as you were to blame for his change in behavior, she continued. And as he was going to such lengths to avoid you, there was little you could do but use your authority as a higher-ranking duchy to summon him, which is what she didn't want to do, but she would have had no choice in the matter. She was being wonderfully considerate, I thought, and that tone she took was perfectly kind. The scathing sharpness that followed took me entirely by surprise. Yet you attempted not even that. Turning a blind eye to his behavior today was benevolent in the worst sense of the word. Had you been in the presence of your Duckefelderian peers, they would have surely felt their duchy was being scorned by someone of a lower rank. A line must be drawn somewhere, Lady Hannelore. Half-hearted sympathy benefits no one. I'm glad we resolved the matter before it could escalate into an interduchy conflict, I said, well and truly relieved. I thank you ever so much, Professor Eglantine. She smiled, the look of praise in her eyes. Conflict is not to my taste either. Furthermore, I wish to keep any further danger from befalling Ehrenfest in its current state. It pleases me greatly that relations between your duchies have not deteriorated. Now, Lord Wilfried, your apology. Despite the warmth of her expression, it seemed our professor had no intention of acting completely benevolent. Lord Wilfried appeared not to have fully understood what Professor Eglantine and I were saying. Of course he doesn't. Girl, like I said, you're probably better off going with Orwin or Kenntrips, in my opinion. Because Orwin would have treated you better. You would have gotten out of the duchy. And, yeah, I think he would have treated you a heck of a lot better, to be honest. With the way Wilfried's acting. Heck, if the right things are going, Wilfried might not even be able to get married because he won't be able to find someone he actually enjoys being around. Or who wants to be around him, I had to be honest. But he took a deep breath, and all traces of emotion faded quickly from his face. Only once he had adopted the proper smile of an Archduke candidate did he approach and kneel before me. Suffice to say, the look did not reach his eyes. Of course it didn't. Yeah, he hates being chastised on this. My heart ached. Had I failed to convey my desires to prevent further conflict between our duchies? Worse yet, was Lord Wilfried still unaware of the threat his words and actions posed to Ehrenfest, despite Professor Eglantine's belabored explanation? He needs a freaking explanation from Ferdinand is what he needs. That guy needs to get on him. I apologize for my rudeness toward an Archduke candidate of Dunkelferger II. Given your compassion, which mirrors that of Geduld, I truly hope you can forgive me. Yeah, right. I was speechless. Accepting such an insincere template of an apology would only deepen the rift between us. I wanted nothing more than to sprint out of the classroom. But as an Archduke candidate of Dunkelferger, there was only one thing I could do. You are forgiven, I said. May we remain close friends long into the future. I had spoken sincerely, but Lord Wilfried must have thought otherwise. He assured me that my kindness was wasted on him, his expression one of feigned appreciation. Even as Professor Eglantine advised on how to move forward, he refused to acknowledge me further. Of course, he's not listened. He didn't listen. He didn't take into what she said to consider. Someone needs to smack some sense into this kid. Rosemine, Ferdinand, y'all need to both smack him with that Harrison. You need to do better. As I said that, I was acting like I was smacking him with the fan. Oh my god, this guy. Girl, what did you build up in your head? He is not like what you wanted. The damage done to our relationship was irreparable. Of course. You need to go on back, girl. There's no need for you to stay. You may depart, Lady Hannelore, Professor Eglantine announced at last. There is more I must discuss with Lord Wilfried. Good! Smack him! Smack some sense into him, please! I nodded and departed the classroom. There was doubtless plenty to be said about the upcoming dedication ritual. My retainers and those serving Lord Wilfried were in the waiting room, wearing their blue and ochre capes respectfully. Mine approached me at once and surrounded me as if determined to protect me from Ehrenfest. Lady Hannelore, what happened between you and Lord Wilfried? I don't want to talk about it! Actually, she can't even say that. Excuse me. For 2 consecutive days, we had come out of class later than the other students. I could not blame my retainers for the sharp looks of their eyes. I repeated the excuse that our professor had given us. Professor Eglantine had several questions concerning the dedication ritual. We released joint research with Ehrenfest about religious ceremonies, so my input was deemed necessary as well. I explained as much as I could, but there is yet more she hopes to learn from Lord Wilfried. Ask her yourselves if you doubt me. So I said, but not one of my retainers was equipped to interrogate a member of the royal family. At most, they could ask our dormitory supervisor to inquire for them, and there was not a doubt in my mind that Professor Eglantine would corroborate my claim. Suppressing my despair at having lost even my friendship with Lord Wilfried, I forced a smile befitting my status and made my way back to the Dunkelfelder dormitory. No sooner had I returned to my room than the cracks in my composure began to show, culminating in an exhausted sigh. Cordial instantly met the eyes of my attendants who were helping me change. You seem rather depressed, Lady Hannelore, she said. Was that dedication ritual truly the topic of your conversation with Professor Eglantine? Her tone was interrogative, but she regarded me with genuine concern. Indeed, it was, I muttered, my eyes downcast. Announcing the truth was out of the question. And yet, she exuded such an overwhelming sense of joy. And that soured your mood? I cannot quite find the words. In a sense, I suppose her beaming smile and cheerful demeanor made me envious. Envious? Andrea repeated. Do you also aspire to marry into royal... No! Envious! As in envious at how happy she is. She wants that happiness. You could say that she wants that happiness too. Her question felt almost surreal, knowing that Professor Eglantine was destined to become the Zent, and the royal family as we knew it would cease to exist. Oh no, back when I was a first year, Professor Eglantine had 2 princes as her suitors. As the rumors went, her choice would decide the country's next ruler, so she knew not who to lean toward. Professor Eglantine had not made up her mind until she was in her final year at the Royal Academy, and even then she had put emotion above the throne by choosing Lord Anastasius, who had given up on becoming the Zent in an act of true love and devotion. Some speculated that Lady Rosamund had served as their go-between, but as we had not been close at the time, I was unsure how great a hand she had actually had in the matter. She was their go-between. She smacked some sense into Anastasius. Not literally, but yeah, I told him he needed to man up and go confess to his lady. I wonder what separates those who end up happier for acting on love and those who do not, I asked. Rather than choosing the country's next king and taking her place at his side as everyone had expected, Professor Eglantine had opted to put her heart first and ended up all the better for it. I too had tried to prioritize love, only to be told that my confession had come up an entire year too late. Yet when I traveled to the past to remedy my mistake, I was rejected with such intensity that it cost me the entire friendship. Like I said, you had gone too early in the past. If you had gone a bit later into the year, then maybe that would have turned out better. The harder I tried, the worse things seemed to become. You approach everything with half measures, milady. If you truly wish to marry Lord Wilfried, then you should not have stepped down to avoid inconveniencing Ehrenfest. It would have served you better to pursue him with the resolve to inspire a revolution in your wake. Or, if you felt nothing for him as you claimed, then you should simply have brought Ehrenfest to their knees and demanded that they apologize for having shamed you. I would not have hesitated to assist you in either case. Are those choices not too extreme, I asked, misery seeping into my affected smile. Cordial's stern gaze appeared to relax, and she looked upon me with tender eyes. I saw how much you endured, stomaching Ehrenfest's self-centered terms, while suppressing how you felt about Lord Wilfried. In truth, I think an extreme choice was exactly what you needed. I scanned the room. The attendants changing my clothes wore looks betraying both frustration and respect for me. I am aware that my choices have burdened all of you as much as they have burdened me, I said. For that, I truly do apologize. Because of my actions, the situation back home was far from ideal. My retainers exchanged glances, then wry smiles. If you are concerned about us, then be more sincere, more resolute, and more discerning in your choice of men, my head attendant said. Cordula is correct, Andrea added. Otherwise, our struggles will only continue to mount. Any remaining tension faded as my attendants giggled among themselves. Although some awkwardness lingered, it felt as though we were speaking frankly for the first time in quite a while. But I am discerning in my choices, I protested. Lord Wilfried would cherish me, and... Yes, he came to your aid in the midst of your dinner match. How considerate he must be. Cordula took the initiative, repeating the excuses I had given so many times before. My other attendants followed suit, noting how Lord Wilfried had always seen me off when Lady Rosamine collapsed during one of our tea parties. The ease with which they recounted my words left me deeply embarrassed. I must have raved about him a lot more frequently than I assumed. No wonder Kenntrips and the others were so quick to draw their conclusions. You seem strangely tolerant today, Cordula remarked. Under normal circumstances, being as stubborn as you are, you would have start making excuses for Lord Wilfried as the mere mention of his duchy. At once I was struck with the urge to cradle my head. Everyone had always been so quick to speak ill of him that indeed I must have been a little too defensive. I am aware of the love that has taken root within you, and of his kind gestures during the dinner match that started it all, my head attendant said. Still, I do not think that he would cherish you whatsoever, my lady. Now that she knows all this, she probably would agree. Or at least I would, anyway. But yeah, Wilfried needs to freaking grow up. In the past, I would have objected without a second thought, and my retainers would have dismissed me with nods and shrugs. Going through the same routine time and time again had chipped away at my motivation and convinced me that no one from Knucklefucker would ever understand how I feel. But what if my retainers thought the same of me as I stubbornly refused to acknowledge their concerns? 2 years have passed since our bride-stealing dinner match, and only now has such an obvious truth become clear to me. You always say that, and that he lacks honesty. Why? Cordial and the others stared at me in shock, then at each other. The terms of your match were overturned, as Lord Lestalot mistakenly chose the wrong kind of paper for an inter-duchy agreement, my head attendant explained. However, that was merely a technicality. It does not change the fact that Lord Wilfried read the contract, confirmed the particulars with your brother, and ultimately signed it. He declared that he would lead Ehrenfest into ditter, not Lady Rosamine or Ob Ehrenfest. A quiet escaped me. I had always insisted that Lestalot was to blame for the dinner match, and that my involvement had only come about as a desperate attempt to dissuade him. Had your hand in marriage not appealed to him, Lord Wilfried would have refused to sign the contract until the terms were changed, no matter what Lady Rosamine said. That he signed the agreement means he was duty-bound to wed you. As things stand, it seems that he never intended to respect the contract, and that he planned to draw attention to Lord Lestalot's mistake whether Ehrenfest won or lost. He might be kind, but his actions paint him as two-faced or completely ignorant of the weight of a future Ob signature. Yeah, it was already a good idea that Wilfried was not to be the Ob in the first place, but now this kind of really confirms it. That, he is not fit to be Ob because he does not know how badly his actions and words could affect things. The day's events had sapped me of any desire to protest. Not long ago, I had seen just how shallow Lord Wilfried could be. Not to mention, given the sanctity of ditter to the people of Dunkelfelder, it is no wonder that my attempts to defend him earned me such ire. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to put my head in my hands. I could hardly believe how foolish I had been. Most of all, Cordula added, Lord Wilfried took part in that dinner match to protect Lady Rosamine, not to secure your hand. What reason do I have to believe he would cherish you, or treasure you? Small acts of kindness, such as comforting me after tea parties and socializing in Lady Rosamine's place when she was absent, had led me to believe that Lord Wilfried would cherish me at Ehrenfest. Upon further consideration, however, I realized that none of his actions had been motivated by love for me. He had merely been covering for his fiancée. In fact, it was Lady Rosamine who promised to ensure my happiness if I married into Ehrenfest. Oh boy, it took going into the past for her to see this information. Well, at least she now is informed, and maybe she'll go with Orwin. Because, like you said, Wilfried is not fit to be the job and is not good for Hannelore. For the first time, I could see things as they truly were. What had once seemed so clear now struck me as little more than wishful thinking. I was still coming to terms with my mistake when a newfound intensity entered Cordula's eyes. And if we consider everything together... She paused, watching me closely to gauge whether she should continue. My other attendants uttered not a word, but the severity of their expressions told me I was being asked something of grave importance. A question that would determine whether the foundations my battle rested upon were stable. I straightened my back, bracing for the worst, and gave a curt nod to insist that she speak. I do not think there is anything in Ehrenfest worth the rigors you have faced. I swallowed, and my mind raced with thoughts of what was to come, the game of true ditter, the celebratory feast, the coronation of a new Zet, and Lady Rosebud's inauguration as an Ob. Despite my wishful thinking and passivity, I had protected Ehrenfest and secured a future I could be proud of. Nothing would make me give that up. Cordula, everyone, nothing matters more to me than staying friends with Lord Wilfried and Lady Rosemine, than being able to laugh and speak with them as usual. I understand now that I was being short-sighted and that my way of thinking was more wishful than realistic. Even so, I cannot give up on that which is dear to me. I took pride in not having burdened my friends with knowledge of my hardships at home, and now that my relationship with Lord Wilfried was in tatters, I wanted nothing more than to repair it. If such a thing was possible, I would ask that you not belittle the friendships and experiences I consider more precious than anything. Very well, Cordula said. As your retainers, we hereby swear to protect what is important to you. And with that, the chasm that had separated my retinue and me since our dinner match with Ehrenfest, or rather since my stubborn defense of Lord Wilfried, had finally been closed. Rather than try to force an engagement, I wished to cherish my friendships and the good times we had spent together. Only now was that clear to me. Returning to my 4th year had caused me all manner of problems, but it had taught me something valuable as well. I needed to communicate with my retainers, not simply turn my back on them. Truthfully, I wish I could go back to the present. I wish to return to my original timeline, when, for all my trials and tribulations, my bond with Ehrenfest was as strong as ever. I would apologize to Lord Wilfried for how I proposed to him, then face Cordula and the others again to repair my relationship with them. Hold on, is this... Surely this is going to, This is going to affect the future, right? Because then what would be the point if you had gone back in the first place and then nothing changed in the future because it didn't matter? So surely this is going to have some kind of effect on the future. As I racked my brain for what to do, I suddenly recalled the guise of Timon's warning. I was forbidden from presenting my knowledge of the future to those who had yet to experience it. The moment I came under suspicion, Dragana would retrieve me and erase the memories of all those I interacted with. In short, by breaking the taboo, I can undo my mistakes here. Oh, so she could fix things between her and Lord Wilfried by telling everybody what happens. Oh, okay. But is that going to be a good thing, though? Oh, boy. Hopefully, oh, dear. I feared the impact my early confession might have on the present when I returned there with Lady Rosemine. Based on his reaction and response, I could see just how much Lord Wilfried had matured over the course of his 4th year. The truth is, Cordula, before I could say another word, my knight Hylas burst into the room. A moment of your time, milady, she asked. One of the men nobles has a petition for you. Huh? I put my thoughts of returning to the present aside and gestured for her to continue. She knelt before me and wasted no time in giving her report. It seems the archnobles have completely stripped the gathering spot of herbs, despite the other students' need to brew rejuvenation potions for the dedication ritual. Of course! Frickin' archnobles, why y'all gotta do that? Seriously, you know that the others need stuff too. If you're gonna do that, at least fix it to where they can still get their stuff. Seriously. It had been Fire Day when I first returned to my 4th year, and Kenntrips had given me a list of Ned noble names upon seeing me. It's just a reason, then, that the archnobles had performed their dedication ritual the previous Earth Day. They had all been required to participate, which meant they needed rejuvenation potions, specifically the ingredients to brew them. I searched my memories and recalled that, indeed, I had needed to restore the gathering spot before. I remember it being an arduous, exhausting task, as the knights who thought ill of me were reluctant to help. Loath though I was to go through it all again, the men nobles and the lay nobles' dedication ritual were right around the corner. I had no choice but to replenish the gathering spot, and we needed all the assistance we could get to minimize the burden. In my 4th year, those of the grades above had tended to go overboard when harvesting ingredients. It was only in my 5th year that I had mobilized all of our students to restore the gathering spot together. Ideally, we should get everyone to take part in the replenishment, I said. Could we do it tomorrow morning after training? If everyone cooperates, then yes, Hyles muttered with some reservation, but that would mean using up mana before class. We should expect many to speak out in protest. My retainers all wore uncertain expressions. Their concerns made perfect sense. At this point in time, before my role in True Ditter, I doubted the knights would obey me. Freaking nose getting stopped up, making it hard to read. They had followed my brother's orders without question, so it had wounded me to see them so reluctant. How did we resolve this before? As I recall, we had Rasantark to thank. In the blink of an eye, his booming voice had whipped the entire dormitory into shape. It had depressed me at the time as I saw it. I was so worthless that even one of my brother's archnoble retainers commanded greater authority. Only now could I appreciate how much Kenntrips and Rasantark had done for me when my reputation was so painfully lacking. To think I was so blind. Upon my return to the present, I would need to express my sincerest thanks to both suitors, but of course restoring the gathering spot came first. My knowledge of the future told me I needed a way to get the knights to listen to me. True Ditter convinced them all before. Perhaps playing Ditter in the dormitory will change their tune. I waited until dinner that evening to make my announcement. After tomorrow morning's training, all students in their 3rd year and above will work together to replenish the gathering spot. Just as Hyles had predicted, my words were met with plenty of resistance. Few wanted to expand their mana so soon before class. If you consider that too much, then we shall do it tonight, I said. The men nobles need time to brew as well. Tonight, one of the gathered nobles asked, immediately after dinner? You get free time after meals, do you not? We need only restore the gathering spot enough for the lay nobles and men nobles to collect the resources they need. As in my memories, the knights were slow to react. The attendants and scholars followed their example and stayed quiet. They would need the knights to protect them from Phoebes while they healed the gathering spot, which prevented them from acting alone. I pursed my lips. Kenntrips grimaced and Rasantark turned to me with a frown. Before, I had thought they were scorning me for my uselessness as an Archduke candidate, but now I understood that they were simply concerned. Enough, everyone. This is an order from Lady Hannelore, Rasantark declared, coming to my aid as he had done before. We shall assist her once we've eaten. Assist her, one knight repeated. How do we know she won't betray us next? With what? What would she do to betray you? We apprentice knights have suffered enough at her hands, another retorted. Their shouts and jeers made me want to avert my eyes, but then I remembered what Professor Eglantine had said to me. Just as the Duchy rankings had given me power over Lord Wilfried, status gave me authority over the others in the dormitory. Although I was responsible for this conflict, I still had every right to scold those who were acting out of turn. My silent acceptance only enabled and encouraged the knights before. Permitting the knights to refuse orders and scorn an Archduke candidate risked undermining the chain of command during serious operations. As my experience with True Ditter had made clear, trouble could come entirely out of the blue, leaving those involved with barely any time to prepare. I needed to make my stance clear and scold them for their insolence. I took a deep breath and let mana course through my body. Then I held my head high and gazed down at the unruly students with savage intensity. Your personal grievances with me are no excuse to refuse the orders of an Archduke candidate. Was that much not clear? We shall heal the gathering spot together, for the entire dormitory will pay the price otherwise. The last apprentice knight to complain merely stared at me with his mouth agape. He took a moment to regain his composure, then attempted to speak out again. Lons, I interrupted, slamming the butt of my newly formed spear against the floor with all my might. All students in their 3rd year and above shall gather fully armed. For as long as I am an Archduke candidate, you will obey my orders, no matter how you might feel about me personally. Understood. The gathered students scattered like baby spiders. Good job, Hannelore! Soon enough, Lestalons and my stunned retainers were the only ones who remained with me in the dining hall. Lady Hannelore. We must prepare as well, I declared. The gathering spot needs to be restored. Rasantark, I thank you ever so much for moving to protect me. This time I properly thanked my future suitor before returning to my chambers. There I changed into full armor and asked cordially to prepare the relevant magic tools for hunting Phoebes. Do you truly need this many, she asked. I do. Restoring an almost barren gathering spot will prompt an assault from all manner of mana-hungry Phoebes. Last time the Fey Beast had put us through our paces, for we had not anticipated an attack on such a large scale. Kenntrips had advised me to guide the students to the safety of the dorm, of course, so I could only base my evaluation on the worn-down appearance of the returning knights. I do not remember the Ob or Knight Commander mentioning anything of the sort when they replenished the gathering spot after the Archduke Conference, Cordula said. No, I suppose not. Back then, the duchies all restored their gathering spots simultaneously during the Fey Beast's dividing the Fey Beast's attention in the process. And as their combined work supplied the Royal Academy with an abundance of mana, we can assume there are more Fey Beasts here now than there were in spring. My retainers eyed me with suspicion, so I met their looks with a smile. The dormitory supervisor of the present had gathered what intelligence they could, and compared the Fey Beasts around the academy to those from before the Civil War. In the end, they had concluded that there were indeed more. Not that anyone at this point in time could know that. Lady Rosamund warned me, I added. She knows more about regenerating the gathering spots than anyone. On that note, everyone conceded. Lady Rosamund had reintroduced the prayer in the first place, so nobody had reason to doubt her. As I recall, it was Hellwolves that had attacked us. Hellwolves were red-furred Fey beasts that resembled dogs, though with small horns protruding from their foreheads. Even a lay knight stood a decent chance of slaying one on its own. But the beasts moved in packs and struck in formation. They were known to target the unprepared, so a single magic tool designed to deal damage across a large area would make them dramatically easier to defeat. Perhaps this will aid us, I said, taking the magic tool that Kenntrips had given me for bride-stealing ditter. The thought of using it against people had scared me too much to bring its might to bear, but against Fey beasts, I would show no mercy. Hyles, once the gathering spot has been healed, lead everyone back to the dormitory without letting down your guard. Cordula, hold the fort until we return. My head attendant looked at me, her eyes narrowed, then crossed her arms over her chest and knelt. May Ungriff guide you. We exited the dormitory into a vast, snowy landscape. The sky hung still, much to our relief. Although our armor could shield us from the cold, a blizzard would have put us at a serious disadvantage. The lack of obstructions would also make it easier to spot the Hellwolf's red fur when they approached. I raised my right hand, a signal to my armed peers, then continued toward the gathering spot by High Beast. It was not long before a pale column of light broke the expanse of white before us. Our destination would normally have been awash with green, leafy trees and grass abounding, but the archnobles had picked it clean. Now it appeared no more vibrant than a barren wasteland. My knights shall watch for Fey beasts, I explained, the first of my instructions. Rasantark and the rest of my brother's knights shall slay any that appear, while the rest of us will pray and supply the gathering spot. The apprentice knights looked at me as if about to speak, but only silence followed. I did them the kindness of pretending not to have noticed. Arrange yourselves in a circle around the gathering spot to ease the burden upon you all. I am told archnobles should stay far apart, whereas lay nobles should stick closer together. I said, repeating what Father and the others had shared in the process they were taught. Now let us pray. I put my hands on the ground and gently started channeling mana into it. Green light spread through the earth, forming the contours of a magic circle. It was a divine, fantastical sight, but I could not let it distract me. A chill ran through me as mana continued to leave my body. Once the circle was full, I chanted the prayer I had memorized. O goddess of water-flew train, bringer of healing and change, grant me the power to heal thy sister, the goddess of earth Geduld, who has been wounded by those who serve evil. I shall offer this divine note to thee, casting ripples of the highest order. May thou fill the world with thy divine color to match mine own heart's content. The green magic circle rose into the air, and grass and trees began to grow. That will do, I called. Under normal circumstances, we would have waited for the circle to reach the very top of the gathering spot, but for our purposes, stopping at roughly 8/10 completion would suffice. This should provide enough resources for everyone's rejuvenation potions. Using too much mana here will impact tomorrow's classes. Not to mention, we needed to be ready for the Fey beasts that were about to attack. I downed one of my rejuvenation potions, then interpreted the students' gathering ingredients and instructed them to return to the dormitory. But we've barely even started. If you can wait until tomorrow's training, mana-starved Fey beasts are bound to swarm us at any moment now. Everyone except my retainers regarded me with suspicion. There was no time to hesitate. I would need to ease their doubts post-haste. I was told as much by Lady Rosamund, whose experience with this prayer is unmatched, I explained. Let us hurry. My knights shall guide you. In that case, Rasantark took a deep breath. Everyone, follow Lady Hannelore to the dormitory. We knights shall protect the gathering spot. Weapon firmly in hand, he sharpened his focus on our surroundings. First my brother's knights, then the apprentice arch-knights took up arms as well. I remember just how exhausted they had looked upon their return and promptly shook my head. No, everyone but I shall return to the dormitory. Lady Hannelore, what are you saying? One knight sputtered. Forgive me, but this task is much better suited to us than to your guards, said another. Unless you all withdraw, I cannot use the magic tool that Kenntrips made, I barked, thwarting their protest and protesting the tooling presenting the tool in question. Depart at once. Rasantark gawked, then nodded, fully aware of the might of Kenntrips' work. Kenntrips himself stared at the tool with wide eyes, his expression betraying disbelief. Lady Hannelore, he managed, why are you? This tool is much too powerful to be used against people. But against Phoebes, I need not exercise restraint. I see, so that was how you saw it. The frown souring his features gave way to a resigned sigh. Kenntrips, escort everyone back to the dormitory at once, I said. I shall protect them, such is my duty as an Archduke candidate. Although I do not doubt your conviction, we cannot say for certain whether Phoebes are truly coming. We shall entrust Hyley's party with escorting the students while you take up the rear guard, Lady Hannelore. There, we shall protect you. Despite his suspicion, Kenntrips had wasted no time in focusing on the matter at hand. Even if we do encounter Phoebes, as Lady Rosemine cautioned, we still do not know their species or strength, he continued. Should any survive the magic tool, acting alone will put you in grave danger. Rasantark and the others shall wait outside its reach. I know better than anyone how far its devastation will extend. Kenntrips began instructing Rasantark and the others, using his knowledge of the magic tool to his advantage. He was still hard at work when an ordinance arrived. Lady Hannelore, this is Hyley, the little bird announced. A massive pack of hell wolves is approaching fast. They're racing straight toward you. A sudden seriousness gripped everyone still present. They're actually coming? Take your distance, Lady Hannelore. Need space to use the tool. We shall signal with the gelb once everyone is out of range. The red light of a rot warned of danger and requested aid, whereas the yellow light of a gelb announced that the preparations for battle were complete. I rode toward the Hellwolves as Kenntrips led the others to safety. If not for my drivable high beast, which protected me from attacks unable to rival my mana, I would not have been able to enact this plan in the first place. Oh, this is getting good. I used the might of my mana to accelerate to blinding speeds, boring a path straight through the Hellwolves as I went. Countless blue eyes burned with anger as their kin leaped at me, having branded me a foe. They snarled and chomped at my high beast, but there was nothing they could do to breach its defenses. I gazed upon their bared fangs as I started supplying my magic tool with mana, ready to throw it at a moment's notice. A burst of yellow struck one of the Hellwolves in front of me, a signal from Kenntrips. As the beast pawed cautiously at the light, I threw the mana charge tool out of the window of my high beast. Detonus, I shouted. Two magic circles spread out from the tool, a yellow one designed to protect its user, and a blue one meant to deal damage. Barely a moment later, a bone-rattling explosion rang out. The Hellwolves erupted in high-pitched shrieks, then fell silent as their face stones dropped to the ground. Those that were outside of the range of the blast immediately turned tail and ran. Smart. Lady Hannelore! Kenntrips and Rasantark rushed over on their high beasts along with the other knights who had been waiting outside the blast zone. Rasantark was the first to reach me. Are you hurt? He asked. Oh my, did you not believe in Kenntrips' magic tool, Rasantark? Even though through his full plate armor, I could tell that he was nervous. His concern struck me as both amusing and endearing. Seeing that massive pack of Hellwolves gnawing at your high beast will make anyone anxious. A chuckle escaped me. I am sorry to have worried you. However, thanks to my drivable high beast, I am entirely unharmed. Hearing the tremor in Rasantark's voice told me how the spectacle must have looked. Any knight duty-bound to protect an Archduke candidate would have watched with their heart in their throat. My sympathies to you all, but I am glad that Hyley and the others were not here to witness what happened, I said. I fear they would have charged within range of the magic tool. Rasantark tried, Kenntrips noted, shooting him a glare. Stopping him was a nightmare. The other knights nodded, thankful to have succeeded. Kenntrips, it was thanks to your magic tool that we managed to slay the Hellwolves without sustaining any injuries. I said, excellent work. He met my words with a look of uncertainty, hardly the reaction I had expected from a man who had just been praised. As he kept his gaze on me, his gray eyes narrowed in suspicion. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! He's getting suspicious, guys! Are you truly Lady Hannelore? Not this again! Excuse me? I sputtered on instinct. What are you implying, Kenntrips? Rasantark asked. Who else would she be? She appears to be Lady Hannelore, and some aspects of her demeanor speak to the person I remember, but she seems fundamentally changed. It's as if she's older and more mature. Ah, shit! Well, you got snatched! Bye-bye! Before I could even consider my response, my body lurched as if someone had suddenly snatched me. Yep, she saw it was getting close to being caught, so she grabbed you and got you out. Does she wipe their memory, though? I can't remember if that ends up being the case. She does if you end up revealing the truth, But does she if someone starts to get suspicious? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. My head spun and the world around me faded to white. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor and the goddesses were gazing down at me with tense expressions. Okay, let's see. How much more do I need to do? Oh, good lord, I'm already... That took an hour and 25 more minutes. Dang! Okay, this is gonna have to wait then. So the next one's gonna probably be the last one. Hope you guys enjoyed that, and I'll see you on the next one. Okay, guys, I just got done recording part 7. Let's get part 8 done. Threads in Libeskov's grasp. I sat bolt upright, startled, and the goddess' expression relaxed. Libeskov, the goddess of binding, was the only one still wearing a frown. Goodness, what a disappointment, she groused. You went into the past and got nothing from it, I would not say nothing, I muttered in response. I might have been too heavy-handed in confessing to Lord Wilfried, but the experience had taught me plenty. I truly had gained a lot from the trip. Well, I would. Although you let your heart bare to Wilfried, I couldn't bind your threads together at all. Here I was hoping to do little old Hannelore a kindness, since you always go to the trouble of praying to me. Aw, she was trying to do you a solid. But sadly, no. If only you could have undone it, and then things might have been as bad. The goddess groaned. She was clearly vexed, but I could not mask my elation as I said, I'm glad my offerings have reached you, O holy Libeskov. Your efforts to repay me are an honor beyond my worth. I thank you ever so much. With just a little more time, everything could have gone wonderfully. Why did you have to break the taboo? The goddess of binding asked, pursing her lips. Dragana placed a hand on Libeskov's shoulder, assuring her that she was not to blame. Then, turning toward me, she continued, As I warned you, Hannelore, I have erased all memories connected to your journey to the past. It will be as though we had never sent you back. Okay, good. So now her friendship with Wilfried has now been repaired. Good. She explained the history will revert to its original course. Everyone will forget my 4th-year confession to Lord Wilfried, the understanding I reached with Cordula and my other retainers, my leadership in restoring our gathering spot, and my triumph over the Hellwolves. I understand, O holy Dragana, but could you leave my memories as they are? I came to many valuable revelations during my time in the past, and I would not wish to forget them. Very well, let these revelations be my kindness to you. I nodded. I would cherish my new memories above all else. Still, what a surprise, Libeskov mused aloud. Who would have thought that Wilfried of all people was the object of your affection? Come again, I asked, blinking at her. It was you who severed the tie between your threads in the first place. To think you would go all the way back to the past to repair the damage. Humans truly are strange. Huh? What do you mean, I asked. My head tilted in complete and utter bewilderment. The goddess of binding mirrored the gesture. You prayed for it, did you not? For my connection with Lord Wilfried to be severed? Not to my knowledge, no. Well, your prayer reached me. It was a rather strong one, too. Huh? She waved her hand, and a metallic surface materialized in the air. In it, I could see myself. Judging by the furniture and such, I was back in my room in the dormitory. When too many prayers arrive at once, I am unable to comprehend them all, Libeskov explained. I set aside the particular strong ones to review them in isolation. To think this is how we look to them. It felt as though I were gazing into the water mirror we used for communication. I watched my past self speak with Cordula in a panic, then start praying with a desperate look on her face. Oh, Libeskov, goddess of binding, I thank you ever so much for the blessings you bestowed upon me. You have done enough. Because of you, I have now more options than I ever thought possible. I do not require any more. Is that what you... What? Praise be to the God... What the fuck? In the face of so many confessions, I did not ask to have any more choices. Or I did ask to not have any more choices. I see you remember then, Libeskov said. When I received your prayer, I ensured your thread would not be bound to anyone but your suitors at the time. What a disaster! To think it was my own prayer that cost me whatever future I might have had with Lord Wilfried. Seriously? You took it as that? So what, is Orwin also an option at this point? Because if so, I'd go with him. It was surprising enough that my words had reached a goddess, let alone that they had restricted my choice of suitors to those I wished to be with, or who had proposed to me at that moment in time. So Orwin is your best option at this point, if you wanted to still get out of the duchy. I had not confessed to Lord Wilfried or even recognized my feelings for him until after praying to Libeskov. Just how poor can my timing be, I muttered as the world around me began to sway. The goddess of time rested a hand on her cheek and sighed. It hardly seemed poor to me. Libesca will bind any two threads together, but there is no guarantee they will mesh well. Some combinations turn out to be quite poor. You chose to withdraw, did you not? Forcefully attempting to mend a severed connection seldom ends well. Excuse me? Did she consider Lord Wilfried and me a poor match? I mean, considering what you just learned in the past, it probably would have been. I turned my focus to the more cooperative goddess of binding, hoping she would protest. As long as they desire it, what does it matter, Libesca asked. True lovers will accept any misfortune that befalls their union, and watch them suffer is such a delight. Work can be so dull. Should we not seek entertainment where we can... You get entertainment out of this? Oh my god! Beneath her amiable grin, I suddenly behold a bottomless well of malice. To the gods, watching us go about our lives and granting our wishes were both their duty and a form of amusement. Work is work. It must be treated with the utmost seriousness, Dragoner said, and while I tolerate your tendency to treat everything as a game, I would rather you refrain from toying with my threads. What's the problem? More strange bindings? More fun. Are you serious? And once I recalled Lady Rosamund's warning that the gods existed in a world entirely separate from our own. She had no doubt witnessed their immense power and unreasonable behavior when receiving the Gutterscheit from Mestanor, the goddess of wisdom. I cannot be more thankful that Libesca's divine power did not alter the past. Has Lady Rosamund not yet returned, I asked, my voice quivering as I tried to change the subject. Dragana was becoming more and more agitated from her conversation with the goddess of binding. In truth, the answer was obvious. My return to the present had come about as a result of my own actions, not Lady Rosamund's completion of her work. And when Tuck, the goddess of weaving, refused to look away from her loom. Still, my endeavor proved successful. Dragana sighed, letting her anger fade, and directed her gaze toward Wed Tuck's hands. As the thread in question was cut in several places, her work will take quite some time. However, I can confirm that she has safely repaired one section. I want to know what she does! I want to know! Hearing about Lady Rosamund's progress put my mind at ease. Everything seemed to be going well, which was more than I could say for my trips to the past. You are here in mind alone, Hannelore, Dragana reminded me. Do not wait for Rosamund. Return to your body. It will not last without you. I nodded as I did not understand the ways of the gods, or their culture. Any number of problems could arise from me staying here. In response, the goddess raised a hand to return me to my world. Oh, holy Dragana, I thank you ever so much for allowing me to keep my memories. And thank you for granting me the use of your body. I shall respect the history that Wentuck has woven with Lady Rosamund's and your aid, the goddess said with a smile. Please rest easy. As my vision faded to white, I found solace in knowing that the past 2 decades would not be lost. I can rest assured, I thought, but then the goddess of binding forced her way back into view. I didn't get the chance to thank you for all your prayers. This time I made it so you can pick whoever you want. Wait. Hold on. What? Dude, you couldn't have said that before? You couldn't have done that before. So she could choose Wilfried, but does she want to now? That's the question. Does she want to? Maybe we'll find out. Her tone was kind, but something about her declaration made me uneasy. What could possibly happen next? Continue to send me your gratitude, Libesca exclaimed, her bright voice getting quieter and quieter. I'll be waiting. Given all that she had done, the thought of praying to her again scared me. But equally terrifying was the idea of refusing a straightforward request from a genuine goddess. I was lost for what to do. In either scenario, my future felt unbearably bleak. I awoke in blue liquid. A Jareve? Cordial noticed my eyes open and assisted me as I tried to sit up. Is that you, Lady Hannelore? She asked. The concern in her voice spoke to the impact of the goddess of time's descent. Indeed it is, I assured her with a nod. This is my bath, correct? Am I sitting in a Jareve? Yes, Lady Rosamund advised that we soak you in one until your consciousness returned. Had we not, your mana would have hardened as the absence of your conscious mind caused your body to waste away. I am glad to see you as well. As the bath is currently in use, forgive me, but I must perform a washing to cleanse you. Well, I mean, that's fine. As my retainer, it was considered inappropriate for Cordula to point her staff at me. I understand why she would apologize, but given the circumstances, it was the only way to wash the Jareve from my body. I will speak on your absence once you are changed, she continued in a hurried tone once she was done. Things had become quite problematic in your absence. Her usual poise was gone, and it worried me to see her so openly concerned. What happened? How long has she been gone? Looking around, I could not see any of my other retainers. My head attendant set about dressing me on her own. Cordula, where is everyone? I shall tell you what happened as I understand it. Stay strong of heart, milady. Huh? What the fuck happened? That's what I want to know. I'm kind of scared to find out what happened. Strong of heart? What on earth happened in my absence? Cordula's words took me completely by surprise. I steadied my breathing and steeled my resolve, then gave a slow nod. Even after leaving the changing room and returning to my bedroom, I saw no sign of anyone else in my retinue. How much time had passed? I have yet to inform anyone that you are awake, my head attendant explained as she poured me some tea. I thought you might need time to process what I'm about to share with you. I took a sip of my drink and a comforting warmth spread through me. It was then that I realized just how cold the Jarif had made me feel. Please, take a seat as well, Cordula, I said, facing her directly. It must have been exhausting caring for me while I was unconscious, and I doubt your story is a brief one. She eyed me for a moment, then said, You seem to have changed somewhat, milady, before sitting down. Now, where to begin? I should warn you that my knowledge of what transpired at the gazebo is far from perfect. Should you have any questions when I'm done, I can arrange for Kenntrips to speak with you as well. Cordula spoke in the moment when Dragana had seized control of my body and the great beam of light that had appeared. As soon as the goddess made contact with Lady Rosamund, I had crumbled to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. It was then that Lady Rosamund advised that I be immersed in a Jarif. We had no choice but to contact Drachelfelger, have Lord Lestelas send the Jarif he made prior to his engagement, and then soak you in it while we awaited your return from the world of the gods. You have been here since then, but that is far from the end of the story. Cordula paused, lowering her eyes in thought. As I recall, the trouble started with Karinstam, she eventually said. They insisted that it was cruel to make a saint join to the goddess of time, marry an archnoble. Then their proposed, citing his royal blood as ample reason. No. Hell no! We are not having you marry that. No! That makes no sense, I uttered. It is a father's decision whom his daughter weds. If the people of Karinstam take issue with my engagement candidates, then they should challenge us to bride-stealing ditter. As much as Lord Sigiswald was trying to leverage his former status, he was not doing so through the proper channels. They asserted that as you have yet to choose a suitor, they have no reason to consider you engaged. Indeed, nothing has been formally arranged. I suspect Father would also have found it difficult to refuse a former royal. Never had I expected Lord Sigiswald to use his position to try and force an engagement. Still, Father held a rather low opinion of the former prince. If marrying into Karinstam did not appeal to me, he would do what he could to help me refuse. Your father carefully declined the proposal, explaining his desire to have you stay in Dunkelfelder. It was then that... Oh no, Orwin, no! You're not helping this position here! Oh my god. Oh my god, Orwin, I know you have good intentions with this, and you're probably the best choice in this matter, but dear Lord Almighty, now is not the time. It was then that Lord Orwin of Drawanko made his own proposal. Lord Orwin? But why? Was there no end to the surprises? If my memory served me right, he had been there when I confessed to Lord Wilfried. Why then had he proposed to me again? I'm guessing to make it official, so that way he could officially pursue you if you choose to pick him? So I guess your father would be okay with it? Was he so composed in the gazebo because he knew Lord Wilfried would turn me down? It would seem he is rather well informed on our duchy's customs, Cordula said. He expressed a desire to win your hand through bride-stealing ditter. Oh, no! How did that go, I wonder? Has it happened yet? I want to see it! Is my father aware? Might there be confusion and a lack of preparation between parties as there was last time? Lord Orwin knew about Dunkelfelder proposals, so I doubt he was rushing into things as carelessly as Lord Wilfried, but I remained cautious all the same. Both parties were on the same page as I understand it. It was a formal arrangement for a match between Lord Orwin's duchy and ours. Dunkelfelder was much happier with his challenge than with Karinstam's bad faith, and accepted the petition out of hand, issuing orders for Rasantark and Kenntrips to protect you. But before the bride-stealing dinner could commence, Karinstam declared its intentions to participate. No! Oh no, the big free-for-all! The outcome was a messy free-for-all! Oh no! Who came out on top? And then, is there truly more? I groaned. Lord Raufereg announced that he also wished to participate! Oh no! He's gonna get his ass kicked! Raufereg's not winning, I can tell you that much. Ain't no way! He what? I exclaimed at the mention of my half-brother who had only taken an interest in me to pursue a life spent playing ditter. He can do that with anybody else. Why you? Cordula pinched the bridge of her nose, doubtless sharing my agony. He claimed it was within his rights to voice his opposition to the Archduke, and that by securing his rightful place as your husband, he can make you the next Ob Dunkelfelder. Lestala is set to be the Ob. Are you dumb, little boy? He ain't gonna give that up. It was an outright declaration of war against Lord Lestalot. Wait just a moment. No matter what bold declarations Raufereg might make, I do not intend to oppose my brother. Nor do I think I would make a suitable op. No. This is all getting nuts. This is messy. Raufereg's announcement had apparently sent a great shock through the nobles of our duchy. The Ob cannot accept Lord Orwin's challenge in one breath and then deny Lord Raufereg the right to participate in the next. Cordula explained, it would seem that Lord Raufereg is using his retainers to rally those who are against Lord Lestalot and those who share his desire for you to become the next Ob. Oh no, it's a battle between factions now! Shit! Dunkelfelder should have united around the suitors my father chose for me. Instead, Raufereg's intervention had divided us, creating a critical weakness that prompted other duchies to extend their own challenges. Oh, so it hasn't happened yet. And so my head attendant said, an enormous game of bride-stealing dinner is about to be held to determine your groom. Who else is going to jump in and throw their hat in the ring this time? Is it going to be Wilfried? Is it going to be, good question. Are there any other male ones that we know of? I don't know. I really don't know at this point. Okay, I'm gonna have to edit this anyway. I gotta go. Being hailed in a chaotic fervor as the second divine avatar. How you act and the decisions you make will be of greater importance than ever before, she sighed. Matters are sure to escalate the moment your awakening is announced. I meant only to bid the others farewell. It was truly a coincidence that I was in a gazebo when I prayed. And the only reason Dragoner wished to use my body was to summon Lady Rosemine. I was not granted power or anything of the sort. How have things come to this? No sooner had the words passed my lips than I remembered the goddess of Binding's parting declaration that she would enable me to pursue anyone I pleased. Not this way! Biblical stories abounded with tales of her pranks, and this demonstration of her might rendered me speechless. Please no, anything but this. The last time she intervened, it was my own fault, but this was completely unprovoked. I considered praying to Libeska in protest, but decided against it. Not a smart idea, because then you would think to piss her off if you tried to say, don't do this, please. Instead, I did everything I could to keep my mana from bursting free in my frustration. Epilogue! Oh no! Where are we at this point? Is this really going to be how it ends? Hang on. Regular reports for the Ob? Break time breakdown in an office in... Oh, no. Oh, dear Lord. Damn it, I didn't want to hit that. I wanted to hit the other one. There. Okay. Epilogue. The Dunkelfelder Dormitory buzzed with activity after the Goddess of Time's descent into Hannelore and the wave of ditter challenges that followed. Things showed no sign of calming down. Here, Andrea said, Lindenthal gave me a letter for the Ob after classes today. Please add it to the pile. Does it never end? Kenntrips asked, a weary smile crossing his face. Fine, leave it with me. There was little more he could do. Bride-stealing dinner challenges were arriving without end, and Dunkelfelder students were being treated as ordinances tasked with carrying student letters from one Ob to another. While students from other duchies took pride in the role, it had grown tiresome for Dunkelfelder, who found it hard to resist meeting each new letter with frustration. Kenntrips, it's almost time to train, Rasantark said. As both Lestalot's guard knight and one of Hannelore's suitors, he was dedicating every moment he could to preparing for the upcoming dinner match. Then he collapsed under the latest letter next to the growing stack of mail. What? Another one? Yes, another one, Kenntrips said, skimming through its contents. At this point, something is clearly wrong. It's unthinkable that a lesser duchy, especially one as minor as Lindenthal, would challenge Dunkelfelder to bride-stealing dinner. I should very much like to find out who's pulling the strings. Lay Baskelf. Lay Baskelf is pulling the strings, and she's having so much fun with it. Crushing them all should resolve the matter. I will protect Lady Hannelore. I don't doubt that, Kenntrips replied, but there was little else to say. He envied Rasantark's great strength and the assurance it gave him, yet he grudged his knightly single-mindedness. Brute force was no panacea? Panacea? What's that word? Is she still asleep, Rasantark asked. To my knowledge, Andrea brought me this letter. Had there been any changes in Lady Hannelore's condition, I trust she would have informed me. Kenntrips carefully closed the box containing their many letters, then gazed toward Hannelore's room. Rasantark did the same. 10 days had passed since the incident, and still she was unconscious. Oh boy. This is interesting, guys. 10 days have passed. Okay, so who is talking at this point? Please accept my sincerest apologies, Lady Hannelore. As an Archduke candidate of Ehrenfest, I cannot risk sowing seeds of chaos or destruction in my duchy. Hannelore offered a sad smile and squeezed her wrist, a gesture Kenntrips recognized as a sign that she was containing intense emotions. Her reaction was more than justified. She had just confessed to Wilfried, only to be rejected in front of her peers. This was cruel of me, but Kenntrips had given Hannelore the push she needed to propose, fully aware that her love would not be returned. You did it knowing that it wouldn't happen? Why? Then again, I guess it's just to give her that, knowing that she did it, or tried, and if she failed, she failed. She was stubborn to a fault, and would never have found closure unless she acted on her own and reached some kind of resolution. Had she agreed to marry one of her suitors while still interested in someone else, it would only have been a matter of time before her uncertainty brought about disaster. It was because Kenntrips understood the importance of such closure for both Hannelore and the duchy as a whole that he had swallowed his own bitter affection and urged her to take action. She would surely weep for some time, as she had been known to do in her youth, but she would come to terms with her emotions and rise more capable than before. She has the strength to recover still. That doesn't change the pain she feels right now. Seeing the girl once labeled a crybaby doing all she could to contain her emotions, Kenntrips took a step forward. Lady Hannelore, are you okay? Orwin appeared just as concerned. He put down his sound blocker and suggested they end their meeting there. Hannelore agreed and set about bidding him and Wilfried farewell. Uh-oh, here we go. This is where this happened. Allow me to offer prayers and gratitude to honor the gods of time for weaving our threads together this day. As she spoke, a bright glow enveloped her wrist. Kenntrips recognized the source as a charm made by Cordula, dedicated to the goddess of time. Its face stone carved with Dragoner seal traced a magic circle in the air with slender whale light. What's going on? Those present could only watch in a daze as the magic circle took shape. They had no idea what was happening or what to do. The circle flashed, then rained down light that swiftly wrapped around Lady Hannelore. Her body rose into the air as though carried by invisible strings. Lady Hannelore! Kenntrips exclaimed. He reached out in a desperate bid to free her. His hand was repelled, and a sharp pain rendered it numb. Leave, insolent ones, Hannelore said, opening scornful eyes. The relief that Kenntrips and the others had felt at her being okay was painfully short-lived. That's not Lady Hannelore! That's Dragoner! Oh dear, this is not good. She continued to float in the air, enveloped in yellow light that now seemed to radiate from her. Her eyes had turned the same vivid shade, no longer their usual red, and the tenderness she normally exuded was gone. Instead, she emanated an overwhelming intensity that compelled all in her presence to kneel. Hannelore would probably have been aghast if she had known, but Kenntrips was shocked to learn her face was even capable of such a domineering expression. I told you to leave, she repeated, waving her hand with a visible displeasure as she sat in midair. At once, everyone inside the gazebo, which now shone with yellow light, was expelled. Hannelore sat alone. Few could approach the gazebo in its current state, only Archduke candidates and archnobles from higher-ranking branch families. And even then, the younger students among them would stumble. Hannelore's retainers were scattered as well. I guess you need a certain amount of mana to even get close to the gazebo, Wilfried observed. Kenntrips turned just in time to see a crowd rushing out of the scholar building. They wanted a better look at the source of the commotion, but the gods' power stopped them short. How close they could get provided a more precise measure of their mana than any one person's mana sensing. Wilfried stood about 2 paces behind Kenntrips, indicating that their capacities were fairly similar. He has more mana than I expected. Not long ago, Ehrenfest was near the bottom of the duchy rankings. Now he has a capacity that rivals that of an Archduke candidate of a greater duchy. Wilfried stood almost shoulder to shoulder with Orwin. Kenntrips thought only an archnoble was Ob Dunkelfelder's... Kenntrips, though only an archnoble, was Ob Dunkelfelder's nephew. He had never imagined that such a person would come so close to matching him. I am Dragoner, the ruler of time, the being that had taken Hannelore's form announced. As the charm on Hannelore's wrist had indicated, the goddess of time had indeed descended. Kenntrips could feel the elation of those around him, aware that they were witnessing an event that would go down in history, but he did not share in it. A shudder ran through him as he feared what Hannelore's possession would mean for her. Oh, isn't that good? There is an emergency of urgent nature, Dragoner said. Summon her who arbitrates between mankind and the gods. The Zent! Summon the Zent! Orwin shouted. It was taught during theology class that the Zent served as an intermediary between humans and the gods. Someone within earshot shouted about sending her an ordinance or a magic letter if she was in the sovereignty. Others proposed asking the professors to use their emergency contact tool. Could she also be referring to Rosemine, Wilfried asked, considering Dragoner's demand from a different perspective. Kenntrips' eyes widened at the audacity, but the goddess gave a confirming nod. Yes, Rosemine, bring her to me at once, she said. Disaster has befallen her other half. Oh, her other half. This is funny to see. Unless she intervenes, the Grutushite will vanish, and 2 decades of history will collapse. Dragoner's tone was calm, relaxed even, but everyone present drew its sharp breath. Though no one knew what had occurred, it must have been serious to warrant possessing Hannelore. In moments, fear and shock enveloped the garden. Rosemine, this is an emergency. Come to the gazebo by the Scholar Building now! As fearful cries debated what to do next, Wilfried sent out a single white bird. In most cases, one would consider his an unthinkably rude message to send to the opposite of the Duchy. Whether she was his younger sister or not. But these were extenuating circumstances. Amid the chaos, he alone had kept his calm and acted with composure. Kenntrips, in contrast, was at a complete loss. Despite being Hannelore's suitor, he knew not what he could do to help her. How can I end this possession? He took a sharp breath. No matter how he considered the situation, he could not foresee a positive outcome. Hannelore would be hailed as one chosen by the gods, as had happened to Rosemine, and duchies would mobilize en masse to secure the country's second divine avatar. The more Kenntrips thought about it, the worse things seemed to get. Perhaps his possession was but the first of many to come. Perhaps the gods would summon Hannelore out of the blue as they were doing with Rosemine. Would he be able to resolve such incidents? An overwhelming sense of worry and unease began to work its way through him. The ordinance returned, someone shouted, snapping Kenntrips back to his senses. And yet the white bird bore no message. It returned to Wilfried perched on his wrist, and then simply reverted to being a yellow face stone. One person shrieked that Rosemine must have died, and the panic reached a fever pitch. If she died, then Ferdinand would have died. All her other names would have died. The Zent would have died. Not good. If she truly had passed on, there would be no way to satisfy the goddess. She was merely out of range, came a quiet yet severe voice. Track her down at once. The light radiating from Hannelore's body intensified, and the divine power she exuded swelled so much that those around her could barely even breathe. Her brief admonishment silenced the clamor and compelled everyone to kneel. Will Lady Hannelore's body be able to endure this much divine power? Kenntrips dared not ask. He could not risk angering the goddess with such an impudent question. He forced his head up and started giving instructions. Send ordinances to all of Lady Rosemine's retainers and several students of her duchy. Explain the circumstances and insist that she come at once. As responses trickled in, it became clear that an emergency in Alexandria had made it necessary for Rosemine to return home as the Duchy's Ob. No! What the heck is going on there? Dragoner of the gods of time, it would seem that Lady Rosemine has gone to Alexandria, and it might be some time before she returns, Kenntrips explained. The sun is setting. Shall we wait somewhere warmer? I cannot leave this magic circle, the goddess replied. Anyone who takes issue with the cold may simply depart. I do not have business with any of you. No, I shall stay by Lady Hannelore's side. So be it. Professors and Archduke candidates edged closer, taking advantage of their sizable mana capacities as they strained to glimpse the gods of time. Meanwhile, Cordialis sent ordinances back to the Dunkelfelder Dormitory, seeking to mobilize Hannelore's retainers and the Duchy's apprentice archknights. It was a rather messy situation. Lady Rosemine, hurry! There she is! Make way, everyone, make way! Cries eased the ever-growing anxiety. So long had passed that many of those gathered had completely lost track of time. The crowd parted, forming a path for the new arrival to reach the gazebo. So what the fuck is going on? What happened in Alexandria? Rosamund was dressed in strange attire, covered with face stones and magic tools. Her hair was in a single ponytail, a far cry from her usual, more intricate style. She looked noticeably similar to when she had appeared at Dunkelfelger's country gate. Coupled with a severe look on her face, one could not help but feel that she had come prepared for war. Lady Rosamund, is that apparel not a tad aggressive for one answering the summons of a goddess? Orwin asked, as if speaking for all of those present. Far from it, she said on face. This is not nearly enough. The goddess had nothing to contribute. Could dressing in that manner have been the correct response? Kenntrips inhaled sharply. Rosamund had received no more news about the gods at time's intentions than anyone else. For her to have prepared as she had, retrieving the Guterscheid from the gods must have been a perilous, life-threatening endeavor. Rosamund, Wilfried called, rushing to meet her. Hannelore's in trouble because of you. Go save her. Because of me? Rosamund asked with a grimace. The gods are to blame, not I. And need you tell me to take action? That I mean to rescue her goes without saying. She turned to Kenntrips, her usual elegant smile lost beneath the intense stare of someone ready to do battle. I have instructed one of my attendants to advise you on what to do with Lady Hannelore when the goddess leaves her body. Speak to her when you can. You have my utmost gratitude, Kenntrips replied. Despite his outward composure, he was stunned that Rosamund had the wherewithal to consider and make arrangements to ensure Hannelore's safety on top of everything else. It was a great comfort to know someone would guide him through what could not have been a more unexpected turn of events. I doubt it will be easy. There is already a clamor over the rise of a second divine avatar, but please cooperate with Dunkelfelger to protect Lady Hannelore. Rosamund insisted, then continued past everyone to kneel before the gazebo. I am sorry to have kept you, O goddess of time. I am Rosamund, the Archduchess of Alex. Time is short, the goddess interjected. Then she held out her hand and said, let us hurry. Rosamund stood without question, speaking to her experience with goddesses. Then she entered the gazebo with ease, despite Kenntrips and the others having been blown away by the sheer force of the exuded divinity. I shall ask that you elaborate immediately upon our arrival, she said. I mean to release Lady Hannelore at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, for as long as her body and mind are apart, the former shall remain in a state of near death. All the more reason for us to depart. The light swelled and consumed Rosamund, who seemed to melt into thin air. Lady Hannelore! Kenntrips rushed into the gazebo before its candor could even begin to fade, fearing the harm that might come to Hannelore if she collapsed. He managed to grab her before she could crumble back under her seat or the cold stone underfoot. The light dimmed, and the weight returned to Hannelore's body. Kenntrips was glad to have a sign that the goddess had departed, and the pressure squeezing his chest relaxed, but the girl in his arms remained perfectly still. She wasn't even breathing. He had not been able to fetch her any warm clothes despite the lowering temperature, so her skin was cold to the touch. Let us take her from here, one of the Hannelore's apprentice knights said. It's better that we carry her. Kenntrips nodded and acquiesced. Even as her suitor, it would be scandalous to embrace her much longer. She will remain on the brink of death until she regains consciousness, he cautioned. So said the goddess of time. What? Be calm. Lady Rosamund swore to return her safely. In the goddess's absence, they could rely only on the facts as they understood them. Kenntrips gave Hannelore to her guard knights, then called off to stop a rather pale Cordula who had turned to depart with them. One moment, Lady Cordula. Lady Rosamund has instructed one of her attendants to advise us on treating Lady Hannelore. Yes, that would be me, came a young woman's voice. I am Laisletta, Lady Rosamund's head attendant. It had taken Laisletta a moment to make her presence known. Her smaller mana capacity had meant she could only move so close to the gazebo. She was young enough that one would never have thought her the head attendant of an Ob, but she had seen to Rosamund's well-being both before and after the latter's possession by a goddess. Cordula seemed to recognize her, and the color quickly returned to her face. Your wisdom is greatly appreciated. Before we speak, may I send the others ahead to our dormitory? Of course, Laisletta answered with a smile. Then she held out a veil and continued, Please use this to cover Lady Hannelore's face. If you do not mind the fact that my lady has worn it many times before, it was a means to prevent one's unconscious charge from becoming a spectacle, and the revelation that Rosamund carried it at all times said a lot about her health. I would be glad to accept it, Cordula said. I am more grateful than I could put into words. She used the veil to cover Hannelore's face and watched as the other retainers rushed their lady back to the dormitory. If she does not regain consciousness quickly now that the goddess has taken her leave, soak her body in a jarif so her mana does not harden, Laisletta insisted, launching straight into her advice. If she has not prepared one, then a jarif belonging to her brother or mother will survive. Students learned to brew jarifs during their 5th year at the Royal Academy. Hannelore had yet to make her own. Cordula formed an ordinance before uttering even a word in response. Hold on. Forgive my rudeness, she said at last. I can waste no time in passing under guidance, lest our teleportation circle be closed for the night. On that note, Cordula sent a message to the knight stationed by Dunkelfegger's teleportation hall asking whether Lestalot still had the Derive he made before his marriage, or if Sieglinde simply had one to spare. If there is still divine power within her when she wakes, then others will struggle even to touch her, which will cause all manner of problems in her day-to-day life. Sieglinde explained. You will need to contact the Zent, her voice lowered to a whisper, for you will need to borrow silver cloth. Her caution was fully warranted. Only a select few knew of the silver cloth, even among the duchies that had participated in the war against Lanzanov. Lesletta's advice largely related to Hannelore's attendance. Kenntrips could not help but feel out of place when the conversation turned to bathing Hannelore with silver cloth. Unable to hide his discomfort, he stepped away to look around. The sun had long since set, but the commotion outside the scholar building and the curious professors attempting to enter the gazebo meant things were far from quiet. I see that Lords Wilfried and Orwin have yet to leave. They shouldn't have had any further business at the gazebo, but they were deep in conversation. Kenntrips strained his ears to listen to them. Wilfried, it's no small miracle to have won the affection of a divine avatar. Why not propose to her back? I stand by what I said. The daughter of a greater duchy's first wife was already too much for Ehrenfest. A divine avatar is completely out of the question, I'm sorry. It seemed that not even the descent of a goddess had changed how Wilfried felt. Kenntrips was relieved to say the least. I never once thought I would be able to support Rosamund, so I can't be so arrogant as to think I could support Lady Hannelore, Wilfried continued with sincere concern in his voice. Instead, I pray she finds a man who can ease her heavy burden as Uncle does for Rosamund. Kenntrips recalled the many times Hannelore had praised Wilfried as kind. He had assumed she was blissfully unaware of the truth, given how stubbornly she defended the man who had betrayed his promise to her and burdened her with such great hardships, but evidently not. She had seen a side of him that Kenntrips and the others hadn't known existed. So you won't mind if I propose then, Orwin asked. Kenntrips was taken entirely by surprise. Hannelore had refused Orwin's proposal outright from what Cordula had told him, and the day's events made her true feelings abundantly clear. To pursue her, nonetheless, would be to scorn not only her and her suitors, but also Ob Dunkelfegger himself. This is no joke. Orwin was an Archduke candidate of Jaronko, which made him far more troublesome to deal with than Ehrenfest. At a time when Dunkelfegger already had its guard up against Korinstam, a formal proposal from a greater duchy would make things all the more unpleasant. And are other duchies not likely to approach us seeking to marry Lady Hannelore? Only then did it dawn on Kenntrips what Rosamund had meant when she asked that he protect Hannelore in the midst of all the chaos to come, and yet, I could trust you to care for her, Orwin, Wilfried said. You have my approval. Don't just concede to him! So Wilfried really does not like Hannelore in that way. Or at least not enough to go against everything and try and win her over. Jaronko might have appeared to be a powerful greater duchy from the perspective of a middle duchy like Ehrenfest, but it's still placed below Dunkelfelder in the rankings. Well, of course, Dunkelfelder is the first day in number 1, so of course it's going to be lower. It was on awful terms with Korinstam due to Adolphian's divorce, and its ties to the new Zent were practically non-existent. Hannelore would be far safer at home than anywhere else. A union based on love might have been acceptable, but Ob Dunkelfelder had already expressed an interest in making Orwin the second husband of either Ob Alexandria or Zent Eglantine. Oh boy, that would be awkward. Very awkward. Oh dear. I don't think Rosamund would be interested, and yeah, Orwin would not stand a chance against Ferdinand. Oh god. Combined with the fact that Hannelore still clearly wished to be with Wilfried, a marriage to Orwin would have no personal basis, only a political one. Jaronko would use her status as a second divine avatar to better trade blows with Korinstam and the Zent. No matter how Kenntrips thought about it, Jaronko was far from the ideal environment for Hannelore, the former Lady Crybaby. She had a tendency to overthink things and stubbornly kept her opinions close to the vest. Though such behavior was overlooked in Dunkelfelder owing to the duchy's focus on warfare, Jaronko specialized in knowledge. Its archducal family would almost certainly not approve. Wait a moment. Do not get ahead of yourselves, Kenntrips said, moving to intervene. Rasantark and I are Lady Hannelore's chosen suitors. Perhaps, but is either one of you truly capable of protecting her, Wilfried asked. Archnobles do not have the status to marry a divine avatar, be they from the top-ranked duchy or not. If you cannot plan countless steps ahead and eliminate her enemies, as Uncle does for Rosamund, Lady Hannelore will be stolen before you can even get a handle on your allies. That is not true. Kenntrips wished to protest, but said nothing. Given their respective statuses, any future disagreements could escalate into an interduchy incident. Protect her well, Wilfried said. Otherwise, the treasure of your duchy shall naturally be drawn to where she belongs. Perhaps Jerwanko, for instance. To be completely fair, if marrying her out of the duchy is an option, Jerwanko is probably the safest place for her. Kenntrips had been irritated by Wilfried's warning, but now he was faced with countless calls for bride-stealing ditter. To make matters worse, the Dunkelfelder dormitory was being split into opposing factions led by Rasantark and Raufereg. For as long as Hannelore remained unconscious, Raufereg held the highest status in the dormitory. He was an archduke candidate, which meant archnobles such as Kenntrips and Rasantark could not keep him fully under control. Even as Hannelore's former formal suitors, they could not risk being too defiant without her or their lord around to support them. It was hard to imagine Dunkelfelder losing a game of bride-stealing ditter to another duchy, but the fracturing of their forces was anything but ideal. More than 10 days had passed since Dragoner's descent. What was happening to Hannelore? When would she finally wake up? Had the goddess's power caused tremendous damage to her body? Lady Rosamine's head attendant had explained only how to attend to one suffused with divine power, not the consequences or nuances of a mind returning to a body once possessed. So many questions remained unanswered that Kenntrips could not help but worry. Still, I must do what I can while time remains. Kenntrips, where are you going? Rasantark asked, following him out of the meeting room. To my room. I wish to develop new tools for this ditter match. Make something so fearsome that even Ditter's Lord of Evil would tremble. Good luck on that one. I'd say make something that he would be proud of. That's what you need to do. Make something that he would be proud to wield. That would get your approval. I'll be at the training grounds. Kenntrips nodded at Rasantark, who was clearly in high spirits, and continued on his way to his room. It was only when he approached the stairs that he heard a quiet whisper speak his name. He looked around cautiously, then noticed Cordula waiting in the shadows. She wasn't hidden, merely out of the way, somewhere where she would not be seen unless someone looked carefully. Kenntrips approached as subtly as he could. Lady Cordula, could it be that Lady Hannelore has... Yes, not long ago. Do you have a moment? She wishes to know the details of what happened at the gazebo. For those few words, Kenntrips understood the situation. They wished to better grasp the events of that fateful day without announcing that Hannelore was awake. He nodded his assent. Follow me then, Cordula said. Kenntrips expected to be taken to a meeting room. Instead, the head attendant led him to a hallway for servants. It seemed they would be going to Hannelore's room, which he opposed, even in the current circumstances. Boys were forbidden from going to girls' rooms at the Royal Academy. But this would... Cordula shook her head. If we took her to a meeting room, then we might as well inform the entire dormitory that she's awake. Now, do not misuse this hallway. I would never, Kenntrips insisted on instinct. Cordula chuckled and said she was well aware. Kenntrips could not claim to appreciate being teased, but it brought him joy to see her more at ease, especially with all they had to endure over the past 10 days or so. Thank goodness Lady Hannelore is awake. Kenntrips followed Cordula down complex, narrow hallways and up creaky stairs, though he could barely hear them over the pounding of his heart. Oh, we get run from Rosamine's point of view. Oh, come on! Regular reports for the Ob. It is 7th bell, Lady Rosamine. I was resting on a sofa in my room in the Alexandria dormitory. Dynon, a large magic tool in the shape of an aqua blue shoe mill, sat facing me on my lap. 7th bell meant it was time to give my report. It was my first year back at the Royal Academy since leaving Ehrenfest and becoming an Ob. Based on prior experience, we knew that anything I said or did ran the risk of snowballing into a major incident, which was why Ferdinand had advised me to provide regular spoken updates on my situation. I wish I could just write them. It would spare me a lecture. Though, to be fair, your track record when it came to writing reports and not giving enough information caused quite a lot of stuff to happen, so I think the spoken stuff is probably best. Frustratingly enough, Ferdinand refused to trust my written reports. He insisted that no one who saw how drastically my old ones differed from those submitted by Wilfried would ever be convinced to accept them. My intention had been to keep them short and simple, but Ferdinand mistook my brevity for deception. Thus we had switched to spoken reports. It was a superior approach, Ferdinand assured me. It was easier to ask for details, there was no delay in my responses, and my tone of voice, among other things, revealed whenever I was trying to hide something. If only they didn't always turn into tongue lashings. Rosamine, I expected to be told that you received the hairpin incident during class. Ferdinand said, speaking through Dynon. What is this about an urgent tea party with Dunkelfelder? How are you doing that? So Dynon is supposed to be like a phone? Where you could talk to Ferdinand through it? Wow, cool. I didn't think a freaking magic tool like that existed. To my vexation, my adorable toy had been transformed into a not-so-adorable lecture machine. It amazed me just how much of a change a voice could make. Thinking about it, could this be some kind of whimsical fantasy telephone? No, not quite. Dynan was simply too restricted to warrant the comparison. He could only relay messages when I was touching his face stone, and as it stood, only one person could speak at a time. In the midst of our preparation for this academic year, Ferdinand had seemed so terribly concerned about the fresh problems I might cause him. In an attempt to put his mind at ease, I said that I would simply ask the Zent to lend me one of those water mirrors if ever something was amiss. Days later, he had informed me that he had equipped one of the tools he was making for my return to the Royal Academy with its very own communication function. It was so strange. He's insanely busy transforming old Ahrensbach into Alexandria. What drove him to go to all that unnecessary trouble? To make sure that you get all the information to him that he needs in case something happens? And why did you accept such an abrupt invitation from Dunkelfelder at this difficult time? You should not have permitted their self-serving requests, Ferdinand continued. Mine. Ferdinand wasn't using my old name for the fun of it. Mine was an incantation of sorts that served an important purpose when making use of Dynan's communication feature. He used it to activate the tool and to end each message, which let me know when I was expected to respond. My version was Dino, which didn't resemble his name quite as much. Well, duh, his name was Quinta, but still. I mean, Lady Hannelore said it was urgent, I replied, and of course I mean to assist my friends whenever I can. Dino. Hannelore had agreed to help with and played a crucial role in my operation to rescue Ferdinand. If she was in trouble, then I owed it to her to return the favor. Not that I could ever ignore a dear friend in need. If she seeks your aid, then her problem must be too great for Dunkelfelder to manage alone. Getting involved could easily spiral into another troublesome interduchy conflict, mine. But I can't ignore a friend, I declared, the blood rushing to my head. Troublesome or not, I want to do as much as I can for Lady Hannelore's sake. Dino. Ferdinand made a point of sighing loud enough for me and everyone around me to hear. You must understand that now, as much as you can do goes beyond your personal capacity to include all that you can do as Ob Alexandria. It would be extremely problematic if you involved yourself in matters that would further trouble our duchy in its current state. You might wish to help her for personal reasons, but there's no guarantee that others will see it that way. The duchies belonging to those who were formerly royalty will insist that they too exceed Alexandria in rank and attempt to force their own frustrating concerns on us. Please learn to appreciate that your actions will impact everyone here in the duchy. Mine. I pursed my lips and squeezed the aqua blue shoe mill. Ferdinand made so much sense that I could not hope to argue with him. Yes, I actually agree with his point. It wasn't good to casually assist Hannelore now that I was an Ob, but I still couldn't accept being told not to help a friend in need. I know all that, but I still want to help Lady Hannelore, even if doing so might cause problems between duchies. Despite the strength of my resolve, my voice grew quieter with each word. I understood that I was being selfish, and that an extensive lecture awaited me. Accepting my fate, I made one last declaration. I will not give up on her. I shall assist her without our duchies being drawn into the mix. Dino. Who do you think will bear the brunt of the consequences if your actions cause trouble at the Royal Academy? Ferdinand asked. His voice as cold, irritated, and exasperated as one would expect. Mine. You, I said at length. Dino. I held my breath, bracing for his scathing rebuke, but it never came. Who told me to prioritize my health above all else? Mine. I did. Dino. Then what should you be prioritizing? Mine. You, I guess. I answered with a quizzical tilt in my head, saying what I assumed he wanted to hear without knowing why he wanted to hear it. Dino. Good, as long as you understand. Good? I don't understand at all. But it can't be good if he's permitting me to help Lady Hannelore. As if able to hear my thoughts, Ferdinand let out another long sigh. In any case, give only ambiguous responses to any calls for aid, and maintain that you will come to a decision only after you have returned. Ask Lazletta and Gracia to assist you, and keep Dinah's recording function on from the start of the tea party till its conclusion. If these conditions are met, and I determine that it will not negatively impact Alexandria, I will provide what assistance I can. Mine. You don't mind, then? I thank you ever so much. Dino. I squeezed the shoe mill to my chest and gazed up at my head attendant, a broad grin on my face. Lazletta, Ferdinand gave me his permission. It never once crossed my mind that he might relent, and without lecturing me no less. He wanted me to record my entire tea party with Hannelore, but I could tolerate that. It was far better than being refused outright. Oh, now I get how he knew. Now I get how he knew. Laysletta regarded me with a kind smile and giggled. He knows you will never give up on those precious to you, no matter who tries to stand in your way. I mean, he knows that from experience. No doubt he would rather know what you are doing as it happens than find out abruptly afterward. Ferdinand clicked his tongue. It is much easier to clean up the messes you make when I am aware of what you are doing. Mine. Seriously, they're in total agreement. Not even my daily reports had earned me their trust, it seemed. I pouted and glared at Dynan, who stared back at me without a word, his golden eyes beady and vacant. He had already entered transmission mode. To be clear, I said, I shan't make a mess in the first place. Dino. How I wish that were true. Ferdinand sounded so certain that I would cause trouble that I started to worry as well. However, I had no intention of making his life any busier. I needed to prove to him that he had nothing to fear. As I clenched my fist, Ferdinand spoke once more. It is late. You should rest for tonight. May you sleep well with Schlaftrum's blessing, mine. His tone was surprisingly kind, and although he knew he was merely speaking the incantation, it felt as though he really was using my old name. The same kind of comfortable ease I got from my lower city family washed over me, along with a sudden wave of embarrassment. You should go to bed too, Ferdinand. May you sleep well with Schlaftrum's blessing, I said, until we speak again at 7th bell tomorrow. Dinah. I considered addressing Ferdinand as Dino the next time we snuck into the lower city together. Maybe then he would understand the blush that had risen to my cheeks. It was with that scheme in mind that I concluded the day's report. Oh, God. How much more do I got left? Break time breakdown. Even on Earth days, Dunkelfelger's Archducal retainers were expected to train. That held true not only for knights, but for attendants and scholars as well, whether they were of the sword or not. Those serving Lord Lestalot, Lady Einlieb, Lady Hannelore, Lord Raufereg, and Lady Lungtays were required to attend. But a sudden scheduled tea party with Alexandria meant that all of Lady Hannelore's retainers were absent. Lady Lungtay's retainers, conclude your rest and start coordination training with Lord Raufereg's retainers. Lord Lestalot's retainers rest in their place. I sat at the edge of the grounds waiting to be analyzed. We always began our rest periods with a review of our performance. In this case, we apprentice knights were taking the lead and serving as attackers for the apprentice scholars and attendants to defend against. Our aim was to teach them what to focus on when they had to defend their lord or lady. Put more thought into your attacks, Rasantark. This might only be training, but your moves are far too predictable. As the oldest of the knights still enrolled at the academy, Vestart was the highest authority. He specialized in thinking up all sorts of surprise attacks, and this was far from the first time he had put me through the ringer. My mana capacity was greater than his, yet he almost always claimed victory in our duels. So is this Rasantark's point of view? I guess we'll find out in a bit. Code Nest. Learn to counterattack more, he continued. It's one thing to be cautious, but you were practically standing still. Codeness was a second-year apprentice attendant and not one of the sword. He was the son of one of Ob Dunkelfelger's brothers, which made him Lord Lestalot's cousin in the same fashion as Kenntrips and me. So it is Rasantark? I don't know. I'll find out. To my knowledge, he had not become a retainer by choice. Although he took no issue with attendant work, he made it clear that he hated combat training. He had a wealth of mana, as expected from someone from a branch family, but used it for his own defense more than anyone else's. As long as Codeness helped us keep our lord safe, I didn't much care about his shortcomings, but Vestart was not satisfied. I had once heard him grumble about how much he envied Codeness' mana, insisting that he could put it to better use. I see Lady Hannelore's retainers are all absent, said Gulaheld, a fifth-year apprentice attendant. He turned his gaze to the ground's entrance. What drove her to schedule a tea party on one of our training days? I cannot help but wonder what she is discussing with Lady Rosebind. Gulaheld had ample reason to be concerned. Lady Hannelore would never usually organize a tea party when she knew her retainers had training. It was arranged rather suddenly, was it not? Lady Hannelore gave the invitation, so I doubt Alexandria means to request anything of us. The balance of power in Jurgenschmidt had shifted. 3 new duchies had arisen, and Dunkelfelger, now first in the rankings, would receive more favor from the Zent than even her home duchy of Klassenberg. It was no wonder, then, that far more students were clamoring at Dunkelfelger's heels than usual. Those from duchies desperate for connections to the top ranks, who wanted as much intelligence as they could get, and who sought to have their requests heard by the Zent. Even during the Archduke Conference, Lady Magdalena had petitioned Dunkelfelger to support Blumenfield, and Lord Lestalot had warned that Corinthstein was after Lady Hannelore. It would not have been strange if Lady Rosemine wished to make a request of Dunkelfelder through Lady Hannelore. In fact, many nobles anticipated it. She was an underage Ob whose archducal family had only one adult in Lord Ferdinand. Her blood relatives lacked the status to adequately support her, and one would expect she would face hardships in ruling a greater duchy. The worst part is that none of us were allowed to attend, Gulaheld said with a heavy sigh. Something unexpected was bound to happen whenever Lady Rosemine and Lady Hannelore came together. In an effort to prepare ourselves, we had requested that one of Lord Lestelot's or Lady Ainleve's retainers be allowed to attend, only for Cordula to refuse. She would report on the events of the tea party as the Ob had instructed her to observe Alexandria and Ehrenfest, but she had no intention of allowing anyone else's retainers to join them. She said it would prevent Lady Hannelore from relaxing. How could we argue with that? Kenntrips asked, doing his best to console Gulaheld. After the bride-stealing dinner match held during my third year, a chasm had opened up between Lady Hannelore and those of us who served Lord Lestelot. Yeah, I think this is Rasantark. Things had improved thanks to her participation in true dinner and Lord Lestelot inheriting the foundation magic, securing his place as the next Ob, but some wounds had yet to heal. You're her suitor, Kenntrips. You really should do more to act the part, Vestart said, slapping him on the back. It's up to you whether we can learn anything from her at all. I raised my eyebrows. Kenntrips wasn't her only suitor, so why was he only one getting words of support? Give me some encouragement too, Vestart, I cried. To what end? You have no hope of gathering any meaningful intelligence. Yeah, you're the knight. He's the scholar. Of course he's going to be tasked to get any kind of information he can. As an apprentice scholar, Kenntrips had me beat in that regard, but it still frustrated me to be treated as the inferior suitor. Why does nobody support me? I cried. I clearly love Lady Hannelore far more than Kenntrips does. Calm down, Gulaheld said. No need to have a jealous fit. At this rate, she'll end up with you no matter what. What does he mean? Kenntrips and everyone else seemed to understand, but how when I was completely in the dark? Gulaheld, I said, explain. As it stands, Lady Hannelore will fail to convey her feelings to Ehrenfest. Not only has she experienced the damage that acting on her emotions can do to her duchy and reputation, but she also knows that the other party does not seek her hand in marriage. Even so, why would she end up engaged to me instead of Kenntrips? I scanned the others' faces, my nerves all the more intense, but they merely shook their heads at me. If you think about Lady Hannelore's character and the way she acts, it should be obvious, Vestart said, clapping me on the shoulder. Then with a wry smile similar to meant to end the conversation. Even if you don't get it, that's no problem, you just need to wait. I don't want to wait. I'm going to court Lady Hannelore and win her over properly. Try all you like, but you're so bad at courting that she didn't even know how you felt until something completely unrelated brought it up. I'll advise you to use your head outside of practice, too. It was far from the first time he told me to think more, but this attack cut me especially deep. Prior to the hairpin incident, I didn't even consider that Lady Hannelore didn't know how I felt. Rather, I thought it was precisely because she understood that she was trying to keep her distance from me. You fell in love at first sight, didn't you, Rasantark? Vestart said. Focus on that. Thanks for the warning, but you're a little confused, I said with a slight smile and a dismissive wave of my hand. It was Kenntrips who fell for her that quickly, not I. Huh? As in, our Kenntrips? Rasantark, the man in question exclaimed, overwrought. I think you hit the nail on the head on that one. Everyone exchanged glances. That's a surprise, Vestart continued. You're always going on about her, Rasantark. Kenntrips, on the other hand, never says more than is absolutely necessary. Because he knows to keep that sort of information to himself. Because you're supposed to keep your emotions and everything hidden as a noble, so that doesn't get seen as weakness. He's good at that. He didn't seem all that pleased to be chosen as her suitor, Gulaheld agreed. Well, he tries to keep it hidden, I said. At home, however. That's enough, Rasantark, Kenntrips shouted. Hold your tongue. Uh-oh. You about to reveal something embarrassing? Angering him further would only make him a pain in my neck, so I relented. Still, our fellow retainers couldn't keep the grins from their faces and promptly set about barraging him with questions. When did you first meet Lady Hannelore, Kenntrips? Vestart asked. Was it during her baptism? Or was it perhaps when you became Lord Lestelot's retainer, Gulaheld added. If so, that must have been right after you were baptized, right? As a blood-related retainer, you would have been permitted to accompany Lord Lestelot into the Archducal living area from the start. The pair got straight to work, theorizing. Noble children were raised exclusively among their relatives and tended not to leave their estates until they were baptized. It was only natural to place so much importance on their baptisms, as only then were they allowed to access the castle. Unfortunately, as blood relatives of the Ob, we first met her even earlier. I swallowed my response, not wanting another lambast from Kenntrips. Kenntrips and Rasantark started going to the castle before their baptisms, didn't they? Codenest asked, his head cocked to one side. I remember seeing them at our family meetings. As the son of the current Ob's younger brother, Codenest had also entered the castle before his baptism. He, Kenntrips, and I shared the Ob as an uncle, though his father was the Ob's younger brother and ours the elder. Our mothers were from other duchies, so the only relatives we met before our baptisms were members of the Dunkelberger archducal family. Naturally, we had attended gatherings from all the blood-related children. I've heard of your family meetings, but I can't pretend to know much about them, Vestart said. We are summoned so that the Ob's children who cannot leave the castle can experience socializing with those of their generation. That was how we met Lord Raufereg and Lady Lungtaste before their baptisms, Codenest explained, searching through his memories as he spoke. As I recall, my first conversation with Lady Hannelore was right before her baptism. On the days of such meetings, all retainers outside the archducal family were allowed to rest. I remembered enjoying our old gatherings as we simply spent the time playing together. But now they always seem to end in someone getting chastised. Some degree of rudeness from one's relatives can surely be overlooked, but is it truly wise to send pre-baptismal children to the castle? Gulaheld asked. There are some who don't behave even when old enough to attend the Royal Academy. The former eldest apprentice attendant had graduated alongside Lord Lestalot, meaning the task of guiding the new students had fallen to Gulaheld. He found that stressful enough, so the thought of a bunch of young children gathering before the archducal family must have seemed a veritable nightmare. Well, they can't attend until they have their parents' permission and can give a proper greeting, I said. That's why, although everyone got baptized at 7 years old, the age at which a child starts socializing can vary, usually between 3 and 5, I think. I remember attending my first meeting at 4 years old. Kenntrips had gone to his a tad sooner, just as he was leaving 3. Between 3 and 5? Gulaheld echoed, looking more anxious than anything else. Kenntrips, were you really that young when you fell in love? It was not actually love at first sight, Kenntrips shot back, his face twisting in the start of a grimace. I scoffed, and yet you wouldn't shut up about how cute she was. I really doubt that happened, Kenntrips retorted, but his protest was in vain. I remembered clear as day the look he had given me upon returning from his first gathering. A kinder smile than he had ever worn before, and the very declaration he had made to me. She's the cutest Lady Crybaby the world will ever see. Such as was my oldest memory related to Lady Hannelore. I had been too young and inexperienced to leave my father's estate at the time, and Kenntrips had been the only friend with whom I could socialize. Hearing him rave about her had wounded me as though someone had stolen my closest companion. It had also made me envy Kenntrips for being able to leave the estate he had gone and made a new friend without me. Not a single pleasant emotion had come from that day. No wonder I remembered it so clearly. Even just thinking about it caused the same intensity that had coursed through me then to threaten to resurface. I cannot talk! As that storm of outrage had eventually subsided, a new idea had taken root. To put my envy to rest, I needed to start visiting the castle as well. So I wasted no time in pleading with my father to let me go, to the point of sobbing on my knees. In hindsight, it was the worst move I could possibly have made. He had watched me weep with cold eyes and waved me away as if my request wasn't even worth considering. Kind of shows you're not very mature. But you're a child, so... The castle is a place of elegance, he had said. If you wish to go there, then you must learn to behave properly. I cannot bring a child who can neither control his emotions nor give a proper greeting. From that day forth, my education had grown so much more intense. Mother had even started taunting me, informing that Kenntrips had been invited back to a second gathering, and that she might even join him. Only when I was 4 years old was I deemed capable enough to attend as well. You two, quit glaring at each other, Gulaheld said, slotting himself between us. It's been so long that I doubt either one of you remembers exactly what happened. Let us not forget the timeless battle between facts and feelings. Vestart nodded along. Even if it wasn't love at first sight, Kenntrips was surely charmed by her adorableness. I assume Rasantark felt the same when he first saw her. Not at all, I retorted, shaking my head. I just thought, she's as normal as they come. What? Kenntrips exclaimed. That's a bald-faced lie. It's not. I didn't find her especially cute. Kenntrips had spoken about Lady Hannelore with such a goofy ear-to-ear grin that I had assumed she was someone truly special. Upon actually meeting her, however, I had found that she was just a regular girl. In retrospect, my reaction had probably stemmed from feeling that I was in competition with Lady Hannelore, fighting for Kenntrips' attention, but she hadn't seemed at all cute to me. Nothing about her had explained why my friend adored her so much. Whenever we played together in the Northern Building's garden, Lord Lestalot would inevitably end up leaving Lady Hannelore behind. She would start to sob, and Kenntrips would console her as though it were a matter of course. I remember wishing he would ignore her and play with us as he'd always used to. In the end, I would give them no more than a glance before chasing Lord Lestalot as best I could. I never stood a chance of catching up to him. The 3 years that separated us gave him too great an advantage, especially at that age, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. It was my first time playing with a boy other than Kenntrips. I came to appreciate Lord Lestalot for playing with me long before I developed any feelings for Lady Hannelore, who seemed to cry at every chance she got, I said. I remember thinking she'd have a hard time getting anything done with those frilly clothes she used to wear. Upon hearing my response, which was my honest opinion, might I add, everyone around me burst into laughter. Classic, Rasantark once said. I was tempted to ask them what they meant by that. When did you start fancying her, Rasantark? It was before my baptism, but not by much. Maybe just before I turned 6? So it was before you were baptized, Vestart said, looking eager. Do you remember what started it? I thought back. As well as being a chance to socialize, our family meetings had served as an excellent opportunity to see who would make a good retainer for Lord Lestalot. Our parents and the archducal couple had watched us to see how well we meshed together, then debated who was best suited to be a knight, an attendant, or a scholar. In the lead-up to our baptisms, when we had decided to put on our courses, we participated in Archduke candidate training ourselves. I had been working hard to pass the knight selection, so I couldn't wait. Of course, the training had extended to all Archduke candidates, meaning Lady Hannelore had taken part as well. She had seemed so small that I found it hard to believe we were the same age, and true to her nature, she had broken down in tears whenever she and her brother were apart. I doubted she would make it through the training. Lady Hannelore, would you like to stop for the day? Yeah, I remember. I saw her crying on the ground and assumed that was it, but then surpassing my expectations, Lady Hannelore wiped away her tears and stood. No, she had said, I need to press on. Despite her sobs, Lady Hannelore refused to give up. She repeated the technique over and over again, determined to do it as instructed. This will be your last attempt. I understood. Lady Hannelore corrected her posture and slowly lowered her hips. She spun the stick in her hand, stopped, and then brought her back foot forward as she stepped into a powerful thrust. Her hips then dropped again as she drew her foot back and swung the stick in a downward slam. She had successfully executed the technique. Excellent work. A few words of praise later, the instructor had announced the end of training. Lady Hannelore had met the compliment with a proud, beaming smile, and at that moment... she's beautiful. Lady Crybaby had vanished. Her place was someone I almost didn't recognize. Her talent with weaponry far exceeded my own, while my technique depended on brute force. Hers was so elegant that it burned into my mind the moment I saw it. She had developed a fighting style meant to compensate for her small stature, and she kept her head high as if determined to keep her enemy in sight. So stunning was the figure she cut that I still remembered my instructor scolding me for not paying attention. Not that I would tell the others. I refused to answer, I said. My words are for her ears only. I'd rather she hear the unadulterated version from me than the butchered mess any of you would pass along. Vestart raised an eyebrow and chuckled. If that's so, well, good luck with that. I was unsure what he meant, at least until Gulaheld clapped him on the back. So you're going to confess with her retainers while watching, he said. Or he asked. Yeah, good luck. I could already imagine it. Cordula and Lady Hannelore's other retainers glaring at me with their guards up. No matter what sweet words I whispered, I would never be able to create a romantic atmosphere in their presence. I want to speak with Lady Hannelore alone, I cried. How can her retainers be so defensive when the Ob chose me as her suitor? They're actively interfering. If you want to get close to an Archduke candidate, then her retainers' help is indispensable, Vestart said. That you have no skills among them, or allies among them, speaks purely to your own incompetence. I ground my teeth, unable to argue. Perhaps not, Codeness interjected, attempting to mediate. Lady Hannelore's retainers are especially uncooperative owing to that whole mess with our bride-stealing dinner match. I understand that much, I said. Lady Hannelore's guard knights are defensive because they are loyal to her and committed to their duties. Still, as a suitor who can't even meet with his potential partner, I've got every right to be annoyed. Don't I, Kenntrips? I turned to him, counting on his support, only to receive a non-committal smile. To resolve the current situation, I believe, Lady Hannelore must first come to terms with her emotions, he said, speaking as though he knew exactly how she felt. Her retainers are only so cautious because she is protecting her thoughts and keeping us at arm's length. And you're just going to let that continue, I asked, my frustration bubbling to the surface. Letting her come to terms with her emotions means letting her meet with that craven Lord Wilfried. What will you do if she turns the piece on his head and starts on another rampage to marry into Ehrenfest? I glared at Kenntrips for being such a fool. It made far more sense for us to secure her retainer support in winning her over than let her explore some fruitless romance. If she's going to marry one of us and stay in Dunkelfelder, then it is imperative that she settles matters with Lord Wilfried first, Kenntrips assured me. Lady Hannelore is as stubborn as they come. When she comes to a decision, she holds it fast and refuses to let go. Unless she gives up on her romance by choice, there will be no knowing when she might betray us again. At that point, I would rather she wed into another duchy entirely. I stared at my fellow suitor in shock. There were more than a few people pushing for Lady Hannelore to become the next Ob, now that she had taken part in True Ditter and developed a strong bond with the Divine Avatar. Yes, she had sided with Lord Wilfried during our Ditter match, betraying both her duchy and Lord Lestalot in the process. And yes, she probably still harbored feelings for him, but with everything that had happened, there was no way she would turn her back on us again. You should know that, Kenntrips. As an Archduke candidate, Lady Hannelore must obey the Archduke's will, I said. She might be stubborn, but she would never forget her place. Instead, she would suppress her unhappiness, allowing it to fester for years on end. Dare we let that happen? Not knowing when she might eventually explode. She would need to give up on her romance for the sake of duty and her position. Would you be able to do that, Rasantark? As much as it pained me, he was right. The last thing we wanted was to deal with such uncertainty, and yet I still couldn't agree with him. How could someone so smart say such stupid things, I exclaimed. You're a moron, Kenntrips. That means painfully little from someone too obtuse to come up with a more creative insult, he shot back. I racked my brain for another main word to use, only to realize he had a point. Shut up. That's not what I meant. I'm saying we don't need to manipulate Lady Hannelore in this weird roundabout way. We should face her directly. Manipulate her? I mean only to cherish her emotions. She should see them through, not feel compelled to hide or obscure them. Huh? Do you want Lady Hannelore to leave us for Ehrenfest? Think before you speak, idiot. How can you expect her to face her emotions when you won't even admit your own? If we let Lady Hannelore put her heart above her suitors her father had chosen for her, she would be betraying the nobles of her duchy for the second time. More than that, though, it was hard to imagine her finding true happiness at Ehrenfest when they had already cast her aside once. How can you risk Lady Hannelore getting sent to another duchy? You love her just as much as I do, I shouted. Instead of resorting to all this nonsense, why don't you just confess to her and do what you can to make her feel the same way? It's because she means so much to me that I resolved to protect her. Lord Wilfried had shamelessly demanded to take Lady Hannelore as his second wife, despite never having intended to marry her in the first place. I would treat her so much better than such a deceptive wretch ever could. I envy how straightforward you are, Kenntrips said at length, lowering his eyes and letting out a hollow laugh. At once I recognized the resignation in his smile. A long time ago, Lady Crybaby had asked him to become a knight to protect her from Lord Lestalot. He had agreed, only for his parents to decide he should serve her brother instead. At least back then, Kenntrips had actively sought to become a knight. He would surely have excelled no matter which path he took, but his father had ordered that he become a scholar, forcing him not to take the knight selection test. He had worn the same forsaken expression back then as well, and when he gave Lady Crybaby a magic tool to defend against Ehrenfest, only for her to concede to Lord Wilfried without even using it. In short, Kenntrips only wore his current expression when he was pushing down the frustration, sorrow, and other such negative emotions rising in his chest, not wanting to cause a fuss. What are you giving up on this time? The only thing that came to mind was his potential engagement to Lady Rosemine. In an instant, irritation more intense than I could describe surged through me. Stop running, Kenntrips, I yelled. I couldn't stand the way he never acted on his emotions. Seeing him give up on his desires, as though it were the wise, correct thing to do, frustrated me to no end. I'm not running, I just can't protect her with my usual methods. He just had to confess his love to Lady Hannelore, win her over, and then never let her go. It really was that simple, so why wasn't he even trying to marry her? I could understand accepting defeat if you'd expanded all your options, but your refusal to even try makes my blood run hot. If you won't see sense, then I'll punch some into you. You two, if you're going to fight, do it on the grounds proper. Now I see why the duel happened. Now I see what happened with the duel. Okay, that makes sense. Because Rasantark is just getting pissed off that Kenntrips isn't actually trying to even win Lady Hannelore over. Yes, Kenntrips' point makes sense that they need to get Lady Hannelore to see that her feelings for Wilfried are not going to happen, and then maybe she can try and focus on getting an actual suitor. I tried to leap at Kenntrips, but Vestart had grabbed me first. I attempted to brute force my way free with no success. He seemed to know exactly how I would try to escape him. He used enhanced arms to throw me, then Kenntrips to the very center of the grounds. I twisted in midair, locking on to Kenntrips' position. He had traveled further than me, so I raced toward him as soon as my feet touched the ground. Kenntrips landed as well, only to retreat at the very sight of me. He sprinted towards those training nearby, but they ran to the wall and took their high beasts up to the stand so as to not be involved. I used all my might to catch up to my target amidst the chaos. Quit running away, I roared. And do what exactly? You're a knight, remember? Don't get so serious about fighting a scholar. Shut up. Face me, I declared. It was time for him to challenge me head-on as his heart desired. Don't let others get to you. You can't protect Lady Hannelore by marrying her away. Listen to your heart. Don't run from what you're feeling. Where's Professor Raufereg? Someone contact Lady Hannelore. Shouts rang out all around us, but I didn't have time to think about the lecture I'd receive. I needed to wake Kenntrips up and get him to stop moping as though giving up were his only option. My fist clenched, I charged straight at him. Ugh, how much more? Hold on. Okay, this is the last one. In an office in Karinstam, Lord Sigiswald, it is about time for letters to arrive from the Royal Academy. I shall go acquire them. I was in a meeting with the Northern Gibbs, but a scholar murmured in my ear, then made for the teleportation hall. It was the perfect time to depart, I thought, so I took the hand of my wife, Nahalash, and turned to address the room. It would seem that the goddess of time is weaving her threads with exceptional smoothness today. Oh, is it that time already? One of the Gibbs asked. A scholar has requested our presence, so duty calls. Please continue your pleasantries for as long as you desire. Leaving behind an attendant and scholar each, Nahalash and I said our farewells, smiling all the while, and started toward the Archduke's office. We had concluded the important part of our meeting, so we were no longer needed as long as there was an attendant present to host our guests and a scholar to record their conversations. Having to find the proper time to leave had not changed since my days as a royalty. Lord Sigiswald, Lady Nahalash, please rest here until the letters from the Royal Academy arrive, said my head attendant who had moved to Karinstam from the Royal Palace. At last, Lady Nahalash and I could relax. We were in the presence of people we knew, able to enjoy tea brewed to our own preferences, rather than those of our guests. I sighed. This is even more tiring than I expected. First, there was much ado about sending students to the Royal Academy. Now I must hold regular events for winter socializing so that the nobles can gather intelligence. It was my first winter since the Archduke Conference that had seen me made Ob Karinstam. It was with tremendous difficulty that I performed my archducal duties, which differed so greatly from my role as Crown Prince. Gathering the disparate Gibbs and listening to their grievances was one of the more important jobs of an archducal couple, it seemed. As a prince, I had received my fair share of petitions from nobles, so I thought I was a reasonably capable listener, but the constant stream of meetings and guests had grown a little tiresome. This is your first winter as an Archduke, Lord Sigiswald. One can hardly blame you for being overwhelmed, Nahalash said. From the royal family, winters were mostly uneventful, aside from closing the royal palace and participating in the introductory tournament and graduation ceremony. Mostly uneventful, were they? For 2 years, the sovereignty spent its winters navigating the absolute chaos that Rosamund caused. I chose to hold my tongue and nodded in agreement. It certainly is true that being an Ob is nothing like life in the royal palace. If not for your experience in Hawlich's archducal family, Nahalash, I do not know where I would be. Karinstam was a duchy made of deposed territories under the sovereignty's management. One could say it had more manor-rich land than old Workstock, which now fell under Father's rule. But there were other factors to balance the scale. Father had 3 wives, while Adolphine's forceful divorce left me with only Nahalash. My advice can only do so much, my wife said. Having an archducal family with only 2 adults is a death sentence for any duchy. If only Lady Adolphine had not been so quick to divorce you, or rather, if only Lady Eglantine and Adronco had not given her self-serving demand their permission, the burden on you now would not be so great. So, did she not have the baby yet? But then again, the baby isn't really going to do anything, so... In other words, to supply Karinstam with the mana it needs and establish relationships with other duchies, I will need to take 2 wives from the archducal families of top-ranking duchies I've used. Nahalash nodded, having a tired sigh. She regretted that her work as a first wife kept her from spending time with our young son, who was just as upset about the sudden changes to his life and environment. Being from Hawletz, I cannot hope to support you on my own, she continued. I can only bemoan how lacking I am. Adolphine was a member of our neighboring Greater Duchy's archducal family. Having retained her support, all our burdens would have been considerably lessened. But before that, had Ferdinand not prattled on about the newsnet giving their name to Rosamund, I would be in charge right now. In the first place, should Rosamund not have valued my opinion as the crown prince above Ferdinand's? Nope. She trusts his opinion way more than yours. And giving me the Gruterscheit without question. The more I thought about the past, the more I realized that everyone had thought too little of my being the crown prince. It was unjust, though, through and through, but now that Eglantine had the Gruterscheit, I could only embrace my future as Ob Karinstam. I married you with the intention of serving as your second wife, but that plan was thwarted when Adolphine took her leave, Nahalash said. The burden of being a first wife is too great for me to bear alone. By marrying the crown prince, me, Now Halach had secured Halach a higher place in the duchy rankings. Now that I was no longer part of the royal palace, I suspected its upward trajectory would reverse a tad, but that didn't change the expectations placed on Nahalaj as my first wife. She would need to socialize with top-ranking duchies, which was by no means a strength of hers. Once again, Lady Hannelore of Dunkelfelder, now the country's top-ranked duchy, is your ideal first wife, Nahalaj remarked. She's a daughter of an Ob's first wife, so even her mana alone would aid us greatly, and as she is a 5th year, it would not take too long for an engagement to bear fruit. In truth, I had intended to propose an engagement to Hannelore during the last Archduke conference. Jawanko had stopped me, though, insisting that it would be unsightly to plan another marriage so soon after an unexpected divorce. They had insisted that I wait a year, leaving me unable to pursue Hannelore or anyone else. I had indirectly expressed my intention to marry Hannelore to Dunkelfelder's first wife, only to receive no response. Perhaps her lack of comprehension was to blame? No, I think she was just ignoring you. It was none of my business, but I could not help but wonder if she truly was fit to serve as the first wife of the top-ranking duchy. No, she just doesn't like you, and decided not to tell them. As it stood, the students of Corinthstown were gathering information about Hannelore under my command. Their reports revealed she had 2 suitors, both Dunkelfelder archnobles, but would not be formally engaged until the Zent gave her approval at the Archduke conference. I could thwart them both by negotiating with Ob Dunkelfelder during the interduchy tournament. Surely a fellow Archduke would understand the positions we were in. Lady Hannelore aside, Lady Gentian of Klassenburg, or perhaps one of Lady Adolphine's half-sisters from Jawanko, could make a capable first wife, Nahalach said. Although we have much to gain from top-ranking duchies, Gentian is far too young for the role, and Adolphine will surely interfere with any attempts to take a bride from Jawanko's archducal family. Not only is she shockingly heartless, but she also has an unquenchable lust for power. She would seethe with envy at the mere thought of one of her half-siblings becoming the first wife of a duchy such as ours. Nahalach's head tilted at a curious angle. If Lady Gentian is too young, could you not take a 3rd wife from elsewhere? It would give her time to grow. A 3rd wife, you say? Indeed, take a bride from a branch family of a top-ranking duchy, or an archduke candidate from a middle-ranking duchy, with plans to one day demote her to 3rd wife. You have many more candidates for 3rd wives. Given the urgency with which we needed to expand Corinthstown's archducal family, focusing on taking a 3rd wife was an excellent decision. Jawanko outpaces other duchies in adoptions, and talent is so abundant within its archducal family that the seat of Ob is fiercely contested. Nahalach continued. Brothers and sisters form strong bonds through their shared mothers, which leads to bitter rivalries among half-siblings. I see. There is bound to be an archduke candidate among them who will give their elder or younger sister to me in exchange for becoming the next Ob Jawanko over Adolphine's brother Orwin. My status as former royalty will prove advantageous in building a lasting and cooperative engagement with Jawanko. I would soon gain the public sympathy once they learned that Adolphine was a power-hungry woman, unwilling to support a crown prince, and so heartless that she abandoned her husband the moment he came upon hard times. Wasn't the whole marriage political? If it was for love, then yes, I can understand the whole abandoning your husband thing, but no. This was merely political. You knew it. Everybody else most likely knew it, because that's usually how marriages go, is they're political in nature. They're rare for being married for love. Even with Adolphine's grievances, I can cultivate a productive relationship with Jawanko through her opposing half-siblings. Its Ob would surely cooperate once I made the value I could offer his duchy clear. Yes, this is a solution worth considering, I said with a nod. Nahalach's face lit up at my response. Lord Sigiswald sent my scholar from the meeting room, hurrying into my office with a board in hand. Something terrible has happened at the Royal Academy. Just seeing the retainer's expression, I could tell who was to blame. I thought back to my days at the Royal Palace, recalling the many times scholars had approached me with serious news. It's not Rosamund this time. Incidents during winter, when manpower is low, can usually be traced back to Rosamund. Not Rosamund this time. It's Hannelore. Her experience as High Bishop had given her a wealth of knowledge about prayers and religious ceremonies, which, combined with her obsession with books, paved the way for her to obtain the Grutushite. When it was decided that she would become the king's adopted daughter, due to the high chance of her acquiring the Grutushite from the Royal Academy's library, she attached conditions to her adoption, as I informed her she would become the 3rd wife of the next king. Then, last year, she had vanished from the Royal Academy and returned with a body that was drastically more mature. The gods' work, she had said. The next thing anyone knew, she had declared that she was going to rescue Ferdinand, treated the proposal magic tool I gave her as proof of royal approval. I mean, that's what she saw it as. She didn't treat it that way she thought it was. Being kind of socially inept on that one. And then publicly reduced the toll to gold dust. Yeah, haha. Did he even make that tool? Or was that one of his scholars' work? If that was his doing, then they were not fit to be married anyway. It was her abnormal actions and complete lack of consideration that made her stand out so much. Since her enrollment, she had become the divine avatar of Mestinora, disregarded my authority as crown prince by bestowing the Grudershine on Eglantine instead of me, and established her own duchy as the Ob of Alexandria. And now her rampage continues. Letting out a short sigh, I accepted the board from the scholar and steeled my resolve. Its message was both far beyond and completely in line with my expectations. Dragana, the goddess of time, descended into Hannelore. She demanded to see Rosemind and departed with her. I passed the board to the other scholars in the room and sighed again. My thoughts raced for a solution, only to quiet as I realized that as Ob Karinstam, it no longer fell to me to fret about the affairs of the Royal Academy. It was in fact a relief to be free from the same breed of chaos that had caused the child to suddenly vanish before a statue and return transformed into a young woman. What exactly does this mean? Nahalaj asked as she read the board next. It is more ambiguous than a report from the Royal Academy should be, the scholar noted. Also confused. We should take the message literally, I said. More likely than not, a blunt explanation was the only way to convey the absurdity of what happened. Suspecting falsehoods would simply be a waste of your time. My time spent navigating Rosemind's madness as a member of royalty had taught me plenty about what to expect from her. If my suspicions were correct, then a goddess truly had descended to summon her. The most important aspect of this news to me is that Dragana descended into Hannelore, I continued. It should be a cause for great celebration that a goddess chose someone other than Rosemind. The gods have not abandoned me after all. They have created a new divine avatar just for me. Oh god, this guy. Someone needs to smack some sense into him, please. If she had served as a host for Dragana, then I suspected that Hannelore had the potential to invoke the goddess of wisdom as well. As a former crown prince, I needed to make her mine. She had too much potential to marry anyone else. Contact our students at the Royal Academy at once, I said. Have them spread rumors post-haste. What kind of rumors? If we re-emphasize the fact that archnobles are not worthy of one chosen by the gods, Hannelore's suitor should give up on her for fear of what society might think. A mere archduke candidate could wed archnobles of a branch family within her duchy, but a divine avatar? It's only right for her to marry royalty. You are not royalty anymore, sir! You are an Ob. You are not royalty anymore. Get that through your thick skull. By that logic, she would need to wed Anastasius, Hildebrand, our father, or me. Not Anastasius, he's already married, he can't marry anyone else. Hildebrand's too young. Don't know about the father being too old. I don't think he would anyway. And no, not Sigiswald. Eglantine the Zent could always take another husband, but Anastasius was in no position to take a second wife. That's what I'm saying. Father already had 3 wives, and Hildebrand was both too young for Hannelore and already engaged to Letizia by royal decree. I was the perfect choice. You're the only choice. Especially since I had intended to marry Hannelore to begin with. Spread word to the populace, a second divine avatar marrying anyone but a royal will sow the seeds of war in Jurgenschmidt once again. Give them every reason to question and criticize Dunkelfelder. Understood. Seek help from Hoschlitz, Glissenmeyer, and Blumenfield, I said. We must make it seem as though this perspective is the norm, not just from our own creation. Don't think your father would be okay with this. Securing their assistance should be trivial, considering the rewards I will reap upon acquiring a divine avatar. Not really a divine avatar, good sir. Just because she just ascended doesn't mean squat. This isn't like Rosemind's situation. As you wish. If everyone at the Royal Academy agreed that Hannelore's current suitors were unworthy of her, Dunkelfelder will find it even more difficult to justify their engagements. From there, I would propose, and my status as Crown Prince would deter anyone else from pursuing her. Once the rumors are circulating, we need to submit a formal petition to Dunkelfelder, I continued. No longer will we be dealing with the backward duchy of Ehrenfest. An Archduke candidate from Dunkelfelder will surely understand the logic of complying with us. I would propose in short order and work out the particulars with Hannelore's father during the interduchy tournament. Then the Zent would approve the engagement as part of the Archduke conference. You're saying this is thinking that Eglantine would agree with this. I doubt it. By then, a year would have passed since my divorce. No judge could claim that I was acting in haste. No sooner had the scholar set out for the teleportation hall to send my response to the Royal Academy than I turned my attention to my head attendant. Proper groundwork will need to be laid such that my engagement to Hannelore can progress smoothly. Contact Anastasius. Having the Zent declare that I am the most ideal partner for the new divine avatar will aid me greatly. Understood. I will also like some father's support if possible. Because the royal family's crimes regarding Lansdowne have never been made public, society at large believed that father had peacefully abdicated the throne to Eglantine once she was given the Gruderscheid. As it stood, many lesser and middle duchies still valued his opinion over that of the new Zent, who openly favored Rosamund and Dunkelfelder over pre-existing duchy relationships. We should also have father speak with Dunkelfelder, I said. Lady Magdalena becoming his first wife should make it easier for him to pass on our request. In the end, both Anastasius and father refused me. I do not believe Ab Dunkelfelder will allow his daughter to marry into Karinstam after hearing how Adolphine was treated, the former said. Furthermore, the Zent has stated that she has no intention of giving Dunkelfelder orders on this matter. To think such words would come from kind, obedient Anastasius. Perhaps staying in the royal family as the Zent's husband had gone to his head. By all rights, I should have risen to power, or at least married the woman who did instead of me. Irritation surged through me at the thought that my little brother had forsaken the throne for love, only to end up with both. I erred in letting him be with Eglantine. He should have married Adolphine in my stead. It was too late to regret such ancient choices, but I should never have prioritized my affection for my brother over my own security. If I had married Eglantine, I would have been the husband of the highest authority in the country, and I would not have needed to cast Adolphine aside for all her willfulness and greed. Father's response had taken a more severe tone. It was your own shortcomings that kept you from becoming the Zent. You could not pay the divine avatar Messinora the respect she deserved, nor could you build a healthy relationship with Adolphine. Not a word of any new engagement of yours shall pass my lips. I am an Ob now, not the Zent. I have my own duchy to manage, and I will not anger Dunkelfelder for your sake. Despite his harsh rebuke, I saw nothing wrong with my treatment of Adolphine during our engagement. Our union has served a purpose, to bring more mana into the royal family, and the birth of my child would not have let you come first. In fact, why was the blame being thrust upon me? Our entire family had given her administrative duties to complete, and we had all gained from the mana she provided us. How shameless my father must be to turn on me for my actions despite having enjoyed the fruits of my engagement. I refuse to be the only one penalized. By the look on your face, I assumed their responses were far from ideal, Nahalaj observed. Indeed, Father and Anastasius have chosen simply to watch as we fight to keep our heads above water. Do you not think it wrong of them to abandon their own family? I sighed. I would never have guessed they were so heartless, that their own flesh and blood means so little to them. Nahalaj gave a resigned smile. Perhaps Lord Trollqual does not have the leeway to assist you. The land of old Workstock, now part of Blumenfield, was utterly ravaged, and its people harbor a deep-seated resentment toward the former royal family. Not to mention, maybe those of Blumenfield wish to secure the new divine avatar for themselves? Her speculation sent a chill down my spine. I had dismissed Hildebrand out of hand, deeming him too young to marry Hannelore. What if she waited for him to come of age? As cousins, they had met even before his baptism, and their time together in the Royal Academy's library committee had made them closer than most students. As the coup de grace, the boy's mother, father's first wife Magdalena, hailed from Dunkelfelder. If, as Nahalach suspected, Blumenfield sought to take the second divine avatar for themselves. Such a connection would prove invaluable. To be completely fair, Hildebrand would probably be the best choice when it came to the former royals. Because, they know each other a lot better than any of the others. Though, second choice, if she had to pick someone from the former royal family, Trollqual could possibly be one. But, yeah. I might have been a more suitable partner in terms of age, but my Glistenmeyer heritage put me at a considerable disadvantage. Just as I desired a Gruderscheid from Hannelore... Huh? Don't you mean Rosamund? What, you think that Hannelore being a divine avatar would get you a Gruderscheid? You stupid, dude. You stupid. Hildebrand might seek to repair his inferior stab. How would that would that even be possible? In such a case, I could see Blumenfield resorting to any means to secure her. Against the country's former Zet and Magdalena, I could barely stand a chance. I would have liked to wait for our rumors to spread, but alas, I cannot let them get ahead of me, I said. I shall submit a formal proposal to Dunkelfelder post-haste. Understood. Determined not to surrender the second divine avatar to another duchy, I proposed without a moment's hesitation. Dunkelfelger had yet to respond. What could be taking so long, I grumbled. Perhaps they are waiting for Lady Hannelore to regain consciousness? It is a father's right to decide whom his daughter marries. Whether she is conscious is irrelevant. Dunkelfelger's absurd approach to decision-making exasperated me. Delaying a response to a former royal was unforgivable. Dude, you need to get off that high horse of yours. Despite being a Dunkelfelger noble, her suitor's father will need to be placated, as Scholar explained. An immediate response might be too much to hope for. In hindsight, rather than submitting a proposal, it might have been better to wield my authority as a former royal and order that Hannelore become my wife. Dunkelfelger could then have used my demand to silence any complaints from his family. It was a most unfortunate oversight. How goes our endeavor to spread rumors through the academy, I asked the Scholar. Have we kept Dunkelfelger from being able to rush an engagement with Hannelore's current suitors? Yes, the rumors gained traction and continued to circulate. According to the students' reports, there was a growing consensus that it would be improper for a divine avatar to marry a mere archnoble. I was contemplating my next move when another Scholar hurried into my office. Lord Sigiswald, a response from Dunkelfelger. I accepted the letter from the Scholar and started to read through it. Drawalko has sought Hannelore's hand and challenged Dunkelfelger to pride-stealing ditter. Yes! Orwin, you did good. You did good. To that end, we can accept no external proposals. If you wish to marry her as well, then you must also challenge us to bride-stealing ditter. We appreciate your understanding. Bride-stealing ditter? I was at a loss for words, barely able to comprehend the message before me. I read it over and over again, but the text did not change. Lord Sigiswald, what does it say? A Scholar asked. It would seem that Drawalko intends to give me no quarter, I said, showing the contents of the letter. Bride-stealing ditter? The Scholar read aloud, eyes wide with shock. What a brutish way to resolve a proposal from another duchy. This was a matter to be settled through discussion, not by force of arms. Against the battle-hardened front-runner in the duchy rankings, how could lower-ranked duchies ever hope to make their voices heard otherwise? Kerenstam, what do we do? I cannot allow anyone to take the second divine avatar from me. She is key to my ambition of becoming the next Zent. Dude, you are not going to be able to become the next Zent. Not anytime soon. No. Shall we issue our challenge, then? The Scholars and Knights in the room swallowed at the thought. I gave a single curt nod. One would normally consider it foolish to challenge Dunkelfelger to battle, given their claim to being the Zent's sword. But we can secure victory if we take the right approach. That's so. The proposed game might resemble treasure-stealing ditter, but it differs in one key respect. Dunkelfelger will have a bride to protect, while we will not. Against just Drawalko and Kerenstam, they will surely emerge victorious. But what if more than half the country were to propose? Would they be able to protect Hannelore from such a formidable onslaught? Without a bride to keep safe, we could take an entirely offensive approach. My knights must have recognized our potential for victory, because at last they nodded in agreement with me. I closed my eyes and smiled knowingly. We would need to lay as much groundwork as we could before issuing our challenge. Spread the word, I commanded. At once, the Scholar replied, brisk and eager. What shall we say? The truth. Make it known that Drawalko's actions have enabled any duchy to challenge Dunkelfelger to bride-stealing ditter. This is the perfect opportunity to propose to the next divine avatar, a chance victory, and she is ripe for the taking. Neither Drawalko nor Dunkelfelger could deny the facts as they stood. If one wished to marry Hannelore, they would need to take part in bride-stealing ditter. At the same time, I continued, exaggerate the strength of the bond the winner will forge with Dunkelfelger. The country's obs had seen for themselves that Eglantine prioritized Dunkelfelger even over her home duchy of Klassenburg, now that the former had secured its place at the top of the rankings. Considering the long-term advantages such a relationship would offer, any duchy would view pursuing Hannelore as a worthwhile endeavor. And on that note, claim that Dunkelfelger, being as obsessed with ditter as they are, will rejoice at having so many challengers. Use their bride-stealing ditter match against Ehrenfest 2 years ago as an example. If we emphasize that the match was between future obs, that it was held at the Royal Academy, and that the relationship between their duchies had only strengthened since, every duchy in Jurgenschmidt will surely want to participate. Oh god. Dunkelfelger's gonna need help. Rosemine might need to help with that. Oh god, I can see Rosemine and Ferdinand teaming up with Dunkelfelger against all the other duchies. Oh my god. That would be a match for the ages. The Lord of Evil against all of Jurgenschmidt's challengers. Oh god. I want to see that. Do not forget, anything that is not true must be presented as speculation. Ensure that our words cannot be used against us, I said. I doubt Dunkelfelger would criticize us, not when they were guilty of their own trickery. But there is no harm in being cautious. The scholars wasted no time in writing down my instructions. I had to wonder if we could seize victory by any means other than increasing the number of attacking duchies. Hopefully they can wear down our enemy forces. Oh, and what of the first year, I asked, as a certain ditter-obsessed Erstu candidate came to mind. Can we use him to fracture Dunkelfelger? I had already been manipulating him into causing trouble at the Royal Academy, intent on knocking his duchy from the top of the rankings, in an especially opportune time to use him. So he was the one who caused the little issues with Raufereg. Okay. He already seems to be causing trouble and unrest in his dormitory. I will instruct the students to goad him further. Good. Tomorrow afternoon we shall challenge Dunkelfelger ourselves. Prepare the documents. As you wish. Content with the scholar's response, I instructed my head attendant to prepare some tea. The past few days had been a nightmare, and I was more than ready for a moment of peace. I want to smack this guy so much. Let's see. Okay, I can actually make this bigger. A comfy life with my family. First, I lower my hands, ready to close the distance between my target and me. Then I wrap my arm around his waist, use my full body weight to pin him down, and... Picture of a girl in love. I guess she is so absorbed in thought that she might as well not be here. I shall observe your conversation to ensure you do not abuse your authority as a member of a greater duchy. Very well. And she pounces on him. No, not even my being there was enough. No, it wasn't enough. Lord Wilfried, give me engagement tasks. Oh, what? What a relief she relented. If something were to happen between students of mine, I could be held responsible. Hang on. Okay, that was one. Let's see the other. Okay, heart-stopping service. Here we lie, Basquiat, goddess of binding. Bless me with more choices. Hi, how fun! Let's tie all these threads together. Thank you for your aid, but I have enough choices now. Really? Guess I'll start for this round then. As thanks for praying to me, Hannelore, I'll let you choose any man your heart desires. What if my list of suitors never ends? Surely there's a limit. Poor Hannelore. I feel so bad for her. Wait, sorry, who? Lord Wilfried is such a superb man. Who? He passed court etiquette on the first day of class and consistently qualifies as an honor student. I don't want to study. That's how he is. He doesn't want to study. Not to mention he is kind and so very considerate toward his fiancée. No fair, Rosamund. You always have way easier. No, you're not talking about the same person. Sorry, who are you talking about? Are you talking about my Wilfried? Who else? Yeah, you both are not talking about the same person. Yeah, Hannelore's vision of Wilfried was essentially just an illusion. Ooh! Oh, we get to see them. Hold on. Hold on. Damn it. I wanted to make the Wilfried. There. Okay, so I'm assuming that is Lebowski, Starrett, Wentuk, and that's Dragoner. Oh, Rosamund is wed! Rosamund is married! Okay. Kenntrips, Rasantark, Wilfried, and Orwin. I hope we get the next book soon. Because that was a roller coaster, and we're about to see an insane game of bride-stealing ditter in the next book, most likely. So, yeah, yeah, I really do hope that she decides to have she gets Rosemine and Ferdinand's help in this because she needs it. And that would be such an amazing match for the ages to see the Lord of Evil back in this. I'll see you guys in the next video.